epic intro. What's up, David? What's up, Indecipherable?
Welcome to the BlastTV Major here in
It's
Austin,
long enough to
Texas.
get the milk. Oh, shit. I want to see this intro so bad. Trace. Shots. What's up, Zoo?
Welcome to the BlastTV Austin Major Playoffs. It's filling up, Stunner.
I would say so. Austin, I think you've been looking forward to some Counter-Strike for a hot minute, haven't you? Yeah, me too. Us too. Which is why with the third CS2 Major, the 22nd overall Counter-Strike Major, we have brought it all the way down to Austin, Texas, the great state of Texas.
We absolutely have. Now we have a road behind us already, 32 teams who started this journey, but only 8 get to play here, and this is where it really continues, right? It takes so much grit to be able to win the major here.
It does. It takes all that fortitude. It takes everything that you had building up to this moment to then go ahead and hoist this thing up right here. Underneath these shining lights, this is what they're playing for.
Yeah.
FU, this is what it's all about, the big trophy at the end of the road.
It's beautiful. It really is. It's gorgeous.
Yes, it is that.
Hold up, I gotta send the tweet.
Yeah.
And if people can
It
see,
looks
all
heavy
the
as
teams
fuck.
are engraved here on the trophy.
Yeah,
so
that's kind of insane they
I hope
engraved
it
all
on
the
Sunday,
teams.
come Sunday.
And, you know, I have to say, just to put this out there, this is much better than the Disney trophy they had the last time, so that's
The
great.
You said it. Phew.
It is what it is, and Q.
Q. Yeah, we are in Texas, of course. It's fun.
What are you thinking about Texas? Is it hot?
Texas, it's very warm. You're all very, very hot. I thought I would see
Cowboy
a lot more
hats?
cowboy boots and more cowboy hats. I imagined it something like this.
What the fuck?
Well. Howdy.
Yeah, howdy indeed. You start talking about Austin, they start talking about all sorts of stuff. How it's the live music capital of the world. I don't know, Nashville probably has something to say about that if I had to
They
guess.
would, but that's okay.
Yo, nice hat, by the way.
Thank you, very nice. Actually, you look great in it. I don't think I'm pulling it off quite as well.
Trying to take some people to the train station, or at least the map train a little bit later. If we look all around right now, right here in the Moody Center, we're about to make some history.
We are. Do you want to have them cheer one more time?
I think so. Austin.
Oh, my alerts are still the battle alerts, huh? All good.
Nah, y'all can do better than that. Give me one more.
Tyler's streaming from the arena? That's actually insane. Oh, fuck.
Amazing. We're going to make history here this weekend, or the teams are rather. In every major, there are these historical moments, those moments that echo in history. After all the confetti has fallen on the floor, after all the lights have gone out, when players become legends. Think back to Olaf Meister standing in that molly on overpass. Others would flinch, others would move, others would choke, but he doesn't. He doesn't flinch. He diffuses and makes history. Or Cold Zera soaring through the air on Mirage. We all know this
shots
one,
are
the
crazy.
jumping up shot. A moment so insane, they painted it on the wall.
Yeah, the year being 2016, the city being
You got a
Cologne, a city
promotion?
full of graffitis.
Nah,
well,
congrats,
Simple's no
Bridges.
scope definitely got a graffiti of its own. Doing what was impossible and really readjusting our thoughts on what could be done in this game. But it doesn't stop there. Let's talk about the
Carrot 2
impossible.
slime
Let's talk
is
about this little gentleman known as Stewie 2K. And the epic ballad
Stu.
known as the Boston Major in 2018.
The triple box clip.
And so there you have it. It's been quite the run.
I think they still remember.
I don't think they're booing Stu. I think it's Stu.
I think so as well. They remember, but of course, that was then, this is now.
Yeah, it is now. A new chapter in our storybook known as Counter-Strike. Do eras really count, though, if you don't win a major?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think for Vitality, they need to lift the trophy here. What do you think of that side of the bracket as we wait for our teams?
I would say that I can't be the only one in here that kind of wants to see FaZe and Simple make it to a grand final. I can't be the only one. No, surely I'm not the only one after that. What do you think, Ethel?
Crazy. And all those clips that we've shown, he's the only one who's kind of still here in the playoffs. He's back. Do you agree with people that say that that side of the bracket is a walk in the park?
Look, nothing about this tournament, especially at this point, with all you great people out here watching, makes any of this easy. Nothing about this is going to be easy. They're going to be up there sweating, and they're going to be trying to get the job done. But with that said, I think, Austin, are you ready to meet your contenders? No. Are you ready to meet your contenders? Well, let's do it. Let's go ahead and bring them out right now. One of these teams will be your Blast Major Austin Championship.
It's a concept piece.
Team Spirit.
Appreciate you. Are you on break right now, or are you taking summer classes? My goat dong.
The Mongols.
This is pretty sick. They're like live slow-moing. That's pretty dope. They're walking out all the teams right now. Oh, you graduated. Congrats. Holy fuck, that's huge. Your friends are sitting by the casters? Dude, I heard it's really hard to get tickets. That's pretty sick. Never forget the Alexi clip. Blade behind. The flag overalls are crazy.
Vitality.
Holy fuck, Vitality. Unbeatable as fuck. It's all good. Dunk's got us. Goats are good. Our goats. Here we go. That's a pretty sick intro, I'm not gonna lie. Holy fuck.
This is what every player fights tooth and nail for, to earn the right to play on Counter-Strike's most coveted stage. Major veterans and rookies alike will unite together in Austin. Dupree, you were just talking about it. You're still getting those feelings in the pit of your stomach that you're going to be walking out on that stage. It never goes away, does it?
No, it's like my mind and my body is still in there. You know, I've been playing this game at this high level for so many years, and I'm still used to all that in you, and I can guarantee that every player in there right now, they got goosebumps. I got goosebumps, you know, and I can feel it in my stomach. I would always have to go when I went into a game, I could always feel it in my stomach, you know, kind of a bit of an excitement, but also the nerves, you know. I got the exact same feelings, and you know, the player walking had it all right, all the goosebumps and nice atmosphere and everything, and specifically also players that didn't know where to go when they got down there.
A classic, an all-time classic.
Oh, yeah. Shout out, Mouz. Obviously, maybe they're feeling the nerves a little bit extra because they're going to be one of our first two teams debuting debuting for the quarterfinals here in Austin alongside Team Spirit. Let's talk a little bit about the history between these two teams so far in 2025. 2 clashes. What's been the outcome of those, Jacob?
I mean, Mouz have looked great so far throughout 2025, especially when they're going up against Spirit. It's a team for Mouz that throughout the entire year we kind of got off to the wrong foot a little bit. With Shuey being kicked, Brolin being brought in as an in-game leader, Spinks joining the team. We didn't know where to put him, but they instantly established themselves as the second, maybe third best team in the world. Ahead of Team Spirit. And now they're going toe-to-toe. Domestically speaking, between the two teams, Jason, Mouz have the upper hand.
Yeah, beat them twice in 2025, 2-1 in both series.
I think that was the main
maps were pretty identical in both series as well.
Who am I rooting
for? Mouz is like a slow-burning team. I still feel like they don't fully get all the credit I think they probably deserve for how good of a squad they are. But on the other side, it's kind of I find Spirit very weird.
And Spirit going to the finals in my pick'em. I did a pick'em.
Then they obviously won that.
And I'm a little bit out of touch. Obviously, I know they're going to have to beat Mouz and Vitality to get there. But shit, that would be epic. I want to see FaZe versus Spirit in the finals so bad. FaZe versus Vitality would go crazy too, I'm not going to lie.
And that's one of the things I think is interesting coming into
I think Donk is just insane.
Spirits, they cruised through stage 3. Mouz, they had to do the reverse sweep and fight their way back. But from a player perspective, it's not always the optimal thing to actually go through 3-0 because you get so few games in. They've only played 2 best-of-1s and best-of-3, and now they find themselves in a grand final. Mousesports, on the other hand, had already been in this kind of situation. They've been pressed. They've been against the wall.
This will be a hard game for Spirit, honestly.
They've tried it all right now. They're going to come into this quarterfinal with a fire and knowing that they made it through the stage where Spirit, they haven't probably played for a week.
Yeah, Mouz have that constitution to know if they get into some shit in this game, they can come back in it and they can win it. They've already done those 3 series. If they get in trouble, they know what it's like to have to fight back into a map, into a series. Spirit have been punched in the face like that. And that's one positive, I think, if Mouz is going to win this series in the quarterfinals. They've got to kind of, you're never going to latch onto that concept as a player, as a team, but that needs to work out in your benefit as the series plays out.
Just going back to, the concept of kind of getting the reps in, right? I feel like Shiro, in the post-match interview with us, is kind of suffering from success a little bit. I don't know whether I buy into the fact that he wanted to play more games in the group stage, risk not making it through the playoffs. Surely this is every player's dream, no, Peter?
It is, right? Like that, on paper, that it is. But sure, if you get more reps in, I think as a Counter-Strike player, you want to get the reps in. And when you go into a quarterfinal now, being up 3-0, then you just cruise through the stage 3, and you don't get that. Maybe you haven't made that many mistakes. You haven't actually been maybe found the issues that you had inside your defaults or the way you've been approaching the game. Whereas Mousesports, they have so much data to look at. They have so much time to build themselves up throughout the tournament.
Oh my God, I actually totally forgot something.
And they don't get the ball rolling, then they can find themselves, as you mentioned, Jason, like that they have not tried being punched
like,
yet.
oh God, nothing's works, and we don't really know where to go from it.
And just to give context to that, and maybe you can chime in on that as well, it must be hard for Spirit to find proper practice here, right? Most of the teams that are exiting the tournament, they're going home, they're going on summer vacation. We know NA is not the best place to practice if you're Team Spirit. As we heard from Young, he's been playing a lot of NA, face it. It's not like you can practice as a team, and I guess you've been in that situation as well, where you get into the playoff, it's limited how much you can actually practice as a team, because there's no one to play.
To free-play the pages with any of our PCs.
I'm going to root for Spirit
really
here.
random practice rooms, like sitting next to each other. You didn't even prepare at that point,
I just think Donk is like such an insane player.
I don't know, that Shiro quote's kind of funny, because I'm like, if we had Yanko here, the most famous
He's really fun to watch.
Counter-Strike, he'd be saying everything depends on the perspective that you take.
I'm going to honestly be
and
learning a lot
this
tournament right now, chat.
I wish we would have gone 3-1.
I'm not going to mask it and pretend like
why not say,
I fucking watched every CS tournament in the last 5 years.
Whatever kind of angle you take,
I'm excited for it, actually.
That kind of tells a little bit about how you're approaching this match.
Well, maybe we can get some words from the Spirit side of the equation, as we do have Chopper with James Max.
The storytelling and like history in CS is crazy. Like this guy was a pro player when I was a player.
I guess a top team that you had to beat in that. What were you able to learn about the form and the performance of the team from this? Because it did look a bit easy.
I don't know. Games should be show what form we have, but we're feeling good. We're practicing a lot, we're training a lot, watches them a lot. Let's see what happened.
Talking about your form, I was speaking to some other teams who practiced against you.
They
said you guys are looking really strong right now. So does that fill you with confidence? Did practice go really well?
Yes, it looks. It shows really good for us, but also I know that in official game it's more another game, because top teams not show anything in practice, just want to play with communication, without tactics, without anything, just play with, like deathmatch, but more professional. And we're confident because we work a lot, but we know it should be another stage. Mouz have 5 days for preparation for this game, and they looks a little bit hard for them. Second stage.
Oh, it's advanced
but
3-2.
I guess they have time to fix a lot and show today really good game.
Chopper sounding cool, calm, and collected as he does arrive here in Austin. Jacob, I've got a bit of a question for you, though. Obviously, all eyes fixated on Donk, yada, yada, yada. Sound like a broken record.
What's up, Paradox?
But do you think he's going to get more or less than 41.5 kills over 2 maps? Higher or lower? Give it to me.
100% higher. I have Spirit winning the major, and if he doesn't get that amount of kills, they won't beat Mouz. So I'm going all in.
Spirit winning the major. We're just going to open up the segment with that on day 1.
Okay, Dupree, I know you're a little Mouz
Dupree
fan,
and
right?
Pimp on the best, just full
the other hard
Danish.
hitter on the other side of the equation, is he going to get more or less than 30.5 kills over
Makes
the
me
course
want a
of
Danish
2 maps?
IRL.
Mouz is winning the major.
Delicious.
Mouz might win the major.
No, Meg.
I think there's a
Thanks
case
for
of
the
speaking.
49.
I believe in him.
The
You know, if
big
there would be one
5-0,
guy that I
holy
had to
fuck.
pick, also with the form coming into the playoff, that would be Spix as well. So I believe he could.
I hope he does it just for the fact that he was on the verge, I think, of making a really rough roster change to start this year. He was going to go up there with Caribbean of like, this is a really rough roster decision to leave a team with Zywoo. But man, has he stuck the landing in Mouz.
Dude,
He's
strawberry
looking great.
Danishes would go
Well,
insane.
before we do dive into the Mouz
I actually
side of the
bought
equation,
one like
let's
2
throw
days
on over
ago,
to the Mahone
but I
zone
picked
for
up
a
Ella from
Spirits breakdown.
school, and I made the mistake of letting her have it in the
That's
back
right.
seat.
It is Mahone.
She
If you
literally
haven't seen him
carved
before,
out.
it's the Mahone zone. So what I'm going to talk about today is basically Spirit. What we're going to break down here is this round where, they show some explosive tactics. We always talk about the Donk show, but Spirit, they have some backup plans as well. So let's take a look at this round here. So first, we're going to watch it back. We're going to watch it back. We're not going to break it down yet. Just a very simple play where it looks like Zontix, he basically just pushes in through the smoke, finds the kill onto JL, and then somehow gets all the space towards Heaven. So how does Spirit do it exactly? So what it starts off with initially is a lurk smoke. Zontix tosses this lurk smoke from the Rugs position.
Out.
What it does is it denies vision from the CTs. It allows the Ts to push all the way up to get all this space so that to make this pop work. Now, once they're here, this is where they throw the nades. Zontix, he's going to toss a Molotov towards that fountain position. A flash comes in towards the left side. What that does is it flushes out anybody here towards the fountain side, and the flash blinds anybody here towards the KEK position.
So running
what that
out,
does is it allows these players to open up into the site. Now, the key detail here, as they come in, is that notice here, the smokes aren't even
insane,
up
bro.
by the time Zontix is in. The smokes aren't even up.
Dude,
the reason why is because they
that
want to get
coordination
ahead
is
of
insane.
the CT
That guy's
utility. They want to
fucked.
get ahead of the CT utility, and they do that by Zontix. What he does is he actually pushes through the smoke before it fully fades. What this does to Bit, you'll see right here, from
in
this
case there's a
position,
resmoke, you beat
as
it.
they come out, he's trying to throw a nade, but Zontix is already out. That allows him to come out and catch JL completely in the back, and it opens up all this space for Spirit to come in towards the site, and that's where Bit, he can only get one before he gets traded out.
Damn, good trades.
If we watch this round
Their
back
spacing
again,
was
you can see
so
all the
fucking
details.
good.
The Molotov
What the
comes
hell?
through. Zontix comes in just as the smoke is about to fade. As that happens, you'll see
This
that
guy
Bit,
is
he's trying to
fucked,
throw
bro.
that nade. He's ahead of the
Yeah,
timing.
if Bit had gone
Zontix
out,
gets that
maybe
kill into JL, and he
would've
gets
been
all the
better.
space to allow
Or,
Donk
like,
to then get the
preemptively
trade
had
onto
nade
him
ready.
towards that Heaven position. So that's why Spirit, even though it's a Donk show, it's not necessarily. They still have these backup tactics that they may run here, very explosive, something for Mouz to watch out for.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Danny. Yeah, that kind of goes contrary to your point, Jacob. You said, Donk, he's masking all the flaws that we see in Spirit. As an example from Mahone that kind of put you under the bus.
Well, who got the trade kill in that clip? Who got all the trade kills in that game, by the way, against Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken? Donk is be-all, end-all when it comes to Spirit. Yes, they have protocols. Yes, Spirit can play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level, but if you dive into their wins, and it's easy to say because Donk is always playing well, so Spirit is almost always winning when he is playing well. But I have seen a couple of games, and as you said, Jason, whenever they've shown shaky moments, it has also been in games where Donk hasn't gotten all the, I guess, freedom and all the explosiveness happening on the server. When he's playing well, they look good. When he's not, they don't.
Well, I don't know. Donk is like a player who can carry you through a tournament. He's not going to win you a major. I don't even think you can win a major as one player anymore in today's Counter-Strike. So good to see that stuff from Zontix. If you go back to Shanghai too, remember, winning the major, the story of that, I mean, Donk wins the MVP, but the story of that grand final is Magic's popping off, right? You need the supporting cast, whether it is Zontix creating the space for you to be able to get get those trade kills, whether it's Magic's popping off and delivering things he typically hasn't. By the way, Shiro has been awesome this year in terms of adding some aggression into his game. He's been much, much better last year where he's actually willing to get stuck into situations.
But that's the whole point. Every team
How is
right now,
volume right
especially
now
when you're in the major
guys?
playoffs, have
Is it
good
good?
players. They have good fundamentals. They have good support cast. Very few teams have dunk. You know, there's maybe only Saivu
What's up,
in that
Mike?
conversation when you look at
Where
all the
have I
teams.
been?
Maybe if Simple is back as well, but that's the talisman. That's the guy who can carry you over the line and maybe save you from time to time when you're not playing good Counter-Strike.
Well, gentlemen, before we do continue our discussion, it's time to find out which maps we're going to be playing.
Well, Austin, it's time for the map feeder. We're going to try something a bit different. We're going to do it together. First up, banned by Mouz, Anubis.
Anubis out of the way for Mouz, setting up for Spirit to ban Inferno.
Okay. Let's see what our very first map is going to be. It's Mirage from Mouz.
That's interesting.
Mouz picking into Mirage, leaves Spirit to pick into Dust 2.
Spirit's insane, Dust 2.
Another
I
set
wanna
of
see
bans
Train.
coming in now.
Let's see. No
Fuck.
train.
I shouldn't have said
train
anything.
In our first match.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Too bad.
That leaves another ban here from the side of Mouz. We're not going to be seeing any Ancient in this series. That does leave over just one decider, Efya.
Yeah. It's Nuke for a possible decider. That's a good set of maps.
Yeah. And I think Austin's ready for the Counter-Strike. I don't know if I can ask him. I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Efya?
I don't know either. I think we'll lay it down here and see what everybody else has to say. Those are our maps.
Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke. If we do go to that third and final decider, anybody surprised by any of these maps in the pool?
I'm just happy to see that we get to see like other maps than the last previous series they played, because that was like going back to the same maps all the time. So now we get to see something new. You know, someone has actually taken their balls in their hands and actually trying to go for something different, right? Which is very nice. You know,
The language is so much different. It's just so different than
I'm scared
fucking
of
Valorant.
if we get to Nuke. You know, Mouz so far this tournament on Nuke haven't looked great. For them to even get in here, they were down 9-3 versus Legacy. They made a fantastic comeback on the CT side, but overall this tournament, Jason, they've been struggling on Nuke. So if Mouz wants to win this series, I almost want to say
Feels good to be back.
I mean, for me, honestly, I don't at the moment with Mouz, I don't care about the maps that they're playing on. They just need to look better than they did in stages 2 and 3. You're exactly right. It has been lackluster. Torji individually been a little bit quiet. He's obviously a talisman for that team. He needs to play very well. I mean, there's plenty of things you could point at. Jimmy's had a little bit of a quieter 2025, but at the end of the day, Mouz just needs to play better than they did in stage 2 and 3. Let's see what we get, and then we can bring about what kind of Mouz can contend with Spirit.
Well, we have got our maps. We've certainly got our crowd, but one thing is still missing, and that is our teams. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we are back, it's time to welcome Mouz and Spirits to the arena here in Austin.
This button and that button, I got you. I'm looking desperately right now. I can't find shit.
I think I'd probably say so.
Maybe.
No.
Currently the best player in the world is Zaivu. Now I think Zaivu.
I think after the major, this will be clearer. It's hard to be consistent when there is Vitality who's destroying everyone, like literally, 0 losses.
I think statistically,
Chat, that kid is
the
insane.
best player, I guess, so far, like in the world. I mean, you have Zaivu, of course, who's winning like a bunch of the MVPs and all that, obviously, but he seems to be just more on the winning team. Whereas, yeah, he's having better team stuff. And maybe Donk is better individually as a player, and you know, excluding his team. He's also a rifler. It's a little harder to do instead of using a one-shot cannon.
They are statistical anomalies. Those two players for now. Obviously, Monacy is up there, but compared to what's happening in the servers right now, it's just Zaivu and Donk.
Now, because of the achievement, I think Zaivu first and Donk is second. But if we just keep out to any achievement or something, Donk is, I think, number 1.
What? Big glitch. What the fuck? Why could I hear my cough? Fixed it. Okay, nice. Now I can finally take a second. Yo, Mark, thanks for the resubby. Hayes. Yeah, Hayes, thank you for the resub. I'm pretty excited to honestly like learn again. I've been playing a bit of Premiere, and I have some things that I want to do in CS. I'm not going to be like At least I don't have plans right now. I don't know how I'm gonna feel in like a few days, but just day at a time, you know? Don't care, Co. It look great on me. Stop. One day at 500 plus is insane. Xenia, thanks for gifting one to Fanny. Uh-oh. What happened to volume? I'm nervous. I'm scared. Had to make sure my headphones didn't die. What's up, Azioker? Appreciate you.
I trust the team and I believe in it.
It's a brilliant start for Spirit.
Every game that we are facing each other, it's always a different game. It's always a tough.
And now the pressure is on.
Okay, boys, it is our turn to give this room some energy. It's gonna be our game. It's gonna win us the game today.
We are pretty confident in ourselves. We won't underestimate them. We are confident.
We need to play together. We need to play with each other. And a fucking teammate, okay? We're fucking go, boys, okay?
The reigning champ's getting tested. Donk left up. He looks for his revenge, and he's gonna get it.
This one, Ultimate gets into the action and now brings it back, but he can't do it with the AK. Roland's time to shine.
The reigning champions make it to the Moody Center. In it to the playoffs. Mouz make it happen.
Well, Austin, I think you've waited long enough, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Hey, Austin, are you guys still awake? What are you doing?
Come on.
There it is.
Okay, then.
This is a major F, yeah?
It is. In Austin. So without further ado, it was hard for them to get here, but they made it here, and they're the very first team to enter this arena. Austin, give it up for Mouz!
The double walk down, dude. Holy shit. What an entrance. Dude, wait till the finals. This is just the quarters. The finals are gonna be insane. The finals are gonna actually go crazy if this is what the quarters are like. No one's gonna touch that trophy. It's bad luck. Unless you're Boosty, of course.
What a warm welcome to Mouz. They scraped by the skin of their teeth, but gone are the days they couldn't do it on a big stage. But can they do it in Austin?
Bro, that fucking rise through the floor is crazy. That's so fire. The 5 spotlights on them. Bro, Chopper could literally be Donk's dad. Yo, what's up, Donk? Donk is like 10. I'm kidding. Hold up.
Runners-up in Katowice to the red-hot rootin' tootin' Team Vitality. The winners in Astana stopping at Dane Train. They didn't saddle up in Cluj. They didn't saddle up in Sydney. But they need no introduction outside of being your reigning major champions. It's Team Spirit!
Spirit speed run through stage 3, but now this is where the real challenge begins. That opportunity to defend their major title that they hoisted back in Shanghai. The pursuit of that defense today,
chairs are so sick. They got custom chairs.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, their campaign to go back-to-back begins with a potential win over Mouz, but Mouz aren't going to take it lying down, okay? They got, for me, the guy that I would nominate as the Coach of the Year candidate today in Cyclone, standing behind him. He's changed up the veto. I'm sure he's changed up some of their game plans because he's trying to take down the favorites.
Who's notable on Mouz? The whole team is really
too. I don't think Torji gets the credit he deserves on the AWP. His name is
VLR comes from HLTV.org. This is like the OG site that VLR is based off of. And you can see like in their head-to-heads, this is like where the maps were projected, like what maps each team enjoys playing.
And that's the thing we saw from Mouz throughout
head-to-head,
stage 3,
Mouz
right?
has their number in the last
it
2
wasn't looking
games.
super consistent from him, but even in the
And you can
moments
see
when
like the
he was down,
frequency
he
of
was
playing
truly
is like
bringing
much
the
higher in
to the
Counter-Strike,
squad, but
right?
today he's got to be a win
But pressure of the
Mouz,
major
right? You can't
stage
be sleeping
is
going up against Spirit.
something I can't explain if you come from Valorant. Like this is a lot of pressure.
But it's Shiro, that's the bouncer.
The whole team of Mouz is very good. I think Spinks is like insanely skilled. Sershin's also quite good. He's having a great tournament. Roland was like a star player when I played, and he's now in-game leading, I believe. Jimpat, more of a support player, but also playing well. And Torzi also quite good. I mean, all of Mouz is very good. Whereas you look at Spirit, they're kind of top-heavy. Dongs, look at Dong's rating. Like, this is insane. This kid is incredible. Shiro's also playing really fucking well right now. Whenever I see Magics, he plays really well. But he's more of a support player. Zontic's also very good. Chopper is like their veteran presence.
Because he was one of the best, if not the best,
you won't see him put up
year,
big numbers.
But at this point, he's a new weapon in the shed in terms of openings. The way he's looking for picks, the way he's weaving around utility. Before he just he'd get flashed, he'd just go back into spawn. Okay, he's looking to stay already. Pop one flashbang. Now he's going to take the fight to them through a molly, through a nade, through a smoke. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, great clutcher as well. Good on the rifles. Shiro's got a complete package so far in 2025.
So the difference between Counter-Strike and Valorant primarily is, and this is something I like about Counter-Strike and Valve, is it's an open circuit. Whereas in Valorant, it's a closed circuit. The developer controls everything. And thus, you know, like ESL or Blast or whoever can't run a tournament whenever they want. You know, like they can't do that because the developer owns the IP rights to the game and they control those IP rights pretty fucking strong. That's why you literally don't see orgs with like, you know, oh fuck, I saw what would happen. Okay, what my dude, yo, thanks for the resub. It's the tits. I was wondering what would happen if I changed it. Yeah, this is like champs, except there's a few like every year, right? It's a little bit different how the circuit operates in Counter-Strike. And because it's an open circuit, you get a lot of like really big events throughout the year. You always get like an IM Katowice, a Cologne, Blast runs their circuit. You know, there's so many opportunities to play games in Counter-Strike and to build experience. It is so different. You can rise up through the ranks a lot easier in Counter-Strike, in my opinion, because of that. Whereas Valorant, since Riot controls everything, it's a lot harder to do that, I would say. There's very few games played, which is a big complaint from the orgs, right? The orgs, I think it's ridiculous. Personally, it's something I've said a lot. Like, I don't think any esport should be playing like, any esport team should be playing like 12 games a year, you know, or maybe slightly more, slightly less, whatever you want to say it is. That was like Nadeshot's complaint, basically. But the reason it is like that is because of Riot. It's their choice, right? It's their choice to hold every single game in Los Angeles at their studios, or in Berlin at their studios in these high-rent areas, require the teams live there, require every game to be a massive stage game, have 2 games a day, and thus the actual production cost of those games are insane. So the open circuit seems to be better, in my opinion, because then you allow people who are passionate about the game to come in and create tournaments. And this is where you get like tournament organizers like ESL, Faceit, you know, Blast, PGL, Star Ladder back in the day. You get all of these companies that come in and they have to make a profit. And so they have to make a good product and they have to be passionate about the game. I think a lot of that is lost in Riot's ecosystem, in my opinion, after being there for 5 years. Yeah, it saddens me a little bit to say it, but that's honestly how I feel. I think an open circuit provides a lot more value to the fans, to the players, to everyone in the ecosystem. But if you're a developer, that's not particularly important to you. You want to create space in your calendar for content creators. You want to create space in your calendar for a lot of other things other than the esport. Valve is very hands-off, and they allow the circuit to just blossom as is. It is... the arenas are a lot less cold than the studios, in my opinion. The studios are much colder. Arenas can heat up a lot during the day, especially by the end of the day because of all the people. But studios, there's so much cameras, so much gear that they have to be very cold in order to run them. The arena is very cold at the start of the match.
From Boston to Austin, we're here,
so
America, and we've got one of the most stacked playoff brackets in memory, especially on this side. And we're talking about the odds favored in Spirit versus Mouz. The underdogs, they've got a major champion, but they're going up against a returning champ.
Star Ladder was one of my favorite events to
returning
work.
champions. That's the chip on their shoulder when it comes to Team Spirit. Of course, this one's about a tale of hot and cold, whether or not Mouz can recover after the slow start. And so here we sit, steps away, as there are now 7 matches between now and the trophy lift.
Let's go.
One for every year that this great nation has waited for the return of the major. Austin, Texas! Let's get this party started!
Fuck, Scrawny is insane, dude. How does this place do that? Oh, a little Palace Pop, chat. Little Palace Pop. Oh my god, that shit big.
No telling how far you can go. This is the side of the bracket that Vitality on. But if we find out that Mouz are in rare form, or that Spirit are going to do even better than they did in the last stage, who knows who's going to be the next contender. And a new map for the series between these two lineups.
Starting off fast, huh? Xerxin immediately out into sight. Shiro's going to find Spinks through smoke. That's a beautiful opening. And look at the deep challenge that Mouz are already trying to take to Spirit. Whittle down some HP over towards CT. Man advantage Spirit for a retake in the pistol.
Yeah, one pick off's enough. That Spirit are
going
to be confident
high-low right here. Third guy's swing on contact right here.
Smoke's not going to last forever. Of course, no more utility here for Mouz.
This guy's watching flank.
Bomb
Easily
about
pivot.
a third of the way gone. This one's still just that slow burn, and here we go. This is what we want. The bloodbath about to begin with
good
the
swing
wide
wide. Really good wide swing. Donk, my goat, my goat.
And so immediately, Torji is going to be put down to the clutch. Standing out in the open, guns down one. They're challenging him one at a time here. He's trying to slide out. Bomb not planted for Torji, actually.
The two ghosts starting off well, Shiro and Donk.
Really goes to show how badly Mouz wanted to hang on to Ticket in this position.
Oh my god, I got fucking nerd chills right now. Let's go.
And they lose a player on the way, but that's where the whole setup lies. And then you see Donk come in. Okay, this is the guy who somehow has fallen out of the narratives when we're talking about Simple in this playoffs and Zaiwu in this playoffs. With Donk is right here. They had no problems last stage. He has so much X factor. Vitality reference him as somebody that they're scared of, or Spirit, even though they have not had trouble beating them as well.
Good luck buying my sticker with the heart on it.
To start us off on the
Shit
right
costs
foot
thousands of dollars. I don't even have one.
Control instantly here.
That's a lineup for the Molly back box right here.
two important players in this match are going to be
So that way when you get smoked off, you can throw that shit.
And Torzy. Xerxin with his connector crawls is such a focal point of Mirage.
Dangerous. Good timing on that smoke. They censor out mid.
You can see already Zontix and Shiro taking a little look at it. Zontix just waiting for a chance to gun him down. Always allude to it, that beautiful duo that Zontix and Don kind of brought to the center stage when it came to aggressive Mirage.
Yeah, they're using him. This is kind of the primary weapon right now. He's one of two Galils on the map here for the T side, and they really want him to find a pick before they move in.
We're ending A for sure based on that lurk. This lurk right here.
But they're pushing where Mouz aren't.
And Spirit have 3 on this side.
Spirit fans in the building.
It's a good setup.
A lot of space given over by Spirit. Good amount of respect here with the positioning. Mouz have got enough really to go for this, right? Split between jungle and palace, trying to get the Galils going. Xerxin's still out here with that second rifle next to him. Now it's those Galils up next. Dog slides up from Ticket. You know he wants to fight you. He knows he wants to gun you down. 4 kills already into this game. Headshot instantly on Xerxin. And then that fast move from Zontix down through middle. It's Mouz with all they could get. The positioning strong, even an entry there, but Spirit's so ready to swarm out of the gate of this game.
Yeah,
is the audio fucked up?
The CT setup was pretty perfect in a position where Mouz are looking for a very early fight. They didn't find a mid-control counter defense. That's what they were initially searching for. And by the time they
my audio
connector,
seems
they don't have
low.
enough resources to actually make
That's
a compelling argument
thing right
about
now.
this split. Instead, they're just hoping that the frags come in,
26
and that's where
Thank you
actually
for the tier 1. Thank you for gifting 5.
Again, having a good fast start here, 5-0.
2 months. Say thank you for the primer. What my dude? 49. I got you, Jen.
Okay, well, Donk can sit back. Actually, no, Donk won't sit back. But a lesser man would have with an insta-dink.
And that's the thing. I mean, Mouz have proven that they know how to counter Donk, and they're very good against superstars. That's been their story. They did it with utility a few times. They've really been able to neuter players like Donk, and Donk, I'm sure he's fully aware of that by now. But how many ways can you reinvent yourself, especially when a team is so sort of structured around your play? He sits here on 11 HP, and it's going to be late bout of mid-control now for the T side.
Should be easy pickings for Shiro, but that's an emphasis on the should be. Left a lot out there, only 60 damage for Brolin, who answers with a headshot. So this is 2 Deagle headshots.
Yeah.
Except for Donk survived his. Could already be a 5 versus 3 for Mouz, and around they have 0 business winning.
We know on the openings on T side,
time. They know 2v2A now.
But Brolin's going to be the IGL of this team.
Donk with a really good rotate early chopper, getting early A info, so that way Donk can rotate off. I like this play a lot by Chopper. It's really good.
It makes total sense. Get your opening kill, get that damage over on A,
nade is like,
ready to go.
The reason why you'll see this a lot in CS, well, it does a lot in CS too, to be honest, but nades will like slow you down. And so the pace of the hit will be all fucked up if this nade is good. In addition to damaging them.
But here it comes. They've got nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Just looking to swarm down this site, and it should still be easy pickings. Absolutely is. Total stoppage inside that B site, so your Deagles be damned.
And you know, when you meet a player that's playing on fence, they knew that you were coming in. You had Zontix release that HE at the perfect time. The rotations were there, the players were in place. It required a couple of crazy shots like this Deagle kill to make a bomb plan happen. Forget about the round.
The Birdman?
Mouz struggled a lot to get to this position, and like Falcon struggled at this major, but outside and before the major had no problems proving that, you know, they could be the top 2 or third best team in the world, and we don't really know where Spirit stand in that, as they were the ones who made
my first kick shatter
in a few spots.
This stream is ass. Come watch my stream
not quite where it was at. A couple months ago.
The hardest opening stage for Mouz at any CS2 major so far. It's still a team that we featured in all 3 playoffs of all 3 CS2 majors. And so it really is about rebounding here in Austin. That's the entire game plan, taking it day by day, map by map, round by round. That's what these players have been alluding to in order to find the mental fortitude to make it happen in Texas.
You can see there's definitely a very keen eye about mid and exertion. When it comes to top 5 teams,
I'm gonna just multi-stream on everything possible, to be honest.
When it comes to Spirit, Mouz are quite confident. But again, that's why we're focusing on this right now. Mirage is a very interesting pick in this veto, and he will be a focus. Now we'll find out who is the hunter and who is being hunted.
Again, they get their hands very close to grabbing this A site, but Donk's gonna remain unkillable. 7-0 is the start to this quarterfinal for Donk. No teammates really yet needed. Chopper called on, swings into more than one player. Donk looking for his next duel. They come to him. Great reaction.
What?
Bomb dropped. This is a problematic situation now here for Mouz. Look at that bomb. Just sitting on top of it is Zontix with Donk right next to him. This is a round that fizzles out, and we're no longer talking about Desert Eagles.
This is Mouse's pick.
Flesh gun round denied by who? Donk. Out the gates.
Yeah, that's a really rough
Green seems to be
move.
the most
Jumping
like the
stairs
emerald
in general is almost a
Dude, the
sign of
emerald
desperation,
knives are so
depending on
insane.
what kind of attack you're bringing in. But
I always
especially
wanted
when
one when I
you've got
played.
the bomb on your back.
Shit's so expensive.
That one landing
though.
at the bottom of the stairs, and it wasn't just Donk there as well. 2 CTs waiting at the bottom of connector. They couldn't have traded out 1 for 1 and then scored a plant off that kill. So here's a clear mistake. Look at that shoulder peek, right? He gets vision just a glimpse over the top of that smoke, and then turns that into an instant kill. Xerxes doesn't even have time to react.
I think like the devs probably wanted like shorter games, you know?
You know Mouz are going to come out with a strong game
just
plan.
for like the
You're thinking about
casual
what Spirit are
player,
going to be thinking about. But so far, Mouz have not got the fights they're
I mean,
looking
CS
for, right?
used to
They're ending
be.
late round in the A
Holy
site,
fuck, I'm
and
going
it
to
feels
date
like Spirit are
myself
more
big
comfortable
time.
with that.
CS used to be MR12. Back in my day, we used to like way, but people don't know that.
Smoke and the frag rate after. You see Torchy step into that. There goes half of his health.
God damn.
Not going to be comfortable opting out the rest of this round. And obviously pressure on him as one of the 2 players that saved in the previous.
Yeah. Down to $50 off the save, keeping this gun.
Control.
Window smoke comes out a touch early, and Zontix has his to counter. Of course,
There's someone
CT's
walking
got
up cat right now.
a little bit more utility to work with.
Is that Torchy? Popping cat.
And now he's just going to look to punish.
Wow.
Yeah, that's punishment.
And the crowd in situations like this in CS, the players know that means those nades fucking hit.
Keeping it tidy, playing back. They're still playing very active.
Like these Spirit dudes know for a fact those nades fuck them up.
Close enough to react. Zontix senses a bit of timing here, but it's a comfort zone for Spirit. Finally, Donk goes down. There's the rebuttal. There's that Jimpat double kill. Much needed from one of the players that saved the gun in the last round. Looking to get the answer back to Chopper. He's going to lock it down. And now the off is on the prowl, but that early grenade damage
Man, Spirit look really fucking good right now. I'm not going to lie.
Spirit are giving no space to Mouz on Mirage.
Have I played against Fallen? Yeah, I played against Fallen a lot.
He's waiting for his sort of team to win a round so he can really get involved in the comms. We know how much he's prioritized bringing the energy up, but it's very hard to do that.
I played against Fallen in 1.6 and CSGO.
Good try from Jim Pat. We've also called into question his consistency since Spinks has joined the team. He's started to taper off a little bit for sure. But Mirage is top of the board for Mouz. It feels like a surprise pick, but the last time that they played this map, Shuhei was on the roster. Since then, they've had an amazing showing with Brolin on the team. And so it was sort of natural, and I'm sure that actually Spirit could have seen it coming. But this is not a good sign for Mouz. The quickness of these rounds, the fact that everything they're searching for in the first 30, 45 seconds, Spirit are not giving them anything. It feels like in terms of game plan, Spirit are one step ahead, and the right players are online right now. Donk 9-1.
It's nice to see that in the round, Donk dies first in. Instantly, we're calling Chopper into the action, and he's got a multi-kill to offer. Question will always be, is Donk enough?
Yeah.
Shiro missed chance from Catwalk.
Mark,
that could have been an equalizing
how are you feeling about Shiro right
in
now?
Second gun round.
I'm thinking the 42 on Donk looked nice.
Now you got to start thinking.
And they find a bit of space. This walkout from Spinks. You know, again, skin shown towards mid draws the eyes of Spirit.
They aren't fully prepared.
And this connector fight's been happening time and time again, but the walk-up from the ramp's going to fluster them. Donk decides to reposition, and that's going to cause the crosshair off the mark. This time the difference is Spinks comes out from ramp, finds that full focus towards mid, and it is a solution for Mouz.
Yes, really good lookout. One missed shot from Shiro. An opportunity here as Donk gets pushed over top of the stairs because Chopper goes down without a kill. Neither of them are very aware that someone could be coming up the...
Chat, ready for a banger? Ready for a fucking banger? This is Donk playing NA Face It.
Shift. Molly him.
Alright.
Echo.
No way.
No Molly,
So
blядь,
sorry.
someone. Throw Molly.
I'm doing it.
Everyone mollies.
Is there a burner?
Reveal the smoke. He wants someone to throw a nade in it.
Two jungle. Go con. Don't smoke. One more jungle. One city. Go.
He's just killing everyone, dude.
Take it. Ramp.
Dunk, you want up? I want to kill myself.
That's crazy, dude.
Thanks. There's no denying Donk was dead in that situation no matter what.
We don't have a Palace player, but I appreciate the two players walking out of the ramp. Exact same time they're coming up connector. We've seen very heavy connector presence, but not that many splits.
So there it is. The first question now of how many?
No, I don't want an op, actually.
You know, without Mirage, I don't know about this series. You know, they've gone into overtime so often in their matchups. So that's why it feels like even though Mouz had a good time versus Spirit this year,
it's just so funny.
It's not been sustainable.
Molotov for the cat play. That's going to open the door for Mouz. This is different.
I like this actually set play. They called this out of spawn. This one's being watched. Oh, Zontic's going to see this.
Yeah, he's stuck in the corner. There's fire in front of it. Great delay coming out of Spirit. Mouz opt to do something different after finding their first piece of success, and then they pause. This got Spirit a little awkward. Eventually, we're going to get another player added. Here comes Brolin off of Catwalk, getting it going for Mouz. Missed shot. Shiro's giving space back over.
Here's a chance.
We found the solution in. Again, an assist. Donk arrives on the scene. Jimmy's got the answer.
How's he going to get out of this?
He can't find another fight, and it is Jim Hat with a triple.
Oh, now we're talking, Mouz.
How did Mouz win this
solution.
round?
Slides around the site, catches all three as they come in, and that's off of the back of what was originally a successful hold out of Spirit.
Hallie to take over immediately after these 2 rounds. One, you have to respect it. Here's a moment where Shiro could absolutely have won these last 2 positions, but they still have this 3-round lead. They want to balance these 2 thoughts. I think for Shiro, it's like, okay, really? I got to make sure my shots connect from now on, but I should try to stay calm because we got to act like we're here winning, and they are. For Mouz, they're now building up a bank account. This set play kind of falls apart at first, but the recovery, I think, inspires a lot of confidence. And Shiro, he doesn't miss the whole round. He gets a great first shot.
Honestly, that was pretty annoying what happened to him.
But it's a second multi here for Jimmy in this game.
He could have hit that cat guy, though.
I love that one moment of hesitation from Jimmy when he jiggles on the window and then decides it's time to jump on Donk.
Cutting noise. All right, last
so ready for the reaction as well.
Jimmy Jiggle, that could catch on.
Hell yeah. He's going to pull plays like that out with it. Deserves the recognition.
I like that we test Shiro again. Nice. Oh, he passes.
Yes. Had a little bit of slack to make up for it, right? Missed shot 2 rounds in a row that could have definitely put a dampening on the mood for Mouz. This time it's first blood over to Spirit thanks to the sniper.
And we're getting good variety out of Spirit. I mean, we've seen a lot of mid-control defaults, but like we just saw 2 set play tactics that were actually quite layered.
Obviously no
that one almost felt like
chat.
they improvised it as they went, but you could see there,
at the major?
It is a major playoffs, guys. That's just not the best time to do that. Yeah.
At the major.
And we have to understand that even if you miss it, it might not affect the round from the perspective of Spirit, but for Mouz, they're relying on it to either block information, guarantee a play. Mentally, this slows everything down.
It's also just such an indication to probably some activity outside that window, especially with how often Mouz have been trying to throw that.
Yeah, good point.
This looks like a revert back to kind of the opening moves that Mouz were going for. Again, positioning Spinks outside of this window. His job won't be made easy thanks to that nade. And then it's been generally this slip up through connector with Donk. Oh, he's gone! Great shot. Nicely done from Zontix over on the other side of Cat. He gets himself the double. And with that, really takes the wind out of the sails here for Mouz. They thought, we've got the Donk frag. And when Donk goes down, the door is open. But Zontix from the shadows slips through.
You know, this is Spirit at their best right now. I mean, where there's not Donk, there can be Zontix. And we see the adjustment from Jimmy in that moment was a great shot. I mean, that's a shot that normally Donk's hitting on you. He's not aiming the right spot, but his flick is so perfect. This one's right to the head. But it's all kicked off by Shiro, so the trades after are even easier.
Good switch out. Good try to probably go after the water.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing snap, but look at the cleanup crew here in Zontix off of Cat.
Another molly behind the mid bot.
I like that we got to the spot, though. 2 rounds in a row means Mouz have done well with the money they can buy again.
Chimpact
would have been economically devastated if it had just been that 1 round.
They're definitely posturing for an A.
When you're banking on an entry like that on Donk, it's a shame that we're not getting Xerxian kind of in his zone yet so far on Mirage.
I think they fucked up.
Yeah, you can see that he's been focused on in some of these early portions of the round. Oh man, Shiro, listen, he might be missing, but the amount of opening kills right now.
He is everywhere as well. Taking a shot down through connector. Catching first blood to the favor of Spirit. But a couple of bodies up in Palace. Great flashbang to deal with Donk. And then Jimmy comes in with an entry. Shiro down after that. The chase is good. Both of those players, both in con and over towards Palace with protocols in place. Easy pickup. What the hell you think you're going, Zontix? Sent packing. In this one, Mouz find an answer. And that flash on Donk totally neutralized them on the stairs.
Yeah, I think, and again, utility, when they think about Donk, has been such a key for the Mouz game plan.
Yeah, Donk's on
you have to highlight that flash. It's made specifically for that position. It's not catch all. It doesn't blind everybody on the site, but when it goes over the stairs like that, there is nothing that Donk could do. Even with his reaction time, you cannot avoid that. So, real perfect play. So, I mean, the fact that Jimmy gets so much credit here from his kills is one thing, but he also threw that flash.
We gotta get out. We gotta get out. We gotta get
out. The moment
out.
I put his feet to the flame,
it's
Xerxian comes through
we definitely gotta get out.
2 frags to open it up on a very blind Donk.
Now, even the best players are going to have habits. There's only so many ways to play a site, and you see a moment like this, and there is nothing that Donk can do if he's going to be in one of his normal spots. That is usually very effective.
Just fucking try to guess where the
great counterplay here for Mouz.
It's been a very slippery T side, I think, from Mouz. Haven't really seen too much repetition, barring that round where they revert back to the connector entry.
Daryl is so excited for us.
The one that Zontix stops, and Donk tries to change it up, but a bit of a faster tempo comes out middle here for Mouz, and already they've got everybody else prepared to hit this site. We're going to leave Xerxian inside con. Spinks just lurks out through Palace, and then they frazzle Magix close on ramp. Now this is a sweep.
They have demo vision right now, the way they're getting these kills. And it feels like that play that Donk just made up mid, that's the one they were fishing for the last few rounds. No chance to fight back again.
Here we go. Mouz had to fight for an opening in this T side. Out of the gate, we said Spirit looked like they were one step ahead. The way they leaned back didn't give Mouz what they wanted. And as this half's gone on,
that is such a great recovery already.
Mouz have opened this up. 5-0 start for Spirit out the gate has suddenly cooled off.
My pink DD pad. What about this skin? Pretty, no?
This is Donk getting clipped.
He makes it up fast, but you can see immediately
how
intent they are taking over cat control. And if there's one thing Mouz have been able to get away with, even if they've lost later in the round, it is taking over mid.
And now Torzi's going to get the better of Shiro. First real head-to-head we get between the Oppers, and it comes out Mouz as they found momentum. And so Torzi's getting talkative if Xerxian finds the answer. That's Magix trying to split up Cat. Ooh, another one. Just sat on the ankle. Dare I say it, Mouz now starting to feel like they're in full control.
Yeah, they are.
Finally got a force-up situation at a Spirit. Money's going to be terrible next round, too. I mean, you're saving bargain basics here if you want to hang on to this MP9 and 5-7, and Mouz, all they're thinking about is how do we not blow this situation. They're in a great spot with lots of time.
Really feels like the first time in this half that Mouz can just take a step back and breathe. Not trying to keep their fire as bright as Spirit came out swinging with. We're 11 rounds into major playoffs. How you feeling, Austin?
Shit hasn't even started yet. 2 great days of quarters coming up. Another solid kill here. And these ones are just for the confidence. Money won't matter too much.
With the scout, of course. So a little unfair to compare it 1-to-1, but Torji looking real damn ready.
All right. Surely they adjust here.
Kelly took that tack pause after losing 2 rounds, but it did not stop Mouz from figuring out how to get back into this game. And now because they've won these last 2 and they've got this force-up win, it's the easiest round yet coming up.
Yeah, we can remove sub only. I didn't know it was sub only. I'm not gonna lie.
What a rebuttal.
No, I didn't put it on. I'm sorry.
There it is.
I did not put it on.
We all have a fear that someone's going to choke in playoffs, whether it's Mouz, whether it's Spirit, who could just break, whether it's Mongols on the other side. We just don't want to see that. We want to see teams take it to 3 maps, fight their hardest, because we've also seen the peaks of all these teams that can also choke. Wow. We know
only the loyals are here today.
That is always the stage. It's always the pressure that makes them play worse. But in terms of how good their CS is in the practice server, in regular matches, we know it's top level. Everybody's been gearing up like crazy in these last few months to catch up to Vitality.
Can barely hear? What do you mean? Like,
and they're not a team that we see choke.
And Falcons failed. There's a lot of people that believe, well, now the door's wide open for a Vitality.
Oh, weird.
Some have forgotten that Mouz were also able to push them. It's just the shakiness in the States.
A-hit coming in.
That made those Mouz doubters a little louder.
Good call.
But here we go, final round of play. And if you had any doubt that Mouz were not going to seize this opportunity in quarters, 5-0 start for Spirit.
It's a heavier B lane, not great guns here. How are you going to stop this? Oh, how are you finding that kill, dog?
Just lines it up. There's been so much pressure on him in the staircase. He's looking to change position. I like that. Feels like they've had a lot of answers for him. Oh, that's a scout headshot. All right.
You said it was an unfair comparison. What if you aim for the head?
Well, we're trying to do this with lesser weapons. Spirit really felt like they had given this first half back over to Mouz. But we're going to get ourselves a big retake coming in on A. Spinks looks to keep his head down. Torzy over towards the ramp, loses his line of sight, but that's just an invitation to grab the AK. Spinks starts to line him up. And with 2 knocked down, it's Torzy yet again away from that bomb. Donk's got a kit, and he's taking it all the way. A 7th round from Spirit. A small answer in a great response out of Mouz.
Can you hear me over the casters? Okay. I'll raise a little bit. It's hard to hear me. Is this any better? I raised it a bit. Better, okay. What else did I save? I don't know why the 7TV link didn't load. 7TV is getting fucked up right now. Oh shit. I see it now. That's hilarious, dude. The face up. Yeah, it feels good to be back. Holy fuck, that's a hard alias to say though on YouTube. What's up, Cody?
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
That's just so funny, dude. Just show it? Okay.
Oh, STFU from Simple as Dumao shouts him down from the other side of the room.
Neo, legend. I don't think I get the replay, no. Isn't there a replay coming? Yeah, I heard it.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
I'm just so funny, bro. It's so funny.
Oh, it's feeling like Mouz had really retaken the momentum in that
He
one.
literally just so like,
Just
shut the fuck up.
stolen away
Bro.
by
Just
no
shut the
other
fuck up.
than Donk. We
So
are
goddamn
in the beating heart of Texas
He
here.
has actually
First
overwhelmed me,
quarterfinals,
yes.
7 whole entire games to go.
That's so fucking funny,
8
dude.
if you include a show match. And at the end of it, somebody's lifting the trophy.
Ugh.
Trophies have been an elusive thing for Mouz.
Did you guys
For
see
Spirit,
this one?
Returning major champions
Incredible
in
half
the
from
server.
I think what we saw this half was just two very honest score lines in terms of how good the other team was. I think Spirit, even though they let Mouz back in, Mouz really had to earn it.
I don't feel
yes,
the
there were a
energy,
couple
the way
missed shots in there,
Like
but
Nats
that
is going
happened,
great.
that happened to Mouz too. They had a couple of heroes emerge. I think Gimpat had a great half overall. His trades were really key in those first couple of wins.
Electronic.
And now they're back online.
There's that flash thrown out by Brolin. Sets up Spinks. Cheeky headshot on Shiro,
Yes,
but
it's
there's
so
the answer
fucking
back. Magic's
insane,
got
bro. I
flashes
love it.
too. And so suddenly for a second, that B site looks real lonely. Brolin's gonna throw himself over.
It's a very hard position to rotate from. He got 2 in connector right here, but the CTs are worried about
Damn,
me.
nice shot.
It's gonna catch him off, huh?
That was a
Towards
big
the
kill by
insertion
Dorsey.
inside. Khan really taking the wind out of their sails with a follow-up headshot on Chopper. This pistol comes crumbling down around Spirit.
Okay.
There was no way for them to know, but they kind of misread the situation. The connector smoke, and they didn't go forward with the cat
Doesn't look
split.
like
Now
there's no plan
Zontics.
Trying to fight out of this, but
Very well
tethered
played
here
around by
are the
Dorsey.
Mouz players.
Yeah. I mean, Spinks got a very fortunate first shot, and that trade came in with a great flash from Spirit, but the first one was good too. Luckily, they
Dude,
had that to reinforce.
This clip from Electronic is just so fucking funny.
Or that second round, here's the
Fucker. What the fuck? What the hell is wrong with you?
I think he said plant.
That's crazy, bro.
Again, it's been mid-centric, and now it's mid-centric
Oh
from
my God.
Mao's T side following through to their CT side.
Yeah, the Nats,
You can see
the
difference
Nats
here
clip
between the way
is
that
so
Spirit played
like
it
so
and Mao's
fucking
early on in the half.
amazing, like side by side with that. It's just the actual juxtaposition is crazy.
Very active here from Torzy. Spirit back at the beginning of their CT side were so content to just lean back and not give anything over. Torzy's running a bit of a risk here, carving himself a very easy-looking path, join up with his teammates, and the jig is up.
Yeah.
You know damn
These
well
are
there's
my
nothing else
people.
over towards B nor top mid, so all they can do is push.
Wait, that's the only A player. That's the only A player.
All they can do, he said.
Just don't die here, Spinks.
Desert Eagle shot cracks open the bomb site. Money's
Damn.
good. Zontix gets a dot. Okay, it's a Glock kill. And Torzy's
Hard to
MP9
win,
now
so,
going for the reload, covered up by
Still a good one.
Xertion. It's a good response. You get all the answers you need with that expedition Torzy goes on.
It's an awkward moment because you get this flank kill, but you don't know if everybody else is just
Oh,
readying for a
God.
B pop. And so there's 4 guys still holding on just in case the rest of the attack is going to come through. It's a good moment here where Spirit just decide to get out and they hit this amazing shot. Obviously, it's Donk once again.
Great coverage here from Xertion to really push it over the line.
Xertion's playing
Still,
super
to
well.
be honest, the plan's a win in that position.
hell?
Adam, the bait was sexy, yeah. Adam, the bait was sexy from
listen
above.
up.
Yes, sorry.
Nice,
Bro,
Adam.
but I hit insane shot to be honest.
Lots on it.
These guys.
That's what we want to hear.
Oh, wait, sorry.
You got like Mouz having fun.
They did it over here, but it was
really
Mouz.
Enjoying this moment, and that's a tie
was
game, which
red
didn't seem like it was possible a few minutes ago.
Spirit's gun round in full effect. No op for Shiro. Torchi's got his, and he's been hitting hard with it in Austin.
Looking at him make control into an A split right now.
He was one of the members of this Mouz camp,
so he's feeling pretty
had a bit of
confident
a
about
slower
ignoring
start,
it.
but no denying he's picked it up since.
All right, so we got to watch this connection here between Chopper and Donk, and it's actually Mouz to peel back. Spinks is kind of the loose piece that's actually able to fight into middle, but he doesn't have support from connector.
He could disrespect it with an HE.
And so now we have to look at these protocols from the CT side as they start to wrap around the perimeter of the site. There's no extra info on a push on an extremity right now, though. Spirit are building tension.
Gotta wait out this bottom con
in these
smoke.
moments where they flash retake mid and they don't see
Showing
everything,
presence, stop mid.
Spirit are getting a little scarier.
Big
How
fight
close
for
are they and
Magic's
which
right
side are they
here.
going to?
Ooh, flash right
Great
in.
flash.
Perfect
Holy
call
shit.
here from
Flash.
Brolin and Torchi to combine for that one. Starts to get Spirit to make their moves. Spinks looking to get active along the wall. KEK will find himself 1.5 kills. That's Shiro down to half health, bomb on his back. Man advantage maintained as we hit 25 seconds. Xertion kind of checking out this sea of smoke. Doesn't want to be the piece that lets this A site fall. Oh,
That's
even
a
gets
big
the
kill.
headshot up into
4 on
Palace, so
2.
he's really going to be
Spirit
adamant
kinda crumbly
about
here.
this one
Donk making
not
the
being
window.
taken
This
over
round's
by
dead. The
Spirit.
Mouz are in the lead now after this. This is going to be a save 10 seconds.
Dude.
No
Holy
chance back
shit.
in this. This is amazing search work for Mouz. They're 2 flashes. Even though they don't see anything in middle, they turn that to the A ramp. They make sure they find someone before they back up. That's just wonderful. And you can see where those flashes are popping as well. They're specifically for one person. They're always finding that guy.
Chat.
Look at this
That's such a
thing
good
of
flash.
beauty
Fuck.
right
Dude,
around the
that is
corner.
a perfect flash.
Zero chance for Magic's to react to that one.
Yeah. And Brolin comes in, smooths the angle, fine, but you can tell that he understands there's going to be someone there in the right corner.
Yeah, and if they are there, they're blind as hell.
More B pressure here.
Torchi, opening kill. Easy does it on Zontix. Chopper just chucking some flashbangs, looking to fluster
That is
Jimmy.
not
Takes
a
more
first
than
kill
that.
they could accept.
Yeah, Zontix peeked
This
that
is clearly
real
going to
early.
be
We
an
were
A
talking about
play.
around
They
with
sent 2 over to B to
Tech
make
9's
pressure.
left here for
Hopefully
Spirit.
draw rotate, but with that first death, they're kind of cooked. Good resmoke on con.
Xertion, though, gives up half his health. Frag Grenade's gonna just barely chip away at it as well, but again, activity coming out from Mouz this time. Donk's gonna get the better of it. But as he crosses back, Torchi's got the answer.
That's a great refrag.
And even within these last 2 rounds, Xertion also getting the Palace kill 1 round ago, even when Spirit try to put that squeeze on site, when they try to prevent the movement, the mobility of Mouz, they're losing bodies in the process.
This
So
shit was like
4v3
6-0,
for
no?
Mouz. Still time
was like
for
5-0
Spirit
for
to
sure.
crack this A site open, though.
They're going to have this whole left side of the site open, and the idea is coming in this way. They've got a gun they can run into, which is smart. It's the second layer to this. CTs are not really putting an emphasis on protecting it.
A much better game right now, in my opinion, than Shiro.
They've also got numbers. They want to be careful. They're watching the Palace run out right now.
Good call on a
Mouz
Palace.
certainly
dude.
signing up for
Really good call on this.
allowing
What the fuck?
Spirit to get away with this.
It's kind of like
Euro contact over towards Palace.
How much site control are they comfortable with? Because they might walk into this.
Got a player still up top. That's presence spotted. Bomb's gonna get planted. Also gonna get set ablaze. Chopper, he doesn't have the health. Oh, he does. He just put it down.
But it has to be a 2v4.
In the dying
Holy
milliseconds.
fuck, big kill.
He is able to put
3v2
Shiro and
winnable.
Magic's into a perfect place to clutch.
Not an
Now
open
again,
plant,
the bomb
though.
is not planted for Shiro, and we've already seen the shortcomings of having to come back around
Good
to
offense
default.
to get the
And so
jump up
Shiro's
ticket.
not going to play that game.
They need to get a kill
He's going to
here.
extend.
He needs
He's
this
going to
kill.
look for a little love out here somewhere
go.
on that site. He times it to perfection. Reaction
had
here
the
from
timing.
Magic's, and it gets away from him. Halfway through, 2 of the 4, but they can't hang on, and so Mouz's lead starts growing.
Yeah, 1 extra kill in either position, and it's a really reasonable 1v2, but that doesn't happen. Mouz do not let that fly. Here's that first kill. Too easy, too early here for Zontix coming at the ramp, obviously. But he'd have to be a mind reader to know that Torchi would start there. That's not going to happen all the time.
trees, yo. Thank you for the 40 months. Oh, I appreciate that comment
good
a lot.
team play. And you know what? When you compare Torzy and Shiro 1-to-1 over a long period of time,
I really do appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Shiro's having a way better year. He's a way better player. Torzy is taking a lot of attention because he started taking on his emotional leadership role in the team, and he's been
I'm
a
very
good
optimistic
offer for
and
sure,
excited.
But still, 1-to-1, you can't compare it. In this game, however, Torzy's scoreline is handsome. I think he's almost up to 16 kills now.
Finally, a Dragon Lore unboxing.
Oh, this is like a. These are very good teams.
To say Torzy,
look, it's 15
one
and
sec.
6 in this game.
I'll help
Phenomenal.
you here.
I mean, Shiro definitely more so
Pretty much
established,
every
but the
team in the
growth
tournament
that
right
Torzy has shown
now
us as a player
is
and a
better
person.
than Furia level in Valorant. To answer your question, but just to show you, I don't want to miss first one. We're not. Okay.
Or Mouz.
So if you look, these are the top 5 teams in the world, and you're watching 2 of the top 3 right now in the quarters. That's the level you're getting right now in the quarters. Like this is an insane matchup right now.
Resilience, Mouz to come back into this game in this way. And again, we're talking about no gimmicks. We're not talking about lucky entries, nothing like that. Great team play, excellent flashbangs. The tactics to find these opening
so slow,
picks.
dude. This is so fucking.
They have been the star of the show.
So Russian the way they're playing, bro. This is literally exactly like what I remember this region playing like. Okay, just posturing, holding cat. Someone's probably going to try to get ladder control.
Torzy giving us a new opening start here. Eyes off cat. We don't have Mouz thinking about retaking mid control just yet.
Smoking window.
This one might come down to the wire, though. 40 on the clock.
That smoke was like
Bit of
to the
presence shown
right,
inside
so he
connector.
can run through
Xerxes
this
turns his
easy.
back as they look to flood the
Good
site.
timing, Chopper.
Choppers at the very least got this one going, but it's the only piece that's worked out for Spirit, and the bomb was dropped in the middle of that connector hold.
Yeah, there's 2 players on cat. They just want to fight this a little bit. Oh, forget about under Balk.
Chopper's got the answer, though. Tapping away. 2 kills, all he's allowed.
Mouz are rolling.
Mouz still hanging on, even though it ever so slightly started to slip towards Spirit.
Back in my day,
I feel like they were a little low on grenades at the point that they went for connector control. There's no cat molly as they're going in for the split. They start to think they're maybe a little low on time. Brolin makes
Zeus
a very good
flashbacks
pick here,
is
but that
crazy.
Torzy shot should not have been possible with that split coming in.
The Razor mousepad
Then they
over
start
a
to
Zoe
lose
mousepad
hold
is
of all of the regular
diabolical.
spots on the A side as well.
Both of those come. Actually, the Zoe one's probably
And I think
more mad, right?
You know, in the first half, the story was the reverse, where Spirit weren't fighting them in mid. Now, I think Spirit were hoping that they would come in early.
Back to the pistols goes Spirit. It's been a long time since we saw that success. 5-0 start to a 7-10 trail on this T side, but
put it this way, they need this eco.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna have to fight for every single chance. Xerxes dropping some supportive util over towards middle, but then eyes turn towards Palace as that frag grenade takes a good chunk out of 2 of these players for Spirit. It does nothing to slow down the cross out from Tetris. Brolin's gonna run the risk of going over top. For a second there, he's exposed, gets dinked, gets taken down. Off chance here for Torzy to stop him on the ticket.
Not missing. Like all the big shots this guy hits. He's playing so well. Good job backing off that line, getting the high-low at Jim Fat spawn. God damn, that guy's impressing the fuck out of me.
A chance. He actually oversteps, and now they're fighting back again.
Wait, was that a mistake? There's 2 in CT. They understand the retake's coming this way. They're dipping out.
They're bailing out. They're gone.
What a mid-round call.
He's
gonna hold the rotate.
On it with
Run my little child.
He definitely slows this down, but we still have time to go either direction. This round's gonna get messy. Chopper gets caught.
He watches it.
Thinking he had it. Thinking he'd outpositioned him.
And one bit of movement has changed the direction of this round. Shiro missed that jump, but now he's
he got me, bro.
about to get taken out.
You got me too. Y'all are too
Great
good.
round here from Torzy. The
Look,
pickoffs are beautiful.
that was some bullshit I was on coming through that smoke right
possible,
there.
And in the end, it wasn't.
Shiro of 2 minds there, not sure where to go. A bit of flip-flop. Gets clipped.
What a game here on stage for
Torzy.
Torzy.
19-6. That was a nice kill. He immediately dinked him. Damn, that was a nice kill too.
Yeah, that was the moment. I mean, it's stressful to have to make that. You see that window's getting smoked right behind you. The last second change up to leave the site.
Smoke under, excited about that play.
We could be talking about a flawless CT side if Mouz can just collect 2 more round wins. Oof,
oh, no.
He signs up for that fight. Magic's, though, he's removed. Man advantage yet again.
What the fuck?
Those are the adjustments that Donk has to offer.
That was crazy that he got that second.
Slick snap towards Catwalk.
He always finds a way to shine through.
We saw a near 2 versus 4 come together a couple of times already, so let's see if Mouz can piece this one together. Zontix, though, gonna do what he does. Leans back, plays it cool, never ever flustered.
And shoots for the body.
Yes, sir. Take him down at the knees.
Okay, well.
So impressive CT side, but not flawless.
Dude, I need Donk.
Not flawless.
Shit on my soundboard. I need him say, you know what I want on my... Well, maybe that would get me banned. Maybe I don't want that one. But I need other stuff. I need any Donk shit possible.
Changer. If he gets traded out, it's a fine position.
You guys know how I like to co-stream. I'm just not as prepped
that. I mean, you're talking about a head popping up over the railing. You can barely see.
But it feels like operating in the minute like that.
I have perms to co-stream Blast Major for 1 day, and it's taken away because I have a Donk fucking quote on my soundboard.
In this game for Shiro, he's 10 and
12, liability.
But he's had so many quality kills. Lots of really important frags, lots of openers, great refrags, hard shots, and everything like that.
Yeah, the CT economy is always
volume of frags.
But it's something I do like.
It's a tale as old as
it
time.
It makes the game be a little bit more tactical.
A lot of his teammates are lagging
I'm gonna
here.
really seem like a boomer. I actually like the days of double ecoing.
Hone in on a couple of early moments where Shiro gets an opener, but then the really important one a little later.
Donk Serena would go insane.
That's what let Mouz back into the game.
Yes, sir.
But since they got back
Donk
into this
Serena
game,
would go insane.
It's just been theirs
Donk's
ever since.
Neon? Oh.
Watch this shot.
Oh, wow. Wow. You know, the player we all wish we could be with a rifle. Insane.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Mouz aren't scared about it, and that's the really unique thing about them. I think that's the really impressive part about this team with Cyclone behind them. Their tactics are wonderful.
The fact that she hasn't... How long ago was recently?
And they have proved
and
that they can crush superstars.
So how much have you messaged?
There's also Mouz now with a major champion.
I'm not asking, expecting something.
The biggest signing Mouz as an organization has ever gone for. It's no longer just a playground to grow. This is a roster made to now win.
Why is he getting advice and not you?
There's no denying Spinks every single day is waking up to give his troops the talk that they can do this. So one measly round from Spirit's T side.
That's crazy, dog. Stop. That's crazy.
3 one-off round wins sprinkled in ever since they had that 5-0 start.
But still, even though it was this long streak,
Exec A.
we're talking about Xerxin.
We
no
got
money,
nothing.
Spinks on $50.
We got nothing left in the tank.
This is actually a very important round for
All-time
Spirit.
Molly. We're waiting.
They decide to go
big
all
weight
eyes
energy
on
right now at
A.
A-Ramp.
Yeah,
it's gonna be big pressure.
Everyone's rotating,
Roland
dude.
trying
No
to
one's
slip
on
into
B.
cover. Jimmy's got this right angle, and 2 kills go both directions. Xerxin's on the scene to try to help. Just sprays away at it, slowly slicing into Chopper. Spinks has got his headshot off into the clutch.
Mark wants garbage kills right now.
Mark
Mark needs these garbage time kills.
This is what he does.
What's your over, Mark?
Negative KD had some great moments, but the scoreline doesn't reflect it. With this round, he changes that.
Donk may be a world-class opener, but Shiro is Spirit's closer. And as he fake plants once, it's a reposition.
Right now,
30
Mark,
seconds
this is
on
your
clock.
energy.
What you think of Shiro? Runs the risk. There's no
It's a triple.
But now he's going to have to dodge whatever bullets come his way.
How are they not going
Shiro
to trade
cuts
this?
the lead to 42.
Shiro knows he has a few more
we
seconds.
need that
See
energy
the
right now to
respect
Shiro for
as
your bet,
Spinks
Mark.
had peeled back so much. It's giving Shiro time.
Right now, Xerxin's got that kit, and he's coming in from jungle.
Oh my God.
And if Spinks walks out from that palace, so long as Shiro stops thinking about his flank, he could damn well lock this in. Xerxin's gonna start working his way past that bench. Bomb ticking fast now. Flash
Oh my
good.
God, great
Shot
Yuto.
empty. It's only a Glock for the sidearm, and he's somehow gonna have to get Xerxin off this defuse. Spinks hits the headshot, and Shiro, for a second, looks like a shell of himself.
That was
Lacks
great.
the confidence to close that out, and Mouz take 12.
That's
The
right.
catchers are
That
bodying
point,
him.
insane for Mouz.
I love how
that was the perfect play from
based.
Spinks at that moment, because if you go out wide, even if Shiro, hits that shot, he has to shoot when there's 1 second left. You're not going to get back on cycle while that bomb's getting defused.
Any players in the playoffs I played against? Yeah, I played against a few of them.
They drew that first shot out again with a great flash.
I played against a lot of them, actually. I was surprised. I was like, wow, dude.
Unbelievable when we
some
were looking at
vets
this game
out here.
5-1.
It's 5-0 start. Donk is immediately on a tear. We said, how long before he dies?
It's true.
Spirit with 6 rounds in a row required for overtime.
Torsi has been so impressive, dude. I think Torsi has carried them back into this game.
Mouz have made.
Nice save.
Trying to chase it up the catwalk. Spinks is gone.
That's a big win right there. In Counter-Strike to get ahead of a smoke like that, that's big.
And he got his hands on them through the smoke 1 round ago. But again, it's a deep position here from Spirit. And it is Mouz lying in wait.
Ooh, I think he's
eating flashbangs in the process.
It let him by, but not up into connector.
A lot of info from Bullen on round.
Cat, they'll go. Challenge over towards the bench. You've got Donk low. But a low donk's not a dead donk.
Low donk is not a dead donk.
To be tested as an anchor yet again. He will give himself smokes to play within. And he loses teammates in the process.
Oh, but they opened up A again. The bomb could go back if it wants to.
If it wants to.
It's in the sight.
It takes a step forward. Opper shows himself.
Oh my god.
Jimmy's really lost control.
Dude, Jivet's playing this so well. What the
Magic's
fuck?
gonna be looking to punch in those numbers.
Okay,
Looks like Mouz on a save.
Wow, they earned this one, man.
Holy shit, man. They did earn that.
1 down, 3 to go.
That's a key save from Magic's, right? To the backup bench. That's the best line that they have to fight up Cat. It feels like it can be miles long when someone's staring at you as you're trying to turn the corner. And it's marginally scary here when Jimmy gets his first kill, trades out to the AK, smokes
like I was on
off,
desks for
but
Brolin.
They do a good job of making sure that
but
that's
I don't
the last
remember
fight
if
that
I
he can
played
take.
against them.
Spirit very much in this game. And again, these, I think,
like I casted Brolin for sure in like 2018. But did I play him before that? I don't know.
It feels like Spirit are getting into a lot of spots where their setup is good, their staging is solid, they're getting the map control they're looking for, but as soon as they try to turn that over into
I wish there was a website
that like have so many answers
I could type in like
here's one spot where they earn it back and they show that they can take over a site.
That tech needs to exist.
But I know they don't feel like they have Mouz scared. They don't have them figured out just yet.
You can see Torji caught off that round by the lurk through Chopper.
So Mouz, a well-prepared team. Cyclone takes a pause. We are draining them.
Oh fuck, I asked Saint a question.
Last moment for Hallie to get involved before overtime, if that even takes place.
Jonathan Caparina, I think he's with 46.
It's not a bad first map, huh, Austin?
Yeah. No way. Wait.
Blessed with Counter-Strike all weekend long, but we go back into this one.
No way.
Look at this buy. Ooh, it ain't pretty if you're Mouz.
Yeah, that's kind of wild because they invested heavily in behind these saves. Off that pause.
Ooh, trying to test it. Oh, he's out through the window.
What? He could see. That was just insane. A beautiful pick-off here. Like, they were not ready for that at all.
I mean, what a perch for Xerxes to get
so
the first opening kill.
Holy
and
fuck, how have you been?
Caught off. You've got Donk down.
Yep.
And so if the tale here is going to be that Spirit is more than Donk, time to prove it to the rest of the squad.
You might have been the first sane person I played on a Counter-Strike team with.
It looks like.
You taught me how to be a sane.
Oh, just sat there on the arm.
Obviously, I
Gonna
didn't
get a
remember very
headshot, a
much
couple
of that,
of very
at the time it helped.
op kills from Shiro in these last couple of rounds.
Was he watching that with a Hawk's eye, or did he adjust? Either way, it was important.
I mean, his snap into connector last round tells me he can hit anything at the moment.
As great as that tactic was, we are looking at a round now.
Game points still for
Famas, a 5-7 here.
Point.
They only have a scout.
Be serious.
Mouz are probably reading the spy and thinking,
it's a lot of info up in hold right now by
Xerxes. That
Xerxes.
M4 kill, but they cannot be fully stocked.
Sontic's waiting it out. Here he comes. Ooh, his test bested.
Yeah, I think they slowly need to increase their grasp as we get to 40 seconds. I think Mouz know what's going on. Crazy spot for this scout to be in.
This would have to be a gnarly round from Torji, and instead he's just getting blindsided.
I told you it looked locked in.
More steps out.
Great round.
Finds his success and puts Spirit into double digits.
Spotted.
Last player spotted as well. So unfortunately here for Mouz, it's a great opening kill from Xerxon. Don't know how he found that angle.
And yeah, we're talking to. I mean, this makes OT.
Do you still talk to Pat or Grant at all?
You know, some kind of crazy eco round coming up here for Mouz. But for now, Spirit are just gonna hope they can get this last gun down. Spirit's running I mean, Xerxon's running out of spaces that he can stand in safely.
Oh, I want Spirit to win.
He's in the market, but he can't buy a way out.
I love Donk.
10 rounds now for Spirit.
All right.
Very good play here for Zontix.
I want to see Donk versus Vitality.
Picks his battle beautifully.
And then in my pick'em, I have
as well as the
Spirit
push.
going through the finals just because I wanted to beat
snap from Shiro.
Maybe they blew it open when he started shooting, or right when
but
he got
truth,
the window,
I'm for
so it looked
FaZe.
like he was supposed to be smoked
I got
out
him from
entirely.
my boy Liege. And I love Simple to death. I fucking love that guy.
As well, gets through that 5-7.
Kerrigan, long time
seizes
goat.
the moment inside that A site. And so barring something miraculous
Dude,
here
I might
in
have
this one,
played
we're going
against
24
Kerrigan in
rounds
like
in the opening
CS
map.
1.6. Like this guy was a
That's
pro
right,
player when I was
what a
coming
treat this
up.
would be. USPs on the field for Mouz,
Like
but
when I
look
wasn't
at
even
that radar,
close to a
folks.
pro
We are
yet.
talking
This guy,
10
I looked up to
players
him.
strong
That's how
inside
long
this A
Kerrigan's
site.
been
I'm
a
not going
pro.
to tell you Mouz have this.
Oh.
But they have gambled to the right bomb site.
Shit.
And Spirit are about to have
Oh
a
my
bit
God,
of
he
a
didn't clear
rude
it.
awakening, and they've gone past
Doesn't
the player
matter.
in the corner.
Holy
If only
shit,
they
good
had
protection from Donk.
anything to work with.
Great entry by
They all
Chopper.
get found out.
Chopper wants these
Spirit
ecos.
sweep them out of all the
Rob.
nooks and crannies, and
Typical
this one is
IGL.
flawless out of Spirit.
Oh, baby.
So just like Mouz in the first half, we go late into the half. 24 rounds on Mirage.
Absolutely. Time
Kerrigan's
to take
been
a
a pro
breath for
since
everybody on
before
the server.
Donk was
There are no
born.
timeouts here.
Dude, yeah,
for
people in
round
Valorant like
24. They
can't
just have to go off
comprehend
of
shit
what they
like that, I
know.
feel like. So,
We have a crazy
It's,
buy
like,
in the mix
insane.
that allowed Spirit to get back to this position. They survived a
Should I
lot
go
of
back
real
to being pro
economic
again?
tests to actually make this possible. Didn't feel like OT was possible, and now it is seeming very likely. We're going to see what Mouz have to work with. No op.
So Shiro hunts for it.
Yeah, Shiro's got a significant advantage. They need a really focused around him in this position.
Like you said, no op, no counterpart. But they can't take up some space. Xerxon looking for it here, but so blind!
Oh my God, he was so blind.
Was able to find it out towards
Was that a team flash?
He's on the run.
Big 2K for gold. Oh my God, it's over.
Is gonna connect out
Fake
middle.
comeback.
They play with their food. And we have seen 2v4s fall apart for Spirit.
Oh,
We've
bad
also
play,
seen
bad
them
play.
come
That's not gonna work.
dangerously close. Oh!
Wait, what? It's
From the
possible.
shadows! Again!
Got them both.
Zontix is a demon!
Shiro can't leave. He's in front of the bomb. Zontix goes down to connector. He's on 19 HP. Doubled up in CT.
Got the
Full
bomb.
fog of war. The CTs don't know what the Ts are planning.
How did he get them both?
Mouz in that moment lose half their forces, lose all of the information. And with the pieces that they still have here to pull this off, Shiro's got good
Good plan for
cover.
Con.
Cautious
Shiro needs a
about
kill,
Ticket.
bro. Shiro needs one of
Has
these.
Orzi found a chance?
The smoke is genius.
Oh
How
my
are they going
God.
to think
Oh
about
my God.
Zontix in this
Oh my
spot?
God.
Again, he's going to try to cast them off guard, and again, he
Oh, what a round by Zontix, dude.
walks through a smoke into connector, takes it
What is
for his
Shiro
own.
doing playing out
Now
here?
Jimmy looking to slip out
Oh my
through
God.
sight. Shiro's gone unnoticed.
Oh my God.
He knows that you're over towards Khan. Tries to hunt you down. Oh, he gets
Oh.
up close. Swaps over to the up, and Zontix is
No
going to have to
way.
be the nail in the coffin. And
Oh,
look
fuck.
at this. Ice in his veins.
Oh, fuck, he didn't peek on the top.
Gives him the frag. Jimmy, in an act of
Okay.
desperation, has no
Oh my God, the arena is going crazy, bro.
Overtime, baby. And you can see the Colgate smiles on this side of Spirit. They're elated. What an opportunity. What a 2v4.
Holy fuck, dude.
Right side sight smoke, and they forget about Zontix.
Watch this POV.
How does he
covered
get
by
both,
Brolin.
bro? What a round by Zontix. Jesus
Player in
Christ,
Con
man.
had no chance. Blindsided by
A
the
2v4
play.
and he gets all four.
What a second half Zontix
Holy
has had these
fuck.
last few rounds, and you can see the stress now for Mouz. They had this one locked up.
Bro, wait, Mark, OT in a bet like this for you is crazy in CS.
The coaches
you get
are allowed back in,
potentially
and
6
Cyclone
more
doesn't
rounds.
waste a moment.
That's actually busted.
How many words Hallie has for his
player
roster as soon as
overs
that attack starts.
In Counter-Strike?
My goodness.
Actually OP.
What a round 24.
Actually OP. What the fuck? You get like
and we saw how
a whole
close
new
that
game.
last 2v4 got. Now it's making more sense. Yes, sir.
Yo!
So we replenish the coffers. The cash flows and the action continues. With Shiro taking an early look over towards apartments, his counterpart down underpass.
What a shot. That's on a jiggle.
There have been a lot of rounds where Donk goes down first.
Yeah, like, look at the position that he would have been in. Hard to get out of. Lots of nades coming their way.
Oh, bro.
All util. All 100 health taken down by grenades off of the opening
got
shot. This is
util to
Mouz
death.
with an emphasizing answer.
Yeah, he needs to step out of that. It starts off with a great shot. Torsi gets 20 off of it. That shoulder peek was really purposeful from Donk. He tried to only show a sliver. That was not easy. That's how you can tell Torsi's focused. Spirit say we like a challenge. This round is still in play. Oh! Yeah, let's play on Nightmare difficulty, actually, Spirit say. But you know what? There's still room to actually make something happen. And there are no eyes on middle. The split is going to the other site with that pickoff. 2 players here, but they are paired up in the back of the site.
Look at this position. I mean, Spinks.
Hard setup to
Assuming he
break
doesn't
3
fall off
here.
of it.
Rotates early right now from Zertian.
Oh man, Magic is inching his way ever closer.
Good ramp push right now by Brolin to get this info.
The vision of Jimmy.
This is going to be another collapse if Mouz fumble it. Magic's in a perfect position to strike. Catches them fully off guard. Jimmy off of the bench gets his. Peeks around.
Oh my god, he got them both.
It is Magic's to
Oh, great molly.
Burn into the open. Fire on his feet. Fire on the fingertips. Doesn't allow for Shiro to plant. And so Mouz get the first in OT.
They wanted him to come out of that window, but there was not enough HP to defend that jump. Scary moment. That plant could have come in, and it would have been a 2v1 in the wrong direction. Nice shot from Shiro in the end, but day is saved here for Mouz. They catch the first of overtime. But even just Spirit bringing that close from 3v5, I think they'll still be pretty proud of that moment. This is a reset for them. And this is a game where there aren't really stress breaks. When these 2 coaches are talking, it's going to be tactical, and you know it. It's an awful start to the round, or fantastic, depending on what perspective, because, my goodness, the utility for Mouz. Just don't know how to feel right now.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster here.
I'm looking for something right
now. Mouz tick upwards.
We've got very healthy scoreboard right now in terms of who's fragging, who's at the top.
Certainly feels as it should be. Curious if Spinks gets a little more into the action as it goes on.
Great. Where are you?
Util here for Brolin. He's going to get
you.
active down that ramp. Smokes up in the apartment, which allows for Jimmy to inch ever closer too. Man, this is movement from Mouz. They've definitely had the more proactive of the 2 CT sides.
Yeah, Mouz has been very active. Brolin's ramp pushes have gotten a lot of info.
Has been pretty solid, especially for Jimmy today.
No rotate
With
though.
all that vacancy over towards the A site, Jimmy starts to get a little nervous.
This split is so constricting. That's one shot I don't think you can afford to miss.
You said he was kind of leaving some out there, and he's going to get chased down. Absolutely hits Jimmy back from bench again. Finally, Donk not dead in the opening fight means he's got impact in hand.
There wasn't enough vision. It actually came down to Spinks, right? He wasn't deep enough, but actually now there's a chance for a retake. We're talking about overtime. Zertian's going to go the long way around through the back.
Luckily for Mouz, they win that first round in overtime. They can afford to be swept out.
Are Spirit going to maximize his post plant? That's the question. Zontix, pressure on you, buddy.
Playing behind the shelves, Brolin, no nades. It's going to be gun in hand, and it's a free delivery for Zontix. Deep market positioning.
That's pretty cool because they have Shiro watching Cat, so no one can walk up on Zontix behind him. They have that early warning system. This time on the bomb is going to bleed down. That's a response from Spirit and a very strong one. And actually, I think the least convincing start to a round for Mouz that we've seen in some time.
Trying to chase the kills here. Torji, what you up to?
Everyone's gone.
He lets him know he's nearby. 2 survive for Mouz, 3 on the side of Spirit as they go 13 rounds all.
At least going 1-1. The money won't be stressed, I think, for either team. But this is a very good approach out of Mouz, or sorry, out of Spirit, taking over middle. There's a single point of failure in this round. That's exactly what you're trying to find as a T side. And as soon as Spinx gets that info, he wished he had a deeper angle. He wished they had more vision on mid. He wished someone could trade that off shot because falling back to get right was not the solution. Not with how fast Spirit were going.
Even the bench player wasn't able to help. Donk gets a chance to fixate on both frags, one-on-one.
They got overstressed. Jimmy got the refrag, then he couldn't go back up to the B apps. He relies on going unnoticed, right? It's really important for him to get 2 kills.
Does his best work in the shadows. Spinx very quickly back onto an M4.
Flash over
to hell with the scopes, he says.
No.
Man, this is a really interesting moment. It's the same thing as last time.
Gonna be an opening for Donk, can't turn it around. Very quickly ready to answer that walk up through the middle. And so Chopper head down, looking for an answer, sees the barrel, Free sitting there, but again, it's fast reactions.
No bomb there.
And it's gotta be said, Mouz is tethering off of one another. We have seen rounds like this where once Spirit's opening moves have been found out, it's a quick wave out of the Mouz players to sweep them.
It's also very pragmatic. Last time they tried something different by having Spinx on and off because it's overtime. But he is now in ladder room. He hasn't really played ladder room that often. It's a great spot for him. And even though they take him out, he has way more support this time. He's rifling, which is a lot more comfortable. And there's one shot here for Mouz to take 2 rounds in overtime.
It's an edge.
That's well done. I mean, they responded so well to everything that was wrong about the last round. And Spirit said, it's overtime. We might not see another T side. Let's do the same thing again. They dressed it up a little differently, but it was a focus on the kill split.
It was this. Popping open that smoke grenade, fully exposed desertion, and great rifle control on his behalf.
Yeah.
2K mow down as they take it all.
So you imagine if it was the last round and that shot was missed.
Right.
And then that happened.
Sure.
They would have still saved it.
Oh yeah, backs turned desertion like that. He's gonna eat you up every day of the week.
Yeah. Mouz have proved to be fast learners in this game, and it's paying off.
I think you should bite the bullet messenger, by the way, Saint. I just caught up with your messages.
1 round here secures that second overtime for Mouz. Already trying to take it to top middle. Roland shut down and no multi-kill out of Zertion here on the attack. Jimmy slips down into the A site.
Double lurk out of Palace is nice. What a
right
round.
behind him.
Spinx is watching in the window. I
This
think
is a
Magic
great
saw
round
him.
right now
He'll get
by
away.
Mouz.
This starts to be a retake. It's 2v3
Good
for the
reaction
moment,
off of
but
the
they
mid
don't-
aggression.
Players preoccupied. The fact that he dropped down. Look at Shiro still locked in, waiting for this arrival. And patience pays off.
2v2
At the very
now.
least, to put it back into the even 2v2.
This is
Jimmy
a
gets
good
off
play right
site.
here.
Torji does the same. Where's that bomb planted?
Palace
This
is
is going to take an enormous mistake, but you know what? Zontix maybe finds the only route that they can pull this off, but
Default.
he might have to start running. We'll see.
Bombs off for either player.
Oh,
Jimmy and
shit.
Torji are going to have no line of sight on this bomb.
Wait, you can see that.
Player with the kit.
Oh,
but
fuck.
he misses his chance. At least Shiro's able to get him out from that, but now the kid is up on top of Palace. Shiro's going to have to chase the kills. There is no chance at this. That slide out onto the A site will give Mouz 2 more chances to shut down Mirage.
Jimpat saves the day.
That's
that
a
could have been
big
Zontix jumping out to plant. That was the only way to win. He shut that down. Actually a good attempt, close moment, and good start actually out of Spirit. With the trades coming down this way.
Dude.
That's exactly what you're hoping for.
And all that time burned off while the bomb was going down.
And if that first spray obviously was a little better out of Zontix, then everything happens sooner.
Man, I'm sad Liquid didn't advance. I wanted to root for Twist, too.
2 rounds for another overtime. Again, these guys are used to it.
All of a sudden, in a stark contrast, open middle of the map here.
No,
this is going back
CSOT is
to
3
how the
per
game
half.
started, with Spirit just kind of leaning back and allowing Mouz to get that close to sites.
If Mouz win 1 round,
that everything, you know,
Jover.
like lots of
Spirit
tempos,
need 15
lots of variety
to
inside
reset
of middle.
OT.
Big position changes. You know, sprinkle in a 2v4 in round 24. and then do it at a major playoffs in a packed house in Texas. What more could you ask for?
Maybe some barbecue.
Sold. What's up, Terry?
Donk is like the player to
Nades in
kind of
hand.
watch here.
You can see it coming. If you're on the Mouz side, this is looking like a hard hit. And Chopper's going to be at that first, just behind the bricks, trying not to lose his head. He will hold on to his ground. Torzy's going to get the answer back. Online from ramp. Magic's off position, catches them with their guard down, and donks into the kill feed with a double. Here's the answer out of Brawl. He's got a couple of his own. 2 more to go. Clipped as he jumps through the sky. 1 round decides it yet again.
Oh, the follow-through is there from Mouz. Actually, you know, we have Jimpat turning the corner, trying to get to the underground, and trying real
What a real one.
to commit
The
to
crowd
trade,
loves
make
that
it
shit.
happen.
I wish I bought that.
From Boston to Austin, baby.
From
And
Boston
this
to
one moment
Austin
really
is
slows
a
everything
fucking
down.
bar.
All the efficacy of the utility coming out vanishes once that first kill doesn't come out. It's very well supported from Jimpat. He finds the opportunity he looks for, but he can't get the kill.
Maybe one day, Nemo. I never rule out anything. I mean, anyone that's ever talked to me in esports knows that, like,
on Mirage.
I don't like talking in definitives. I also don't rule out anything.
After winning, ouch. Here you go, reap your rewards. Good luck,
kind
kid.
of.
Little utility and timing, perfect timing. The guillotine set.
Big trade.
But Donk able to drop his utility into connector. He's going for the fight. He saw it for a second. A quick vision. Brolin able to zone him. And so now it falls onto Shiro with a deagle in hand. He tries to slide behind him. Spams away into the gut.
That's another one coming behind him.
3v3 and turns. With an AK now in hand, he knows he's pinched. And they're trying their damnedest to get him out of here. All hands on deck for Mouz to close this. Zontics and Magic's work up from ticket. They announce themselves, at least one does, and we talked about that limitation here in the MP9.
That
Magic's
MP9
ready to try to
so
swing. Can the cover really be that good? Torsy over towards connector.
Yeah, great
Spinks
flash
gets
peek.
it going. Zontic's back. And he was so instrumental in the clutch that pushed them into overtime. Tasked to do it again. It's all they can think about. He is their nightmare fuel at the moment.
Oh, he's fucked.
And the shade tries to come from the shadows yet once again, but there is an op holding this position. Oh, he gets the damage in. But time's ticking quickly. Incendiary down into connector. Torgy's feet to be burned. No way!
The MP9!
Don't you dare! Puts a smoke on top of the bomb. Now he has no vision!
He's gonna dive it.
1 second!
Oh my god, he fucking got that! No way, bro! Oh my god, dude! Zontics has had some outrageous clutches to keep them in this shit.
Zontic squeezes water from stone.
Oh, what a line.
Shiro timed that push and started spamming before he could see in that moment. So much trust at every point of this play. Zontics. Contrast this to Copenhagen when he took 2 lines.
This map's incredible.
To pull off a clutch on a retake.
Holy
Here,
shit.
He took
All right,
that time
OT.
with pure conviction. Knew exactly how every moment would go. He had the vision.
To hell with Copenhagen. Zontic's now a major champion. Plays that round like one.
Does he read the close? Balls pop. They're out.
Jimmy trying to jump down into the site.
Oh, wow. Caught Chopper.
Got the first one.
Damn.
Jimmy's
Balls
gonna
pop was
collect the
nice.
second. It's a hard-hitting Mouz looking to get this A site under wraps, looking to waste no time. In the first round of OT2, Donk just sits here like a statue. Nothing he can really offer. Xerxin pops his head, and it's a Magic's 1v4 that he's not even going to take a swing at.
Man, it's Mouz are just excellence, right? We're getting a lot of really cool moments late round here for Spirit, but answers back immediately for Mouz. It was such a slow start, again, at the beginning of this game, but ever since, like, the team play has been beautiful. Their site execs are solid. Their trading is fantastic. There's almost no notes for them. The hardest possible challenge here for Spirit. Another fantastic exec, and they come out fast.
Wait,
just to show they
what
weren't
was
rocked
your...
by the last round.
I never saw your initial thing. Told him our producers.
I love that this game hasn't been one note in terms
That's
of
a
the way
win.
that they approach.
That's a dub.
And even if they've used a lot of mid control, it's not always to get exertion up
That's
in
a
the
dub.
connector in the window. It's honestly a rare sight now. They've got way more levers that they can pull on, and they're finding a way to get these opening kills over and over again.
100% that indicates he likes you. Give you cake and a hot chocolate.
This map could mean the series. It could mean your playoff run ended. It could be you going on to make the final.
Chat, by the way, when I was pogging out earlier for the sub right here. So this is Matt. I played on a team with Matt back in this time frame. Like, you'll actually see him in the kill feed in a second, I think. Getting fragged, of course, because I'm doing all the fragging. That's him right there. It's just his alias is backwards. Kind of wild, dude.
A should-have-been win. 2 players stacked top middle. It's Torji on the prowl while Spinks looks to get active.
And we finally had the hybrid off out of Magic, something that I actually like to see a lot. He's very good with it on Anubis. He's definitely very good with it on Mirage. Saving it for OT obviously makes a lot of sense. But they spotted it once.
And he doesn't really have the widest of angles either.
No, it's quite brave to play here, but you at least get deep in early information. So if they cross, you can't just simply get out of the window that quickly, especially Zontix if you catch the jump outs. But if he goes down, I don't know about that.
Oh, no.
Not ideal, that's for damn sure.
Very difficult now.
There was already pressure on him.
God,
Shallow angle now just stuck behind this pillar. It's going to have to be some close.
What?
That opping.
It's a quick scope.
Beautiful
what the
stuff.
fuck?
Magix, he hits that for 92. Player up in apps, dropped by Dog, who slips out through the window. Dealt with by the Cat player. It's a good answer, yep. Again, from Brolin. Just enough time to grab bomb. Shiro on the hunt. He's ready.
What?
Gets his as well. Unbelievable stuff. Spinks with the instant headshot. We go down to a clutch again.
That's
and
kind
that
of a throw by
bomb ticking.
there.
Chopper soon on the scene. And Spinks doesn't know exactly where he's got off to.
Yeah, he's slow to it, but Spinks, he's guessing. Both players,
just guessing,
who knows
chat.
when this opportunity is going to present itself.
Chopper's so cold.
Chopper wins it. Denies the 1v2. Can you believe those shots out of Magix? When Zontix dies, right? We saw this happen to Mouz. When you lose your Cat player in that fashion, B-side player is so vulnerable.
What?
What? He just took an attempt.
Okay, Ops are king this round.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
quick scope out of Magix, quick scope out of Shiro over towards Catwalk.
2 Ops was the solution.
Shot through smoke.
Yeah, but you know what? That's in CS2. That's one of the best things that's happened to Mirage. Fighting through that connector smoke, it's only so wide where you can run up on Cat.
Molly behind mid box. Zontix playing up on Cat. Standard jump spot
Getting
over
used
here
to
at B.
spamming that position
Got a meme
is
for
now
that.
just
We're right about it.
another tool in the arsenal for these top players. How creative can you get now? This
Smoking
deep into
bottom con is
overtime,
very
this
powerful
deep
in
into
this game, by the
Mirage.
way. Which is where you just saw Don't Smoke. You'll
Becomes
see
a
this
game
like
of rock,
refresh
paper,
a lot.
scissors. We're out of prep. There's no
You can
more
see over it
tricks.
for the Cat lurk. Kind of stops people from going in. It just stalls out mid a lot. You could lurk on the backside and peek underpass. Could flash through, peek topside. There's a lot of options.
Down the round that cracks
That's
the
why you see
win
even
open.
a resmoke coming
You have
from
to find a
Cat.
way to be brand new on the fly.
They blow it up to see if anyone's on the other side.
Popping the smoke open.
They're trying to assemble a similar B split here.
I mean, it's going to be heavy out through the apartments with these two in hand.
What happened with
Jimmy and
Shopify?
Spinks
Oh,
on
I
the
stepped
attack.
down.
Donk loses his line of sight. He's got a nade to try to crack it open, but Chopper! Oh, Chopper spams smoke!
Oh, no.
And that is just a golden ticket for Brolin to pounce on top
Oh,
of both.
no.
And the bomb gets away, but Shiro gets killed.
Zontix isn't able to get his just yet. That's a position known. Torzi now climbing back up into Cat. They will catch Zontix.
This round's chalked.
But now at the moment, we've got Spirit still defending both sides. Jimmy gets that B site down. 20 on the clock.
The bomb has to go somewhere, and it can't cross Cat just yet. They've got to approach.
What if Shiro stops it? It's trying to go up Cat, but the jungle player's gonna lock this in.
Another great flash.
Sketchy stop though for a second.
Yeah, very. With the way that Spirit had staged the defense in connector, up on Cat, it's all fine. Like, they're in really good spots to deal with this, but you can see the flashes are placed perfectly. They're aware that someone might push up here, and Brolin gets his double. I mean, That was just pure magic.
You spam that smoke with a FAMAS.
Go. Boys, our early rounds, how we go is amazing. Let's just close the rounds out, okay?
Yeah.
That's all. We're playing so much better than them. I promise you, when we go outside after we win this map, Dennis will tell you how proud he is, okay?
You know what?
That's
that sounds
cute.
truly calm.
Sure.
That was really calm, actually.
That's not what you always hear from Mouz.
That's a good leader,
Learning
by the
to
way.
win is the journey that Mouz are on in
That's how proud he
2025.
is of us.
Learning to survive as well has been their journey here in Austin specifically.
Spirit
New
are a
profile
little
pick.
bit timid, honestly.
Yeah,
if
you
you
like-
look at the
that's,
majority of their attacks. We're talking about really slow
That's when I did the
crawls.
100 Thieves.
They're making sure to have all of their
picks
utility in place
in
before they
Istanbul
exact. We're not getting
for
walkouts out
the
of Palace, leading
champs
into
jersey.
doubles. They're not trying to game rotations too much. They're trying to go full strength.
All right, you can see
and
that's
hope
like
that
the
Mouz have
attack
set up
version of
incorrectly.
that con smoke, right? It goes up on the stairs.
On the A ramp, Mouz have been pretty solid.
Nice shot.
Shiro just slides into it, but they don't know about Sphinx.
What the fuck? Chopper's so lucky.
All right, Mouz, look
Hit
at
him with
their
the fucking NASCAR swing.
response to hold
Oh
back
my
this ace
god,
all
dude.
banks on Zershin. He is pinched. This is a time-limited situation for Zershin, and now we're talking about Mouz going down with absolutely nothing on that half of the map.
They have been a boa constrictor here. And they put the pressure towards the A ramp. It's exactly where Mouz tried to respond to, but that op was, again, on point.
That was Zershin? Holy fuck.
There'll be no answer here.
That's a good play.
It's pretty amazing how decisive some of the positions that we're finding from both teams.
Mouz slid 2 players down on that ramp. They knew what they were signing up for. Okay.
Dude, he hears the crowd. He hears the crowd.
They desperately want to
CS
bet.
players are so good at reacting to the crowd.
They want to make
He
sure there's
immediately
no
went
off if
back.
They win another round.
Down for the count.
Yep.
Big to
All
hunt
of
those
Mouz
kills.
cleared. We get tied up again.
That's very important in CSOT chat for anyone that's from Val because it's 3 rounds per half. And the CT economy in this game is very punishing. So it's very important that that guy lived, and that's why they hunted him so hard.
Spirit survived 6 of them so far.
Ooh. This game
Their
is
timeout
fucking
gets
cinema
used.
right now, dude. Holy.
I have to wonder what they're going to try next.
This is so stupid. Opening K, this is so stupid, bro. What the fuck is this guy? It's so stupid.
Very creative. I love it.
This bro printed that shit out. That was so much ink.
Had to be realistic.
God damn.
All right. 2 to win. 1 for another overtime.
Yeah, that dude spent a fortune on ink.
And it's Torzi on the opening angle.
All right, you can see the amount of util they throw before they ever.
Smoke to test it. Oh, again, though. Always got to be careful
Chopper
about
sniffing it
announcing
out.
yourself.
You heard the guy shoot down low.
Those audibles
In
are
the
so
pro
important.
level,
Of course,
in
they see how
CS, you
active
hear
the
this
defense is.
guy.
You know what? Mouz
It's
are
not
playing
like
back
Valorant where
again.
you can have
Sometimes
abilities
they're not
anywhere,
pushing up
right?
with Sphinx.
So
They got
he
lots
knows
of
this
info.
guy has to have support from somewhere. The molly
He'll
came
back
from
out. I
window,
don't
so
think
he's
they
probably thinking like,
re-molly
that looks
top
like a
mid
dick.
either, so they don't know if
He
there's a
knows
lurker
probably
that's
3
actually
mid.
shrinks
So he
the map
backs
a
off
lot.
of mid,
Now
does a
for
lurk
Mouz,
there
this would be a very
for late
impressive window
round,
smoke
and
as
then they
well.
do an A pop.
CTs will have to guess a little bit. And
Opening kill. Zontix has been a monster from inside this Palace position.
Torzi chimes in.
And he's going to be banking on Zershin to hold Palace. If not, he's worried about it himself. And the longer he keeps any attention on that, the more players from Spirit
that molly
that
doesn't go
start
very
to
deep.
slip up that ramp. They are already surpassing Sandwich. They are climbing over top. They are simply swarming this bomb site. And
Damn,
Orange
Magix
will
is
do
fucking good at
nothing
this
about
work.
it. Long have we waited for Spirit to get back
Long
in
have we
control of
waited?
this game. And they slice through that A site like it's nothing.
Econ is,
like
look
butter,
at their
baby.
econ chat. This guy has
Running
to
for
live.
the hills here is Sphinx.
He
Too
has
late
to
to the
live.
party. The first
They are
time
so
in
fucked.
this map, Mouz faced the loss.
Bro.
They don't get the kill at top mid.
God
This is a
damn.
position
Spirit have a
where
lead for the first
Spirit
time
get
in God
information.
knows how
I think
long.
whether Mouz realize it or not, but they get blocked out totally out of their data on mid control. The window smoke comes in, and it's a very decisive action. Before Mouz can figure out how to get info back somewhere else, they move into their A setup. And Zontix taking the first kill, something you also love to see. Someone who can move too slow sometimes here has been the savior. Is honestly the reason that they're even obviously in overtime. What a map from Zontix this game.
Dude, don't need that guy.
And you can see where that opens up, right? The line for Shiro to fight into CT. They have all the appropriate utility. If you're sitting there on ticket
have, like,
and you're not taking
all
some kind of deep angle fight, you're not sitting on triple to really give yourself a peek, which they mollied. There's no way for Torzi to get a clean shot.
So here we go.
This buy, bro. MP9.
Oh man, yeah, this is
just fucking shit.
We're talking about Mouz very broke here. We've got a scout in play for Torzi.
That knockout punch is pulled.
Oh, they're trying to do a trick in front of the smoke. Will they make a mistake?
Here we go.
Jimmy sits in the corner and it doesn't. Oh, Don skips
Didn't
the
clear
process.
He looked at it and looked away before he
It's
even
because
shot.
this
It's
smoke
a
up
half-ass
here.
clear, and when we go back into some previous critical rounds, they are often off of the back of Donk going down first empty-handed. Here we go again.
I want to say you cannot afford to make that mistake, but how many bad positions have Spirit found their way out of, even without Donk?
Countless. Because guys like Zontix step up when push comes to shove. The team around Donk is the reason that they've still got something to stand on.
They're finding the right call.
It's a
There's
good
no
call.
one here in ladder room. They're still bringing the split forward.
It's within silence that they do make this move. Smoke fades.
Big
Search and
kill.
exposed. Only had the
34.
Fomus there to work with.
This guy needs like 2. This guy needs 2.
Spirit themselves have faced 6 knockout blows on Mirage, and with one chance to send Mouz into a tailspin, they will take this attack to the B site in only a few moments. We are down to 25 seconds.
Biggs is hiding.
He's just going to keep this corner locked in from the side. It's Jimmy down with
Zontix
nothing.
has had some
insane
insane impact.
And he's gone unnoticed. Oh my God! Trade back from Zontix yet again. Oh! T3!
Wow. I
His
thought
eyes,
Biggs had
that guy's
ruined
eyes.
that spot. He went
Bugging
and
out.
tucked fence with his teammate up on holes, waiting, hoping that they don't spot him first, then Jimmy goes down. It felt like a matter of moments before he dies. Donk made a mistake. He understands how bad that was.
Damn.
They still almost saved this spot, but they don't trade Spinks. 2 players on his screen at the same time. He should not be able to allow to adjust for both. I think they trusted that Molly was going to cover that spot. They don't look in that direction.
Just one step forward, far enough to stay away from the flames, stay away from losing out.
Underpass score.
And so it becomes 1 map point here for Mouz. Going to another overtime. Donk is angry.
He's gonna try to chase you down. The beast is off the leash. Trying to charge you through this site, but his teammates falling in the process. Fast reaction from the repositions. And that is bomb on the ground for the time being. Shiro soon to scoop it up, and you do still have Donk out here.
Damn, what a play
And as
by
long
Donk.
as he's got a little room to work with,
They got him down to 10 HP.
let him feast. Him and Chopper, feet firmly on the ground of this B site. Soon, Shiro will have that red carpet rolled out so that he can join them.
What?
He's gonna go ahead and take down the cat player. It is all on Torji. It's a Spirit
They
answer
grinded
again.
for that.
Full recovery.
The kill
as soon
by
as they
Donk
break
was
into another
everything.
overtime.
What
Donk
a
said,
fucking util
I made a
set.
mistake. Maybe I felt I was going too slow through the B halls. Instead, he turns it up 100 miles per hour out of that window into the site. This is insane. Jumping up onto the top of bench. It had to be a first bullet headshot, and it was.
I mean, finally, Donk given a moment where he's in a bomb site with a little chance to breathe.
I also like to see a faster play like that out of Spirit in general. Early attempt at the first kill.
I mean, they lost players in crossing the windows, but off of Donk's spawn, he got out as fast as possible. And you see what that space does for him.
They know this is bullshit, fake mid-pressure. They leave.
Trying to tear up this T side yet again. Activity from the defense.
They need to
Mouz.
lean one to
Great
be.
early move from Mouz,
They need
right?
to lean one to
again.
be like
I mean, we'll see how
ASAP.
fast that Spirit turned this into an attack, but for now,
If Mouz don't lean someone to
this
B,
is
it's
impending
over.
doom.
Oh, fuck. Chop.
This window smoke will come down. The CTs have some vision. They should know what's taking place, but to be
Yeah, why are
honest,
they
this is
not
2 players on a
rotating,
big
bro?
flank right now.
Oh my
This is
God.
2 players hard
Spirit's
committed
pace
to
is
a
very
long
slow.
road a journey and a half, but as Spirit are stalled over towards B, if they don't take a chance and play through this smoke.
Do they know something's wrong? Right now, they're not watching it.
Not one set of eyes turns to their flank. Not one Spirit member has thought about it. Now Chopper finds out, and suddenly it's going to be white faces for the Spirit side stuck inside the apartments. Shiro thinks maybe he can turn fast enough, but that second player's found. And this is the cleanest of sweeps from Mouz. Proactivity on the CT side.
Yeah, good call by Roland.
Finally pays off.
We had one round where Shiro got a kill on the A ramp and stopped that re-clear. But most of the time, Mouz have done a great job of taking it. They haven't lost players. They found it when it's empty. Here's another example of that. And they do this one so early, right? There is no clue that this is Spirit who just sort of veered into mid. They could be still top boxes. They could be in a full default.
Chat me when I'm the B player.
Attack, and yet still Mouz. They find out fast. I mean, this is very impressive stuff.
What the fuck? I'm feeling if I can lose my VOD for this shit.
Cyclone with a pause in his back
the
pocket.
fucking jump spot is crazy.
If this doesn't set the temperature for playoffs, I don't know what does. We saw FaZe walking through the corridors back here, over the moon about the way the crowd here has welcomed them.
Yeah, dude, I feel like
the red carpet outside.
Fan favorites.
Beauty of that is they get to go back to the hotel, sit in that, stew in it for an entire day before they take to the stage for play.
Stewie 2K.
Fast again, Donk looking for his action early.
Good pace.
Gets met by Torzi,
so
deep
aware,
angle. Okay, another. This is Torzi looking to tear them up. And then Xerxion's able to hold back on connector,
dude,
so
Torzi's
very
so
swiftly.
aware.
Spirit try to take the fight.
I don't think they've had that pace a single time.
Pelted by utility, bombarded in the palace.
It's suddenly in 6th gear.
And a quick answer out of Mouz, off of the tack pause.
Every single play now is 6th gear.
That was Hallie who tried to control the momentum of the round. That was him who took the pause, called something, and Spirit just get put through the ringer.
Man, Mouz have so much range. The fact that they can be ready for all these fast plays as well as the slower crawls that Spirit are throwing at them has been so impressive.
Damn.
But once again, answer
I
first.
came to get blasted. What the fuck? Scrawny, the lips. Why did Scrawny make that noise?
With this one as well. It's been a standout map in his career.
Yeah, it's been a standout event, dude. Just the way he's taken over, you can feel it. We talked about in that listen in the confidence that Mouz were sort of exuding. It's 1st to 22. And Mouz quick to take over mid control. We've got a double cat setup, which means nobody inside of this B site. Will it catch them off?
Ooh, good protection by Chopper.
Connector combined with Magic.
No trades, no trades.
5v3, and Brolin's a little too late to get anything back, but he does have Sphinx right with him. Ooh, they could get tricky.
Oh, he's ready to make this play.
Sneaky.
He's drooling about this. He wants to make something happen for his team. We know him in these late game situations.
Oh, the flash again! Again! Same flash,
so good.
same result, but I will put a spell on this one.
Wait.
Bomb is back in mid.
They didn't get it. They were just so focused on making sure this happened, but they need to go back
Dude, I
and get
pointed
that
this out earlier for
while
Mouz.
they keep the
Mouz has
A
run into
site.
this
Sometimes
problem
you
a few
can't have
times
both.
now.
The thing is, Spirit don't know that they've got to go find it. Mouz can get crafty with this one.
And when you think about crafty players on Mouz, you think about Jimmy.
Oh man, I mean, it starts to become a much more losing spot here for Mouz. Jimmy's in such a awkward spot. The CTs are peeled back right now. Ooh. I mean, this bomb's going to have to come back to A as well.
Takes us until overtime 3 before we get a real glaring mistake. The two players that survived in middle were the underpass players. Never were they meant to go back and get this.
Two holding this cross.
Jimmy takes up a position that could damn well catch Spirit off guard. Things have felt too quiet. We've got Chopper and Magix carving some information off at the top of stairs.
Yeah, Chopper and Magix, these are going to be the first two contacts, right? When does Shiro get into this?
He's taking a deeper angle. Brolin's starting to find the solution. We go back even 3v3. Nobody fights to stop it. Oh, he does. There's all 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
Honestly, perfect setup, right? Covered all the options. They allowed for a player to die.
The C9 tanks.
They still had every important choke point that Mouz needed control of. They had it covered.
They forgot the bomb.
Yeah, they forgot the bomb. To be honest, they lost members while they were moving up quite far to forget the bomb. So even though it's down to 3 players, you have to wonder why it was still at top mid when so much of this plan had already taken place. I mean, we're so deep in now in overtime, though. It feels so unfair almost.
I don't know if I
honing
have
on
any
every
more
mistake,
C9
but these are
tanks.
going to be the ones that change the outcome of the game.
Honestly
I mean, this
think
is the moment where those small mistakes suddenly we've got to put under the microscope.
Big round.
These are the sorts of rounds of Counter-Strike where those problems start to creep through.
Starting to feel like the CT side is just having an easier time no matter who's playing it.
And that calmness that we kind of praised for Mouz, does that go out the window with a round like that, with a glaringly obvious mistake?
Maybe one might be put away somewhere. But I'm pretty sure Jennifer...
Still anybody's map.
And you have to space out tactics like that when Donk's going to be playing on top stairs, right?
Blanket.
So that he doesn't get too used to it. And
Which I'll
here
show
they
you in a
throw it
second.
out. It gets them the kill, but not the round.
Bomb's going to double back. Very quiet one from Mouz. Very dangerous game as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Floating around on his
Someone
own.
said that
Starting to peel
earlier.
back. I think he's just going to try to come in late.
Dude, I'm glad. I love Tyler.
Leaving it to his teammates
Tyler
to
is
actually
literally
take
one
the
of the
site in this
fucking
spot.
best souls in all of
We get
esports.
Shiro floating with the scope honed in.
Here's the
we
stew
go.
in the pressure cooker. They're going to get close, build the
Chopper
tension.
and
It really
Shiro.
comes down to the first
Donk on the
person
rotate.
who peaks. Last time it was Jimmy up the ramp. Chopper took him out.
This time Chopper up towards Palace instead. He'll
Good
have
smoke
Jimmy
by Donk.
inside of the Palace.
Oh,
What a move.
that was
Shiro
fast as
given
fuck.
just enough space to get around that box. Deals with his counterpart in Torsi.
Great swing.
Palace locked on too.
Can he live?
Chopper tries to escape.
The
Donk
support
is
is
on the
goated.
scene. And he's not going to waste a moment here. It's blood in the
What?
water. Spinks with the
2v3
answer.
winnable.
This is a 2 versus
Winnable.
5.
2v2.
Sent against
Oh.
them. Magic's back from behind triple. Spinks a quad kill needed. 3 frags.
Shit,
deep.
bro.
15 seconds.
Oh, that's a good nade. Oh, dude, what?
Rock solid.
That is an incredible round by Mouse. They finally got one of those.
A sigh of relief, well earned by Mouz.
Holy
The
fuck.
one bullet made him just weak enough for the HE to get the rest of the damage in. How was he going to get the CT and get that bomb planted or get that kill without this? How?
Crazy.
He saw that Zontix 4K and says, watch this, I'll go one better. Does
Crazy. The crowd
pull
is
it off
going insane.
with the frag as time
This dude's
was
just
ticking.
fucking spinning. He can't believe it.
So cool from the top of Tetris 2. Flush them out. And so Spirit will have to face a loss again.
I can't believe this is map 1, bro. What a fucking first map. Holy shit.
Every major in America. I don't know how it happens.
Well, the beauty of this one is Mouz
That arena
are
is going to be insane for the
walking
finals.
the same road Cloud9 did in Boston, 0-2 as they
Shooting out of
arrived at
command.
this major.
Let's see.
Dare I say it, the spirit of C9's alive in this one.
I want Kira to add that command. Can
Or
Kira
not.
be the one that adds it? I know
Okay.
she's here.
He forgot about Elise, guys. It's all
Pretending.
good.
Sorry.
Yeah, like pretending like she's
Try again
not here is
tomorrow.
crazy, actually. Mod, get to
Here we have
work.
it. Chopper goes for a different position. Torsi with the bomb. If anybody sees him, jig is up.
I want that knife so bad, but dude, that knife is sexy. I'm not gonna lie. The emerald fucking knives are so insane.
Well, up until they lost, it was a good CT round out of Spirit. But that's what this game has shown us. No position is guaranteed.
All
Chopper.
that utility landing.
Yeah, Chopper played his spot perfectly. Lots of good damage here on Zontix.
Yes,
that
sir.
might matter. Donk up to the plate, maybe for a final time. We'll see.
He's got to
Oh,
do
he missed
something,
that.
right? The rounds he goes down are the rounds that seem
Wow,
to lose.
Donk still got that.
There's no way they survive
2v4.
another. How
2v4
many
for one more
round
OT.
losses? Spinks up onto the staircase. Torchi's going to crack it back open with the Tech
2v3,
9.
Donk
Remember, he's
20.
got that bomb.
They need to scale.
Spinks is going to find one.
No
It's
way.
not.
No way. 1 on 2.
No way they steal this. Magic
Oh my god,
slides and
17 on the
stops
clock.
plan.
15,
Wait,
14.
there's time to plant. He's trying to catch the
1v1.
cross.
Spinks with another clutch attempt. Magic slides wide.
Oh my god, dude, this game will not end. What the fuck?
OT
Yo.
needed.
Played with so much confidence right there, Magic.
Oh my
I
god.
just want to give him some credit for making that move. Could have caught the cross. Spinks wanted that right on the pass. But
What
if
an
he didn't catch him
insane
right
fucking
here and
map.
stay out there and look for a competent fight, Spinks would know he's tucked back and spawn. He played that from a position of power. I appreciate that, Magix.
Devastated, actually.
Time wasn't low enough to just hide.
That's amazing, Mark. Honestly, bro, that's such a
shimmer of
loophole in
Shanghai
CS. I
out
feel
of
like.
Magix. Nice to see the floor of Spirit rising to the occasion here.
It's not Dust 2, but it is Dusty 2.
I wish the chat's floor would rise to
like
the
home.
occasion.
Oh, Brolin predicts the position of Zontix. Donks is going to have that answer, though.
That was a great call out. Donk, he
jumps over the angles.
Yeah, they have Palace smoked. He's actually fine to do that. In and out. I think he wants to, try to get something out of it. Oh, and a rare sight,
Kara, what
folks.
are
We
you
got the
scared
Donk
of?
AWP.
Should we take the mod away?
No, this round's going to avoid him, however. This is really going to feel like a 2v4. You can't really find a moment where Donk should believe he needs to rotate. Magix needs help. We got a very confident position out of Mouz. It'll have to be Chopper again. He's actually been great at stopping these A attacks.
Oh, he's out. He's gone. Doesn't
Chopper
waste a
has
moment to
been
try
really,
to reposition.
oh my god, his
Jimmy
ass.
nearly catching him as well, and that draws Shiro into the top of the stairs. Chopper's been under pressure for a while now. Double kill from Spinks to open
Damn,
up
that
the
movement,
site and
bro.
over top of Donk's angle.
Bro knew that this would be off.
Has no idea how. Okay, what are you doing?
He thought because there was a jump across that there could have been vision.
Torji playing Frogger. Jimmy down on the staircase. We go back even again.
NASCAR
Magic's
swing.
looking for yet some more. Late round impact. Double
Hard
up
for
for
this guy
Mouz
to
over
not get
towards
a
the
kill,
ticket.
no?
But remember, they never saw Spinks cross,
Flash
right?
on Magix.
That's right.
There's been
It could
vision
be.
on
Wow.
ticket this whole time. But the nade again.
Who needs to see him?
What goes around comes around for Spinks. Torzi,
Good
time to
flash,
shine.
swing.
Dodges the flash, turns back,
Oh.
clips Magic's wings, gets around the corner. Only a quarter, health left for Don. Gets him out, gets him down, and puts Spirit back in the lead.
That's the guy with 23 HP switched back to the AK for that retake.
Oh.
One bullet away from death, but he might be the only one that doesn't fear it. Excellent clear here from Brolin.
Kara, pull up your big girl pants.
It's the usual suspects
and
in the
ask
usual
them out.
positions. This time,
Dude, there's
Zontix
just
gets
nades
killed, Donk still
everywhere.
gets
Holy
his
shit.
Off connector, but some fantastic utility. I mean, how did they even find all those nades coming in that position? You can make an argument, Mauser better in a lot of early positions. Spirit have just shown unbelievable acts in the end, in the closing moments, in the clutches.
New Jersey getting pounded by thunderstorms.
It's a game of fire and
Who
ice.
wins this
Another
map?
team that is built off an ultimate superstar.
I mean, I'm gonna say Spirit just 'cause
and Mouz
they're
who have
up
made a
around
brand
right
out of
now.
taking out superstars.
I would have said
here
Mouz,
in
though.
OT4.
In almost all the other scenarios after like 5-0.
A double window smoke in for Mouz.
What the fuck?
Small mistakes will cascade quickly. This will make the round time a little bit shorter. They can't do
I feel like
as
this
many
is one of those
resmokes.
rare instances where I could legitimately bet on the games and not have an advantage. And so,
Now again,
like, I have no
anything like
inside
that
knowledge
can
of
be a big
anything.
clue. Even the audio.
They love to open this.
Bro, I could literally bet on the games. I could go
Shiro gonna
crazy.
crack it open. Brolin just got off the line.
Oh.
Damn, would have been exposed if it was fully open. Does he
Dude.
not see him? He's gone unnoticed.
Oh
Cersei
my
just stopping
God.
the net of Shiro, trying to hold him back from Cat. And so B-side's looking real prime for the taking, but Bomb still floats bottom con. This is Mouz.
Oh my God, he got the right!
Shiro starts to recover the kills. We go 3v3. Brolin at the base of connector with Bomb.
Next kill is
They're
everything
trying to
right
play
now
off
from
of
Mouse.
Spinks.
They need
They
this
don't know
next kill
about
so
Zontix yet, do
bad.
Jimmy's got deep position inside of that B-site. He could try to come back,
This is
unravel
so
it from
weird.
Cat.
1-1-1.
They're committing. They're going to commit.
30 seconds.
Are they going to clear this properly? That's the question.
Zontix in the corner.
Oh,
and
he
this guy
got
has
it.
done so much great work when he's allowed to go unnoticed.
2v2.
And still everything
They're
going
not gonna
south
clear
everywhere
this. No
else.
way.
Spinks has got to
No
be
way.
thorough, and he's not. A critical error that puts Brolin into the 1v2. He knows where they're at. Nate comes over, has time, clears wide, gets the first on the site. Default now his. Chopper at a health disadvantage.
Molly.
He's going to set him ablaze. Wide swing here from Brolin. Quick read position.
What? Bro, some of Chopper's kills have been nice.
It's perfect
like,
zoning.
real nice.
Gets him out of the only spot he could sit in. Chopper with a meaty high five there on Donk. He's hyped. He's closed this round out. Another clutch
meaty high
to
five.
Spirit. That was two guys looking for Donk as he rotated in late to the site. Zontix, I love that he just goes for the kill. Brolin actually had fantastic routing around the outside of default to trick Zontix. Got that kill, nearly put up the clutch, but it's another 1v2 denied. 2 rounds straight for Spirit. I don't remember seeing that so far.
I mean, just the fact that they are gunning for the best position they've been in to close yet.
This is one of those games, the outcome changes every single time they play. They love playing each other at overtime. It just means they're
standard setup. Heavy A, actually.
Such a good matchup.
From Spirit.
Again, who's going to make that final error?
Strat still does that.
Chance to sweep OT on CT side. Unseen so far in this game.
What the hell do they play to in this guy? Well, it's actually the same as Val. It's 12-round halves, but the OTs are 3 per half.
All about timing.
And they miss it again.
But look at Jimmy crawling. He might be setting up this exact same flash. They're coming in the connector. Donk's playing inside of it this time.
They try to triple nade that smoke. That's so
Everyone
cheeky.
crosses
They
by.
really feel
Shiro
the
now
mid
goes
pressure.
to guard the window.
Yeah, the climb up's there. Donk kind of caught off by the fact that Zergin's ahead of the smoke and Shiro just missed the climb up. Vince is going to have a side turn to him, and he'll seize that opportunity.
Still 2-on-A.
Looking for one. One round on this T side gives Mouz a little wiggle room, and Chopper bested by the player off to the top of the staircase. They found their opening. They have found their answer to this A site. 4 defenders in position.
No, you're good. Don't say sorry. Yeah. I fully expect
Slowly
this.
but surely, Mouz put on the squeeze.
Wait a second.
I'm honestly relearning the game with you guys. Like, I'm not
by pulling
faking it like
clutches
I know
from
everything
deep
I'm talking
within
about.
that hat, and with fire at the feet of
It
Jimmy
is-
yet again. He is forced to reposition. Magix, you've got nothing to lose here. Swing for the fences. And as the flash comes out from Ticket, he now knows both positions. It's just a matter of clearing Jimmy first. He starts to step wide. Magix collects his second. Goes to the top rope. 4 kills
Oh my
in
God,
this
he missed.
round.
Oh my God.
And he gets
Does he have this?
But yet
Yeah, he
again,
does.
It comes down to time, and he's got enough.
Wow.
Clean
They have him
sweep
on the ropes.
in the
That.
4th OTCT side.
Another
Holy.
retake clutch.
Holy. Spirit have had some incredible
Magix
clutches
with
this
another
game.
amazing moment in this match. And Torzy missed.
Whoa.
Oh.
Poise and presence are the words Torji has used.
That was the first sign that they were breakable. That this is a game that has not had misses that bad ever.
I'll say this, it's the same OT half.
No way.
They forgot the
The
bomb.
Steam Deck, bro.
Yes.
The
And
Steam
they have
Deck.
made some of those minor mistakes, but not so many mechanical.
Look at the crowd is all into that shit.
It's a different
Clutch
shade.
stats in this game are just going to be unreal to go and look back. When we see the match card,
The Steam Deck in
Mouz
the
have their
crowd
work
for
cut out for
case
them,
openings
folks.
is actually a diabolical play.
one more does it here for Spirit. Can they stick the landing on T side?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was hella into that shit. I was watching that shit. Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for Spirit. Just because I love watching fucking Donk.
Chopper at the helm. Hallie behind them.
I want to see a train
What's the
game.
move?
Obviously, it's not gonna happen here, but totally random thought. You just answer your question and give you
Torzy
something
looking
random.
for redemption.
Who do I want to win the major? Fucking FaZe, then, of course.
Steal off position. Molly missed. 10 damage and a little indignation here as Xerxin has to walk away from his offensive grenade.
Bro, that shit happens to me a lot in
talking point as this game goes on.
Something weird about this uptick shit. I almost feel like I have input lag sometimes.
You can see the glass is starting to crack, but will it shatter? Blocked out vision on mid once again. We don't have that
I love the
clear.
pace
That
of
worked out
CS
so well
rounds
previously.
because
Maybe
the casters can really
wasn't even the round
draw
to do
out
it,
the
but
narratives.
Mouz have to be worried about both sides.
They can
evenly.
add a lot of
they don't know
personality
what's
into
going
the
on here.
cast. They can let suspense build like this with just nothing.
Jimmy gets into a deeper line.
I would do
Magix
that with
is
Dan
still here with
sometimes,
one
but in
flashbang.
Valorant, it's so fast-paced with barriers. And
Coming
shit.
in on the lurk play. Brolin, can he cut him down?
It's heavy utility for Brolin. Xerxin cut off from it, can only offer supportive utility. Chucks out a little bit into the middle of the site. That's going to stall them for a second. That gets Spinks active. Brolin's still waiting for something to shoot at, and soon Shiro has this angle. Bringing the op up with that bomb. Missed shots from Brolin. Man advantage here for Spirit.
Here it is.
Xerxin pinned against the stairs, and Chopper's got his head.
Don't throw.
Clutch is the name of the game. And a 2v4 ask of
Oh, what a shot!
With Torji off of Ticket. Tries to go to the top of it all.
Jump though.
That's the miss out of Shiro, and the position offered over. Now Jimmy's gonna start to go for the swing. And Shiro's left some slack out here to be played with. This is gonna be Spirit trying to pitch them. Bomb planted over for Connector, and as long as Zontix is alive.
Oh, it actually closed it out, bro. Mouse through that shit.
Countless rounds that would have lost the Mirage. Your reigning major champions defend.
My go phone.
Pushed to the absolute limit in this one.
They started off on the right foot. My goodness, with that quick start, and it felt like they were going to collapse towards the end of the game. They showed resilience just like Mouz did, but somehow even more. And all of those clutches.
All of them.
None of those missed grenades. Later on, no left behind bombs, no time running out on rounds. Spirit played better.
Yeah, Spirit did play better. They do outlast their Mirage. They do give a fight of a lifetime. Let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about how much that map was for you guys. Was it hard? Was it a long one for you?
It was hard because of a lot of rounds, and they could manage to win, and we could manage to win. But we won in the end. It was in the last overtimes in the first 3 rounds, there was 3 1v1s. Like, there was more than 1v1. But yeah, the clutches, we won the clutches and we won the game.
Yeah, just going all the way back, because you know there was like a regulation time in this map. Tell me, how were Mouz able to get back into it just that early on after the first half?
There is probably 0 objective connection from first map to the second, so if they just wake up and understand they can play from first round, because they didn't do that on the first map, they wake up, like, it was 5-0 for us. So I believe if they will start the game from tough rounds, you know, if they will win the first rounds, it's going to be very easy for them and hard for us.
Well, Zontix, let me do this, because there's an arena full of people.
Humble ass
well, most
answer
of them are cheering for Spirit, I think. You want to tell them anything?
Thank you guys for cheering. No matter if you're cheering for Team Spirit or for any other team, I believe any of you and every one of you is a part of EA Sports, so thanks, everyone.
I love that. All right. Effia, what do you got over there?
I love Chase, bro.
I've got Spinks over here. Thank you for waiting. My God, what a marathon. How did it fall apart?
No break.
We just lose 2v2, 3v1, 2v2, 2v1, everything.
Zontix, he's a menace. They all are. But you stepped into the stage and said, it's fine. We'll get it on the next map. Talk to me about the momentum, about the belief that you can still win here.
Yeah, we still believe we can be better. I think we should have a close Mirage, but we are confident on that too, and I will get a third map for everyone in the arena.
Okay. Love it. Thank you very much.
Well, you may have had to wait 7 years, North America, but don't you dare tell me the wait was not worth it. What an insane way to kick off the proceedings here in Austin. We had craziness, we had chaos, we had plenty of clutches, which we'll be diving into shortly, but Maui, that was an emotional roller coaster to kick things off here.
That game went on so long that I started pulling out Zillow on my phone. I thought I was going to have to move into Austin and start gentrifying the neighborhood, okay? That took forever.
Yeah, it really did. Neither team could win. Neither team could actually close things out. And I mean, I'll tell you what, Mouz felt like the better team for most of this, but Zontix nailed it. This game was one of the margins. It was one of the clutches, and Spirit won all of those, it felt like.
Yeah, and Zontix won a fair amount of those too, right? Talk about showing up on the big stage. Of course, we know he won the major at the tail end of last year. He knows what it means to play under pressure on these big stages.
Before the major, I made my own top 20 list of the players so far this year, and I included Zontix at number 17, and it was hotly contested. People thought he had no business being on it.
Who was 18? Who'd he beat out?
I mean, he beat out just a couple people, but I mean, at the same time, like, people were furious that he was even on. They're like, no shot, he should be on it. Did you see what he just accomplished right there?
Yeah,
He's been pulling stuff like that off this year.
I cannot believe Mouz let him get away with it. Like the double kill at the end of regulation, sliding through smoke in a 2v4. And then, I mean, a crazy like 1v2 clutch in overtime. Like, the fact that he's allowed to do this is mental. Mouz have got to be kicking themselves right now.
Should we just remove regulation from any part of this discussion? Sure, I can't even remember what happened over an hour ago, apart from the last round where Spirit managed to push it to OT because it was a story of Spirit having a really hot start. Mouz bouncing back. How did Spirit push it to overtime in round 24?
I mean, we got to just get it rolling because this was a lot to remember, a lot to take in because so many clutches, and even though this starts off actually pretty well for the side of Mouz. Like, they get this nice two-man advantage here, but Zontix, like, out of nowhere, just slinking through the smoke. Brolin is kicking himself that he wasn't able to find that kill, Moses.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, that's a must-have kill when he's coming through the smoke in that fashion, and those are the dirty things. Zontix was doing that to them time and time again. I mean, this is the fourth chance Mouz had to close this map in regulation. They had another one in the first overtime. They had 5 opportunities to take this to the next map with a 1-map lead, and they lost all of them.
And this is where I thought we'd go into overtime, and Mouz would just be straight up dead in the water, right? They had so many opportunities, as you said, to be closing it in regulation. How do they answer back straight away in round 25?
With a great move from Exertion. I'm really glad that he was able to step up because in the previous year, 2 years, he was a guy that fell off so frequently in arenas against top 5 teams in the world. But at the end of this one, when it gets down to the 2-on-2, Exertion makes such a big boy play.
And it's one of the areas in which he's most been criticized is back when you get to these big stage games, these playoff games, he doesn't go for these aggressive moves. He doesn't take these risks.
I mean, the Molly's right there at his feet. He could wait it out, but he just knows that the time is his to take the risk.
That's the decision. You either wait it out and you play the 2v2 with Brolin on a long rotation from the A bomb site, or you step up and make that play, and he gets the good end of the risk in this equation.
You need ballsy plays like that to be pulling off crazy things in majors like this. We spoke of Zontix, obviously instrumental in actually getting Spirit to overtime in the first place. Then he gets to push them to another OT in round number 30.
I mean, you take Exertion, the big balls play is pushing through the molly, getting the kill, stopping the plant. Zontix, completely different way, okay? The smoke's right in front of him. He throws the molly down. He is so fortunate to find this smoke.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I think this was a 1v3 ahead of that as well. Zontix killed one player up towards Palace. So, I mean, you put this situation in Torchi desperately, AK runs out of it. It's painful to watch twice. It's painful to watch twice.
It's Looney Tunes. Like, the bullets are right around Roadrunner right there. That's just crazy.
It's insane. And this, like, we essentially don't have time to be diving into all the clutches, right? Because then we go to quadruple OT. Magix has his fair share as well. This was just insane.
Bro, the idea that you have Zipix as an assistant coach, who's the greatest clutcher of all time. His nickname is the Clutch Minister, and you've lost this many. He's got to be back there just banging his head against the wall. Like, that's got to be, I bet he wanted to tap in. He's like, 10 clutch, he's like, my turn, please, God, let me in.
Sub me in.
I mean, there was just so many moments where it's like the final kill that's so critical, the important just crossfire that needs to be held, and somehow Spirit find a way to break it.
And we got to hear it, right, from both of those post-map interviews from both the equation of Zontix and Spinks, right? They knew it came down to those final margins, those clutch moments.
They're really keeping the show going.
I appreciate
no
that
breaks.
Spinks had that like little ghost of a smile where he talked about we lost the 1v1, the 2v2, the 2v1, the 1v3. Like, he just rattled them all off. And I think you kind of have to have a little bit of smell, because I felt like Mouz was the better team throughout the majority of this. You just lose so many clutches.
Bro is double phasing up.
You lose so many 4-on-2s, and it's like, what? How are you losing 3-on-1s, 4-on-2s, like these crazy advantages?
Putting together the first 45 seconds of the round up to the first 90 seconds felt like it mostly it was in favor of Mouz. They were putting together the openers. Even some of the mid rounds were really good. But Spirit and Crunch Time, that's why people rate them so highly. They're major winners. They've done it on big stages before. The players, despite the fact that some of them are young, are already tenured beyond their years.
And let's not forget, Spinks is a major winner as well in his own right. And Exertion, he had some thoughts about that before we dove into this first map of Mirage.
Like 6 rounds.
AFK,
boys. 1 city. Yeah.
Nathan, can I say something?
Yeah?
I'm really excited to play on a major playoff with you.
Thank you, bro. I'm excited to play with all of you guys.
Yeah, you're a fucking major winner, Lotan, and I'm so happy to have you in my team, my friend.
Thank you, Dore. I appreciate it.
Let's fuck them now, yeah?
Damn.
And I don't blame Exertion for those high praises, right? Because we saw basically straight off the bat, Spinks having huge impact. We'll get into the nade round in just a moment, but just the output that this man is able to put out on the server is it was amazing for Mouz.
Spinks is like a surgeon, okay? Anytime things are settling, he finds that perfect incision to just get back into the round. He's so clever with it, so slick. Sometimes, and I think Vitality probably missed this, he's just able to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
There was actually a time when I was at 100 Thieves where Elige wanted to join the team and play Valorant. But even though I trust his ability to transfer, it would be too much of a risk, the learning curve, so I had to like pass. But I think the world of Elige. Like, he is a fucking incredible player. He was like valedictorian of his high school. He's played StarCraft at like a very high level.
Firebox up! Firebox!
Attack city.
Be fired, Jimmy!
Valkyrie!
10 HP!
Wait, stairs. Stairs out, wait. Upstairs, Lotan.
Summit.
One city.
Don't kind of toss with that push.
Out city.
Ticket.
Good comms by his teammate.
No!
Let's fucking go! Lotan, they do. These are good.
Oh my God, Lotan, you are fucking basketball or what?
Both the crowd and the team going wild, and for good reason, right? Because we had confirmation from production. If Spinks didn't hit that tag for, what was it, 6 HP through the box, that grenade wouldn't have been enough to actually take down the final player.
Production told us that nade would have dealt 46 damage, which is just so absurd how slim the margins are. But a game that goes multiple overtimes like this, that's what's going to happen. You're going to be cutting it close all the time.
Damn,
but also, it's got to go the other direction. If you're Mouz and you win this clutch and you have that kind of a celebration, that kind of excitement, and then you lose the next round immediately. Like, that's the thing with Mouz. Like, once they won, a couple of those clutches finally went their way, not able to build upon any of them in OT. I had all the chances in the world to close this out, and at a certain point, you're just kind of like, this is great. But man, you missed all your opportunities.
That's the thing. Like, we're on a hype train for good reason, because this was such an entertaining map of CS. But the fact, as you mentioned, Jason, you know, Mouz, you have ample opportunities to do this. You had the chance all the way back in regulation.
You had
as well, by the way.
Chat, this is actually me right now when I play CS2. Wait, the caption is P250 players on T side. Smoke they bought. That's fucking funny, bro. That's so funny.
Lights are the brightest, but in this kind of moment, you could see that nerves got to them. They lost some post-plant or like late round situations where Spirit, they're the ones that are able to just break the situation down. It looked like they were just kind of toying with a team of just guys that are going to just stay statically.
Which is awesome to see, because we actually got like the questions in the pregame answered in this one, where like Mouz, we've seen how you respond to pressure, you know, rattling off 3 straight best of 3s to get here, coming back from that 0-5 deficit, and then Spirit kind of got trounced through a lot of this game in regulation.
Elige, I love Elige, but Simple's the GOAT. Oh, I agree. Simple is like the GOAT in my mind. That's why I'm rooting for FaZe. I like love that team. Like I just love everyone on that team. I don't know Frozen that well. I don't know, so I don't want to lie completely. But the other 4 I know quite well, and they're just good people. They're fucking awesome.
1 versus 3. like like you absolutely should just be able to close this one out. Peek there. Now you know where everything's coming. Again, like a mid clutch transfer of positioning as well. Like you're fine up in Palace.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that Yimpat also peeked because Magic's had already mollied that position or naded that position out, and he didn't know for sure. I don't think he was 100% certain. So all in all, that's another moment where Mouz are just kicking themselves thinking, why didn't we swing together?
Well, we've got to see it from the players' POV, but I'm curious as to how the crowd reacted during that very moment as well.
All right, I'm here in the middle of the Rudy Center. It's all going crazy. Magic just clutched out a round for the 24th round. Guys, first map of the major, your Spirit fans, how are you feeling?
This is fantastic.
They are dialed, absolutely dialed.
These guys are
Spirit
fucking
winning this game?
lit.
I think so. Why are we even asking that question?
They're dialed.
I'm absolutely adoring this crowd, by the way.
Oh my God, I love the confidence. I love the energy that everybody's been bringing here. It's just absurd.
Yeah, dude, the crowd is actually fucking banging right now. This interview with Elige, though, was so good, guys. This is like a master class on how to approach being a pro player, and he did this in 2019. Like, he has evolved a lot since then, but he talks about like working with sports psychologists and having like an A, B, C game, being able to like understand when you're having those. Should we do a quick round of Kukuro right now? We should, real quick, for Kiera. Kiera, I'll let you in if you promise to actually, you know, message you know who. Okay, we gotta go fucking cool. What? What's going on here? It's broken. The game is broken right now. What the fuck? Whoop. Forgot my delete key. Oh, we're good. We're good. Good call. Good call. Alright. Games. Wait, profile. I want to be that new player. What the fuck is straight? No! 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 I was just clicking the tabs to see what it was. Alright. Wait. You guys are gonna get fucking owned. You guys are actually gonna get slaughtered right now. I was the third shittiest opera on Cloud9 in 2015, so good luck. You guys gotta join. Type ! Kukuro in chat. Okay, wait. How to play? So you gotta cross the screen, but you gotta stand still, otherwise I'm gonna fucking kill you. Just heads up. How do I do it? Hold F1. Okay. Hold F1. That's what it is. Okay. And then, let me see, game, do this. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay, and then, let me see. Where's it at? Where's it at? Fuck. That's where it is.
the hard, cold data, but I don't want to do that anymore. After that first map, that was an emotional roller coaster, Dupree. Talk to me about that when you are on the losing side of the equation, when there is a map that goes so close, the clutch facts are coming through. How does that affect you mentally as a player?
But obviously this is very heartbreaking for Mouz. You know, they found themselves in a position where they just should have closed it out. They couldn't win the rounds when it actually mattered, and they didn't have the clutches going their way. Obviously, it comes down to when you play so many rounds and you go into overtime. That is where you kind of deviate a little bit from the game plan. You start playing more out of your gut feeling, and that is also what you see. And this is why the game got so messy. There were so many situations that it just came down to the gut feeling.
Starting 3-2.
Smokes. But overall, Mouz players, they feel bad.
Any greedy fucks out there?
It's gonna be so
what are you?
They spend so much energy. They spend so much focus on that game. They almost bought a ticket into this best of 3 series, bought a ticket potentially into the semi-final, and then it kind of slipped out of their hands right now. I agree with you, Peter. It must be incredibly difficult, but that's why they have the staff behind them to try to reset.
Wait, you're so whoever that was.
Extend the series to a third.
Where does this look for both sides of the equation when we're looking at Dust2, considering Spirit has picked this every single time that they have faced Mouz in 2025?
Do you want the stats?
Go on.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Caught your bitch.
Spirit have played it 22 times in 2025.
One more time, I'm going to go 3, 2, 1, go.
Speaks volume in terms of crowning Spirit to be the best team in the world. Dust2 as of right now.
No.
7 times they played it. They won it as well. They've only had 1 loss against Falcons the past 3 months. And just to make it even worse, I dived into the ratings. I dived into the stats. Donk is averaging 175 rating on Dust2 alone. Shiro backing him up with 158. So those two right now are arguably the 2 best Dust2 players in the entire world.
Actually fucking caught your asses. That's crazy.
The fact that they let Mirage slip away, now Mouz is even more on the back of the series, you know.
Go again.
Once, you know, they even came with a curveball of picking another map coming into the series from the ones they played already. So for them finding themselves on the back foot
the wolf,
in the beginning,
whoever's the wolf.
For them.
Peter, you're a positive man, and you had some positive words to say about Mouz. Give me some hope that all is not lost and we'll be getting a third.
I think that like the great things about Mouz was obviously they come from a stage 3 where they found themselves being on the back foot even more, and you know they had to claw their way back in to get into the playoff. But now they find themselves in a position that they've been in before. I think that's going to be very instrumental for them to bounce back on those 2 if they can make it work. I think it's going to be important to try and get wrong control. They can try and manipulate the game, but obviously also
fuck up out of here, Seals.
Mouzsport didn't play bad. They actually looked like the better team throughout the series.
Yeah, look at this
far,
M9. I'm not paying attention. Both hands off the mouse. You take a step or 2 if you want.
He's been playing well. You're the guy that we've been talking about missing out on these big stages, but he's actually in there. He is the playmaker for Mouzsport. He's the guy that goes in and just do the pace chasing and calls off the T rounds. But on the other side, you also have Torsi stepping up tremendously, and we know how important the AWP is in those
And that's the thing, right? I think Torsi is going to be the key to victory for Mouz, and it's a little bit worrisome for me because he hasn't had the best tournament so far. He's been struggling a little bit, haven't really had confidence so far here in Austin, but he is so much needed. The AWP question going up against Doc, going up against Shiro, it is needed for Mouz if they want to stand a chance. Torsi will have to step it up and step in now.
After a absolute marathon map 1 of Mirage, it is time to dive in to Dust2.
God,
Thank you, Desk. Hope you've all had a chance to reset at home, and I like what Peter says
here. We gotta go.
This has been a major where Mouz are showing resilience. Time to do it again as the odds shift further into Spirit's favor.
Yeah, it's a matchup where it always felt
you're
like
so
it was
scared
steep,
always.
And now we are at the steepest point. So as we get into this game, Austin, you did a fantastic job last map, and that was loud, but I know you can get louder!
14,
Dust2, the stats that Jacob brought to the table
we gotta
for
leave
this
it.
one. Oh, horrifying if your Mouz going up against
We gotta leave it.
Tap into the resilience.
The win doesn't count, actually.
And
it doesn't
tune in,
log.
folks. This is only the first quarterfinal.
Yeah. Dust2 might be a movie right here. We know the strength of these teams. We know what Spirit have offered us on Dust2 maps.
How are we looking right now?
I think
Everything
it
good?
was a battle to the very end. It came down to clutches back on Mirage. I don't even know why that wouldn't just happen again.
What is like
7 clutch rounds out of 25 round wins for Team Spirit. I mean, that is a damning stat.
Supposed to get out? No, he does not.
He's not going to have any
Triple
fun in
swung.
the pistol of map 2.
Cloud
Down
out
in the hands
smokes,
of
they
Magic.
play in front of.
Good flashbang, kind of delays things for a second here. It affords Mouz some positioning. You can see Brolin signing up for a fight. Here comes that counter utility, but it goes over top of him. He recovers with a couple of originally missed shots. Magic's the only player so far for Spirit to get any of these kills. This is an excellent answer. Spinks his Berettas chops.
Oh, nice shot.
It is 8 health for Magix, looking for something else. Good moves by Mouz to sign up for the fight on long.
What an excellent answer back here for long. It's an awkward situation. They want to come around the fat side of the smoke, but they know that flashes can land in here, that CTs can go for those pushes. And this is a spot where after Spirit got their first kill, they thought it doesn't matter. We'll come up maybe playing anti. I'm not sure exactly who would have been responsible for that.
I got some ice cream in the freezer right
honestly, no one's even blind. Brolin just wins 2 raw duels on his own terms, though, again, because of that CT smoke.
Smoke cross. Can't spot cross.
Great start for Mouz. Started
couple nade sets
down,
here.
Back on Mirage.
Spirit. It's a good setup. They got someone super close on long.
Last time.
Swing right now from Sershin.
It was such a clean game of Counter-Strike until we got into the real depths of overtime as well. Clutch rounds and minute mistakes. That was really what took the cake for Spirit. And obviously, Mouz going to try to reset everything. But again, they've been playing off the back foot since they arrived in Austin.
For Spirit.
Yeah,
this could be a powerful hit. I'm not gonna lie.
Any benefit at all to going down 0-2, to giving up maps in the best of 3s that they played in order to qualify for playoffs. It's that you're supposed to now be this hardened core.
Sometimes I just feel like they're characters in an RPG building out their stats, and as they play these games, they build resilience, and they show us what they can do, and Spirit wants some more points, actually. Even on that last one. Well, they snuck Chopper down. Oh, but he doesn't get his kill.
That was a good kill.
What? He's just collecting icons.
Okay, why not? I guess Dawn comes out from the smoke. There's an AKO here on the field. Force buy for Spirit, looking good. You've got Spinks up from spawn to try to get the kill back. Him and Jimmy looking to combine, but it's Jimmy on catwalk soon.
Oh, awkward.
There's guns to be grabbed.
Yeah, and they're planning for Cat, but they're not playing for it.
That is huge. Grenade damage. The utility could be the key.
He got that?
No way. We need to see how Shiro kicked this off.
No!
What? That is 3 from Shiro Scout.
What the fuck?
Of map 2.
You are joking with those frags.
Mark, you just hit your bet, right?
No scope headshot through the smoke. Is that what we saw in the first kill?
Hi, Belly. I'm doing good. How are you?
What? I mean...
Oh, sorry. It wasn't a wall bang. It wasn't that impressive. Oh, my goodness.
Well, there's your wall bang.
Wow.
Wow.
And there's your headshot to close.
Yeah. He's just telling everybody about it, how he saw nothing.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
What was that?
That's more of what we've seen from Spirit, and that's X Factor.
I thought it was FaZe that got all the bullshit. Looks like Spirit are going to sprinkle a little in.
When they play each other, now it all makes sense.
I can't believe we're on the fucking second map right now, dude.
If that doesn't suck the life out of the room for Mouz, this round will. Already Zershin getting caught down bottom middle.
Really
trying to go for this cat setup. Looking to get something done with the pistols as that scout floats around on A, but so far nothing really for Mouz to pull on.
They're like all in very good trade spots.
Chill with Donk in the server.
I know. Shiro.
Fools.
I think Shiro even got to 30 kills by the end of that last game. I mean, so many contributors. Just a really classy performance from almost everybody in the server. There was no one that was just standing out, like dying every single round, leaving things on the table. These two teams, they played their hearts out back on Mirage. And again, I feel bad for almost criticizing the mistakes that Mouz made later on, but the fact is, they only stood out because Spirit weren't making them too.
Quick smoke again.
Good calling will bring them to the open site.
There's
here.
that second smoke, kind of acts as a one-way. If you jump on the rail.
Slow, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I had to pee.
I low-key think that my team found that smoke in 2016, by the way, this smoke.
Couldn't miss a moment of that last one.
And
I still remember, Frost found that smoke when I was on Echo Fox.
It would be a fun stat to look at. Who's got the most overtimes in their head-to-head?
Yeah.
Maybe FaZe Spirit's also up there.
He was like, dude, I think I found
That map
out
really
that you
did
could
feel like
one
7
way
years in the making.
if you smoke on top of this.
Yeah.
And
they had to wait for that one.
But at the time, it was like a very complicated lineup because
Spirit with this new veto,
people had
because again, it's
just
not
us
a
finding out a
unlikely
new
map for Mouz to
smoke.
pick. In fact, it was probably what they expected fully. It's just not one that you saw them pick when they had Shuhei versus
NC9?
Spirit.
I don't think we used the top dumpster smoke. That
And
acted
we're really
like a
trying to
one-way.
figure out where Spirit fits into
maybe
this
we did.
playoffs when we compare them
Maybe I'm
to
thinking
teams like
of-
Mouz and some of these other lineups. They're a team that's been playing at the other events, sort of.
Because
Getting
also in
practice,
Echo Fox,
but
like
not going and
I
locking
liked like
horns
upping
with
the
some
pace
of the
a lot
competition
with the
vitality
standard
they've had to go up
smokes.
Yeah, not showing their secrets in a head-to-head on the server. But I mean, they go over to Astana and absolutely cleared that event.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing, is the no questions asked. And if we compare their last stages, no questions asked for Spirit. It was a very
Brutal
clean
start
stage.
now for Mouz.
And their hardest map so far, they win.
Quick cross by Shiro. Smoke on mid door. Trade's not really possible. Rolling.
So looking to just not make
they clear
mistakes
this?
once again. Anti-eco with a
think
little
they just hold
pressure
this.
sprinkled in from the CT side on B.
That 5-7 swings off towards him.
Yeah, if Spirit can cut through this second map of the series in a very convincing fashion, then we know
they're
that they've
fucked,
got
bro.
resilience. And minimizing mistakes is really
Nice
what my eyes are
crossfire
focused
setup
on
right
as
there.
Dust 2 goes on. So getting away from that
that's a bit
tunnels
bold.
push is one thing, but Chopper does get a little ahead of himself. He loves to go out through the mid doors though on Dust 2. So no
Sees
surprise
two
to see him
there,
take
knows
that
one
fight,
upper
but be
B,
careful.
they know one
The
A.
health is incredibly low here for both Donk and Shiro. Spinks gets tracked through the door, who robs the Mac 10 away. He gives that over to Zershin.
Yeah, it's kind of pushing the defense a little bit towards A. Spinks will make
God,
that full
Spirit is
rotation.
so
Brolin comes
patient
to the
and
door,
slow on
so
this
B
map.
site is
Work
looking
smoke
right
up.
for the taking.
Oh my god.
Brolin might be able to finish off this kill. Or actually a new one.
That is a rifle picked up as well for Brolin. We said it's all about minimizing mistakes, but they have already lost 2
Door
players.
comes in.
Now all
Oh my
3
God, it's a
remaining are
horrible
low on
round by
health.
Spirit right
Team
now.
Spirit waited back. Mouz got into the action. Brolin sweeps him away
Okay.
with an F4, and that is a much needed early answer here for Mouz.
That's pretty incredible considering that first B push got shut down so easily, but they got a kill. They tried to get out of middle. Some great pistol shots came through,
That might be our.
and it's solid from Mouz.
They've got to shed the negativity as quick as they can on this map.
Yeah.
And that's not map-centric. Map be damned. Just coming in off of a close loss like that.
I was actually dropping Ella off at
Certainly
school
not made
today,
any easier.
and Ella has been having all.
By the way, the
Well,
first 2 rounds
she
go
didn't
down.
the last couple days, but something Ella
Mouz
struggles
hope they
with
win the
is like
pistol,
new
they lose the
environments. She
fourth
gets very
up,
like
they answer
scared
back.
and nervous. Like if she has to
It's
go to
still
like a
a
new
little scary for
class
Mouz
or
because
new
they know
activity,
that Spirit are
and she
gonna give
doesn't
this a real
have
try on this
like
next
her
round, and
coexisting
they're
group
the
of
ones
friends.
with the more fragile
Which honestly
CT
everyone
economy.
feels, but for a toddler that's like big tantrum energy.
They just want to close out this 2 straight, then they get a save, and then they can really streak.
And I
into
let
first
her
half
know that I was
and put themselves in
I
a
was
good
going to be
position.
watching. She doesn't really know what CS is, so I explained it a lot different. But I let her know I was going to be watching CS, which was the game that I used to play.
It's a strong buy here for Shiro.
She like lightly knows about some of the games, but I let her know like, oh yeah, I'm doing something a little bit scary today too.
Mouz's money. Sorry, Spirit's money is teetering here.
Like you said, though,
I feel like
Mouz
it's a
are
bit
going to know
risky
damn
right
well
now
that
for
they're
Toys
coming
to
at
be
this
holding
one
that,
with
yeah,
some
he's-
sort of hard swing.
They're going to
I
lose
like the
pick
long
control.
play, actually, for Spirit, because it's a really good way to make it a long round that can sometimes come down to 1 or 2 players.
Good mid aggression. Holy shit.
Activity
So
here top
much
middle
info.
from Mouz.
They have lower
Torzi has
B
so much
control. They have top
responsibility.
mid
He
control.
knows they want him
This
to
is
take a fight, but
I told
Shiro
you that
gets in
was
a
so
position early.
risky. I
It's
knew
low
it.
money, but it's still a strong set of weaponry
I can't
here
believe he
for
was fucking with
Spirit.
that
Yeah,
line.
the offsets it all.
Zershin starts to activate on that flank, and eventually we'll see if nobody watches, because right now Shiro's still trying to give support over top, but it looks like he's turned over, so
Yeah.
Zershin will have a hard job of
Someone
getting
just
out through
hold-
those
oh,
doors.
Shiro.
They have to
Hold
kill
on
someone
this.
on the front of the attack to get him to turn around.
It's very important here. Brolin sitting behind
Oh
this
my
temporary
God, timing,
smoke.
Shiro.
He decides to reposition as they get closer.
Oh, fuck.
Wide swing up from Magisk, and this starts to go
Damn,
swimmingly for Team
What a
Spirit. All
round by
is
Spirit.
good. Lots of
Good
bodies
awareness
inside
by
that
Shiro.
bomb site, not to mention flank in position, but it felt like Spirit had that one in full control.
Yeah, now we've actually got to look at the buy for Mouz. I mean, it wasn't as expensive for them, but it's CT side. It's pretty mixed up here.
CS is
Very
pretty
awkward
scary,
spot.
yeah.
This might be an even out round where they invest slightly, but protocol-wise,
She
call-wise,
doesn't really know what
super
CS as
solid
the
from
game looks
Spirit.
like. She
And,
kind of saw.
Torzi again, so
I
much
showed her
rested on
like
the way in which
stadium
he
highlights
took his
and
fight,
stuff, you know?
but he didn't really finesse it. There wasn't a flash to assist with his peak. He tried to just pick an off timing, try to catch him off guard, but Spirit,
Like
they
I would
threw
be
the flash,
excited to
got
show
Hero
her
and pit
like
and
the
waited.
stadium
They did everything
and all the
exactly
fans
as
and
you were
stuff.
supposed to.
She would be very interested in that. She's 6. My oldest
they'll
is 6.
buy into it. Yeah, it's
youngest
not
is 4.
not a handsome buy here. Brolin's got his 5-7 in a smoke, and I guess he made the decision. He said, look, I'm broke, but I believe in you guys. Let's make this happen.
We early vision, 2 heads spotted on the cross.
Yeah, no one else into mid. They can view this as just like a
take that
long control
shot.
setup, and the T's are just going to go ahead with their regular protocols. Oh, actually, a lean over towards the B site.
Fuck these nades. Because we're throwing like a torso.
There's going to be a full commit on this attack.
It's smooth.
Right now, Mouz don't have information. They don't have a lot of resources. They're just spread out nicely. They can each guard a
Good
choke
track
point,
control
but
now by
they're
Chopper.
not really well fortified at any one of those.
Chopper knows that this guy is going to be here. He knows that someone's going to be holding cat. He's trying to draw the third
you know,
player
you gotta
over
reinforce
right
something
now.
when you're low
So that was a spawn
on
smoke
weaponry.
we saw. Second smoke goes out.
Can they, now the question is, can they
Pretty
all
good read
complement
by
each other?
Mouse
That's
right
what we're
now,
looking
not
for
gonna
on the
lie.
B side.
Holy fuck, they're
Numbers
playing
is one
triple
thing,
close.
but not jumbling up. That's another great
Chopper
well-placed
might
frag grenade
sense
for
this.
Chopper to have to deal with. We go down to 45 seconds. You know, Chopper threw out that mid-lurk smoke, trying to keep eyes
another
trained
smoke on
towards the
Cat.
middle of the map.
He's right
Still,
though,
this
there's no
third
pushes
player
coming
is
in.
not
He can
moving.
really try to make this look like a fake.
Here it comes. They're going to have to
Oh,
test
they are
that
fucked.
smoke. Now just barreling out into the site. Support from down beneath window. Second car player. That's what could catch them off guard. And here he strikes. Xerxin here to help.
Got it.
Triple kill
Holy shit.
instantly. They try to surpass him. Shiro finally
That
gets
second
in.
kill right there
He's
was
going to have
everything.
to clutch this out
1
with
on
2
2,
health. As many
2 health,
HP
throws away
as
the
he has
ops, they can't
enemies.
get it.
And you can see the confidence wavering.
lived.
He's looking for a gun. Well, he finds a scout. And he knows that that one was limited. So well done by Xerxin to join up in the bomb site. And like you said, they've got to find a way
the
to
broadcast
complement
in
one
CS
another. Xerxin
just
did
throws-
it perfectly.
just
Dust
shows
is all about
this
how you lean on
crosshair.
CT side, and Xerxin has a really
They pretty much
important
always
decision to
choose.
make.
See, this is
You
like
know,
the
whether
real
that's called
crossers.
for him or he's the one who
Listen.
comes over here. If
But
he
it's like a
just
very
plays outside the
viewer-friendly
site, I mean, he
crosshair,
can have
you know?
much less impact. So
Oh,
it's,
that's cute,
it looks like a
actually.
gamble when he's over there, but there's no way they're going to clear that properly. And he gets 3 kills and a dink. Otherwise, Shiro doesn't throw that off
Dink on
away, and he
dunk,
really
dink
tries
dunk.
for that 1v2. Nice response. Risky moment for Mouz. Every dollar in the bank.
It's back and forth nature of the rounds, though.
Milking.
Keeping everything on the line, so
I don't
momentum
like
is
using
not coming
that
anytime soon.
terminology. Please,
Another risky
no.
setup, actually, but the spray is awful, and I don't normally say that about Dog.
1 HP.
99 damage for Shiro to have to deal
lot
with.
of fucking damage.
And he doesn't have an op to lean on either. But if you can get that AK over to Chopper, he's got something more to work with. Chopper throwing a whole lot of grenades so far this half, but not getting any kills so far. Starting on 0, Brolin getting active. Magix wins the fight with a
that's a
Galil
big
over top of
fight
the
to
M4.
win right
He's a long
there.
anchor, man. Hard to trick him on those pushes. That is
This
a
scout
pretty
should
long-range
pop off,
duel
dude.
secured. I think Torzy gets spotted on this door peak.
Should we pushing this?
This feels like a call to action, though, for Mouz in middle. Just completely vacant B site.
Torsi has 2 flashes if he wants
They're
to
running
push.
out of time to properly take
Just
long, but they can
very
use Shiro to
hard.
lurk, and no shot in for Torzy.
There we go.
Nice one.
Scout between the eyes. It's going to set them up for the door peek. Of course, you try to jump on a scout. What they don't expect is Jimmy to not be anchoring B. They don't expect that M4 pressed up against them.
They know there's only one on the A side.
Shiro, he's going to walk out long, and now the bomb is dropped. So this round fizzles out for
Damn.
Spirit. Mouz find a way to do it.
Yeah.
Good mid round by
That's
Mouz.
Jimmy with a double, the Torji scout kill that really draws them into Jimmy's hands. And so back and forth we go. But it's Mouz to find consecutive rounds first.
Yeah, that's so important against CT economy, just so punishing. But Dust 2 don't need everything in the world to be able to win it. It's a map where you don't need, you know, the full clock. You don't need full resources. You need more aim. You can get a lot more scrimmy, a lot more scrappy. You can play off spawns. It's a map that really is determined by form individually more than it is by team play if you compare it to other maps. we'll call them harder maps in the pool.
Wait. We can't
Time
have
to build back the money.
Wait, we can't do Preds?
Of course, Donk gets Kevlar with a Glock, just in case Shiro dies. That M4 is going to change hands.
Yeah.
And you said last round, bad spray.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was
for Donk.
It was, yeah, for Donk.
Trying
Honestly,
to break
for
down
anybody,
those,
which is, you know,
those
sometimes Donk misses a
walls
few
day by
bullets,
day,
but that was
Jen.
just, no, he was drawing silhouettes there.
Shiro has got to give him the M4 before Shiro even dies.
All right, this time the rotator is still an A, so
This is Donk
even
without
though
a
it's not a
helmet.
great buy,
It's enough
this
utility as well for Magic
entry
and Chopper
goes
to
the way of
overwhelm a
Spirit.
single player staffing this B site.
Also
I mean, if
fucked.
Spirit can put themselves into an
Good nade on
unexpected
these
post plant,
Great nade
and
timing.
Donk maybe
Holy
finds
fuck.
a bunch of frags, but that nade that he sets himself
Wow.
up with worked wonderfully. And again, quick moves
What
from
a
the supportive
fucking
pieces
nade.
of Mouz. Spinks doesn't waste a second getting into the action. That one M4 hits the ground. It is only Jimmy who dies, but he does an excellent job of holding off the site on his own.
I mean, he makes it look so easy there when the molly lands, when he goes for the spray. Everybody who B anchors envisions making that play happen, but it's all about timing, and that's why you need someone who is so shrewd, someone who's a really good retaker. He's got the perfect personality as a player to be playing B, and that's because he finds that one line where the molly can land and he has his gun out. As a team like Spirit that are so hard to read, are going to be running up that left side of the tunnel wall.
CT,
if you're a bad B player, you miss that by
Econ
1
is a
second.
lot more punisher
If you're
in this
great,
game.
you're there on time, and that's what Jimmy is.
There's no like jet blade storming shit to like fall back on.
It always looks so easy.
I forgot I have
when
wireless headsets.
They get that lineup, but truly, not that many players can make it happen so often. And yeah, again, the story coming into this major playoffs and for him in general is like, since Spinks has joined the team, his form has gone down. But last map, and right here, he's having a great series. Playoffs.
Damn, really buying in with this. I'm surprised. They put so much money on the line here, Spirit, but they're still going to try to jump it.
Yeah, true.
Right? I mean,
that was a pretty confident win from Mouz, too. Like, they know there's enough rebuys as well going in for this.
What do they know that we don't? It's 3 rounds of loss bonus at the moment for them as well, so.
Man, this is crazy. They have 0 grenades at a minute 20 coming up long.
Flash goes down, interrupts the one wall player.
That's one way to do it.
Donk gets a headshot, and suddenly the round is alive. Xershin's timing on the peak, though, catches him off guard. Magic scoops up that M4, so upgrades to be had. You've still got Shiro, though, back at a distance on the scout.
Again, 0 grenades. Oh, they have to take the fight, and they win it.
Why not? To hell with your utility, we've got the headshots.
Oh, and they picked up that molly from Brolin, I think, or from Xershin on the site.
Take your nades and throw them back at you. This is Spirit seizing the moment with lesser guns.
So what do they know? They know they won last time. They took long with only losing 1 player. Here they do it again.
I'm glad you say that because we just said, like, yeah, it was a convincing round in the last one, but it's been the B defense that made the convincing round win.
I can't believe I was hearing the round.
So working with less, but taking the action over towards long, they find their opening. 4 versus 2 in the post plant. No attempt here from the CTs.
Right
and some free upgrades sprinkled in. Looks real good for the Spirit camp in order to get this T side back online.
Yeah. 5 is pretty good right now. Where's Lola? She's like out somewhere in the living room, I think.
That flash. I mean, good on Donk. Look at him staring at the wall, so ready.
Yeah, good anti-flash.
Bah!
Holy
Insurance
shit.
policy for the entire
Dude,
play.
he's so good.
And I mean, it was kind of on Mouz to do 2 flashes or something different, or they picked an off timing. Maybe they thought that was early, so they wouldn't have expected the crawl up to take place so soon, but yeah. That's just a game of rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you want 2 flashes, sometimes you want 1, sometimes you want none. You've done amazing, Austin, and we haven't even started yet.
Is that a banana?
I mean, I knew from the get-go we were going to get USA chance, but who here loves Europe?
Boo. The crowd booed Europe. That's so based. That's so based.
What about Asia?
Yeah. Second best. Hey, Mr. America Moses called it the second best region.
Resting your head on me.
So here we go. The crawl up along the catwall. Oh, this is sneaky stuff from Spirit.
Yeah, they're catching him off timing.
Yeah, we got this crack.
Is ready?
Oh, actually, looks like it's chilling right now. He's gonna see this, but
Sphinx is gonna destroy them.
They're gonna pounce on that. They like the timing here, Spirit.
Early Goose setup though is interesting, but Sershin dies.
Yeah, but he does get a lot of grenade damage, so we'll see if the other defenders can pick up the slack. Again, damage is one thing, but Sphinx now pinned into the corner of Goose. Do they clear him?
So hard to get that molly off into the corner. They can't find it.
They're also waiting for this ramp peak, and the ramp peak comes first. That's what Chopper wanted. Eyes on Sphinx.
One more.
He delivers the headshot to Zontix. They know Chopper's still up here.
Man.
And with that bomb down over an elbow, the gusto of that cat push really falls apart. Magic's no 1v3 this time.
I love that, man. I love the Mouz setup. I love how they play off each other. They are so good at making that feel like it was impossible to reach Sphinx. They kept overfilling the position to fight versus the ramp and make sure that they stopped them scaling both across Cat, because this is a long way, and then also towards the sight box as they come straight. You see the pressure come in on both sides, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. A lot of teams don't do that. They'll have very static, calcified position, CTs in each spot. Once the Goose player gets spotted, all he does is delay. Mouz don't do that, man. And they started Goose with someone spotting from Cat. They had no idea that Sphinx would be there.
They tried to clear it out, but so much time spent holding for top ramp.
Solo aggro per
suddenly we're in the dying moments of this first half, and Mouz's CT side's looking great.
Yeah, excellent.
Sphinx is looking for some space towards top middle. He's going to find himself out here in the open. Happy to duel versus Chopper. Wins that one. Lower tunnel breaks it back. That's Donk on the prowl, looking for a little more. Perfect timing here from Brolin on the long flank.
Yeah, they came in to give it a check. They'll see the bomb goes down.
Dude,
Mouz's really about the numbers, though. They can't protect that thing.
Defense.
Teams can get that back when they're ready.
Like, Brolin is really setting a lot of the pace. This Mirage A ramp pushes were so good.
Top middle off peak. What you doing?
Into that. Oh,
hello.
I guess Hero saw Donk on top of the Xbox. No mid smoke was there. And that's all Mouz need to do from this position. Just keep trading down material.
Well, it does
now it's
not
time to go
enjoy
get the bomb, because there's actually a chance they can make this happen. 2-on-3. And Jimmy is home alone.
Carly Culkin?
Yeah, we've seen teammates bail him out of tough spots. We've seen him do enough to justify a retake in this kind of a situation, but that's assuming Spirit still take a swing at him. Instead, they're taking a sniff at the A site.
Oh, God. Egolet is here.
Can't let their guard down about Goose. Again, Sphinx has already kind of rocked them from this spot.
This would take perfect utility usage. Probably not going to happen. Let's see if they can.
Well-timed peek as well. Oh, the swing, the swing!
Whoa.
No way!
The spray transfer.
Just enough time. In the smoke he goes.
He goes for the good plant.
Yeah, that's a great
4 health. Jimmy's on the scene. He's got no utility that would kill Donk. And so you're going to give Donk a chance at an ace. I mean, this is unreal. Down to those final few seconds. It's a climb up. Jimmy spotted. Oh, and the gun is dry, so the reload now queued up, and he gets executed at the final hurdle.
He's disappointed
Wouldn't that have been stylish? One bullet there when he tries to send the message over to Jimmy, jumping up, fast cat. So close.
Empty gun.
Yeah.
Is that a pink whip?
Did he reload and switch you early? Is that what happened or no?
Not sure. Let's see here, 14 down 2.
Okay.
It's when he switches to his knife to grab the bomb.
It was on 0, it looked like, when he finished that.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll get the detectives on it either way. I was going to say,
really,
statistically, Jacob made a great argument before the map went live why Donk and Shiro are supposed to be the best players on Dust 2. Donk has looked human until that moment.
Obviously, the stadium.
A reminder, you better not let your guard down. But a reminder, Mouz are still absolutely in this game.
Oh, big time. They've got their claws stuck in. Their CT sides look fluid, active. You can tell they're communicating very well. They're being hard to read. Spirit are running into the stack site sometimes.
Cat's open right now. Sershin rotating back.
Whether it was B and now A.
These teams have met on Dust 2 twice in 2025, and Mouz have already tied their best results specifically on Dust 2. We're already only one half into this game. Still plenty of room for improvement, and that improvement's coming off of the back of 4 hard-hitting players.
Given how much
maybe has slowed down
Roland
since
has
map
been
1,
doing,
but
it's kind of
everybody else
crazy
for
they're not
Mouz is
putting any
here.
pressure here to keep the rotate over to long.
So final attempt on this slow start of a T side for Spirit.
You can see it kind of breaks this
Got a
whole
little
setup.
gap for
Get
himself.
the flash from the
Dip
peak
out
to get
as soon
info.
As that flash loses its efficacy.
Man,
and he survived
there's no
it.
trades
This
ever.
becomes a
And you're
cat
getting
play, though.
tons of
They'll
first
try to
kills.
fluster the defense. Torzy leans back. No slap shot over. Jimmy catches Zontic, so the mid lurks really haven't worked out well for Spirit. That's going to compromise Cat.
I'm a bit
Donk is going to
quieter.
go back to try to secure some sort of post-plant positioning, but it is long wrapped up for Mouz already. First player over Xbox, instant headshot to 2 versus
This is
5 in a
an
post-plant.
amazing
The
map.
final round of the half, and this is Mouz
Quickly.
just chomping
Oh
on it.
my
Okay, Jimmy.
Another one.
Quad kill from the Finn. An 8-4 half out of Mouz, and just because Mirage was a nail biter, and just because Mouz walked away battered, doesn't mean this series is over yet.
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as Mouz have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. You know, rewind time long enough speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up pretty early on. That was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it. And then he came in and played with Mouz and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably
Nico
set him up
Sports.
for what he's been doing for the
Scream
rest
over
of his
there,
career.
chat.
More, the Molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current Mouz core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on Mouz, and I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own,
because if I
for
don't,
me, that's super rare, and so I'll
That's
probably
a
pick
crazy
him over
line.
everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why Mouz.
Chat,
couldn't
we've
win a
done
major.
it.
I think
It's
they've got
more
all of
humiliating
the
for her to
essential
not do
ingredients.
it than to
There's a
actually
certain
do it at
chemistry
this
in the
point.
team when they're winning
We've
that I
done
think
it.
is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then
We've
not
done
quite
it.
making it, and losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
All right, it's time. Let's get him. Let's get him, Spirit. Let's get him. It's fucking graphic. Map 1 was cinema, I'm not gonna lie. That shit was fire.
What's up, Arena? I'm here at the Alienware booth with
Twist,
Team
Michael.
Liquid, and if you want to come meet them, you should come on right now, because they are here in the flesh, ready to meet you. Excited to see their fans in that Rise Twist. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's so emo.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You heard
That's
Darth Mike.
so
If you want to see
emo,
Team
dude.
Liquid, make
To
sure to
be
go to
not-
the Alien booth right now. That's Darth Mike and Team Liquid at the Alien booth. Let's get a round of applause for Team Liquid.
Ooh, mixed bag. If you cheer loud enough, they get another match.
That's insane.
No.
Yeah, boys, I just wanna listen to me now. I'm fucking feeling it, okay? I'm fucking feeling it. So if you fucking listen to me on my fucking calls on Tisa, we're gonna fucking win this game. Okay, buddy. Okay.
Okay, so he is calling T-side. He's taking this.
Wait, leave it.
taking a lot of responsibility for this, which is great to see.
Get off our screen!
That's the craziest ad I've ever seen.
This is a wild crosshair, Magix. Okay.
Okay.
Waiting
What's
for
up,
it.
Brenton?
The highlight
What's
reel
good?
could be his. You never know with the
Playing,
USP.
right?
Split pistols on Mirage. That's what Spirit are looking for. This time to play from behind. Oh, he'll come back a little late.
You guys.
You'll see a lot of things.
I mean, just a second ago, that was clear. You're not running, buddy. Xerxin puts a bullet to the back of his head, finishes it off.
Fire.
Shiro and Chopper close on smoke already, trying to get the climb, but there's also damage done within that smoke. Good chance for Chopper maybe to collect something. Zontix gets a lucky frag somehow, some way. Smoke is fading, and Team Spirit are coming back into this pistol just like Mouz did to them.
Yeah, they're jumping up.
4v2 now.
Woo!
Golden White senses him in the smoke.
Sphinx 1 HP.
He gets tapped
1
out
HP,
of it,
1
and it's a
HP.
single point of
1 on
health for
2.
Sphinx.
Oh,
Where are you, buddy?
So far away, 1 HP. They've got confirmation. They know they could get away with that.
Right.
And, well, Brolin gets 2 crazy kills, but they don't bring that back entirely. Zontix, he can do that as well.
What's up, TJ? Yes, sir.
What's that tap through smoke from Zontix?
Bro knew he was fucked. He tried to run.
Oh, okay. Saw a little bit of him.
Oh, shit.
A little misleading kill feed. Classic. That one? Well,
That's insane.
That one, I don't know. Moving around inside of that smoke, Brolin just locks in on you.
Okay, so splitting pistols once again. For whatever that's worth, we saw them go back and forth in the first half
calling
as
like
well.
two playing long corner.
Mouz did not get scared.
Little bomb plant money does some good for Mouz buy.
Dude, they didn't even use a smoke? So low on smoke.
It's quite a lead here.
This is a crazy lead.
Eyes on B. Oftentimes you will see
This is a
Shiro and
huge
Magix
round for
working
Spirit, by the way,
together.
chat. Mouse have a pretty fucking good buy. We saw this last
Without
half
that
go
third
to
player.
Spirit. I mentioned before, like, this rotator on Dust 2 is very important. The question is, it looks like, yeah, they're going into the 2 side.
And the split starting to achieve its final complexion here.
Big
With
fight.
no eyes from the CT side.
Big
Very
fight.
comfortable as Chopper
Difficult
on the
trade
outside
with
of B, seeing
D
these
Scout.
mid-cross smokes, and Magix, he shoots a little late.
Oh.
Roland takes him down. Shiro now alone.
30 health, he'll finish what Magic started, but reposition here from Shiro
he
is,
got
I mean,
out.
the fact he gets away with that.
Oh my god, he got
and,
out.
Yeah, with that extra kill.
I mean, he gives up the sight, but that's
Triple
fine. He's
cap
going to
lane.
be able to lock into this angle.
They don't have a smoke for the cross. They're throwing the bomb now.
Oh, it's kind of messy.
And Xerxin will be able to get on the site. This molly helps.
But at some point, he's going to have to go for this plant. There's an incendiary still for Shiro. If he can do anything to get Xerxin out into the open.
Where's these yapping?
It's planted long plat. Jimmy could come in at the end. We'll see if they need him.
Flashes over top.
Shit.
Missed chance here from Torsi. He goes back looking for damage, down with nothing.
What?
And this is already starting to get swept away by Chopper. That MP9 making money. Jimmy back along long.
Bruh.
Dies at the hands of a swift retake from Spirit, but I can't help but wonder, what if Shiro wasn't allowed to get back down into CT spawn?
I mean, someone ran through a smoke to try to kill him, so he was very careful about taking his first duel fast and getting the heck out of there.
How did
right
Chopper
away.
get that kill?
Went to
What
that
the
cross,
fuck?
Saw ahead.
This,
dipped
next
into
one.
CT spawn.
Bro, he destroyed Xerxin.
You can't really ask for someone to push a smoke even faster than that.
The cash clip,
And
please.
Chopper found his MP9 kill through that from a mid lurker, right? He was outside of B.
He just comes barreling up with it.
Well, it's like a jungle gym down here. CT's jumping around all over the place. They only got full vision on a single target, though, it looks like.
Gonna go for the boost.
22 damage.
That hit him for 22.
Would that have...
The fuck?
How many things did that go through?
Yeah, what?
22 damage.
I think we've learned in the last week or so I shouldn't do the numbers.
There we
That's
go.
one box.
Okay, that side of the box.
J-Raz, show me all.
Is there just one?
All the bullet impacts, please.
Okay.
Three
Okay,
boxes.
3 boxes for 22
You count them.
damage.
Okay.
You count them. The observer fucking caster comms
a
are
leg shot.
crazy. That's wild. Immediately got what they asked for.
You can show me the impact on Xerxin's body. I'll give you a raise.
A raise. Chat. game we watched.
Incendiary ahead of this execute. Xertion just sticking around. I mean, scout through the mid doors when the pistols try to take down tunnels. Donk is kind of a little bit preoccupied.
Dude,
Donk
yeah, the
should be able to
CS
hang on to
side
this.
quest
He's
mid
still
game
got
is
his
actually
incendiary
OP.
frag grenade of smoke, and he's going to answer.
Good counter molly
that
when
was
he
nice.
sees the large
actually threw
smoke.
it deep. Sometimes you know you throw it a little
That's
bit
a
more
really
shallow,
good
and they try to
molly.
throw that smoke that would land on top of it as well.
Because he
but
gets more time.
He gets away with it big time.
Yeah, great damage. And then Zontix is going to take a spot inside the smoke, so if
Oh
Donk
my God,
doesn't
it's
kill
over.
everybody like he tends
Bro! Holy, what an ace.
Well, he almost didn't see anybody, but he damn sure did kill him. 5 for Donk, shutting down B.
the first ace on the big stage. Half points versus pistols. Still though, I think you just need that clean, convincing victory within a round. Nobody drops. Money starts to build up for Spirit. That lead that Mouz established in the first half is just dried up.
It was such a good example of what you can get away with, though, from Zontix. You know, if that's like not as long of a choke point as B tunnels, you throw that molly shallow, like if it's ancient A site. Oh, Jill's gonna blow this open. Fight's waiting for him.
Oh, dude, that nade hit.
Yeah.
So pretty quick footing here from Mouz with guns on Cat.
Chopper solo A site, doubling up long, Donk baiting in the
Donk wants to
corner.
bolster long control with Magics.
Yeah, that's a hard bait setup.
Not just that, but then you've got Chopper solo defending.
It
the
is
actual
nice
site
to
with only a
control this
Galil
area of the
things.
map, even if a team hits Cat.
He's got a lot of utility
If
to
they
try
go
to
B,
delay.
probably push
Let's see if
through.
they want to respect it or not.
It's also a question is how long does Jimmy take
Good
towards
counter molly.
doors?
Where's the rotate?
Chopper's
Where's
got
the
to give some
rotate?
space over, putting a smoke
Oh my
down
God,
in
he's on
front
an
of the
island.
full hit. Jimmy now taking a
Can he
test
get
towards
one?
those doors. And
Good
Donk
support.
is
Oh my God, that's
so
a
far
sick.
back. Magic's first point of contact. Brolin hits a zinger of a headshot. but
Damn,
not
that's that bait
positioning inside
setup.
of the pit.
Beautiful.
Such a
Let's
great bait.
Donk catch Jimmy off guard. Great bait, like you say.
Yeah, 4v4. Lots of utility for the CT retake. Tees will have to fight a little bit.
Missed
shot.
Torzy goes
What?
back at it.
What a
catches
fucking
Donk.
flick.
Still another body over towards Long. Mouz well aware of that one. And it looks like Zontix already starting to forfeit this. So the positioning for Team Spirit, maybe hoping it was much more towards
get
Long
out.
than Cat.
Econ's too
If that
delicate
bait
on.
set up from
on
Magic
that
I mean,
CT.
there's
really
that.
lets Donk shine.
There's that, and also Chopper doesn't get any kills, right? There was a dink through a sight box from Donk to help soften up Brolin, and he gets the instant headshot on the ramp. So Chopper has a lot of utility to try to delay. The setup could be formidable if they got one kill on the cross, and they also they trick Jimmy with that double long setup, which is so rare to see. Then it was very possible to try and reclaim that. But I love that Torzy keeps fighting. It's a spot where they don't have a lot of utility, and the CTs do.
This headshot too.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's the one. He was down. He got hit for 69 and then hit that shot. But if Torzy doesn't go up for the second kill, they keep scaling, and I think that retake happens.
No, is there a discourse about
Yeehaw.
max rounds in CS right now? What people are pushing
So nice for Mouz to get around somewhat early in this half.
Listen to MR15.
Curious to see what the changeup is
To
from
come back.
Spirit. Already Donk wants nothing to do with A.
Oh,
Is this going to be Mouz to challenge long doors?
Oh,
Ooh, and Shiro's tagged
I
down to
thought that was
40.
a hit.
Jimmy's also wounded in this approach.
They can't chase him. They know the rifle was right beside him.
Okay. Still
Looks
four
like
smokes
Sphinx
on
is playing
Mouz.
the long con. I don't know if
Gonna
he
see a
tries to
full
walk out
outside.
tunnels and flank them
Okay.
this way. But Spirit gonna
Smoke
come
lets
clear mid, not
basically,
see
you know,
anything.
someone get pit, which then puts the shadow doubt on these guys. They have to kind of give up the line.
See if he has a tell.
They're anticipating 3 being on A with all that pressure, so this lurk is
gonna
activated. Gonna get a 1.
Donk sticking
Big
around.
fight for Donk.
Gets the fight, gets the
Very
first
odd.
one
God, he took
damage.
it
Damage
back
well,
so
this
fast.
play.
Holy
But
shit.
now
Hits in
Zontix
the
is
run by
also down in
Zontix
lower
is
tunnels.
insane.
Ooh.
And he bites his tongue for a second.
The more time on the round, the more likely this is to
Oh,
get cleared. Now you're gonna
fuck.
skip stuff. Oh,
I don't know
but
if this gets
He
cleared,
just
dude.
slips past Brolin before
Brolin's
Brolin can
down
get any
mid.
vision.
they're not gonna think about him at
No
all now.
way. Multiple targets back
Oh,
turn. He
fuck.
drops the upper first.
Behind you.
And that's going to send Donk back into the site, but he also just dropped the bomb.
Oh, Donk got a kill
This is
too.
Spirit really playing with the timing, but the spacing still goes the way of Mouz. You've got
He's going
Sphinx
in?
out onto the platform. Donk dives the
What?
that molly. Sphinx never sees it coming. And then on the doorway, the smokes continue to
Round
drop.
2.
So you have kept Spirit out of the sight, but they will fight for this tooth and nail. Bomb on the platform, 20 seconds.
Yeah, how are they gonna get this back, or how's Brolin gonna get this back? He's got 2 kills to his name. 15 seconds. Now, it's impossible. Now they can just charge him one at a time.
Ooh.
Let's see if they make a mistake.
Fake plant first. Nobody bites.
Oh, you got to be careful. You might die after time.
Down to 8 seconds. There's the swing. And they played that cool as ice.
Yeah. Didn't even waste that extra.
I'd like to interrupt this to say that Kara still has not asked out the individual. That's it. Thank you so much.
The scale on someone backside on the right. And instead you see they just have no idea what's going on. Who would even try this? Dog's already in.
Oh, Spink's absolutely shocked by that one.
What? I just had to deliver the
comment.
news.
You can see his vision
It's
was obstructed
news.
by
It's
the
very
double
important
stack.
news.
And in the chaos of all that, easy to not hear them burning in the fire. It's so quick that Donk jumps through the flames.
What is breaking
That
news?
definitely
What do you
left
mean?
the
It is breaking
footsteps.
news.
In this environment. Man, I feel like we blinked and we're so
An
deep into this game
unbiased
already.
reporter.
It's 9 to 8.
Exactly. I just report the news.
And
I don't.
Spirit put up
I'm
a
not
very
going to
good
give a
answer
take
after
on
an
it.
8-4
I'm
lead.
just going
Quick
to
reminder,
report.
of course, that
That's
on your
it.
first
I just
deposit, you can
report
get
the
up
news.
to $1,000 bonus cash for Underdog.
This ain't an opinion piece, you know.
Can we make a little sound for our sponsors here? All right.
I'm so Wait, the crowd booed for the sponsors. That's why.
Underdog is a US-based company, though.
That's the thing. He's like, yes. He knows how to work the crowd.
Underdog's got you, dog.
That's insane, dude.
This could be a turning point. We're talking about no ops.
Oh,
Mauser
shit.
really low. Roland's really low.
Man, sliding between
Oh
fire
my
like
God,
that.
4
Down
HP.
the board.
He still got it.
Catches Chopper on the jump up. Nade with his name on it. But look at this.
shit.
Sneaky stuff from Sershin.
What alert.
Slipped right
their
through
own
that
spawn
mid-smoke.
smoke.
Now suddenly the hit is on, and Magic's better hold it alone.
Ooh.
Tough stuff
No
as he's
one
concerned
controls
about
it.
Long, but Dong slips
What?
out.
Dude, they run at him so quickly. 2-on-2.
Oh, good rebuttal here from
1 on
Jimmy.
2, 1 on 2.
Catching the kill down into the spawn. Looks like Mouz has got another answer on this D side.
Oh my goodness. They're trying to end this round early. Going to peek him. We've seen how many clutches that Spirit win.
I said it looks like another from Mouz, but
They might
I
be scared
forgot.
he's already up.
Zontic's has been so clutch, although he has not been nearly as hot here on map 2. He slides around this smoke.
Dude.
There is a chance that Mouz have kind
I
of
think
lost
he's playing
track of
this
where he's
really
at. You
well
see that
right
with
now,
the
by the
cat
way,
smoke, just
chat.
to guarantee he
These
doesn't
guys
come
are
through, so
scrambling.
he's
They have
playing
no
with
idea
the
where the fuck he
timing
went
here.
to.
You know, he's so patient. And they're still
Jimmy's
looking.
lurking around. Jimmy
At
might
some
be-
point, he's going to attack, and as he does, he just loses the duel. It's a chance in a head-to-head.
I
where
like how
Jimmy would
Mouz
not have
actually just
instantly
took
traded him.
initiative to find him.
Zontix leaves a little out there, and Mouz
Nico,
suddenly
where
trying
are
to
you?
pull
It's
off
crazy.
this back and forth. The force war that opened up the first half for Mouz is starting to go down in the second here as well.
Definitely, this is one where they really invested a lot. Roland, so good when he gets on low HP of ignoring it. I want to say that. He picks up this kill off of Cat after standing in the way of so many
I will
different
say,
pieces of
like,
utility, eventually dying to them,
I mean-
but not before taking out a kill.
Why are we talking so much about
And
ice
we have
cream?
drained the timeouts once again, just like we did back on Mirage, well before the game ends. These are two teams that understand each other so well.
Ice
So
cream
many of
does
their
look
maps
crazy.
are close.
Like a gelato place. Yeah.
No lead feels like it's enough.
That means they probably want to be outside, Kira. Leave your goddamn comfort zone for a second. I'm just kidding.
We're talking about
I go outside, I'm like,
Mac 10 here for
ow!
Zershin.
Ow!
We got a 5-7 on the board
Ow!
for Magic's. If last round wasn't the turning
Although-
point, this one is.
You can talk about all their limitations, but what about Donk on 21 kills?
I've been being
and
good about
4 in
going
hand?
outside.
What about Zontix versus
Go to the pool and
a
shit.
whole exact 5v1 on the site?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
shit,
raise a valid
Zontix
point.
pounds on-
He's gonna
He's
duck
fucked, bro.
in behind the cover, desperate for anything.
Oh, he
and
got
will
one.
come up with one.
There's
All he's
no
gotta
way.
do is
How is this guy still
crazy
alive?
little bit of damage. Jimmy's gonna keep it very swift on Donk, though. Instant headshot in the windowsill, and I'll call this the
I think we're
spirit
going
save.
breach
Mouz
out.
are making a game of the second map.
Yeah, off the tack pause, actually, we got Mouz going to the B site. 5v1 in there, perfectly avoiding everything Spirit wanted to set up to. They did not think this was going to take place. The read is perfect from Mouz. An 11th round will be secured. And Magic's, I think he just wants to grab a gun that he can find in the window. Let's see if he can get away.
Yeah, honestly, save that. All's good. Problem is, door wide open. Here's your timing, but he missed it. No way to have known. Oh. He'll drop Spinks at least, chipping away at their money, but if anything, it's the economy of Spirit that really needs some kind of stable base.
Yeah.
All right. This is officially time
11
to lay
rounds
the trap.
to Mouz.
Let's
It's a great call and excellent execution and the perfect time to do it again. Just going to assume Cyclone help with this.
Mini golf is a good shout. What's up, Amelia?
Mouz want to make it 3 maps.
Shiro's holding
and
this.
actually a third investment.
Nice boost.
Full investment.
Feels like they're just trying to force the end to the series,
Looking
but
for the trade.
It's so awkward because their money was good enough, you know, to put up decent
so
guns behind
close.
the op. It's just that Mouz have
He has
avoided
another
that,
nade.
forced the saves. I think Spirit were just lucky to have saved any guns, essentially. They did
Yeah, I'm reading chat.
technically
Yeah.
have a decent place to buy or try to force, and their forces earlier on this game had paid off, but this has created some great opportunities for Mouz.
The tough
Yeah,
spot
I feel
for
like all your
Spirit,
guys'
so they're going to try to get active to somehow reclaim
All you
from
guys'
Amanda's
suggestions are really
advantage.
good. Also avoid like movies. You know, it's places where you
Somehow
can't
get
talk.
that upgrade as well here on Cat.
That's
That'd be
kinda
great
lame.
for Chopper. MP9 in hand to support
Mini golf
Shiro
is
at the
actually a good
moment.
shout.
Zontix with the other SMGs just sitting, waiting for this approach out mid. And he's kept his head tucked. Chopper getting dangerously close now, but very well aware of the threats across the map. Our Mouz here in the 20th round of play.
This walkout excellently placed.
Oh,
Dershan's
shit.
going to see nothing. That's a relieving sign, but look
Check
who
that.
comes in from
He's through.
Five
behind.
5-7 though at this distance. Missed shot from Shiro.
Oh,
that
they
would have
needed
been
that.
a critical moment.
Bro,
And there
he's
could still
fucked.
be one
No
queued up
way,
with this
Zontix.
FC9 behind the
Yeah.
car, cleared out by
12 on the
Spinks.
board.
Now Jimmy,
They're probably gonna
full
save this
control
all.
of middle, lets Magix walk away with the M4. Maybe they save again,
Jimmy
but
knows.
this is
He's gonna
Spirit
hunt.
facing
They're gonna
4
hunt.
map points.
Yeah,
They're
on
like
Dust
all
2.
leaving
The
sight right
second
now.
half has so much to do with math and the way that they bought and how many sort of like half difficult rounds. I mean,
Oh, you have a
it
switch
feels like
too?
Shiro's only got one chance to shoot in these
How
last
is
3
it?
rounds. Missed that one
How
opportunity
is
to
switch
do it. It's
two?
been Zontix getting isolated a lot.
I wouldn't go that far, Saint. We're
Mouz have
definitely not an
fired up such
optimistic
a clean
group of
half.
people.
Donk's been neutralized as well.
Yeah, still topping the charts, but again, you know, our
Yeah,
started
same.
in between the maps. Freya said, I just want to throw the numbers out the window after the affair that went down on Mirage, and that makes total sense, but Jacob had such a compelling argument as to why the deadly duo at the top of Spirit are the best on Dust 2.
We're very good at,
But
you
Mouz
know,
been playing
beating
against
our
the
own
numbers
down,
this
so
entire
that way they
time in
lack
Austin.
confidence, and then building them
We're
back up
one
again.
round away from this
It's
series
kind of
going
like
to
cult
Nuke,
mentality.
a map that Spirit
That's how our
have
chat
not
operates.
beat Mouz on all year long, despite the 2 efforts. And already up this catwalk, Mouz are wasting no time to get this final blow, and look at them get caught off guard. I'm sorry,
we're going
Spirit
3.
look lost.
Yes,
Yeah, they do, and they don't have anything to fight back against this. I don't see a retake coming in
Nuke.
with 3
Nuke is gonna be
MP9s.
fucking nice.
This could be the end of Dust 2.
Hard reset in between the maps for Mouz.
One
What a
upgrade
bounce
comes
back
in
by
for
Mouz.
Magix. He's
Especially
the
to get an
important
EFID
player here
second,
coming in
like
from
forced
long.
on.
Another smoke in front of the 3 players, and you know Spinks, if given the chance,
Torzy watching this.
he will lurk for that final blow.
Good shot.
Sershin off of the cover, quick reposition, back at the fight, gets another headshot. Finally something out of Team Spirit here. Magic's
No
in
way.
front. Again, they
Not
will
a 12
fight
not a
for
12 to 8
every
comeback
round.
again,
They have
surely
the
not.
10-second defuse,
No.
and they cover.
You're
No.
kidding.
The clutch rounds begin, folks. 2v4.
No, it's not happening. It's not happening. No, 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 no.
3 MP9s on this round.
Or is it happening?
The starts of these rounds are still
Or
not
is it?
convincing
No.
whatsoever.
But this is the thing. This is the best economic position they've been in the last 4 rounds. They actually
by
won a
brick?
round. They've been playing off of saves
What about
and buying down what they
about this
can
brick
behind
right
the
here?
op that Shiro has been saving.
What about this brick?
It was 4 map points that Mouz had to close Mirage. They let Spirit back in.
This
Same
is the
case Dust
strongest,
2.
the strongest buy they've had in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
So you're saying the CT side starts now?
Essentially, they gave themselves the best chance. Mouz put themselves in a spot to just simply close that.
I had to
It felt
remember
like
how to do this whole streaming thing.
You know, A third round of OG after you win the first two every single time.
MP9 does not seem very fair, I agree.
Utility pressure for Shiro to handle. Again, feels like Xertion's feeling it this second map.
Given how Torsi played on map 1, it's kind of surprising that like Mouz has played so well with him kind of missing on this map.
Say though, T-side reads have been excellent for Mouz.
Yes.
They've been picking the right time.
Dude, Mouz has had great reads both halves.
But if they try to commit now, there's players and utility to keep them off this A site. Shiro blinded.
Oh shit.
Second player tucked in over on Goose. Plus Chopper within that smoke, covered off by Magic.
No way, got 2.
Steps up again.
All the way down to the last bullet there for Magic.
Some sort of an answer back. Still plenty of time for this round.
No way.
Back. You
The
overstepped.
triple response.
You took a chance, and Mouz now have deep control up middle thanks to Spinks.
He was looking for this lurk before.
It's fucked. There's no
The
way.
CT side never really had
They're in a
legs to stand on.
crossfire.
Mouz have seized
The bomb is crossing B right now. Smoke doors.
Smoke over towards the B
Oh,
side.
beautiful.
Spirits economy.
Oh, fuck. What a shot.
Mouz in Austin is all about resilience. And after a crushing defeat on Mirage, they step up to that same test. They do it again. Mouz refused to go down easy.
Full credit. Amazing team play once again. T-side, they picked the right sides. Brolin said, listen to me. CT side, they had excellent tactics. They survived the force buy wins in the beginning. They stabilized. They had the 8-4 half.
Bro, just grabbed the
impressed
banana.
here
She's just giving
on
bananas
Dust 2.
out. CS
They
players
absolutely
know.
did. Exertion, after, I'm going to say it, wasting those match points on Mirage. Tell me how you made sure that you didn't do the same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, we just kept our composure. We enjoyed the crowd here, and yeah, the energy is amazing. Even though we lost the first map, I think it was just really nice to play in this arena. So I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to give a third map, and let's make it a good one as well.
Fuck yeah, bro. That's just like a cold speech. She's not nervous at all.
Should they be afraid of you?
Yeah, we will see what the third map brings. You know, it's the major quarterfinal. We're here in fucking Austin.
Damn.
We're gonna fucking do it. And yeah,
so
I'm excited to play.
Let's get it. Thank you.
Talking speaks.
Magic's, yeah, we're going the full distance in this one. Tell me about that marathon so far of a series.
Well, that was kind of shaky on Dust too, and as well on Mirage as well, I believe. There was a lot of like weird situations going on the map, and I hope on Nuke we'll manage to get a better communication and
Energy
just
diff,
play
bro.
better.
You just heard what Mouz had to say on the other side. You've got an arena full of people here. You want to say anything to him?
Helmets.
No, not yet.
Soon enough. All right, well, thank you very much, Magic.
Talking.
Thank you.
Damn.
After what was a heartbreaking way to lose out on Mirage, we're talking quadruple overtime, no less. I was ready to be counting Mouz out of this one, but not today, Peter. Just as you alluded to, Mouz back and not going down without a fight.
I was so happy that you're afraid that you can throw everything out the window, throw your stats, throw your win percentage out the window, because what Mouz showed right here on stage, that is Counter-Strike. That is that you take control of the situation, you bounce back, you show that it's not over till it's over. And they found themselves on the back foot. They know they had a lot to accomplish, but they have been going through stage 3 in the exact same way. And the way that they bounce back now on those two
Why am I not
brings
in Austin?
Mouse to a place where they can
So
win the
truthfully,
series.
They've showed a lot of resilience throughout the
Truthfully, I did have an offer to go to Austin, and I thought about it like really hard. One, I'm a little bit nervous with everything, just going public right now. There's a lot that the chat doesn't know. But two, I think it's disrespectful of me to enter the major. Like as like an ex-CS pro and someone that spent decades in the scene, I have too much respect to like take broadcast talent jobs coming from CS to like show up here and take someone else's spot that has stuck around. I would rather stay at home and learn, you know, than do that. I don't know. Over my whole career, I've kind of never taken a lot of like money handouts, and yeah, I just have like different views on things. I'm not in Austin. No. I'm in SoCal. But yeah, it's the same thing. Like, I'll go to the events when I feel confident, you know, like when I feel like I'm I understand the meta completely on all the maps, and because truthfully, like I have been very focused on Valorant. When I do something, I put all of my time and effort into that thing, right? And that's where I've been with Valorant, even though I've kept an eye on CS, and I actually co-streamed the major when Navi won. And that was amazing, dude. That was fucking crazy. I was like tearing up when Alexi was like tearing up with Blade behind him. That was an insane scene. Am I quitting Val? Not necessarily. It's just I am very disappointed in some of the stuff that I learned and how things were handled behind the scenes. Yeah. There's a lot that happened. Like, I was supposed to be in Toronto for Masters. And before the video even got released, that activation got canceled. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, weird shit. And so basically, like, it's just, I don't like it. Like, I don't like that. There's things that I like more about CS's open circuit and open API and history. And I think I'm really trying to walk on eggshells here, because there's a lot I could say and I want to say. There's a lot I could have put in that video I released, but I decided not to. There's a lot of shit I learned that blew my mind. But yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I think Valve's hands-off approach is better. I really do. I think putting all of the power in the developer's hands, like people saying, oh, he shouldn't have released that video and he should have let Riot conduct their investigation. They don't know I took it to Riot first on May 7th. I escalated it internally to get more responses because I wasn't getting responses about it. It took over a month for even Bray to get banned. This guy commit half a dozen TOS infractions. And that's all just very disappointing, you know? To trust a multi-billion-dollar corporation to run an internal investigation on themselves is a little bit different. And yeah, that's how I feel. It kind of really disappointed me. Yeah. I think when the developer is going to do all these decisions, you have to think about how each decision will impact their bottom line and why they choose to make that decision. I'm not saying that, Ozzy. I don't know. I just know it's canceled. I don't think the video backfired. I mean, no. I knew it was going to be hard. I knew exactly what was going to happen. I told a lot of people behind the scenes exactly what would happen. And the reason why I knew it would happen is because I was here for the iBuyPower scandal. And right, this is exactly what happened. But the difference is that I wasn't calling out one team. I was calling out 4 teams and probably more. And I didn't, obviously I know I don't have like all the evidence, but I'm also, I don't get paid to investigate this stuff. And I went as far as I could up until it was all blown open when Riot first reached out to a player. When that happened, when they contacted Fair via email, that's when Funhaver learned about stuff, and Funhaver went on stream and said his shit. And my anger was from the fact that I was actually doing the hard work of clearing players and finding shit out behind the scenes. I was getting people on calls and on the fly asking them to screen record. And I would check their Twitter DMs, Discord DMs, and then see if they have Telegram. But once it was out in the open, that was over. So I knew that the only way anything would be done in this type of scenario is putting the power in the community's hands, because that's what I know to be true. I think the community and the people that play the game deserve to understand these things. And the sheer number, which is, I even told this to Riot in the email thread, but way before I released the video. I was like, I trust a lot of these like top IGLs and coaches to comb through this and, you know, be able to find better solutions. There's people in the community and the millions of people who play Valorant that know how to track crypto. I know how to track crypto transactions and stuff like that. I've been in crypto for a long time. My first Bitcoin purchase was like when Bitcoin was $200, actually. Kind of crazy. I mean, kind of crazy. I'm not sitting on like multi-million dollars. I fucked up hard, but I know how that space operates. And yeah, I was disappointed. I still am. I'm still very disappointed. And there's a lot that I know that I don't know when I'll say it, if I'll say it. I don't know. The fact that it took over a month to ban Bray, though, is crazy to me. It's just fucking not over a month, but just about a month. If you guys know what I know, it's fucking crazy. Right, that fault. Yeah, Siphon, I don't know. It does feel a little bit like just the corporation kind of protecting themselves. Yeah, it's whatever. And again, if you think about things through that lens, a lot of decisions make a lot of sense. Yeah, sure. Like, hold up. Like, what I didn't include in that video chat is that report on fair cheating, right? And the rounds I picked, I could have actually included this entire... What is this? Oh, it's just a fan interview. I could have included the entire thing, right? Like, this... I sent this to Riot very early. Like, you can see, like, this May 7th. I created this on May 7th for Riot Games. This is what I created. This is how they got the rounds in the fair kind of email or whatever, right? This, as well as my Haven one here. I did 2 of them. And in the video I released, my editor just picked a few rounds. But truthfully, the whole thing is insane. It's actually insane. But I knew that in order to get as many people's eyeballs on it as possible, what I needed to do. And I did that. You like that? You like the Discord profile VFP upgrade? Shit, dude. That was the best purchase I spent in a sec. That was a fucking fire purchase. Why the PFP change? I don't know, because everything was so Valorant focused, because yeah, I've just been like really focused on that, and yeah. I wouldn't say I'm fully unassociated with it, but it just, based on everything I've seen, it makes me very scared to put all my eggs in that basket right now. And it's a lot of the things that happen I'm not morally okay with. As a fucking adult, as a father, I just don't like it. I'm very disappointed, like, honestly. That's why like all the people were saying like I was fired, blah blah blah. Like no, I wasn't fired. Yeah. I feel like why did I use the Blue Otter example? I tried to show my train of thought. So it all started after the Blue Otter game when I went back and watched the fair games, which, as you can see, I could have literally showcased all of this, but the problem with doing this is I knew that it would cause the video to get significantly less views. People were already mad that I was just breaking down rounds, and I included so few of them. So I knew what I had to do to make a pretty viral video.
Counter-Strike brings people together. I got Jesse, I got Kimmy, I got Davin here with me. Just tell me your story, because this is incredible.
Yeah, we're from all over. We have a group of 8 of us that we all met here in Austin for the first time. We play Counter-Strike online. We've been playing for about 10, 15 years together. And yeah, we decided to meet for the first time in real life in Austin for the first time. So
a lot of first
time,
major,
which makes it more special.
Oh, yeah.
How happy are you that you got a major in America?
So good, yeah. A couple of us from Canada, a couple of us from the US.
Oh.
Yeah, all over.
All over North America. NA, baby. That's what it's all about. That's what this major's all about. Guys,
that's actually insane.
American Major, we're back. How happy does that make you?
It's so nice to be back. I haven't been to a Counter-Strike event since ESL 1 New York, which was 2018. So it's very nice to be back in the stadium watching some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Ludwig reacting.
What about you?
Oh, I mean, I'm new to the scene.
Exactly.
Like, I just joined like Counter-Strike 2 as soon as it came out. I'm having fun so far. My first major, I met these guys online like a year ago.
These are cool interviews, actually. But I'll keep talking about it while we have time, because we don't have much time. Yeah, so I knew that what I needed was to create as much awareness to it as possible. And this is what people in the community don't understand. Like, I keep it behind closed doors. There's an internal investigation by a multi-billion-dollar corporation investigating themselves. They're going to protect their bottom line. And if I could get a video with escape velocity out of the esports scene, i.e. like something that Ludwig would watch, I just think there's a lot more pressure to actually get stuff done. There's a lot more awareness for people to do investigations. There's a lot more awareness where people came to me and they told me things after that video that blew my mind. And yeah, I think there's a lot more that I've learned. That's crazy. They have to fucking scan them so they don't have any tech on them. They scanned them right before. What? Of what guy? What are you talking about? Oh,
The Spirit will be starting on the CT side of things. At the major, it's not decided by a knife, it's decided by the seeding coming into the matchup. Does that change anything in your opinion, considering you're saying, you know, Mouz, they know what to do on that T side?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, Mouz know how to run that offense so well. They've made Donk.
And by the way, chat, the reason why I wasn't... So this is something I kind of regret in the video, is not specifying what I meant when I said cheating. I just kind of assumed people would know what I meant, but everyone just assumed that I meant it has to be a wall hack. No, I have actually worked so many broadcasts over the years. Think about how many I've worked in CS. I've worked for Blast, PGL, ESL, IEM, ESEA, Faceit, Star Ladder, and then in Valorant, I've worked for the devs, so like VCT. I've worked those First Strike events. I've worked for Knights. I've worked for all these fucking TOs. And I know how easy it would be to leak a live feed. I know how easy it would be for anyone on a broadcast to literally leak the live feed. And there are things that I learned that still blow my mind to this day. And again, like, I'm not going to throw out like baseless accusations like that, but there was a lot. There was a lot of possibilities on that front, as well as like DMA hacks and stuff like that. And so I'm not sure. So when I say cheating, it could be a lot of different things. It could be like DMA hacks. It could be someone has a leak of the live feed. Someone could be literally working the broadcast and screen sharing on like a FaceTime. Fucking, it could be a million things. So when someone's running around the map knowing exactly where everyone is, it doesn't necessarily mean that Vanguard's going to catch them, especially when there's no cameras on anyone in these Challenger games. They're just in the ease of their own place, and they finally made the players start putting cameras on themselves during playoffs. That's weird after all my shit started. Yeah. There's just, I think there's a lot of brain rotted people in Valorant, but I also think that, like I said in the video, I had to like set the scene for one, my train of thought and how I found it. And it started with that game against Fair. And then I stumbled into more. And people came to me after my Twitter video with more. And then after my video dropped with more, because the eyesight on it all escalated massively. And yeah, there's just a lot of shit that I can't say just to protect myself, to protect my family, to protect the people that reached out to me, that asked to remain anonymous, and yeah.
In the fragging department on that particular map, right? I'm never going to be counting Donk out when you're coming into a decider like this.
He is putting it on the line every single round, the way that he was jumping through.
That's exactly how I described it initially when I reached out to Riot. Is this like, this feels exactly like the whole scenario with Dr. Lupo cheating in chess. I have never, and Shroud said this when he watched my video. Dude, when I played with Shroud, him and Semphis swore this guy was cheating in boot camp. And I was like, I refuse to use that as excuses. I feel like it hinders growth. It hinders development. And calling someone a cheater in a team setting is a very slippery slope. It really prevents growth. It's the biggest cope. And a lot of people that try to be pros fail because of that mindset. This is like one of the only times I can even think of that I've done this. But that's, yeah, I was just certain. And the more I stumbled in, the more I found, the worse it got.
Life here at the Austin Major, USA, USA, USA. It's something special. Thank you guys for being here. Beyond the game, that's what matters the most.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. You know, my first real U.S. event, the U.S. Major, that's so elusive over the last 7 years, and yet here we are, and it's only the first of 7 games. 4 days long, folks. We've got 4 days to party here in the Moody Center. But this one's for elimination. It's Mouz or it's Spirit going home. And somebody steps forward into the semis.
It's epic, by the way. And the reason why I felt okay doing it is because I've been in a situation like this before. Like when the CSPPA was started 9 years ago, I was fired for literally sticking up.
Play into the A site, waste no moment. Magic's already taken off down from the top of the hut. Donk over towards the other side of the vents, peeks in, can't get a third with the one mag, and it spinks down lower B. But guess what? You don't have a bomb.
They don't care. They don't care if he wants to run away, if he wants to try something new. You can leave Spinks. He has to find a way to get back to this bomb to make this possible. Donk with 2 clean shots from that opposite vent. Feels like it's the 2 that sealed the deal. Entering through mini, well, that might be quite obvious. Spinks got to have perfect pre-aim here.
I hate the
headshots.
I hate
great Overwatch. They start to reconsider options, though.
I could probably count the number of dual kills I've gotten in CSGO and CS2 on my hands.
Pinned against the wall, double swing to the other side, full control here for Spirit, despite Mouz's best efforts of frazzling them out of the gate with a fast A rush in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Donk now has 63 kills after these last 2 maps and this pistol round. It's becoming one of those classic sort of rating lines here with this lineup.
I mean, you can try to learn with me.
They lost us too, but it's not like Donk wasn't there. So what they're looking for here is a couple of
I have my knowledge of being like an ex-pro IGL.
In their record with Mouz, I don't think they're actually that nervous or uncomfortable. I think Mouz know that like, they barely won in the overtimes.
It's been fun.
And like to replicate that is also its own kind of pressure.
There's like these nade Twitter accounts
that I love. The question is more, how many people are going to show up at the same time.
That show you lineups.
Because when you look at a tournament that Mouz play in,
you should download a player's config.
You never get one guy who's just.
I saw the majority of players right now in the playoff stage using 1024.
But for Spirit, it's always Donk.
4x3 stretch.
Hefty damage off the frag grenade, plus Shiro over in the corner. Gonna swoop out, catch him off guard as they were more fixated onto Zontix. He gets a bunch of assists on that ramp hold. And this force buy from Mouz has netted them absolutely nothing. The time being, not even a kill.
Yeah. I think you got a tag on this. Well, Brolin knows he's hurt.
Yeah, stomping around down in the vents at this point.
Me. Let me at him. Let me at him.
Somebody peek. This iron cage, it's going to be the end of him. All 5 players stand for Spirit.
Oh yeah, it's 1289.60.
Making the most of their seeding, which allowed for them to start CT side.
It's not like
pistol and conversion, unlike
it
back
actually
on
is
Dust
like
2.
a big majority.
Like maybe a little bit more calm here. Of course, the force up with no bomb plan is an interesting choice, but with how good Mouz have been on some of these rounds, I'm not surprised they tried it. No early momentum for them.
That's crazy.
So, Deagle's across the board. Mouz can have a little bit of fun in this one.
Yeah. It's kind of expensive, actually, to buy Deagles after losing that last round, no bomb plant. They get some kills here. I mean, it's at best MP9s for the most part, so we'll see if it pays off.
In CS2, it's nice to jiggle like this.
Yeah, like quickly before Cyclone says anything. Before he calls attack.
Player top main at least.
Dude,
that's the bomb.
So
don't lose it there.
there.
Don't lose the bomb up there. Just in case. Just in the small chance that these Desert Eagles get a chance.
Looks like it almost got scary for Chopper.
What the fuck, bro?
Now they're getting flanked.
So
it looks like they're watching it. But, yeah, I don't know. Shiro doesn't really have to leave in this spot.
Not much you can do about it. Ooh, now the bomb's on top of main. Well, that's the end of the round. And the Desert Eagle spam onto Donk's only going to drop to 40. Desk was talking a lot about whether or not Donk gets help outside as this game goes on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is where we've seen him targeted by Mouz specifically.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's an interesting part about this, like the way that they have dealt with Donk on this map specifically, and we see his great games, so we're going to check in on it sort of at each half at this juncture. When he's going to be playing in mini behind smokes, he's going to be crossing on T side. These smokes being breakable in CS2 is what's bringing the success to Mouz, and their ability to isolate his timings is what's huge. It doesn't matter how good you are. When you're in mini, there's so much pressure on you. Now you take a team like Mouz that are specifically good at fighting against these superstars. Donk is obviously going to have a hard time. There's going to be lots of utility they can throw from safety. There's going to be ways to break open smokes to expose them constantly, and so we have to see how Spirit are going to adapt to that.
Donk slipping around outer. They're already getting real
dangerous.
Like
did not hear this.
Push.
And he runs out of ammo, I think, right there.
Spinks jumps on him, only has 6 health left.
Oh my god, he got
easy
the
cleanup.
second.
Should
Holy
have,
shit.
but instead Magic's the second victim here of Spinks.
It's an early mistake, but they get a kill back. Spinks on 6 HP.
Smoke for door.
Making sound as he climbs off hut. Jimmy's gonna know Zontix isn't too far off.
Spinks looking to come into this later.
Yeah, this is a good lurk spot right here.
Heed at the moment. Looks like Shiro's going to get flanked. Zontix actually might have made a good read by dropping down. We'll see if they end up going ramp or not, but Spinks is in a position to flank it. No, they're coming back to an open site.
Spinks going to be a good spot for a third.
Deep outside as well. They'll go through the motions with the utility, but there is no chance for Spirit to stop this bomb plant. That's for damn sure, especially if Spinks controls the ladder.
I was thinking maybe they're going to go try to split with Spinks into the ramp, but no, they just picked the perfect site, open, clean rounds. I mean,
he's playing so fucking well.
I don't think they're going to even try this retake with the op in play.
2 with 6 HP is
triple kill
insane.
so far. The limitation of the health doesn't seem too big of a problem for him to deal with, and seeing Shiro head back for
Dude,
trying to
still
get
alive.
save. Zontic's going to get mowed down as Jimmy gets aggressive outside main.
Spinks survived that nade.
That's
so
insane.
Mouz have an early answer here, folks. 4 rounds into play, first T round win found, and there is no guarantee that Shiro gets to heap this off. Pressure's on early for Spirit. They get swept away. Quad kill for Spinks.
3 with 6 HP.
6 HP. Magix could have stopped all this, hitting 1 bullet from up there in heaven. But it didn't seem clear when he peeked out where exactly Spinks was in his mind. Because he went out really wide, he was aiming in the wrong place, and the adjustment was obviously off. Wow. And you know, with Spinks joining this team, the other crazy part about it was how good
that has to be devastating for Donk after dinking him.
Looking comfortable, like he's played on the team for a long time. but he really hasn't been the story of the match so far for Mouz.
Nice kill.
Beautiful duel from Torzy. We get the first real set of support for Donk.
Trying to even things
we get an
up.
op duel instantly. Donk's going to pick it up. Give a taste of his medicine right back to Torzy, but he doesn't control the secret stairs, which means Zershan's got a chance to take a look down lower. Zontic's already down here to try to deal with it.
He gets his
skilling
mollies.
I mean, there's 2 cross smokes. They have to be paranoid about them. Let's see about this duel, Zershan.
Big
sloppy.
fucking kill.
Perfect.
Peek
There from Zontic,
and
they find a lot of space outside. The walls are coming in around
so
them.
They
don't know it yet.
NCS.
Technically, there's still a good move here to be made if they can figure it out.
Hello. Fire from the depths and a hold from the back of the site already here from Magic. Great clean rifle work on his behalf. Spinks, star of the show 1 round ago, now has to do it in a clutch. Same amount of frags that he offered up 1 round prior. He's got the time to do something special here. Or if not, it is Spirit to answer after Mouz's first round win. A hard economy reset. Oh, he can't afford this. Frag into the heavens. Still nobody actually pouncing on him. He does try to reposition, and within that, it is Donk with a double kill on an op.
And you know what? There's something special about the fact that he killed Torzy. That was like a raw op duel. Like op to op, Torzy's waiting for him on that specific angle. Donk has to have that perfect clear, and this is not his full-time job. I mean, it's not even his part-time job, man. He's literally opping as a freelancer once in a while, you know? And so it's so key and so important that he takes the perfect fight at the perfect moment, the perfect swing. Because we saw what Torzy just did that to Zero. He really saved it. And
here we go.
What a bounce back here for Magix. Died in that peak up in heaven. But on this round, not a lick of damage.
Torzy peeking into the opera goes well.
So a really important thing in CS, and you'll learn it. Someone asked like what I could watch. Elige has a lot of really good videos. He drops one every now and then, right? Like he's not a content creator. He's a fucking incredible player. Incredible, like very cerebral and an amazing talent from NA. So
it's from James Analysis.
He talks about
where
this like
he was talking about a bounce peak, and it was from James' analysis of Kyosuke's video.
Calls it a bounce
where they were
peak.
going over this engagement towards Pillar here, and there was also one at Top of Con.
Because a lot of new players will make this mistake in CS.
If you look here, I had the show pause on, and if you're looking at the velocity here, you are maxing out with an A1. You're at 225 velocity. So I'm going to put that bot that's right here, bro. And I'm going to peek out without moving at all.
So you see how it's
I
like
got around.
In CS, if you just peek out like that, you kind of scale into the 225 like slower.
70 if I'm just in the middle of this pillar.
So instead,
then I
if
just
you
move out
bounce,
and I peek this bot. So pretty slow. Whereas if I go to the right first and then go left, I'm getting a lot closer to my max velocity. So
that's like a really good aspect. That kind of gives you an idea for why people do jiggle a lot for peak advantage.
Go in a head-to-head
that is a
duel
very
outside
big
those
aspect
vents.
of it.
But Chopper actually comes up.
That thumbnail does go
Nobody
crazy.
downstairs for Spirit at the moment. Nobody.
Yeah, he smoked it down lower, so unless they go and refill Zontic's position, he's also
Big round for
put his
Mouz
smoke down
econ,
on
by the way,
ramp.
chat.
They just don't want to fall for this.
Big fucking round for Mouz.
Everyone on the T side is still upstairs.
Half is going to be really difficult if they lose this.
Incendiary in hand for Magix.
smoke.
He's going to drop that on Hut.
Maybe
Should cut off
push
Jimmy, but
coming
more
in.
attention outer first.
This is a crazy risk from Shiro. They could be in big garage.
He gets away from it. Now that position in garage is occupied by Spinks.
Dude.
Jimmy's going to get bested inside.
How
the
does
lobby.
Chopper win that fight?
Chopper's got a good chance to reposition, carve out some information. What they can't do is hold back Heaven.
Yeah.
That belongs to Mouz. Soon enough, Brolin
flash for the
arrives.
7 peak.
And Donk seems pretty damn
Donk can get
prepared
flashed
for
off
this
this,
peak. We'll
but he's
see if
ready
he
to
can hit the
drop.
headshot.
Top door.
We'll see if Brolin jumps the gun. But it's not just Brolin, Spinks. And now Torzy
right,
brings
Pinch
Bomb up
coming
here
in.
with him. It is
One
a
going back
pack of
lobby
players
late.
versus Donk at 20 seconds.
3 Heaven,
No one there to
lobby
catch
late.
this. Donk waiting from beneath. They have the
Big
right
off angle.
setup. Will they get the kills?
Looks good so far between Magix and Donk.
Really
The
good
first
off
two
angle by
there.
Donk.
Torzy's up, brings it back. Chopper. Oh no, Chopper. He lets the site get compromised from behind.
And there's time to go get this bomb down. You just got to dive for it.
He's got it.
It'll get planted.
Extra second. There to bring it back. Zershan knows, but that bait perfect
Yeah,
for
that
Chopper.
was-
Why,
On a
after
vision.
coming through Hut, would Zershan ever expect somebody inside Squeaky and then another?
That was
She was so
fantastic
good
from
for
Spirit.
Talk us through it.
They have that flash going. They have the setup. The first thing is, when they take that outside play, they do not fall for the idea that Mouz are going across in a lower. Xerxin gets down there. They know they've let one by, but they make the rotation really slow, right? It looks like they're not prepared for a lower play, but they have ramp smoke. They have lower smoked when Chopper leaves for a second, and by the time they get back up here, this is
that
what
guy
they
first
expected
contact,
the whole time.
don't swing off contact.
And what makes this really easy is Chopper winning his duel versus Squeaky and then pushing into it. Now they know they can face forward, take open angles to heaven from outside the hut, and they've been very good when they know they've opened up an angle of using it against their opponents.
Chopper's turning red, he's powering
right
up.
Now. Their T side looks pretty obvious.
I'm not gonna
here
lie,
to Spirit,
I was about
going their way too.
this year's old when I learned that Chopper's name wasn't chosen because of like
Chopper finds a small piece
rap
of sanctuary
songs
top hut.
A Chopper being like an
Fire doesn't burn it
AK-47.
all out. We got Tech
He chose his name based on an anime.
Trying to get Jimmy
Honestly,
down the
lost
vent,
a
but that
little
mission
aura,
goes
bro.
well. And it pulls Zontix off of ramp, which then just leaves space for Mouz to vacuum up. He's gonna hear this approach, drops the bomb in the process. Tech9 tapped out by Spinks, well done. Chopper doesn't know about Jimmy. Seems to have let his guard down. And so all of a sudden, you've got rifles getting picked up by Mouz, and their answer, their second round win comes by way of pistol.
Ooh, they caught the tempo. This is such a good spot for Spirit, but now they won a round while they were saving. They do this with a split to lower. They get a committed player on the ramp, and Chopper has no idea about anything coming in from secret. So I don't know if this was a comp to him. They had absolutely no idea.
I have no idea.
But this is a round where you can't justify that. Last round,
how did he get that space?
You get smokes on the crosses. It's more hard to peek outside, so the CTs might not be able to fight him. But here, what's your excuse? You know, at worst, it's Tech9's coming across. At worst, you should be able to at least know who crossed.
Free money.
We kind of lose track of Jimmy downstairs, just from an observing point of view, because Zontix is so under pressure.
Did he? Yeah, I don't.
Double doors was open, and Chopper was stuck backside.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him on the mini-map lower, but I don't know if he dropped Ben or if he got across.
See if the replays explain it
really quickly, but either way.
Nice tap as well here from Spinks.
He's already control side when this happens.
Guess what? Yeah.
Can't make sense of that, but I mean, Mouz, excellent way to kickstart this T side right back into a threatening position. 7 rounds into this.
Can't make sense of that. He's like, fuck.
Considering the clutch rounds where the Bane back on Mirage, it is great for them to pull out the X factor here on Nuke.
No, definitely.
Jumping up.
Shiro hunting for any sort of confirmation to this outer presence behind the wall of smokes.
It's just
so far sees nothing.
Such a difficult job generating opportunities when you're
inside
on the AWP here on Nuke. All the utility outside designed to block and obfuscate your vision,
stairs,
turn you around, make you rotate. And they get by him.
Ooh, do they get by him, or does he sneak behind them?
Oh,
hanging on here. Shiro with a critical double kill.
Really well played by
They set up Donk perfectly
Flash
to
also
sweep
for
down
the
that last
repeat.
one. So we go 4v2. A recovery mission yet again out of Mouz.
It feels like they know every tactic that's coming. The timings they're taking. Zontix will also run into one. Bomb gets dropped. And that'll be 6 rounds here. Unless Jimmy can start teleporting again.
Kind of fucked Econ right now on Mouz too. These 3.
Part of me wouldn't put it past him.
I know. I don't think... Yeah, I don't want to doubt him, but I think they're just happy to let him save in this spot. Uses it as an extended tack pause. But what are we seeing here? Spirit are catching them off right in the middle of their place.
Casting duo of all time.
Every single time they're setting up and staging utility.
These 2 are
like, why was it that Shiro in that last round peeked out so wide from hell as soon as they smoked mini?
Talking like
that's when it's dangerous for him.
I think they're so fucking
insane. And that's Mouz showing him they're outside. They could be big garage and going wide. He goes out wider, and he still gets a shot and gets away.
They are incredible.
Spirit are super comfortable right now with the utility that they're spotting. And I don't know if Mouz have enough new stuff to show. This might be the problem for Spirit when we get into the second half. Again, these guys have shown so much against each other in overtime Nuke games.
DDK barred off, yeah.
If it wasn't for the T side back on Mirage, where we saw a lot of different looks out of Mouz.
Like before I went to Valorant, I did like a tri-cast with DDK and Bardoff, and I got Bardoff like a... Dude, I went all out for like this meme. So I had like 2 canisters, right? And I had a t-shirt made. I actually have the shirt upstairs. It's like a picture that I had commissioned of James Bardoff with like a fucking scuba shirt on, like a pick'em win trophy on him fucking screaming. It's like insane. It's a bunch of all insane things that James Bardoff likes. and I put it in a canister. And then I had another canister with like one of those pop-out snakes on the inside. That's like a... I fucking went so crazy. This isn't like a bit that I made with like Riot money. Like this is my own money for the sake of fucking around. Like this is how Counter-Strike operates. This is where I come from. This is why I'm so unhinged.
Sitting 0 kills, Zershin only 1.
That shit was so fun.
Tactics out the window.
Bardov is a character.
Got to call on them to hit some shots as well.
My microphone up. I think it's like up all the way.
It's a new position for Shiro, just playing inside main for the start of it. But again, wall of smokes.
Why are you so low?
Yes, I'm gonna say this is a brave call because stylistically it's matched up to the rounds that haven't worked.
He found the
right
gap.
now, let's see what Cyclone has brought to this round.
Oh god! Oh shit, bro!
Donk can sense you through the smokes. Turns back.
Oh my god! Hold that!
It's like a spinning top here. This is insane from Donk. Second kill he doesn't even see. This was like the first time we saw him play Nuke back at Kato.
Every single fight that's come his way this round, an instant kill.
He not only knows how he wants to attack, he knows how you're going to
try
to attack.
Fucking
now the offer's
that
trying to get at him. Jim Pat from the top of main catches Donk off, but Donk is not alone.
They haven't countered him yet.
Support is right there for
Get
him.
Donked.
On top of another Donk multi.
Donk might set some sort of best of 3 kill record in this series. While Brolin has yet to get on the board.
How many frags for Donk ahead of this third map?
He was at 60 kills in those first 2 maps.
Fucking caught.
73 frags in this quarterfinal at the moment.
We're getting into kills that most people wish to get in a full best of 5 already for Donk.
Okay. I could lower the game.
Tech9's yet again for Mouz. We'll see if that kind of gets the shackles off, right? One of the rounds Mouz actually have on the board is with a buy like this.
Actually, no, I'm sorry.
And you said it. It was a brave call to go back to what wasn't working a round ago.
Yes, and they did. They killed them the exact
this
same
nade might
way.
hurt.
They revealed their positions. They caught them going slow outside. The tack fails.
He rotated. He rotated.
Flash out towards
shit.
though. Again, I mean, this has got shades of what went badly last time, except a little more support. Opper's gonna get gunned down. You've already got Chopper down on site.
What a kill.
Doing this again. Dawn slides out from single.
Oh, fuck. He can't convert any of them. They're so low. 24, 22, 12.
Combined to have less health than Magic's here. This will be corroborated.
Shit.
How did Mouz avoid him? I'm sure they assume a rotate is coming in. And even though they're low on HP, they're using vision to their advantage. They keep Torzy back. He's getting information.
Magic knows he's got to get it active.
But they're actually, are they going to re-aggress? Jimmy floating up and down.
They don't know where to go.
Spinks upstairs. He's going to find a vacant site, and then all is good because the bomb's right with it, while selling some utility to Magic. At least that's what they could do.
Yeah,
Spinks is now up in the Raptors in the A site just to confirm it, and still there's plenty of time.
Wow, they're avoiding him.
Get into a really great spot.
Holy shit.
And,
they're gone.
They can follow up behind this. Ooh,
holy fuck, how does Mouz end up in this scenario?
Killed them all. He was so close. And instead, Mouz get away. But what are we learning from this, man? This is another fast round that works off the back of Tech9's. They can win because they have the firepower. Maybe it's the carefree attitude of being able to swing and trade really fast. But the one red thread here is that they're going fast. All the other rounds that have failed where they've been systematically picked apart when they're coming through with what looks like these cool defaults that are, you know, really mysterious and you have no idea what their end plan is, they've just fell flat.
Crazy that Mouz got this round.
I think for the rest of this half, 2 rounds left to play out. To hell with the strategy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Play with a little fire.
Get a little scrimmy, honestly.
Yep. It is straight up aggression down that ramp that's opened the rounds twice.
It's almost as if you want to play like it's OT already. And
oh yeah, Launders does a lot of analysis.
You have to respect the fact that the other team is so onto you. Now, when we compare their head-to-head, Mouz beats Spirit. But when we look at Spirit's new, they are much better, both at CT and T side. Mouz are going to do better on CT side, but their T side does struggle. This is still below par.
See if there's any kind of tempo change. They are running out of runway for this T side.
They get 5 rounds, they'll be on par.
All right, Wallace, they're going to send one.
2 ramp room Tech9 rushes. That's what makes up 2/3 of this half so far from Mouz. But Chopper looks to step into the lobby, pays the price.
It's an upper prop, I think.
He clearly spotted and got spotted, right?
It's wild that it's Spirit who are still playing with a bit more aggression. Mouz happy to just lean back again and again and allow for this fight to come to them.
Mouz
got no test outside.
Him.
He's down secret now.
Yeah, if he goes down secret though, and they're up here, unless they do a vent dive, they're going to run through the hardest possible route. We'll see if they can take out Zontix. That'll be step 1.
He changes it up. Instead of playing in ramp where he can get run down, he plays in trophy where he's able to peel 2 players off this. So he puts Spirit back into the even man.
Xertion's too late to protect the vents. They get to rotate down. Will they find him? That's the question.
See how his crosshair went straight to the headshot level stairs? That's why Zontix played that off angle earlier in the middle of the open.
Eventually coming to join him.
But
those little like micro positions are a lot of what make
Control stairs for Torchy. No cover on the plant.
Oh, he jumped!
Wow, he knows he gets a full.
He should not have done that.
2 now, and they have to get the ball.
2v2, low time.
Gonna be full exposed. A flashbang to try to get them out. Somebody's got to cross over, pick up that bomb and plant. And there are 2 sets of prying eyes from Spirit trying to hold off from ramp. It is not yet a retake. Ball is in Mouz's court as they both decide to push up. But now they've been corralled.
They're going to have 2 hands busy.
And as that plant comes down, Torchy gets a kill. He gets them both.
Wow, Torchy got both.
With the rifle. Great recovery out of Mouz.
Yeah, what a save. I can't believe Donk knew that he could get away with the full spray. Every bullet in, and he set his team up for a really strong position at the retake. Zontix assisted after these kills came down. That's amazing. Honestly, like, you would come in spray if you don't get the kill. You're not watching every part of your screen.
The gunplay looks
someone
better.
Could eventually peek you.
I will say,
but he just
I feel like
every bullet out. It's like
there's really nothing like
so quick to the information.
Like a
checking
one
in on
tap.
Everything.
Like a deep one tap, an AK one tap from CS in Valorant. That feeling, like that dopamine. I think strategy-wise, Valorant is insanely complex, though.
Just for today.
Like, I love the macro aspect of Valorant.
0 kills for Brolin, 1 kill for Xertion, but they still managed to get 4 rounds.
You said 5 is par for the course.
Yeah.
Well, what do they do? They're going to take this one to the ramp room. Here's that aggression we wanted to see. Zontix, though.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. 9 HP on 4C. Holy fuck, he lived 8 HP. 1v4. Rough.
And so trying to tap back into the energy that the Tech9s were able to tap into, but this one...
That was a fuck around, didn't find out type of round.
It is 4 rounds on a T side. A CT half between Mouz and elimination at the major.
Oh, the Ropsies with the
Blacklight hot seat trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test.
Bro, they packed this shit with content. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, some of the content don't work though. Oh, wait. Wait. Man, I jinxed it. We had content. Just fucking snatched away. New CS map? What, Nuke? What are you talking about? If I can watch on the screen right now, you're trolling me. You fucker. Didn't Scream say he was doing something recently? Yeah, I watched a few of them. The G2 comeback on what, Gen G was insane. That was insane. I've honestly been spending like a lot of time with my family though and stuff, truthfully. I watch some of the games, but I won't say like normally I would watch all the games, you know, because I like having storylines as like an ex-broadcast talent. to like draw back on as I'm co-streaming later in the tournaments. I've watched the teams that I really root for. Like I love those G2 guys. I think they're amazing. And so I like watching their games. I like watching Sen. Yeah, like Paper X. It's dope to see Paper X in the upper finals. That's crazy to me. Yeah, I thought Scream went back to CS. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to. I honestly don't even know if I have streaming rights. No one ever messaged me, so yeah. Like I said, I just was disappointed in how everything was handled, and yeah, I don't know. The state's been up to? I actually don't know.
Tech9s barely keep Mouz in that one with half of their rounds on that T side by way of ramp rush. It is Donk on an absolute tear since the start of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's been a massive series for him overall.
What a
60
nickname.
kills. He's already on pace to maybe get another 30 in this game if he plays his cards right. The game steps a little bit closer here with Mouz winning a couple of force buys, but if not for those, it was a crushing half. Spirit, I think, mentally 10-2'd this. They come out 8-4. They looked at the pistol to really bring that feeling together. But for Mouz, they've got a lot to prove here on CT side, a lot to show us if we want to believe that they can actually take this.
Both Brolin and Xerxin are going to have to dig deep into their souls to find a way to play better on the CT side. One kill between 2 players on this team.
That's a gap found.
Spinks is going to get the first blood in the second pistol, trying to get another one over towards Squeaky, while his teammates all wait for a piece of the action. Spinks gets another, and suddenly this starts to look real good for Mouz. 5v2 is comfortable. We can talk about Donk all night long, but right now it is Spinks that is keeping Mouz's hopes alive at the major.
Oh, fucking owned.
Step up to the plate. One frag left in the form of Shiro, and he'll bite back ever so slightly, but he is done for.
Dominant
Mouz
pistol.
Start with a much-needed pistol round win.
2 apiece there. Xerxin and Spanks put it together. Great shots, and they even snuck by into Mini.
Yeah, I know Steel was putting a lot of effort into competing. Yeah,
very scary situation for the upper players.
Do it.
But look at that fade away and shot from Spinks on Chopper. Took out the threat instantly. And that brings this game very much back into fruition. Again, Mouz much stronger on CT side. Probably needed that pistol.
She's doing good. She's doing good.
Now they're in a decent spot.
Spirit opt to go Desert Eagle on Donk. Nothing else to work with. Looking to get the gun rounds going soon. How many rounds of play before Brolin gets his first? That's a scary question to have to ask. And imagine he's probably asking himself right now in this moment. Every time he touches tab, a reminder that he has 0 frags.
Yeah, there's no way they're breaking that high low. There's no way.
Around him to believe in him
Mouse players were moving with such intention right there.
Even ahead of an eco on that one.
I love my wife. Yo.
Me too, bro.
Wait, Launcher's married? He's trolling.
You don't need to get on your board if you have the right team to help you. Thought I saw him in ramp room a few rounds ago.
What I don't want to see is some weird buy patterns out of Spirit.
He also loves that guy's wife.
Because they like made all those saves happen. It's kind of weird.
That's crazy.
Kind of weird that happened, but
it certainly held them back on Dust 2. Spirit's chance to shut down any hopes Mouz has instantly.
Trying to harass, draw attention so that way they don't clear this.
Tucked in.
Concerned about the cross, maybe even blow up the smokes.
As far as frag grenades go, it's just Xerxin. He's burning. Still, Donk steps up to the fight.
Yeah.
They go 1-1.
He didn't even need to.
That's tilting.
Xerxin would not have been able to get out of there. Maybe with 1 HP jumping down, that's what he was worried about. But Zershin happy that he went and peeked him.
Thing is, Zershin saw nobody else, and then just as quickly as Donk dies, 3 players from Spirit slip down secret.
Yeah, that's very good.
There is no move here from the CD side to get lower.
I don't think they expect
this. Information Torzy thinks that he has for his teammates.
See, like, they're actually far even on the rotate to get down.
They probably have a suspicion that they're in a good spot, but they don't have to split, so they do have to go a little slower. They can still be event presence. They know that ramp hasn't been dealt with, and they don't know if they've been spotted 100%.
God, we got no smokes down here.
A little bit worried about the approach. Still taking a little glimpse out through those ramp doors.
Looks like they're just trying to make this a quick fake.
Utility in the top. Missed Molotov at Azontics. That's not going to sell anything. Brolin tries to get some damage in. That's the bomb spotted back behind the pillar. Chopper's going to prioritize plant. Good to go. Hands back on the gun. Brolin in the open. And he's going to get a little more damage in, but Chopper gets the better of him. Now the headshots come out for Spirit.
Okay.
And with that bomb plant, they're starting to cement themselves. Torzy to draw it back with 1 kill already. We are talking about low health on both Magix and Chopper. And a great swing out from Spinks. Zontics has got to somehow get into the action. That wall bang drops him down. Spinks, 10-second defuse in the cover. 1 second comes.
He got off it.
Gets the kill, and he's cut down 1 short.
Wow.
Spirit, hang on.
He
It
got
felt
off.
like he was just going to pull the defuse off from that spot.
I thought he had like, what, 3 left?
What a
Why'd he get
scary
off?
moment. It looked like Zontics was this perfect piece of the puzzle to come in late with the bomb planted back sight. There was actually a world where they defused this.
He's so mad. He's so mad. Bro's just like me for real.
Oh. They needed that 1 frag from Control. And now without that, Spirit keep it a 3-round lead.
Insane that Magix doesn't die. From 16 health down to 6 off of the wall bang on Dark.
Expensive one here, man.
We could be
already
diabolical.
All the money for Mouz on the line here in the 16th. Spirit put that pressure
Man, the
right
11
back
would
on
have went
them.
crazy,
The
no?
pistol be damned.
But we could still.
Gotta keep reminding
we
ourselves
could
this
still
is the end
do
of
it.
someone's
Technically,
major. This
right?
series ends here in this second half.
The 11 was perfect, actually. He should have stayed 0-11.
Brolin trying to get away from the util.
Oh my God, no! Not like this, bro.
Turns back around. Shiro on the edge of the smoke. Surgeon's going to try his hand to test them, and he stops at
3 on 3.
1 extra player from adding themselves to that site.
They don't get the quick plant down. They refresh the smoke. Zershin's looking to be a pest here, seeing if he can interrupt this.
Looks like they're coming through fast. Already out from heaven. And now the bomb planted. So beneath guns empty. MP9's got it. That is a double from Jimmy.
That's
critical
really big
moves out of
round.
Mouz, and they make them fast.
Yeah, they used solid fundamental play there. 3 players ready to go for the retake. Zershin says, give me the sign. I'm pushing through the smoke. And 1 person is planting.
Bro, Zontics is so cool.
3v2
This
for
guy
the
doesn't
second.
react.
They jump on that right away.
No,
Didn't need
that's
Roland's help once
insane.
again. They make this a closer game. Spirit put themselves in a crushing position here. Economically, this would have been devastating for Mouz, but Mouz survived it.
And they do it with a change-up on the tempo.
Oh, such a brave call to make. Last bullet hits the head, bends around the corner of that rafter.
How many times back on T-side were we calling for something like that?
Free the homie.
Throw a
Free
wrench
him.
in the works. Get crazy.
Holy.
They do it in a retake timing, and it works.
I think Spirit in this spot, though, they know that this is just still was an expensive round for Mouz. It's going to continue to be pressured for them. And every round until there's an answer back, could be facing a double
Out
save.
of timeouts already is a bit crazy.
These 2 teams know they can beat each other. They know how close they play against each other. There's so much more on the line than even just advancing in this major, proving in this head-to-head, proving on Nuke itself.
I'd say
because you can win every other series in the year, but if you don't win at the major, no one cares.
Not just that, but I mean, Mouz, they've already done what Spirit are hoping to do, which is win the map they haven't been able to.
Look at this. Look at this. Everyone's chips are on the table,
all
in from both sides.
Zero.
Every dollar invested.
Massive round right here, right now. The 17th has real implications.
Oh, no.
They're going to catch them in a bad boost. No,
he got one!
Right, Brolin, his first kill of the entirety of map 3.
Dude, they fucking sent it ramp with a vent drop. No, he didn't even drop.
Tenacity of Spirit, but the op is online in the hands of Torzy. The fadeaway, the fallback, the flashbang to give him space.
Oh, that's such an important angle that he took. He got that 1 kill, 3v3 now. The 2 rotations downstairs don't matter as much. Spirit were about to cheat and get upstairs.
This is interesting position. Sershin and Zontics have kind of swapped sides.
Crazy, huh?
Zontics should be able to tell them that he's pushed something.
Bro.
They could just go ahead and avoid this. They
Zontics
could walk
called
out
them
high,
back.
and they could take that site.
Oh
and while
my
Xerxes
God,
is
you're
still
dead,
unknown
bro.
to them, Torzi's holding this angle.
Oh,
he gives it up,
what
and,
the
he gives it up, and as he
fuck?
does, they start to cross.
He dinked
and
him.
then Zontics gets vision of that anchor over and
Oh my God, now they know this guy's mini.
Magic's planting.
Oh,
Zontics
dude.
is not going to waste a moment.
Yeah, very smart from Zontics. He knows there's no way to swing out on that low HP. It's going to have to once again be something crazy for the CT side, and I don't know if they're in a spot to do it.
Do they save?
It was too
Man,
expensive.
sabotage the boost of Beta's team. That is a diabolical plot.
They're giving him a chance.
How
to buy
dare
them.
you write that? How dare you?
Zontics makes the key move.
Wait.
And
Dude,
Mouz failed
he
the
still
boost
got,
to go
wait.
back to Mirage Man. It was
B-R-O
moments of mechanical errors, a little bit of fog, with, you know, double smoking or missing something or leaving a bomb. It was those things that eventually caught up to Mouz.
Wait a second.
And here they couldn't achieve the setup they were looking for.
He's got it.
Versus a rush.
He's spelling his name with his scoreline.
Double ramp was correct. Double ramp in this spot was not.
Oh, the step up.
And yeah.
He hears him coming, so he just bails on it. And then Brolin sat there like a sitting duck.
Bro, baiting to get the kill is crazy. I can't believe you.
And Zontic's no longer playing games. Takes that fight right to Xerxes.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, yeah.
Get his kill.
Gotta understand where we're at in this specific map.
How do I tell her FaZe is playing?
Oh. Emotions start to run high.
Tell you got the black one
on their faces.
Right? Like, hold up.
This could shape up to be a total tragedy here for Mouz.
What's that shit called?
They pulled off 2 half-buy rushes in the first half. They did it on Dust 2 on CT side as well.
I think I'm getting the black lung, Bob. It's not very well ventilated down there.
Just tell her you got the black lung.
As horrendous as it could have been for Mouz. Still double MP9s and Torzi on the op. You want to be the leader of this team? You want to rally the troops and pull off something magical here and now.
Ooh, what a shot, bro. That was fucking impressive.
Jimmy's going to take a step forward, bringing the fight to Spirit. Sure, Zontics trades back, but it's not an open ramp. Spinks lingers, man advantage here in the hands of Mouz with all the money yet again on the line.
They know the op is rotating around the back. Magic's probably in a hard spot to find.
Looking for it as Zontics takes over Brolin.
Oh my God,
great headshots coming out of Torzi.
Pop the cap right off him. Shiro and Zontics left alone.
It's a critical 18th round for the cash flow of Mouz.
Nice to say Torzi's name again. Critical component of their success.
Spirit playing with the clock. Time is a resource.
No, I don't believe it for a second when you say 1 in 15 poor guy. You're drawing attention to it. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing right there,
You can see Spinks starting to second guess down beneath him. Oh, he could be exposed, but instead he gets the greatest timing.
Oh my God, that timing was fucking wild.
Shaves them off, and he has been the saving grace of Mouz so far. Now Torzi stepping up right there with him.
Yeah, those kills were just critical.
Bro, the people that were hammered on map 1 are just... They're going to have to take a nap.
Aiming at him in this
There's so many people that go to the major that just get fucking wasted. They're going to be on like their 8th win by the end of today.
And then that, I mean, that is steady in a pressured moment if I've ever seen it.
Spinks has played so well. Same with Torzi. It's a fucking banger series, right?
Looks like this one's going to be down to the wire. Mouz are back on their feet off that buy.
I think he just naded this one. Oh no, flash P.
Spirit have to give them just a little more rope in this tug of war of a second half. It's 5 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive round wins. This entire game teeters.
An op on the line. No one committed, no rifle here. Is this going to be the way?
I mean, this is what cross Spirit. They try to use it against Mouz with those flashbangs. Torzi sticks around for a bit, but he hears them coming. And he's got support as well, so they will take the ramp room and they'll collect themselves and pause, if only for a moment.
Question is, how do you make a better round? You don't have a split. You could go lower, but you already heard that rotation down. They'll still take the move.
Super important, yes.
And unlike when we had Mouz just barrel down into this bomb site, there's no actual
I created that myth,
close.
actually.
They
I made it
and
seem
held,
like
that
I just
means
did
that
a
Jimmy
lot.
doesn't have a
So
fast
people didn't
rotation.
cut me.
He's here alone.
Okay, he'll lean back. He'll try to control the double side. Still just eyes over towards the vent. So much here for Jimmy to do. Concerned about all the positioning, doesn't know what's safe, doesn't know what's not, but the threat is coming, sprinting at him with 30 seconds, single door open, Spinks yet again! Double kill from him, Jimmy's gonna get caught by the Glock, but at this point, Spirit's hopes crush. Mouz won from a tied game.
Yes, very nicely done. I mean, you know, Jimmy, like, you can leave him, Finns love solitude. You leave him alone, he thrives in it. He's there, he gets the spot in on control side, takes a running shot at it, and he just disengages. He understands they're going to try to swarm him from control. He has the right protocols. He made that look very safe.
Econ from Mouse looking kind of nice after that round. Spirit need to respond, no timeouts, remember?
That was it, that was the slack. That was an offering for Spirit.
10, vent bomb?
Not one for peace, but one to get right back to war.
Trying to vent bomb?
AK's in hand. Donk and Zontic's top of the board. And Torzy trying to loosen up a little outer ahead of this smoke at the beginning, but pops it open to no confirmation as to whether Spirit are back here.
It's crazy because he's solo here a lot. No one's nading these smokes open for him. He is taking all the responsibility on his shoulders. Last time, he could bear the weight.
There was much more team play from Spirit's CT side, outer. Donk had all the help he needed, but maybe Torzy doesn't need it at all. He's gonna find Shiro. Wins the duel in the head-to-head. Damage through to chip away at Chopper.
That's such a massive find here. This one's to tie up.
Yeah, I feel
Utility's low for Spirit, not
they know
ideal.
It's not Donk out there lurking.
Multiplying his presence. He's over at ramp now.
Oh, fuck,
They do truly end lower. There is no smoke to cover that plant, so you damn well need some ramp control.
Of course, he is so fucking insane right now.
And this lower crawl only has 2 players. They've got one back in lobby. This is a really simple looking round. I mean, Spirit are going to have to do something absolutely insane to pull this back.
Jack
is wild.
Both sides.
He thought she deleted it, went
Magic
to
still
bed.
yet to join forces. If he can win this fight, he finds timing.
Dude, that timing was
timing.
No head armor there on Spinks. He gets popped like a grape.
Still downstairs.
I don't think he needs to be doing that.
Look up. And Sershin's going to catch him. No entry allowed on that A site. Chopper's head left spinning. Completely canceled out from this lower bomb site, hoping it's open, and he'll get the op off the angle. A little bit of extra money would do him some good, but they're gonna gun him down. Mouz have tied this game.
What have we got to say? You see the relief from Torzy. He is looking like a champ right here. These past couple have been so impactful, and again, very little support for him outdoors.
There's something.
What the fuck?
He's fine. Shot. Yeah, that's quick. Shiro just wanted to bait that one out.
And even when Spinks gets caught on that squeaky door, nothing gets too frantic for Mouz.
You're seeing the laser focus. They've got their CT side. This is where they're comfortable, looking to make this comeback happen.
Explain these two teams in battle terms.
That
They're
back and
both
forth
fucking
affair has
incredible.
cost Spirit a few rounds.
HLTV rankings have them
like these.
second and third in the
let
world.
2 of these buys win against them. And so far, they've been able to do nothing when they're equipped with the lesser guns.
He's not going to repeat that.
They will take a swing at ramp control. They'll get Jimmy to drop instantly, but that's fine because he holds his nerve, and Sershin's going to hold outside.
Yeah,
Spirit are getting cooked right now. They have no timeouts.
The numbers are low once again. We saw that Spirit could win a Tech 9 round, but didn't feel like they'd have to lean on him after that. Now it seems like that's the case.
Magic does
kind of store for Mouz.
Have a divide type play. I hadn't really
They
thought
don't
about
make
it.
any bad decisions.
A little bit of ramp room still
Donk
to work
literally
with.
reminds me of what Jordan looked like
when
he was super young. Nothing, except just like
damn well cost you
darker
more.
hair.
Donk sitting on 53 health. It is Tech 9s and a Glock. At the very least, Shiro's got a smoke. If he can cover up the bomb plant, maybe we get weird in Austin. But Spinks is going to find the perfect time to go out,
bro.
and this one gets absolutely shut down. Spirit cannot do to Mouz what Mouz did to them.
Yep.
This is must win here for Spirit. Holy fuck, bro.
This entire major has been about Mouz reclaiming space. When we wrote them off after a slow start, that 0-2 day spelled disaster.
So here's HLTV top rankings right now. You see Vitality, Mouz, Spirit.
Step into the same spotlight
Falcons got bounced
out
in that last stage. which is why people were losing their mind.
Copenhagen with Shuhei. They
Mouz is
cleared their
fucking
opening stage
crazy
3-0. It's the first time they find themselves in playoffs without their original captain. And their Nuke piece has 3 kills on map 3.
Oh, this guy's feeling
End of major, so he knows what it's like. Spinks, classy map here on Nuke. Job isn't finished, however.
The most Hungarian
Chance for
person
Spirit to try
looking
to respond.
person ever is a crazy fucking statement.
Maybe see.
I don't even know what that means.
How
It's
many more
just
openings
crazy.
will they give up to Torzy outside?
Fuck.
This is 4 rounds in a row without Spirit even finding a bomb plant. This T side has come up dry.
Yeah.
Ever since the momentum that was going
Spinks,
back and
go
forth
to
has
Tiny
found
Flash.
itself firmly
Any
in
flash in the
Mouz's
chat?
hands.
Oh yeah, dude, Torzy has a flash.
Missed
Oh,
shots
Missed
from
shot.
Torzy.
Yeah, and a punish here from Doc.
Look at him loosened up though. Trying to take the fight to Secret. Spinks so ready.
Perfect hold. No chance to even adjust.
Slime in and a ramp.
Silver lining here for Spirit
Rotate,
is they will
drawn
take
out
over
of
ramp.
ramp
They've got
because of
another
that outside
avenue
pressure.
of attack. And at the moment, the defense doesn't look too ready. Brolin, difficult to hold this back, especially with 3 kills to your name, and he has missed the timing.
Oh, he leaves the post. He's overstressed. He doesn't even realize it, but he's watching 2 positions. But here's Jimmy. Does he have to let this go?
No.
Brolin, he's got to watch something.
From both sides, Jimmy got to step it up. He's got Zershin to work with, and the attack's still on out from heaven. Here on
God.
Zershin
Big
able to
kill.
hold it back.
Oh shit, dude!
That is brute force from Zershin.
No.
He was so calm on the listening. He's here on stage. He's showing up.
Brolin 3 kills is wild.
Crushing blow to Spirit.
3 kills, 16 deaths.
Up your Bible and you say your prayers, and it didn't get you anywhere.
Pick up the pieces after Brolin dies.
Talk about your Psalms. Talk about John 3:16.
Very easily
Austin 3:16.
Austin 3:16 in Austin. No, not Austin 3:16 in Austin. No.
And
the major champions, the returning major champions, are in grave jeopardy.
What a fucking series.
For Spirit as well.
Mouz has had some insane resilience this
Crowd
major.
suddenly frothing at the mouth for their elimination. Because the comeback in this series from Mouz is so real. 2 chances to close out. They failed to end it with 4 on Mirage. They got Dust 2 over the line, and Brolin tries
Big
to
kill.
step it up in the dying hour of Team Spirit.
Trade.
3
We're trade.
kills, 4
It's
rounds.
over. Holy fuck, they did it.
Left.
What the
And
fuck?
a
Nice
diesel
shot.
to give Spirit the smallest piece of hope. He will walk away and play this clock with bomb.
He has to squeeze this one dry. It's Shiro in a clutch. In modern CS, you don't see players better than him in these moments. Maximum amount of pressure.
Such an impressive series by
The
Mouz.
guy
I'm
who's
not gonna lie.
graduated from his Cloud9 days, his Gambit youngster days, and earned himself a reputation for putting together these moments down to a damn
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
deagle.
all the rest of the major.
Plays this silent to 30 seconds, and he currently has separated 1v1s, but if the cover's not good,
Oh my god, he's
then the
so
bomb
sweet.
wouldn't have gone down.
Oh
But Spinks
fuck, he's...
decides not to make his move. Double
Oh
door
fuck,
swung.
he's not
Shiro
doing it.
back
Oh
exposed,
fuck.
Doesn't know
Oh
it. Hiding
fuck.
in the corner. Spinks is gonna find him.
Props to Mouz, dude.
They've done it.
Wow.
The demon goes down in Austin.
The demon goes down.
Major champions slain.
This may be remembered as Mouz's biggest, strongest
fucking
win.
series, dude.
All the right players, their new lineup. The amount of X factor and clutches they had to survive in the map 1. Incredible performance here on stage.
And a pat on Brolin's back for holding his nerve throughout a incredibly underwhelming individual performance, but they do it.
Dude, doesn't matter. A dub is a dub.
Resilience in Austin.
Huge game.
This is a team.
He had some great
simply
fucking CT
refuses to
pushes.
die.
His calls on CT side, like the A ramp aggression Mirage. I know they lost Mirage, but he put his team in good spots. The Dust 2 aggressions through long and shit. I thought Brolin actually played really well. It's a shame his stats were so bad in map 3. I love how the casters are letting him breathe right now.
Torzy! You did it! You beat Spirit here in Austin. You're going to the semifinals. Talk me through this win.
First of all, I just want to say, fuck your pick'ems!
He actually fucked my pick'ems, this guy. He actually cooked me.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's like he's speaking directly to me.
Good. I think we should have won Mirage as well. It was really close.
Yeah, 12-8.
I lost really important clutches. I was not happy after that, but on Dust we stepped up and the team played really good, and I'm just really happy and proud of my teammates. Even maybe they, also in Nuke, some of us were struggling, but we still stepped up on City's side, and it was really important, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, about Nuke specifically, right? Because usually
he's like,
you
I got
have
nothing.
Spirit's number, and you also have Spirit's number on Nuke. So how did you feel when it didn't really go your way on the T side, and that you had to claw it back?
Fuck yours.
Was there
and
ever a moment
yours.
of despair?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, how did you claw your way back on Nuke?
Yeah, I feel like Nuke is one of our best maps, you know. So we are really confident, and I told the boys, even if we have 4 runs on T side, it's enough, because on group stage we had 3 runs and we still came back. So yeah, I really trust our City side, and we know when we get there we will destroy them, and that's what happened. We just had to stay composed and focused, and yeah.
Can you say something about your IGL? Because I'm sure you put in a lot of work, but in the beginning the kills weren't really ticking up. Did he say something about that?
I guess map 2 was rough for Torsi,
Luna
right?
was a little bit struggling on Nuke, but
dude, his
I was
other 2 maps, he had immense
energy and
impact.
hyping him up, because I know it's important to stay focused in the head, you know. And also, I think he was doing great on T side. He was having really good calls, and I just wanted to let him know he's doing good, and the kills will come to him, even if he's not feeling like that.
What a teammate.
So yeah, but
this guy's a great
he did what
teammate.
he needed to do, and a win is a win.
Yeah, a win is a win for sure. You said screw your pick'ems, and the Austin crowd, however, has been really behind you, and now you're going into those semifinals. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, I would just say thank you for cheering for us, even if you are here in the arena or if you are at home. Thank you so much, and
I'm a Torsi fan right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge fan of this guy.
Thank you so much. It means a lot.
This guy's goated.
That's it. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in these things, there are exit interviews, there are loser interviews. That's the nature of competition. I'm sitting here with Zontix. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for coming over here and having some words with us after what is a rough loss.
To breathe,
let's
dude.
start
Straight
with
into
Nuke. Started pretty smooth. You lose that second pistol. Talk to me about Nuke.
Second pistol? You mean the second half? Well, the problem started before that. We lost 2 on T4s, if I believe.
Yeah, the
if I'm right.
pushes.
Then we lost the pistol because we should have recalled the round after we got smoked inside hut. But they're not making great decisions today. A lot of just bad decisions.
He's
and
pissed.
I think not enough confidence for some players. And I believe that comes from us losing to Mouz a lot of games in a row. We haven't won them a single time this year.
Spirit small slogan
it
on their
affects
shirt.
players.
To me,
So
it's at least average. Come on now.
Perform your best against
That logo's
Mouz in
huge.
playoff of the major.
That's a big logo.
So yeah,
Come on now.
it's just not enough good decisions, a lot of bad mistakes, miscommunications, not enough communications, not enough control from players, mistakes and micro management. So yeah, this is just not enough.
Well, we can move just a little bit past that. You know, Dust 2. You guys picked into Dust 2, 13-9 to Mouz. In your opinion, how did that go sideways for you guys?
We got outcalled, I believe. They were just better.
Damn,
it's just as easy as that. Look, we could talk about Mirage, but I think we've seen enough Mirage for one lifetime in here. Zontix, on your way out of here, is there anything you'd like to say to the people at home, the people in attendance today?
Well, I said already that I'm thankful to everyone who is watching CS, who is supporting any teams. Doesn't matter, any players, everyone.
I'm so thankful.
Is a part of the sport, so I'm just thankful to all of you. Yeah, that's it.
He's obviously devastated.
Thank you very much, Zontix.
But man, great interview.
No chance for Spirit to be defending their major title as Mouz outlive, Mouz outlast, and Mouz ultimately outplay. They are the survivors of our first quarterfinal here at the BlastTV Austin Major.
Fuck, then he has to go unplug his shit after. His whole team just left him. They already unplugged their shit. That's fucked.
Chances on Mirage, but the fact they
Bro had to
managed
do an
bounce
interview
back from that first map lost. Great tenacity from Mouz.
I feel like you could make a case that Mouz played better Counter-Strike on all 3 maps. So for them to come out with the victory today, I feel like the CS gods are looking fondly upon this matchup, okay?
Yo,
when you're
Caliber,
playing so many good situations out, early round, mid-round, but then the clutches are what betray you, you probably are going to look back in the rearview mirror and say, we'll do better next time, and they did. Mouz map 2 and map 3, their starters were better. In terms of closing some of the rounds out, the heroics from individuals came to play. People were popping off in the ways that you know they can.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, what I highlighted after the first map is Spinks in that interview with like a little smile on his face, talking about them losing like 6 clutches. It felt very much like Mouz knew that they were playing like the better team. They just didn't deliver in those moments on the first map.
Well, you mentioned gods. We got one of the gods of this series up here, Zershin. Massive congratulations.
Interview into interview.
Quite the crowd. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to hear half the questions
I love this
vibe.
vibe.
Because this crowd are absolutely crazy. Just tell me the emotions you feel after what was that insane map of Mirage, managing to turn it around.
Yeah, well, I mean, it feels great. I think on Mirage we were the better team, in my opinion. I think they won a lot of silly clutches. They had some good individual rounds, but I think as a team we outclassed them on all 3 maps, in my opinion. I have a lot of respect for them, so us doing it is a big achievement. And yeah, we took a big step forward today because our group stage game was not so nice, and yeah, I'm proud of that.
What was the conversation for you guys in those days off? I mean, what was it? You know, when you look at that performance in the group stage, you all collectively understood you're playing at a level far below what you're used to. What was the convo during the break days?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that, yeah, we were just not good enough in the group stage, and I think it was a lot more mentally than actually the gameplay.
This is a
I think the tactics,
song.
we ran the same tactics we ran that we were supposed to run in the group stage here in the game.
My girlfriend is looking for a sperm
I think that
donor.
mentally we were just not ready to play the major, I feel like.
That might be the most unhinged sign
it lowered our expectations a bit.
Yeah, 2 quick losses will wake you up.
What the fuck,
so
bro?
at the end of that, you know, Torzy says F your pick'ems, but you guys beat Spirit twice already this season. So when Torzy says that, like, what are you guys thinking when you're seeing that so many people picked Spirit to win? Like, you guys have had their number all year.
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit fair with our form in the group stage compared to them, but I think that's always going to be relevant in some way, especially in the major. And yeah, I mean, we beat them twice before. We felt really confident against them. We know we're a difficult matchup for them, and yeah, for me it was just, it's always people seem to underestimate us and also hate a bit. I think it's fine. Everyone has their own agenda or what they believe in. It's completely fine for us. We just believe in the process and believe in ourselves.
What about when it comes to your individual play? Because obviously, you know, in 2024, for example, you didn't always have the best time against the most elite teams. This was a statement for you. You had some great moments on Mirage, even in the loss, and actually to close out Nuke too. Like, you guys were getting surrounded on that A-bomb site, and you were able to just pivot between every player that you saw, taking down a great multi-kill. Like, how come it feels different now in an arena for you?
Well, to be honest, I feel just more comfortable in the team I have now. I feel more comfortable with the way we play. For me, that changes a lot. I've never really thought about stage as something that is bad. I really enjoy to play on it. I'm happy this year I'm also playing a bit better than last year on it, for sure. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's just about enjoying the moment. It's not every day you get to play in such an amazing crowd here in Austin, to be honest. I didn't expect them to support us that much. And yeah, it's just really nice to hear them cheer for us.
Let me ask you about Spinks, because he was an absolute badass in this series against Spirit. And I know, obviously, you guys had to have seen it as well when he decided to kind of leave Vitality and come over to Mouz. Everyone was kind of scratching their heads like, this seems crazy on some level, but I mean, he's obviously proven that he made a great choice with his performance today. What has he brought? Like, what has the experience been like with him and the team now for 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not a secret that Vitality is the best team in the world right now after he left. But for him, I think it was always just about what he feels, what he likes. And, I think that he prefers to play in this team now. And for me, that's the most important. And today he played amazing. I'm really proud of him and happy. And yeah, he really used his experience today, I feel like.
Oh yeah, he did.
You had some really nice words to say about him, but before the series, right? You were saying it's a pleasure to be alongside him.
You were hyping him up.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask, because like we see, yeah, we heard that. We
I'm
ran
fucking
it as
S tier,
well.
I'm not gonna lie.
I want to ask about you, like, I feel like we hear a lot of individual moments from Mouz, like in terms of the hype up moments. Actually, no, let's skip over to an actual in-game moment. This was you. There's a really nasty 180 here. Do you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, well, this round we kind of knew that they will have to come back A. So, yeah, the moment played itself, in my opinion, a bit.
Okay, but that kill, the last kill though, come on, what's that?
I mean, it was good. I had a really terrible T-half, so I'm really happy on City side I had some impact. Yeah, I'm just super happy that the team pushed me through at least, and I'm happy I could prevail one round for them.
Okay, how come the read was that it had to be A?
I mean, we kind of know them, and also they ended B quite often, the rounds prior. We killed, I think, no, we didn't kill anyone, but basically we just had the read that they will come A. We were good on B, and yeah, I chose to stack City event with the team.
Sick call.
Well, I think, should we listen in to what the team was saying in that exact moment?
These interviews are so good. They're like in the heat of the moment.
Heaven on the heaven bomb. Heaven dead. Door. Give me a shot. Give me a shot. Heaven and up.
Nice, Dory. Oh my God. Guys, let's fucking go. I want us to focus again, okay?
Yeah, everyone needs a Torji in their
life. Let's fucking go. I want us to focus again. Immediately.
Yeah, not an answer was like, guys, let's focus on the next. Like 5 seconds after, Adam is like, insane, let's go. Oh, yeah.
This is quite a nice segue onto what I wanted to ask originally, right? It's like
the CS players are such
we have moments from Brolin, we hear moments
like
from
how they speak and how they conduct themselves in these interviews is crazy.
Was there a point in this match where you felt kind of the responsibility?
Their emotions are so high coming out of a series like that.
Make sure you weren't. Maybe after that Mirage, right?
Yeah, I mean, we always all try. Of course, Torzi is the main hype man, but we all try to give our best in that area. For me, after Mirage, we knew we were so close, and for me, it was just about being intelligent. My coach likes to ask that for me, and I kept composure on Dust too. I was more of the calm guy, for example.
Do I play CS
I just give some good ideas.
Yeah, I've been playing like Premier the last few days.
And that's it, yeah.
What can you say about Torzi? I mean, he's been your longest standing teammate back from 2021
I was
Mouz
playing
NXT
a lot
days,
when CS
and
first
you've seen
came
his
out.
growth over
I was
now
like in the
4
top
years. So what do you think about who he is now in terms of the player he's become and even the voice he's become?
But then I got cheated a couple times in a row and I got so salty. And
I think it's not close anymore. I think this guy is an incredible gem to have around at all times. I think today he will be a bit upset by the clashes he lost on Mirage. Because outside he was a bit mad. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see a better Torzi in terms of individually, but I think in terms of what he brings to the team, he's doing an amazing job right now.
Where would you place it? We were having this conversation in the green room with Dupree. Where you got him in terms of like top offers? We always mention like if you bring up the idea of who are the best offers in the world, it's your Zywus.
Man, they're keeping them on here for a while. This is fucking fire. They're filling all the time with this.
In terms of opping, like Torji feels like he's got
no
to be like a top 3,
screen.
top 4 kind of opper for me.
I think it's good to say that right now he's a top 3 opper. I think that it doesn't even matter individually what level he pulls through. I think the hype he brings, the communication, the excitement to play, the hard work, like this guy is so dedicated, and I think that's something you don't see on the server.
The complete package.
The last question I have for you guys is that there's been a little bit of a discourse online about who's calling and everything like that. So what can you put to bed regarding like Brolin IGL versus you're calling some starters? I'm sure, you know, people are chiming in different ways, but what's your full take on just who is the IGL of Mouz? I feel like it shouldn't be a crazy question, but I just want to know your answer.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say there was a few moments today where he just told everyone shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we heard one of those.
So of course he's the leader. Of course we should come up with good ideas. I mean, we have 5 creative minds in the team, including Jimmy. He also has some really good ideas sometimes on how he wants to lurk. Let's use it. And I think that Brolin is really good at having the balance. And today when he needed to take charge, he just said like, guys, I'm feeling really good. Trust my fucking calls, we're going to win the game. And then we just did it, you know? So, of course, he's the leader. He's always going to be.
We listened to that moment as well. We like that one too. Final question from my end. Obviously, you're on the same side of the bracket as Na'Vi. Vitality, any preference as to who you want to face?
I don't have any preferences, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Na'Vi win, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No fucking way,
bold prediction. We will leave you there, Zershan. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. We'll see you back in action on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Go off and celebrate, man.
See you, bro.
With winners, unfortunately, there do come losers as well. Team Spirit will not get a shot at defending their title here in Austin, but we can check in with Chopper as he had a few parting words with James Banks.
Spirit's run here at the Austin Major does end in the quarterfinals after a hell of a fight coming out from the whole team.
We're not going to break.
Chopper, first of all, thank you for giving me your time. I know right now it must really hurt. It seemed to me at the end of this series, the emotions were higher from you guys, just from sadness that I don't normally see. Can you talk me through just the thoughts, the feelings that you saw from you and the team?
I don't know, we just we have a lot of emotions, just something. If someone do mistakes, already that guy is really sad. No, it's not usually situation, but it's measured. It sometimes happen.
And does it hurt more the fact that you are the reigning champions from the previous major, and just how much it seemed like you guys were believing after the 3-0 in stage 3?
I guess 3-0 for us is not good because we need more practice, I guess. And when you do 3-0 and after have 6 days break, we practice a lot, did a lot of stuff, but it's not enough right now. It's really bad because I think we play so bad on Dust 2 on the T side. Mouz also did really good preparation on T side for them. Yeah, it's okay that we lost a lot of close situation on when they was in city. Yeah, we lost 2 or 3 clutches, 4-3 with addition every time. No, but it's okay. But also they play really good on T side. They crash us. Yep.
On Mirage, you win it in overtime, a crazy 4 overtime, and that's normally where you guys have not been able to win against Mouz. Did you then feel going into Dust 2 like, okay, we're in a good position, we have a strong map now that we can win on?
Oh, yes, I think about we win their pick, it's a good situation for us, but also I think we give a lot of emotions for this comeback. A lot of energy, yes, a lot of energy, and the start of this side on Dust 2, we just play like no energy. No. Yes, and it's okay. It's a good lesson for us, but I don't know. Quarterfinal is not good result for us.
I want to talk about this because you start the season with winning Blast Bounty, 2nd place at Katowice, then it's like 3rd, 4th. This is sadly the worst result of the season for you guys. So can you just give me your closing thoughts and feelings on the season and what this means for Spirit going into the next season?
In the beginning, I guess we need to back to home and talk with our CEO what we do next, because I think semi-final, quarter-final is good, but we need wins. We need wins tournament. Yes, and it's sad to we have this right now. About all of this season, he lost only for 3 teams.
Yeah.
But it's maybe it's good, but not sure. It's not good for Spirit. Okay. We need to win them. We need to show our power, show our confidence. But sometimes we're coming. We don't have confidence. I don't know how to say that. Yeah. It's sadly.
Yeah, sports psychology.
Do you think it could mean changes for next season, or you're not sure?
I don't know. Okay. It's because all of this in Spirit do it from CEO and coach.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know.
Damn, well, thank you very much for your time. I know it's tough right now, but for here, that's the end of Spirit at the Austin Major.
Yeah, rough way for Spirit to be eliminated in terms of this situation.
Something that I shared a lot with the Val players on SR was this. This was a great answer by Smoggy, where it says, personally, after winning Champions, I found myself thinking I shouldn't have died here. I shouldn't have made that mistake, which led me into a mental spiral on stage. I shouldn't have let that happen because I'm a champion. That title ended up weighing me down. This is a very, very common mentality in these like young teams that win championships. They start holding themselves to these weird expectations and play styles, and they don't really remember that like the intuitive drawing outside of the lines plays that got them their titles. They're almost scared to make those plays because if they die, they'll look so silly. I think Spirit probably felt a lot of that pressure, it sounds like. And yeah, they probably didn't handle it very well internally.
Not even really based on the history you've played, because so much of what CS2 is about isn't really just like playing perfect fundamental situations. It's about having good mechanics all the time, and the only guy that really did that the entire time was Donk today.
That's a narrative that I do want to revisit as well, because you brought up such an apt point, Maui, before we dove into this series, right? The fact that if Spirit got eliminated, and they obviously just did, that opens up the floor for Zywoo just to be really grasping onto that #1 player in the world spot.
You know you have a lot of people expecting you to win. And so, like,
the conversation of
making high-risk plays
of 2025, it's a closed book. Okay?
Then becomes more weighing on you, right? Like, the internal conflict you have of making that aggressive play and being judged for making a mistake in a deep game like moment will prevent you from making that play. And yeah, it's good to play the numbers, but it's also very good when you have star players that know when they can kind of draw outside of the lines, like color outside of the lines. Like, that is what makes esports and sports so special, right? The fact that people don't always play the statistically best play, they use a lot of intuition and knowledge to, and their experience over playing thousands of scrims over their lives, like experiencing data that their brain just is processing in these subconscious like small intervals, and they're just reacting. But what Smoggy's saying here is definitely a phenomenon that happens in my experience watching esports for all these years. Yeah, I'm aware of the Vitality run right now. It's insane. It's fucking ridiculous. But I honestly, man, Rops is like such a special player.
That's just such a,
and when he teamed up with Zywoo,
you don't even know if you're sad yet.
I mean, that's just,
I know exactly where we are going.
It's kind of fucking busted. Those guys are insane.
What that does after our first quarterfinal has concluded, we obviously posed a question to Xertion. He said that potentially Na'Vi could be their opponent in the semifinal. I don't know where he's getting that from, but yeah, sure.
I love the fucking run Mouz is on right now. Oh wow, I closed the fucking HTTP page. I could have sworn I had it open still. The run Mouz is on right now is fucking amazing.
I think it's too tall of an order for Blade.
So they started.
Yeah, and especially when you see how they had their success last year with so many players peaking and having a crazy impact out of nowhere.
Dude, they started the first stage down 0-2.
Unlikely, but we're gonna have to wait until tomorrow to find out how that game goes down.
And they grinded from the 0-2. They lost the BO1s to VP and FaZe. And every series has gone the distance. Like, the resilience is crazy. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Like, a lot of these games could have gone the other way, but they've made some big plays in big moments. It's fucking, they're on the magic run right now. Like, the actual magical run right now. They have, like, we can't lose energy. What's that?
My name is Dupree.
I think my girls just came home.
Major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era.
Normally I would fill this time with talking and shit, but yo, what's up, D-Ned? You're back. Should leave that in here.
In the beginning, Astralis, no, it was with any other
fucking awesome to be watching CS.
Remember the
like
first
storylines are
the first iteration we had was like a plain black shirt with the star that was printed on top.
A decade.
Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created. Now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to.
I feel like that's the only way I can.
It really fast got pretty big in my opinion.
Really
it rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in the night.
I don't have anyone
you could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. Maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into proportions that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We were winning that grand final, you know. I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos, like it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed like we were getting closer and closer and closer, and then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech9 headshot on test, that was like crazy, and like the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
It's not only about North America here at the Austin Major, it's all about the Americas region. These guys have all come from Brazil, and you've gone for the pink beards, pink hats. We're kind of matching. Can you explain to me why pink beard, why pink hat?
Okay, so we are the Pink Panthers, even though I'm in a pink jersey. So we are going for Brazil today. So it's all about Brazil and standing out.
Okay, standing out in Brazil, I love that, but who are you cheering for? You said Panthers, does that mean Furia?
Yeah, the Furia, I have a little bit of feeling about the Professor. Let's go, Professor. But I'm really Brazilian, so Pen or Furia, for me it's okay. It's completely okay.
It's completely okay, no matter what. Someone from Brazil is going to win, and that's what they love.
Yeah, we got a South American showdown going down in our second quarter final tonight. And Jacob, probably one of the more unsuspecting 3-0 teams from stage 3.
I don't think a lot of people expected Furia to be in the playoff, let alone them going 3-0 in stage 3. That in itself is very, very impressive. I like it though. You know, I like the fact that Furia took a gamble. They went the European route of importing talent into the Brazilian scene now. Yakinda has had a massive comeback into his career as well after a very rough time in Team Liquid. Molodoy being a new guy who's done a tremendous job integrating himself as the new odd player of Furia, taking over from Fallen. So overall, a very positive experience so far.
Well, let's check in with KEK upon his arrival to the Moody Center.
KEK, 3 years since your last major playoffs. Feels good to be back?
Yes, for sure, man. For sure, it's been a while, huh? It's been a tough journey, but I'm glad that we are here. We had to show up now and make the Unreal Major past the same final, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, how would you describe the feeling you have right now, though, knowing that you'll be able to do this with a new Furia?
Yeah, it feels good. Who can imagine, huh? 1 month of team and you are already on the playoffs and majors, so it's pretty good. I love it.
How's your confidence for this matchup going up against Pain? I know it's a best of 1, they beat you in, but best of 3, all the experience you guys have on stage must feel good.
Yeah, it feels good, but I have to chill and do our job. It's not about them, it's about us in this match.
Hey. I love that, man. Good luck, go kill it out there. Thank you very much, KEK.
And I think it's fair to say that KEK fans all around the globe, Maui, very happy to see him back in a major playoffs.
Oh, they're so happy. I mean, for such a long time, the story around KEK was that he should go international, that he should join Liquid. Well, Furia, they brought Liquid to KEK. They got Yakindar, they got an Opper that nobody had respect for, and they got Molodoy.
That's not bad. Really well played. Look, it's real talk. It's obviously great having him back, and it's great having him perform very well. At the start of the stages, it felt like Molodoy, Yakinda were kind of the engines of this, and it felt like KEK and Yuri sort of latched onto that, and we're like, all right, we're coming along for this now too. Now we buy in. This Furia team, when they came together, I was like, this is either going to be a car crash or it's going to be awesome. There's no in between. And it's the awesome side of things. I don't know how it happened, but let's just have fun.
How are you going to do the grandfather of CS like that, Maui? You got any respect for your elders? Respect for underdogs, but no respect for elders?
The great thing about it is that it doesn't have to come from his opping Freya. The fact that he's pivoted to a rifler, that he's given up the sniper rifle, given it to Molodoy, it's so much trust that's given into the new generation that okay, yeah, people had their reservations about Fallen as a pure opper, but the calling's still good. The T-sides show a development in terms of the flow. The synergy has grown with every passing tournament, and I think that this team is powered up pretty nicely from stage 2.
It's been so impressive, and I mean, for my money, I didn't expect them to be taking down the names that they did, not least not dropping a single series in that stage 3.
That was impressive. I don't think anyone saw that coming, to be completely honest. I don't think anyone saw Furia be a contender for the playoff. Go 3-0 into stage 3. You can argue that some of the teams they were playing against, they got a bit lucky with the draw, got a bit lucky with the bracket, so to speak, avoided some of the heavy dogs. Beating Virtus Pro in the form they were in at the time was great. Beating Aurora in a best of 1 as well, that's great. Beating the Mongols is no joke, so you can take nothing away from Furia. I think they've been very, very positive to look at so far, and I agree with Maui. They look significantly better than they have in a long time.
Look, to be the Debbie Downer of the desk, which I feel like is what I usually am. You know, if you come into this, I think a lot of the strength of Furia, Fallen did a great job as an anchor. Maladoy coming into this was a massive, aggressive opping piece that went for opening kills, that was assertive on the map, and he's also a rookie at the majors. So now you throw him on this stage for his first time in the major. If Maladoy isn't going to bring that same attitude, team's going to feel very different than it did in the stage 3.
Well, I love that Maladoy already has arena experience. The fact that he played in front of the Kazakhstan crowd in Astana and had the boldness at times to sometimes just grab the microphone from James Banks, as many of us want to do, but you actually do it from him.
He's done one for all of us there, hasn't he? Shout out to our homie.
No, but I mean, he showed boldness throughout a lot of this and even the playoffs there as well.
Is it a bit... I don't want to use the word strange, but the fact that obviously he's trying to brush up on his English ability, you know, we know he's taken classes. This must be a really tough situation for him, not only him, but Yakinder as well, who's kind of tasked with doing some live translations sometimes. It's obviously worked so far, but pressure on this stage?
Yakinder loves it, by the way. He loves it. He loves being in this role. He's he's actually come into Furia, and he's taken kind of a similar role as he had when he joined Liquid, which was like help bring them up to date, help bring them some fresh ideas and a new perspective. And then I think part of the reason why he enjoys it, especially having such a down period in his career, stepping into this team and having a leader like Fallen that puts a lot of faith in you for your ideas that you have, but then also gives you the responsibility of being someone who's got to kind of bring along the young guy who can barely speak the language. I think for Yakinder, he's loving the fact that he's part of a team where he feels like he's being relied upon and he's an important piece to them.
With both Furia and Liquid, Yakinder just seems to be one of the best honeymoon players. He's so good at just bringing the new philosophy to the table, bringing what James had to Liquid, and probably when he was on the sidelines even, just bringing some new stuff to Furia too, because I really do think that their CT side is just more dynamic now. I think there's more going on than even just Maladoy, who's being aggressive in his own right, but I just feel like they'll always create some kind of plan in the mid-round of what they want to do next, and they don't just sit back as they sometimes did, I'd say even 3 months ago.
Make no mistake though, when it comes to Yakinder, we did one of those Movember pieces, you know, heading into the playoff as well, where we spoke about mental health, and he told me about how much he's been working on his own mental health. When he was in Liquid, he took a full week boot camp in Spain, spent 7 days together with a psychologist in order to get his head straight because it wasn't working out in Team Liquid. So as much as I want to buy into Yakinder, you know, maybe being a honeymoon period, I think from a mental point of view right now, he's a much stronger player. He's in a much better place. He seemed confident in his own abilities, and that is reflecting straight on the server. He's aggressive again. He trusts in his instincts, and he's playing the old Yakinder way that we saw a little bit back in the VP days, but also when he first joined Team Liquid. Now, can he remain at that level? I hope so, but if he's really back, then truly, we rated him as one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
And he had quite the quote coming into this major. Maybe I'm naive, Jacob, but what about today?
Yeah, well, how does it taste today? I don't know, I called him out.
Where are you going with that one?
I called him out and said he was naive, and I still think it's naive to think that Furia can win the major, but for them to be in the playoff and for them to draw Pain in a quarterfinal puts them potentially one step closer, so maybe not that naive after all.
I mean, I think you have to be naive on a certain level, right? You just have to believe it regardless. You can call it naive, you can call it arrogant, you can call it whatever you want, but if you're coming into this as a player, you have to be at least the only person who has that faith.
There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, you know, but let's see what they turn up to the stage with today, as we do have Fallen with a few words courtesy of James Banks.
So Bad Fallen died. Who have I got today?
Country Fallen is back.
Country Fallen. I love the look. I do appreciate it. But Fallen, this is a crazy journey for you. 2019 was the last time you made it to a playoffs. It's 6 years later and you've done it again. How much have you missed this feeling?
It's going to be awesome. I'm very excited to this game. It's been a while since I've done playing playoffs at majors, and it's just a special feeling. We're going to be playing against our countryside Brazilian fellows. It's going to be a real good match. We already played in last major, was super close match, so I'm expecting another one today.
Now, if I told you back in 2019 that you would be in the playoffs of a major, rifling, and not speaking English, what would you say to me?
Yeah, I mean, it's life brings unexpected events every time. We got to make the best lemonade we can every time.
Now, a lot of the community is looking at this matchup as like the game for best IGL in Brazil, right? There's always this talk between you and Big Uzera. What are your thoughts on this?
I think he's doing pretty well, and he got a road that's very different from mine. I have always been playing with very already established players, and he got to a road where he was kind of bringing prospects and working with new talent, and I think he went very far and he got already very good results.
Wow.
But I don't think there is this conversation. He needs to win many more titles to be contending with me on that regard.
Woo!
Very true. Now
he glazed him, but then he put him down.
You're still a very new team. You've gone through crazy changes, but what kind of things have you been trying to improve across this whole journey of the major to try and put yourself in the best position possible?
For us, it's all about trying to find that specific place where we are confident playing, when we are understanding each other, and we are playing the game as we are seeing things happening instead of the things we think it should be happening. So for us, it's all about finding this specific point where confidence is there, where the flow is happening, and we are getting the kills we need. So I think the team is playing very well. We have a lot of firepower in the team now, and I'm very happy with the results we have been having lately.
And do you feel like you're the favorites in this matchup?
Personally, I think yes, but I don't think it's by far. I think Game has been playing well, and it's a major match. Magic can happen, and you can never count anyone out.
I'm loving some of the answers that Fallen gave there, particularly surrounding the
humble,
but
yet also
in-game leader conversation. Jacob, you got any takes on that?
I mean, I love the fact that he's confident saying that he's not in the same ball category as Big Uzera, win a couple of more titles, then maybe we can discuss it. In terms of career history, there's no doubt that Fallen has had the greater career. He's one of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time and has a repetition that few would be jealous of in that sense. I think Big Uzera right now is a significantly better player than Fallen. I think he's equally good to be an in-game leader, if not even better. I think every time you speak to Big Uzera, he understands that he has a different role. He has to bring prospects. He works hard for it. He's the identity of Pain Gaming, and he's committed to Pain Gaming, re-signing his contract as well. To be completely honest, Fallen, great career, no doubt about it. Right now, Big Uzera is significantly better.
Oh, ooh, that is a spicy take. I don't know. I don't think I'd agree with that. Even as an anchor.
He's playing as an anchor, dude. Come on.
I know. I think Fallen is performing really, really well right now. I actually think Fallen might. Look, y'all can understate Fallen's rifles. Y'all can underestimate his rifles at your own regard. I'm not going to underestimate. I've seen what they can do firsthand. He's got a strong rifle. I think he's picking up this anchor position pretty damn well for the amount of time he's had with it. And most importantly, his team looks better. Furia looks better at this event.
Can I counter you in the sense that I have the uttermost respect for Fallen, what he's doing right now, because he's setting himself up.
You don't need to preface it, Jacob. Just get in there.
Listen, he's setting himself up for retirement. He put himself in an ankle hold. He can replace himself and become the coach of the team down the line. I am 100% sure if you ask him and you put him to a lie detector, that's kind of the thought behind it.
No.
He's doing better.
He's got Meistercell.
I think he's doing better. I think he's doing better than he expected to do himself, and for that he deserves a lot of respect. But let's be honest, he's not going to play Counter-Strike in 2 years from now in Furia. Not as an anchor.
Fallen's going to have a better game than Big Uzera today.
Nope.
Do you reckon one of these guys can give me some popcorn? I just want to spectate the side a little bit longer. But we do have the other corner of the ring being represented in another interview with James Banks. It's Big Uzera.
Now, the conversation about Big Uzera versus Fallen, best Brazilian IGL, is something the community talk about quite a lot. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a trap.
Course, I just want to be better and better, but I respect a lot him. He's a legend in Brazil. I cannot think I'm better than him.
Damn, he's not taking
because for me, he's an inspiration, and I just want to win a major like him.
You are cooked, because this shit don't start for 20.
Yeah, I just feel that it's not like a duel. It's just my inspiration as IGL, and I just want to follow his steps,
Now, every player on your team before this event only had one stage experience in a big event, right? How do you think that will affect you guys? Are you worried about this at all?
I think I'm not worried, but I'm more excited to see what's gonna happen out there. So, I mean, we really want to play there. We are so excited to to be there and play in front of whole crowd and this stuff. And we never know what happened there. So we just want to be there, but at the same time we have some afraid to be there and have some shock. I don't know. We never know, right? But yeah, I just really want to play there. I'm feeling excited and so happy.
Understandably, he is so damn excited about the prospect of playing upon one of the biggest stages in his whole career. Also, some recent news, Maui re-signed a deal with Payne for the long haul.
That's wonderful, but Biguzera, I just can't. With that interview, you know, let Fallen humble you in the server before you're humbled yourself, okay? I want a little bit more energy there. He's just happy to be here. That was like watching Zywoo in his first interview with you, okay? He barely knew what to say in that one. Okay? Like, that was...
Yeah, I mean, he could have had a little bit of spice to it. Look, I think the perspective that he says when he says, I just want to follow in his footsteps, that's exactly where he's at, right? He's like falling from like 10 years ago, because now he's putting together all these lineups. He was the game leader that took Payne to the Paris Major, had that whole lineup that fell apart right after the Paris Major, put a new lineup together, brought them to the Copenhagen
Major. Bro's literally just eating chicken wing in the back. That's crazy.
Then he had to build a new roster, bring new players back in.
Nothing to wipe his hands, no plate,
didn't do
nothing.
great there.
Just
brought some new people in, and now he's got the, like, look, you re-signed that guy 10 out of 10 times if you're Payne.
I mean, the loyalty is unquestionable when it comes to Biguzera. Over 6 years with the same organization.
Where's Cash?
Very few players in the world can say anything similar to that. Maybe like Crims right now. Like, what's he doing though?
I mean,
he's watching Biguzera on the big screen.
Yeah, it's true.
In reality, he's everything Tapson wanted to be in big.
He is hungry.
Just not doing as
well.
Yo,
ready for the Lola clip? This was literally, bro.
What were you thinking about doing?
Okay, so here's the story. I left. I was gonna go to the gym, and I walked back inside, like after like 5 seconds, because I forgot something, like my wallet or something. And when I walked in, bro, Gemma's stuffed animal was right here. It was literally right here, and she always takes the kids' stuffed animals and tears them into pieces. And I caught her, and she just looks so guilty.
What were you doing?
She didn't move. She didn't move the whole time. She's like, she's like, I'm fucking caught. She's like, I am fucking caught. I am so caught. This, bro, that was the stuffed animal. She was literally gonna fucking take that shit and eat it.
Were you gonna eat that stuffy?
Look, she's a fucking side. She's like, no. What are you talking about? Bro, this dog fucking ruins all the kids' stuffed animals. Yeah, I'm co-streaming all the games. Yeah.
Counter-Strike is a game where the smallest decisions can change the game. So this round here is from Payne versus Furia. As mentioned before on the desk, this game, or rather this round, was actually the most pivotal round because it actually allowed Payne to win the game. So let's take a look here. First starts off 5v4 situation where Yakinder takes down Biguzera. Now the rest of Payne, they actually walk up here towards this catwalk position. But take a look at the utility here. There's no utility at all, only pistols, but there's one rifle. And DGT right here, he's gonna make a crucial decision. He's actually gonna break away from the pack. He's gonna break away from the pack here, and he's gonna do a pretty interesting move because he goes all the way towards long. Now this is interesting because most of the time when you have the hero rifle, you're usually trying to find entries. You're trying to get the initial kill to even things up, or you're trying to trade off your teammates. But instead, they're gonna set him up as the long lurker. Now the idea of what they're going to do here is essentially these players here, if you look at the radar, these three players, they're going to pressure here towards that A side to open up or to get this player off this long position towards the site, so it opens up space for DGT to go towards the long side so that they can pinch. Here's how it unfolds. You'll see all three of these players, they swing out from that catwalk side. No utility at all. From Fallen's POV here, as soon as he sees these players swinging out, he calls for Yakinder to come over here towards long. That is the timing that DGT needs. He swings off the angle, and that's the opening. As soon as DGT gets here towards this long position, he catches Yakinder in the side. Now, once he catches Yakinder in the side, notice here, doesn't swing to catch Fallen off either. He instead waits just a little bit towards the left side. Is a little bit patient. before peeking out. And the reason why he does that is because he knows with the pressure coming in here from that catwalk side, as soon as he takes down Yakinder, Fallen's going to be in a spot where he's going to get pinched from both sides. It's because of this pinch that he knows that as soon as he kills Yakinder, Fallen's going to be looking towards the left side here, and that's going to open up an opportunity for these players here to catch him in the back. That's exactly what happens here. As soon as that kill happens, Snow, he's able to catch Fallen in the back completely. You'll see that from Fallen's point of view here, as soon as Yakinder dies, he's looking towards the left. With his back turned, that allows Snow to catch him in the back, and at the same time, NQZ finds his kill onto Molodoi towards CT, and this sets them up in a 3v2 post plant where they end up winning. This was the round that really broke their back because they had basically no utility, only one hero rifle, just some pistols. And what it really came down to was that one decision for him to actually lurk long and crunch towards the A site instead of trying to do the more conventional hero rifle. We'll have to see what happens again now.
So fucking packed, right? It's amazing.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, as always, Danny. Yeah, that was going back to stage 2. It's obviously a 1-0 game for both sides of the equation, and it got incredibly close, Jacob. What were your takeaways?
It did, you know, and it was a game that probably shouldn't have gone the way it did. Pain ended up winning. This round was a great example of a round they probably shouldn't have won, you know, where Furia had the advantage. I spoke to Big Ozero as well yesterday, immediately leading into this playoff, and he said that felt like a game they should have lost 9 out of 10 times. He was very adamant and very open about it, that they got a bit lucky. They turned around a 5v2, they turned around a 5v3. He wasn't happy with how they were playing, but he was happy with the fact that they found a way to come back. So it also shows that Furia, despite going 3-0 in stage 3, and that's the most recent memory we have, they have shown a bit of weakness, and Pain were able to capitalize.
Thankfully, that was earlier. I actually caught the ear of Sid, the coach for Furia, recently, and he talked about how he knows that they messed that one up. He even talked about the T side, which they had a winning record on that map, how they lost man advantages, how they needed to develop the protocols, and that's why he was so happy that he got to play so much more, because they ironed out so much of their T sides. They got to play Dust 2 a couple more times at this tournament, and so now they feel like they're so much more well ironed out than they were back in stage 2.
Just Spirit are jealous, you know. They gotta play more.
Yeah, all the warm up.
All the warm up.
All the warm up.
Well, I'm curious as to whether Dust 2 does rear its head in our picks and bans today. We can roll these on in. Oh, we're just gonna get them straight away.
Shit,
no, Dust 2. Okay, that was banned out by Pain.
Anything.
Any surprises in terms of the picks here?
So the veto was interesting simply because both of these teams shared Ancient as the perma veto, and Pain got the luxury of actually banning Train, which is frequently what Fury want to pick. So already a little bit of a win in the veto in my eyes for how Pain went through things here.
I also think it's interesting that they move away from Dust 2 again. We saw Pain beat Furia in the group stage on Dust 2, but as we spoke about, Big Ozero felt it wasn't really a game they should have won. So for them to take it to Inferno is probably also a reasonable cost to do that.
You might also have a little bit more confidence in the moment in your team to go to some deeper maps if you're Pain, since it's been a couple of events where they've had so many stand-ins, and now that you got everyone together and everyone playing really well together, you might actually have a situation where, like, okay, now we can open our map pool up a little bit. We can open our playbook up in various places.
No way.
Obviously, we've talked a little bit about
he's
Molodoi,
actually
kind
so
of new
funny.
signing on the side of Furia.
I always think he's so fucking funny.
How does he compare to NQZ when you're looking over on the other side of the circuit?
So the crazy thing here is that NQZ is, without a shred of doubt, the best opper not only in Brazil, but South America, and actually the Americas region, if you really think about it.
Only because Fallen gave it up, though.
That's true, unfortunately.
Voluntarily.
But the crazier thing is that Molodoi, who's probably the 20th best opper on EU Face It, is better than him.
Crazy.
So I feel like Molodoi has actually shown me so much more over the time that he's been
Why
signed
did he set it up like that?
The mechanics, the way that he kind of works his way around smokes to just find the edge pixel that he needs in order to take the shot. Like, he is doing things that is changing the face of the games that Fury is playing.
But here's the question for me, because we saw these in stage 3 as well when NQZ popped up. Look at the opening duels. 49 and 17 is insane. That is bonkers for an opper or anyone really to have that. And even Molodoi at 29 and 10 is pretty crazy as well. But that's where you're putting so much on those guys to open up for you and go for those opening plays, where if you get that little bit of hesitation, or you get that little bit of a lack of courage, or a little bit of nerves underneath the stage lights, and those drop, all of a sudden you're like, man, why don't we have as many openings? Why don't we have as much map control as we're used to? Why are we not playing the same way? And it's because your opper potentially gets a little bit nervous. It doesn't go for the same kinds of plays. So that's for me, like, where I keep my eyes on NQZ. This is his 4th major. It's the first for Molodoi. Let's see what those guys are going to look like on this stage. If they're going to keep going for those sorts of plays.
I think it's an excellent point, because I think you're right. You know, we can scout it within the first 10 rounds that they're going to change the way they play Counter-Strike, the way they conduct themselves. Molodoi, yeah, he played on a stage in Astana, and yeah, he seems like a fearless guy, but playing in front of this crowd at a major, it's a different different caliber. So I want to see it before I believe it.
Also, let's say too, I mean, yeah, you just mentioned you think Molodoy's the better
Why
opponent.
didn't you
so I'm not
go?
going to fight you on that at all. I wouldn't. But look at the team that he's got with him.
Wait, Jen, why didn't you
back
go?
in the green room.
Okay.
Look at the team he's got on him. Look at all the experience between Fallen, who's experienced in every way, including as an AWPer, as one of the best AWPers we've ever had play the game. Serato, Yuri, these guys have experience playing with AWPers and how they want to utilize their AWPers and how they want their AWPers to help them. So he's got a whole plethora of experienced players who can be like, hook it up,
Those
bro.
tickets are hard to
Either
come
way, we are
by.
going to be throwing things through a little
you
bit
get them or
of
did they
an
get them?
extended break, but when we are back, you do not want to miss out on the action. We have plenty of fans, the crowd ready to get loud for Furia taking on Pain Gaming.
$500 each. Holy
All right, guys, now you've
fuck.
spent your entire Counter-Strike career building towards this moment, practicing,
Really
training,
small,
improving, getting ready. But there's one part you might not have prepped for, you might not be ready for. I'm talking about the trophy lift. The trophy this time, it's heavy. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but we're going to get you ready.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Look at this.
Bro, this music. Is that a 5-pound dumbbell? Bro, this music, I can't. No weights on that is wild with spotters.
So now we actually do have the reveal. This is the trophy. 77 pounds.
77 pounds?
Bro, this trophy might be taller than David. So
That's crazy.
Wow. All right, so it's your big moment. You just clutched up. You're a major
77
champion. Picture
pounds,
this
and they're
moment.
practicing with
Confetti's
10-pound
flying,
dumbbells.
The people are screaming, the crowd's roaring, and now it's time.
Yes!
Lift that trophy up, put all the energy into it.
Yeah!
10 more reps.
10 more?
5 more reps.
Yes!
All right, guys, I think the work that you put in the gym today, it's really going to pay off on that stage. Because you know what they say, no pain, no gain.
Damn, bro, the pain pun. The pain pun.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership. And so I've dusted off your portfolio. And I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by KEK.
I knew it, dude. I fucking knew
this
it.
well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context. We talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and
so
sweet. We play this clip.
By Anders Bloom.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality. He's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
This is a meme piece.
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think
Yeah, we don't even win this round, bro. We didn't even win this round. We always memed on Hiko for it. Like, your best clip was a fucking garbage time clip where we lost.
Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike,
We always memed on Hiko for that
10 out of
shit.
10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on
Yeah,
display,
I'm doing
I give that
Fade.
10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be
trolling so hard.
Remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Fine taste.
That's so
it's my
stupid.
pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
That's crazy. Your generosity.
Yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
Bro, no, I'm the unsung hero. Hold up. Hold up. What people don't talk about is me. That I was the one doing all the heavy lifting. Look at this. Look at this kit. Look at that kit. Look at that. Who's winning the round? Hiko's just getting a bunch of garbage kills. Everyone can get the garbage kills. Me? I'm fucking winning the round, you know? I'm the real MVP. That's why Andrew said, are you kidding me? Andrew says, Hiko, are you kidding me? Because he's not even trying to win the round.
2-on-2. That bomb so far.
But people don't know that.
Now. Going for it. The defuse is already happening. Hiko, are you kidding me?
See? Are you kidding me? You're just going for all these kills? That's what he's saying right there. I wish Spencer was in chat.
To get to the playoffs here in Austin, Texas.
Non-impact kills, yeah. Exactly.
2v5. This guy on pistols is a different beast.
Why is my audio only coming through my left headphone? Is that me or the fucking shirt?
Welcome back, everyone, to the BlastTV Major here in Austin.
Yeah, I was ideal.
I hope you're ready for a Brazilian party, or should I say a Brazilian fight?
All I have to say about that is vamos, let's go. That's right, Brazilian Counter-Strike in the house. Austin, Texas, in the house.
What time it is? Hold up. Brazilian barbecue. Win or lose, we're eating Brazilian barbecue.
Yeah, why not? Let's do it. We've got another quarterfinal situated front row and center right here. We're ready to jump right into it. One featuring a team that has seen just about all that you can imagine up to this point. And, well, I don't think they really need an introduction. Let's bring them out here.
I think Spanish is vamos, right? And, oh, shit. Wait. Bad falling down. Just kidding. We won't do that. Let's go, dude. I love the entrances. Holy fuck, they got the whole BR fans there. Slow-mo? Nah. That was a cool shot. Dude, these entrances are so fire. That's so sick. They got a whole area of the stadium over there.
What an insane welcome for Furia. The Austin Moody Arena is definitely on.
Imagine being on pain and you come up out of the floor and you see Fallen's face like that staring at you.
Someone on the other side called Big
I'm ashamed of you. I'm the godfather of this whole scene.
Austin, give it up for Pain Gaming!
Holy shit, he's soaking it in. Bro, what a stadium for day one. Holy shit, man. It's a Thursday. Quarters. I have fucking nerd chills, dude. Holy shit. By the way, it's gonna fill back out. People are probably up at like getting concessions and shit right now. What sponsor did they black out? No aura, chill. Chill.
Is everything good? Can we hear each other and everything?
Bad Foreman is officially in the building. Furia versus Pain, our second quarterfinal going down here in Austin. This is going to be a banger, Jacob.
It is going to be a banger. Two teams who know each other well, players who know each other well. We spoke a lot about Fallen versus Big Ozero. We spoke a lot about Fallen's presence as well, and we have heard from the Pain Gaming players as well that he serves as an inspiration. So it's also a time for them to come alive, you know. Show us that you can go above and beyond. Even though you're playing against some of your idols, you got to beat them. You got to kill them now.
I think the whole idol story is what is very interesting. You know, I know on the likes of Pain, they've been looking up to these guys. They've been looking how they've been taking Brazilian Counter-Strike to a whole new level. Now they want to be the one coming in, showing they can be the next stars, the next generation of of the Brazilian Counter-Strike. So obviously they find themselves in a position, and regional matchups can also be tough, you know. If there's one thing that Fury cannot do, that is to underestimate Pain.
Let's talk a little bit about Nuke. Jacob, you brought up an interesting statistic about the history
Who do you guys have
between
winning
these two
this?
teams
I got
on
Fury.
this very ground.
With the current course, with the current lineups, they never played each other on Nuke. And that's going to be a first and foremost. It's Pain picking it. It's Pain bringing it into the map pool. Fury have played it once only at this tournament against Linvision, where it went well for them. For Pain Gaming as well, I'm curious to figure out why. You know, have they seen some weaknesses? Have they seen some potential exploits they can do? Not necessarily a map where I think Pain Gaming is quality per se. I think there's other maps they're better on. So for them to pick it against Fury, I think Big Ozero has a plan, and I'm excited to see exactly what it is.
There has to be a plan behind it. You know, there's a reason why they go for this map. You know, they know that they had the advantage coming into the veto, and by getting the opportunity of getting this map in, there's got to be something up their sleeve that they can bring in, because they know that they're not the favorite in this match. They know they have to go out to prize, and they are very inexperienced.
Who brought his kid out
this
there?
team that's only been on the stage once, and this is the first time ever that the Pain guys make playoffs inside of a major. You know,
for points?
This is not an ordinary playoff. This is a major playoff. This does something to you. So I'm going to be looking at how the players transition to that phase, how they can, you know, take the things they learned from stage 3 and 2 where they played, and then bring it into playoffs. Can they convert that in and continue to play great Counter-Strike?
And they're going to be starting on the T side of things as well. That's Pain Gaming I'm talking about in that context. Tell me what they need to do to make sure they're starting hot out the gate.
We spoke a bit about it already, Freya. NQC is involved in an awful lot of opening duels, and I think they will have to continue with that trend as well. He's an AWP player who likes to be aggressive, he likes to be involved in the action early on, and he's going to face head-to-head versus Molodoi. I think on Nuke in particular, that's going to be a super interesting matchup, because one thing we do know for certain is that Molodoi likes to play Nuke. When he was playing it for Furia in stage 3, he was owning it, the highest fragger on the server, all over the place with the AWP. So NQC, who is the best player within Pain Gaming, who is the most influential player, well, he goes up against arguably the next big thing coming out for Furia, which has been Molodoi so far.
I totally agree. Like, NQC is going to have a very pivotal role inside of how they're going to turn Nuke into their favor, and I also think that the likes of Big Ozero is going to be important. You know, he has been rumored to be maybe the one to go into Fallen's shoes. He is the next big in-game leader thing coming out of Brazil, and he's done it with multiple rosters, bringing unknown players into a whole new identity. And I think he's going to be very pivotal for them. Also, how he decides to go inside the rounds. You know, he is obviously the in-game leader. So he's also one that's going to dictate how things are going to move forward.
Really?
So, and you know, he is in a case where he is also the playmaker of this team. You know, if he has a bad game, that
University
could
of Texas is in Austin.
You know what I just realized, Freya? We've been speaking about these two teams for 30 minutes now, and we haven't said Quesarado once. Quesarado used to be the big thing, you know. He used to be the big guy. He used to be one of the best riflers in the world. You played an awful lot against him. He used to be Mr. Consistency. And I will say that Quesarado has been stepping up. Ever since Yakinda came in, ever since Molodoi came in, he's been alive again.
Well, we can check in with the live odds quite heavily favoring Furia in this one. Dupree, do you agree? Do you have them going through to the semi-finals?
I mean, at this case, you know, if you look at the lineups and there's history and also the experience, then obviously you have to look at Fury being the favorite. But it's a regional matchup. It's Brazil versus Brazil. You know, anything can happen in this one. And the one thing that I've learned, you can never count on a team.
We get 3 maps.
Yeah? We're guaranteeing that? Okay, we are ready to get the South American showdown underway. Furia versus
got all
Pain
the
in
notes
our
on their
second
shit.
quarterfinal.
It's a matchup where generations meet. Fallen on Furia, his 17th Valve Major Championship run, up against a rookie team of major debutants in the playoffs. That's Pain Gaming. They've even got an 18-year-old Snow who Fallen coached all those years ago. As not going to be nervous, right? Not just experience across this team, but some very cocky players, some very confident players who have been in these major playoffs before. This is a different beast.
We're back.
This is a different game. Who have been in these major playoffs. Pistol round goes Furia's way. And Pain take that breather.
I was checking to see my YouTube state up. I think it was just a
David is Deagle surrounded by Glocks. This one should be easy for Furia.
It's such a fast fucking pistol too. God damn it.
only have this one deagle in the round to get too excited about, so just a stat pad round, a chance to feel good about yourselves. If you're feeling nice try on the Zeus, but I don't think K-Serato liked it. 3 kills from him out in the yard. And so that gets cleaned up nicely. Furia don't fall down to the Zeus main drop in round 2 of the major quarterfinal.
The mental warfare coming in pretty quick here for Pain, but
Yo,
we'll
Vortex,
see if their mettle is tested tonight, won't we? It's one thing to make it to a major, it's one thing to make a run, it's another to perform on the highest stakes matchup you've ever played.
I love
and that
it.
is here on the stage. Furia,
as a boomer, there's boomers that are still competing left and right out here.
Is out. NQC will have to be a little bit more patient. It's late smokes here for Pain, waiting out the initial volley.
What you got, Snow?
Furia get their nades in. Pain starts to move late. That's a spam. Yakinda tries to cross.
Yo, Mark, what's your what the fuck?
About a double. DGT does him dirty, and Pain get gifted away in.
Jesus.
I mean, look, that's a stroke of luck and a half for this round opener. DGT on the spam. Finds a 5v3. If you're Pain here,
that is not normally, I agree.
You've done the hard bit of the round. You just need to stick the landing here. Dodge the stack.
Where's the rifle gone?
Fallen can't find it. Ended up down the vent. As a result, will be in the right place, I guess, but he's completely surrounded.
Wait,
all around
my
him.
goat.
Fallen, still going.
Oh, brought him
and
back in the round,
Furia
though.
might be tempted to give this round a go after all.
Yeah, pull the brakes. This has gotten a little sloppy in the B-bomb side. Pain won't commit
Gifted a
to
double
be
entry.
Instant. They wait, they see if a reaction comes through, if Furia get hunting and walk into their crosshairs. DGT is still where he started. And Pain and patience in the man advantage. Furia hope they make a mistake, fly up the vent, hit that top site. Okay. That's what Furia are playing for right now.
Wait, are they coming in?
Pain, patience, looking to pay off. Creeping into this lower site would be the remedy to get their first round.
Reassuring stuff that they don't overthink that. I think it would have been easy to do with DGT still floating around in the lobby, right? And so Pain group up, they dodge this 2-man save from Furia, and they get on the board early, reassuring that this round doesn't cause them any problems, right? Because in the battle kind of experience between these squads, it's a night and day contest between Furia and Pain. So I don't think you want to...
If anyone has followed CS the whole time, have Yuri and K-Serato stayed on Furia this whole time?
Landing of how quick Furia would drop when they see those
That's
smokes
crazy
fly
loyalty,
through the sky.
so.
But a bit of luck goes a long way for Pain. It's about being reproducible on this T side. Where can they find their opening kills moving forward? Glad Molodoi saves his AWP. Didn't get to fire it, just holds on for later. Reveal that trick when you must.
What an insane 2K.
Don't waste it on a lost retake. Especially not with how much hype NQC is getting coming into this matchup. As the standout player
got
for
that
Pain,
third.
it's not even close. A monster on T sides on that AWP.
All right, here we go. The 20th best offer in EMEA Face It, according to Maui Snake. That's so crazy. Here he is. It's our guy.
They're very spread in this round. Pain are faking outside. It's Molodoi who might get his first round to play.
Oh fuck, they're going into
fire the AWP just yet.
Oh fuck.
But this is the young AWP star of Furia.
Oh,
the international signing that at first
surely
left
they know
you scratching your head. Well, didn't take you long to get to grips with what Molodoi can put down range.
Smoke dips, rotates out, reposition,
Smart won't overplay on the ramp.
Heaven.
3 there for a moment. Very mobile is Molodoi. Back up in the right position. Snow snuck behind the smokes to secret, but Pain can't meet him there. The easiest path, so they think, is into this top site, but it couldn't be more treacherous. Back to ramp, hoping the AWP is left, and they would be right.
Oh fuck, I'm a little nervous for Fallen right now. Okay, I think this is sketch. He's in the ang. It's not really
on his shoulders.
Not really an off ang.
They get past him at ramp, suddenly the round's back on. And so Fallen has to hold on to this ramp control. He's got support from Yakinda.
Wow, did not expect
NQZ
that.
caught with nades pulled.
Holy shit.
And Snow is that lone survivor, the one guy that made it across out in yard. Suddenly left in this clutch. He is fully surrounded. Furia swarmed that ramp room.
Pain's pick, right?
Stalled out a bit there for Pain, not letting Snow, not giving Snow time to come up from Secret to try and assist him on the ramp pop. Fallen's 1-for-1 is good enough, and the map was quiet, so Yakinda rotates early. Furia, as we said before,
yeah, Fallen's ang was dead, because it's not really an off angle.
To avoid these rotations.
Like, it will get cleared.
Simply done for Furia.
That's
to get in control of this
bro.
game.
I shaved my balls for this.
Pain back on pistols.
What? Bro, CS is crazy. Yeah, Yakinder had a bit of a rough time on Liquid, huh? I met him in the TL facility when I went there. Actually a really good dude.
Just a ramp pop.
Into the Molodoi AWP again.
Damn, this guy's fast
and you're not being given a lot of doubt around this guy's AWP to open up this quarterfinal. He's nailed every shot he's been given. Fallen now has support. It's this buddy system between him and Yakinda, really causing ramp problems throughout the entirety of this game. Pain just can't seem to break through that two-man. Rotate over, and there's Molodoi's AWP.
Psycho move to come back up on ramp against pistols, but Molodoi doesn't give it down.
That's the thing I think that's been most impressive about this guy, right? When he went into Astana with this Furia squad, his first outing, they make it all the way to the playoffs, and that was playing in front of his home crowd there in Kazakhstan. And he played a fantastic game. It didn't look like the pressure in the arena, the occasion got to him at all. And so sure, you know, a major is an extra step up from that. This is his first major attended, first playoff, goes without saying. But it's a promising start in his first few rounds from Molodoi.
Today. I'm gonna say that.
Okay, not quaking yet. Furia focused, 4-1 up, and we have a rebuy here for Pain. It's about this T-side also we've been talking about all day. NQZ, how he finds his openers, and how successful he is in his attempts. It's been a rock of the run for Pain to make it this far.
Didn't Fallen have like a shampoo
ad or something? 0-2 in stage 3 to win out 3 BO3s to make it to the playoffs. It was all NQZ. Is he given the chance here with the smokes down? Furia still
Bro was literally kissing his monitor. Kindar Classic. Oh shit.
Kindar might be getting spammed, but he's still keen on fighting for this yard space.
Oh, this smoke's gonna fade.
Pain try and show him it's a bad move.
Okay, good
Yuri also cut down in amongst this outside scrapping.
Are you ready for 2 more in Garage?
Yeah, I don't
Surely
think so.
not.
Yeah, this will be players 3 and 4 you've seen out in the yard. And so Serato, bit of trigger discipline.
It's a good warning of where they're ending up, but Furia have no one in the right place.
Yeah. Wow.
Fallen's already dropped down lower. So won't be a part of a topside play. Pain, eyes set on getting out through the door, through the hut. Fallen starting to reconsider this now.
Might be too late.
Right as Molodoi gets up into heaven. They're already spilling out through the hut, but 1 kill from this AWP, and suddenly the balls are only on a retake again.
They go front side, take
really
back side.
Nicely, Pain going underneath the heavens so he never gets a shot. They never give him a way back in. Pain want to win this off a bomb pop, but another fight's taken. Another kill comes in.
God damn, that's a line.
That's the one that gets their interest. That's the blood in the water, and now Furia comes circling for this retake.
1 flashbang, it might be enough.
It's back on Fallen in main. He's going to
flash,
try and get his heaven players in. Flash deployed.
Holy shit, this guy's insane. This guy's insane, bro.
Still going forth on this retake.
Great jiggles, Fallen. Don't commit, don't commit. Don't commit, don't commit. You don't need to.
How this went so wrong as he tries to clutch up in the 1v3 with no time for DGT to arrive. All the kills, none of the glory. Furia sniped that round away.
Okay, Molodoi's coming in hot to this tournament. He's coming in hot to the playoffs. Another huge multi-kill round for Molodoi when it matters, when Furia need it.
You too.
Fallen known for how good his flashes are, and Molodoi uses it to perfection.
This guy's insane.
3 clinical shots. He has not missed an AWP bullet yet. And Furia are all over this game.
That's if Brazil wins, I'll finish my beer, and then he finishes his beer anyway. Oh my god, dude!
Or not?
Yeah, maybe a horrible night actually if this keeps up.
The crowd's booing him.
Timeout, needs to take a breather. They've had themselves in decent situations, but Snow's been getting cancelled out.
He's back at it, my goat.
It's all about coming back stronger.
That's what Pain are going to have to do.
They put
trailing behind at the
I
start
didn't
of
even
this.
notice he had his sunglasses on
as
that
well.
bit.
And you know, there's
Wait,
Pain have
does he have
certainly played a
sunglasses on
good
the
game to get to
minimap?
this position in the
He does
playoffs.
have
But
sunglasses
Furia
on the
made it through
minimap.
on a clean streak, 3-0. Convincing stuff from this
I
Furia
know it's
squad,
bad
and
ball, and I just think it's crazy.
Talking again about just the
It's
experience
amazing.
difference between these teams, it's
I
night and
love
day.
it.
Fallen, the man who kind of brought Counter-Strike
shit.
to Brazil, the inspiration behind guys in the Pain jersey.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, out of
Good
the yard,
adjustment.
Kindar
1 for
able to
1
get
though.
one for his troubles. It's a quick trade back for
Bro,
Davideus.
they were playing
Take those
heavy
trades if
yard.
you're Pain, right? Your Kinder's going to try and cause a lot of
Not
chaos
enough
in this
presence
CT
across
side.
the
He's
map
going
right
to
now
fight
from
through
Pain.
smokes. He's going to push you. He's not going to relent on his aggression. At times, it's let his teams down.
Lena,
In this Furia
2
squad, it's
years.
lifting
Oh
them
wait,
up.
26 months.
He's been the standout
2-year
player.
streak though.
Alongside Molodoy, these imports
God.
for Furia going far further than before. Molodoy in the right place at the
I know, I'm
right
back.
time. But
Oh,
NQZ's
shit, he's dead,
patience
sure.
looks to pay off.
Yeah.
They're the kills NQZ has to be picking up. If he wants Pain
the
to have a
rotates have
chance
been
in this
amazing
quarterfinal.
for Furia right now.
Stopping this spillover is
Oh,
Yuri
got
though,
that
and there's
too?
Fallen helping him out in the blink of an eye. It's just NQZ left standing. The guy that got the ball rolling on this round, the one that kind of tempted them into the topside play. But no more openers for NQZ. He's destined to save. Furia continue racking up these rounds.
Yeah, Fallen and Yuri on this top site is really exciting to watch. We've
They
seen 2
changed
games
it
from
for this?
Furia at the
That's
Major. They
amazing.
won both of them on Nuke. There was a close overtime in there as well, but Furia still have a good track record. And Fallen,
Furia
talk
looking
of
really
an
good.
orb added to this team. It's him on Anchor that's been the most strange, right? To imagine that a
Who called that shit?
orb
Jason
player
called it,
could
right?
swap to
Moses?
such a punishing rifle role, but he's actually been pretty good. He's not exactly a
Well,
star
that's the thing,
in
Lena.
the
We're
stats
bullying her
department,
into actually
but
doing something.
considering you have other vocal
To
players,
quote her
players
exactly,
like your
it's
Kinder,
more
who know what they
embarrassing
want, who
now
can
for
call
her to
mid-rounds,
not
who
do
can
it than
remain
to do
mobile.
it.
It just lets Fallen focus in on his crosshair on
Someone
these CT
redeemed
sides.
to add that
And
command.
Fury have looked all the
Who
better
was
for
it?
it.
Fuck.
First time in the playoffs
Who redeemed it?
since the Rio Major for Furia.
I don't remember.
That
Fuck.
says enough. Pain got what they wanted.
Oh, Maddie
They got
did,
that
Maddie
topside
did, yeah.
kill, but they go no further.
That was so fun.
6-1 up. Furia making this easy.
That was so funny to read. It's more embarrassing to not do it than to do it.
No, I mean, it's since that role swap for Fallen that he's gone on to make his deepest major run in the last 6 years.
What a line.
9 years since he lifted his major trophy. Plural. Molodoy with the orb.
All right, 2 smokes.
Scoped in for the cross. And this time
Ball
Furia have
smoke
changed
probably
up
coming
how
in.
they've gone about the yard control.
They might just let
Instead elected
NQZ
to
go
drop
for
the
this
player
pick,
down
but
early, and so they're going to clear
it's
it
gonna
from
be hard
secret.
unless they bait jump across for him
The
right
info
here.
ahead of time.
He is fucked on this
Pain are
line.
hoping to do out
They need
here
a bait
in the
jump
yard 'cause there
across.
still aren't these smokes down. Yakindar waiting
They will.
back in main, Molodoy holding the cross, and then you have
Okay.
Keserato coming up a little bit later from the secret
good
stairs.
approach.
Outside feels like a death trap.
Nowhere
Does
is
feel like a
safe.
death trap.
Furia ready
Good
to
flash
pounce.
peek. Oh my
Keserato
God.
comes up from the stairs and he lines up 2
Wow,
kills before
dude.
the orb gets a shot out. There's
Their
still a
teamwork
lot
on
to
yard
worry.
is just
BGT
incredible.
back at the head.
That was fast.
NQZ finds the orb,
2v2,
but now we're
winnable.
cooking Pain. 2v2. The only question is, where did Yuri go?
Holy.
I mean, Fallen's also been making moves in the
Oh,
downtime. This
man.
re-aggression
Good kill
into
by
the
Fallen.
lobby. Knocks DGT out of play.
Fallen's reading it. He's going
NQZ
lower,
didn't
dude.
attempt that
Oh my
1v3
God,
clutch
he's
this
fucking
time.
in their Discord.
Well, last time rather, but this time he thinks this 1v2 has something going. Drop in down towards lower.
I feel like
One man
Fury's
here to
reading
face
him
him
so
early. It's
well.
Fallen.
Yeah, he's in the perfect position. Prior warning. He
Bro,
hears the
fuck.
steps and he gets the easy kill to close this out for Furia yet again. Pain getting in winnable positions and winning none of them. And to the
Beautiful
beat of the
teamwork
drum,
every
Furia
round
got to be
outside.
having fun.
One
on the
round is
CT
all
side,
Pain
they are
gets?
everywhere.
How is this a poll in the main channel? What the fuck, dude?
And I think that's the first time we've even seen Furia in the lobby on CT. They
That's
needed to be
crazy.
aggressive.
No, if you're dead on like that round, the kind of position changes that Furia end up adopting are called from their end. Nothing that they were doing before. It's not like
Bros,
they
this
stopped
is
working.
so
They just
fucking
changed things up
funny.
here to stay one step ahead of Pain. Yeah, they end up with that lobby control. Round gets close, but still far from worry for Furia.
These smokes look like you're trying to path towards Garage or wrap around the world, right? Look at how weird they're down. But Pain is just using them to get that secret control. They're trying to put the fear in Furia. The players will go round the world. Pain will not. They make it down unscathed.
Bro.
Lurker not quite the same.
No, and I mean the lurks have been something that have been finding kills.
You would normally be pre-aimed for the stairs, so he's offing
the tide in the mid-round thanks to their lurking players, and so losing DGT there out in the lobby.
Double face
on that push in a ramp room, that hurts for Pain. And now trying to contain Yuri in the vents. It's not going according to plan. That's a huge pickup for Big Azera. Fallen also iced out. Pain are finally on the verge of breaking this furious streak. Holiday looks on with the AWP. Doesn't want to give them the satisfaction.
Oh my guy's going through this?
Tries to play through the smoke down on ramp.
Oh my god.
Holiday flings himself into the action here.
Oh fuck.
Creeping in behind enemy lines now. They've got no clue that this AWP has ended up right behind them.
This guy's insane.
Holiday with the first. Knows he made it past someone.
What a
Can't
kill.
get it on in
1v2.
time.
You're dead.
Okay,
1v1.
Serato now has info to play with.
No.
And it's young Snow, 18 years old, 8 points of health, left up against K Serato. Defuse held, and Snow taps him out of it.
That's
a huge 3K, a hat trick for the young player in his debut stage game at the major. It's a big pickup for Snow and a re-energizing round win for Pain.
Yeah, just every trade, every kill of humongous impact. The one onto Fallen down lower, cleaning up Molotov, who makes it deep into sight, and even finding that 1v1 when Furia thought they could defuse in the open. Pain trying to break back into this T side of Nuke. There is still time, there's still a chance. And Furia know that just as well, so they take the eco.
Casters in CS
a very off-meta play. Just one hero rifle, saving as much as they can.
What?
Kinder, excuse me, excuse
you went
you.
back?
Dead after one. The trade not allowed.
How
either.
the fuck did he get that kill?
Make it in and make it out. This should be their round. Furia play.
Jesus, that was an insane
kill. 3
kill.
over. It's a very Furia economy decision. They could have been pressured to buy and would have got 3 rifles. It just would have been lacking. Furia want everything. They want Molotov comfortable on this AWP. They're fine giving over 3.
Yeah, this could snowball for them, huh? It was a 7-3. Did the AWP in his hand. They lose that round.
Assemble this little double upper play in the right place.
Which is insane how it started.
Pain might vacate last second.
Econ is so brutal.
Going instead in towards ramp. They're going to dodge most of the danger in this round. And so looking good for that third.
I really hope that 3K from Snow gets him activated here, because even though statistically he's at the bottom of the board for Pain, right? He had star roles before this roster came in, fitting a lot of anchor spots on CT side, not exactly glamorous positions.
Still no rotate
even though we've
lower.
seen him, lurking outside T side on yard at times here for Pain, he's really struggled as an individual. But someone with a lot of energy, someone with a lot of faith in his team. It's been very interesting to watch him develop over these past few months with Pain. And they've shot up the radar ever since he joined this squad.
What's
a big
up,
Azera-led team
we are
for
watching
6 years
the
on
CS
now in Pain.
Blast Austin Major right
What I'm
now,
saying is I want
quarterfinals.
Snow to perform today if Pain are going to have
Furia
any
versus
chance.
Pain.
You are judged by your floor, not always your ceiling.
It's pretty crazy, dude. The whole arena
And
is
he can't
just
afford to hold
packed
Pain
on a
back.
Thursday.
Thank you.
God.
A couple of guns scavenged here for Furia. Maybe they can even get out with them.
Yeah, the M4 is the big ticket one.
That's outside. That's
What is bro? Bro is yapping. He's like, listen, guys. It's just 3 rounds.
They get 1 gun. And so Furia, this is all they wanted, the opportunity to buy sooner rather than later and buy big to win out the rest of the half. That is the goal. Here on Pain's pick.
They're fucking their own drums. This is a big timeout, actually. Because like I said, they saved for this off, but if they lose this round, it's going to end 7-5. And what was an insane half will feel
this
terrible.
horrible slow start that they just don't have the experience to come back from. And that's why he's kind of waited to orchestrate this buy round till right now, making sure, as you said earlier, Hugo, they're going to have everything they could possibly need.
Yeah, it takes time, it takes experience. You have to lose a lot of important games, stage games. Look at Mouz, for example, who for the longest time we called them studio merchants, who crumbled on stages, who fell apart when they were favorites against underdogs in important matches. Well, today they just pulled it back against Spirit, something they've been doing all tournament from 0-2 themselves. So they can do it. Pain just need that experience. Could it come through today of all times? Furia full buy. Everything to play for in this round to keep it one-sided.
Bro, Yikinder's so
Without
aggro.
it, no doubt, Pain are in this game. Pain make it down again. Snow, secret bound with the triple smokes. And Furia have to know this is a possibility. So KEK slips down the vent to join him.
Snow in a very important position.
Bro, they just have Snow taking this one.
One on the extremities here.
2 here.
And a potential timing rolled out in front of him. His team still waiting back in the lobby.
Fury's kind of playing behind KEK.
Furia are really paranoid that this is a heavy conglomerate down on B. They play 2 players and bait and switch. KEK fighting first. Snow in no hurry. Furia continue to pummel this top side with smokes, try and block an upper hit from Pain. They are weakened in this position. Molodoi is left to do nothing on the ramp room, and so Yikinder and Fallen have to hold strong.
Shit, bro. Look how close Yikinder is in his monitor.
Smoke going to be about 20 seconds left as
big
this
fight right here, chat.
begins for Pain.
Oh my god.
Seems like they are waiting for now.
Woo! He dinked him.
Connects out of Yikinder. He hears that. That gets his intrigue. Gets him looking into the vents. They start to pile through now. Into Fallen. Up the vent.
Oh my god. No way, bro. 1-on-2 still.
Beautiful chaos. Can DGT find any meaning in it? 3 kills. Bomb on his back.
Didn't come up the vent.
Plant now found. No one running.
They
start to make their way
beautiful
out.
swing. 5 on the clock.
Charge.
Hell yeah.
And clutch denied.
This guy's nuts.
He knows he can make that play, suffocating in the 2v1. His teammate lives, and Molodoi runs in to wins the round. That's after Fallen 2K on top site alone again. This is turning into a bit of a mess for Pain. Not thriving in the chaos, but dying in it. Furia with yet another stellar top site hold.
9 would be massive.
And this half has slipped by in a whirlwind.
No, this is,
8-4 is doable. 9
like
is
they
like
basically
crazy.
locked in Nuke on the back of this first half. Trying to go 9-3.
There's no way.
Pain's pick in this series, no less.
On T side. There's just no way.
And NQZ, we've not seen those openers. We've barely seen those AWPs on this T side. He's had a couple of chances. Found Molodoi once on A. But even then, in a lost round.
Dude, Fallen is fucking
impactless
getting a lot of info and playing so well. 11-6 right now.
As Pain just gets stalled out once more. Faking this upper site before they pop. Because they're around the world. We've never seen them make it this far before.
I don't know why, but
well
the way
and truly behind enemy lines.
Ready for 1, are you ready for 4?
And now the rest of the gang try and join back up with Big Azera. They're going to follow their captain into hell.
Oh, no trade.
Will they make it back again? Yuri. Knowing about up in the heavens now. Util starting to rain in. They're hoping to make life hard for Yuri, and they'll chase him down. He still gets out with 1 on the fullback. Keeping Furia in pole position.
They're going ramp to lower.
Pain desperately looking for that way back in. A 4th round. Not much to go off of.
This slip is really nice down to B, but Yikinder's realized it.
Gonna get here ahead of time. Yikinder closing the net. They're trying to take away this key map control. You want control over the double doors for this lower plant. The mollies allowed them that much. It's gonna be settled in this lower retake. Furia eyeing up a very strong CT finish. If they can get past NQZ and DGT, but it's this duo that have been turning heads for Pain. And they'll do it one more time. 4 rounds is all they manage on the half. Pain, it's their pick. Will that be enough to keep them in this quarterfinal?
Oh, KEK. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were.
You were. Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
I prefer art. That's great.
Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh man, that takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his help were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah!
That's so crazy.
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Right.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got us Molodai.
Molotov? Motorbike? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
That is a wild bit, bro. That is a wild bit. Can I explain the difference in skill gaps between CS in 2015 and CS now? Oh, it's a lot different. I think just like all the little micro fights, people are still pushing and pulling rotations, and honestly, I see a lot of the same shit. Like, I can predict where a lot of the fights are going to happen, but there's a lot of micro plays around these new smokes with like HEs. The shifting of util, like leaving it in places now, is very big. And jiggle peeking is like, it was common obviously in 2015, but people are better at it now. Like way better. I was talking about it earlier. I showed this video. 1 second, I'll pull it up. I was showing this where Ali's just kind of nerding out, like this whole like rubber band type peak.
And the velocity, how he won this fight. If you look here, I had the show pause on, and if you're looking at the
like, people
velocity
are very aware
here,
of this kind
you
of
are
stuff.
maxing out with an A1. You're at 225 velocity. So I'm gonna put that bot that's right here, and I'm gonna peek out without moving at all. And I got around, let's see. So right here, I think it's about clocking out at like 180.
Like, Alicia's a student of the game, dude. So he's like a rarity in finding all these numbers and shit the way he does. But people mimic top-level pros.
Maybe 170. So 180, 170 if I'm just, in the middle of this pillar, and then I just move out and I peek this bot. So pretty slow. Whereas if I go to the right first and then go left,
like he's getting momentum.
Getting
if
a
he
lot
jiggles.
closer to my max velocity. So now going
so the
left,
swing
then
feels
right,
way faster.
You can see that I'm clocked in
enemy.
above 200 for this peak. And just like as you look with the peak, like it's a lot cleaner looking. Whereas if I just did this and counter strafed.
So like shit like this has been cleaned up a lot in pro play when I watch. Teams are way more inclined to like use util for each other. A micro play would be like just like an intuition type play. Like a lot of those plays you would see Yakinder make.
Start going fast towards the ramp. Fake out for KEK to get him down the vent, and that cuts off the line of rotation. Fallen won't make it. NQZ's Julie's fire 1,000 a second.
Fury need the next skill, chat.
Drop off as Pain rotate lower.
Do they get it?
Into KEK. Fury going deeper. Fury undecided.
Good play.
Pistol round represents a world of possibilities to Pain. If they're able to pick it up, suddenly this scoreline doesn't feel like they're lagging so far behind.
What?
That's a huge swing.
God damn, he got that kill fast.
KEK has provided safe passage to this bomb, giving Fury a 3-on-3.
Yeah, that like a strat is just like kind of like
Pain once again feeling that
my God,
pressure. Davideus.
Oh my God, 12 and 16 now.
Miss. It lets Molodoi continue fighting over towards ramp.
Is he ready for more?
And this swing they took at Molodoi looked to undo the entire round.
64-16.
Snow was able to find him, but still, this is dire straits now for Pain. They have to go hunting these two players in the post plant, and Snow can't put the flag in time. Will get the gun out and whips back KEK.
Oh no.
Real close on the defuse, but it's another one that Snow helps provide for Pain.
Yeah, give him your energy, Austin. Second major, second stage, first major playoff for Snow. Another 3K round winner for Pain. Looks unburdened by the pressure. Same cannot be said for K-Serato. That's an ugly whip to give Pain a pistol to let them
Those
back
two
in.
really
Furia
fucked up in control. They needed to swing something together. They took like weird ones. They just needed to commit to something. They would have won. Like that is what I mean by like little micro plays, right? Like it's just two players like, hey, yo, they threw wall smoke. Give me a nade in the smoke. Give me a blow up smoke, blow up smoke. Like that is what I mean when I say micro play.
Cross behind these smokes.
Like that type of shit is so prevalent. Like how this guy is just tapping the fringe to see the cross. Like everyone's operating like within a rule set, like an overarching strategy where they should be on the map. But how they approach these spots is like very intuition based, and you're reacting to what the other team's doing and a lot of the shit you've done over numerous reps. If you did everything exactly the same in Counter-Strike, you would get countered all the time. There's too many games. So you have to make these like micro adjustments to how you approach your spots.
Just in time. The whole map is quiet. Pain piecing it together. Furia right around that corner.
Did after Pain win that pistol, everyone on the team is breathing this collective sigh of relief, feeling like they can get back into this game. But there's this force fire round you have to get past, and if you don't, it's all for naught.
Oh, here, this is a big
Snow
kill.
on the drop down, trying to move in, desperate times, calling for the most desperate of measures, and as everyone scrambles, Furia cut them down.
Desperation couldn't be a better word, Harry. Absolutely flooding that B-bomb site. Fallen with an unbelievable Tech 9 tap, and they follow up onto DGT clean. You cannot afford to
I can't believe Fallen just
like
swung that guy with that tech and destroyed him.
To break in on their force by round, and Pain had players in the right place. Somehow still caught off
Fallen's kill put that guy on site on a massive fucking island. He was cooked.
Hell of a round to win, and for whatever freedom Pain was feeling in the moment,
I have come before you to say my sin. I have the CC equipped.
Out there in the hole, CT force buying.
I can already tell. Bro.
As Furia look to run away with this game.
To be fair, I don't even buy it. But after watching these Tech 9 rounds, I don't know what I'm doing. I should fucking not be having that shit even in the game.
Again, but this is them risking everything. An attempt to boost up NQZ out in the yard.
I am so sorry.
That angle.
My lords, my lords, aka chat, what do I need to do to repent from my sin?
Yeah, it's awkward because it's a pretty good angle to take a fight, but also if you go on Garage Roof and you die with that M4, your team can't salvage it. It's a risk not worth taking. He knows it. Back to a position of value. Heaven. Furia, late smokes. Kinder keeping the pressure outside for his team who amass in the lobby. Furia just
also threw deep smokes.
That's an awkward
That's a nice exec, dude. Holy fuck. That was a nice call. Holy shit. This shit's over.
It never gets prettier.
It's not warned. There's no giveaway there for Furia.
That was
they don't
beautiful.
throw any flashes. They don't set them up. They just run out hot, knowing they have the better buy. They have the heavier numbers on that top site. And they
window to catch
just run over the round.
That's a fucking really good response.
Here on the CT side. Keeping this M4 is a must, and even then, it's all they'll have. There's certain expectations at this level that players won't just do that. While Yakinda's lining up outside utility, Pain are expecting a more standard round. Fury just throw themselves into that top side. Mentally not prepared.
Chat, wait, hold up. I got a question. One sec.
As Pain can't get a grip on this map.
Furia just keep leveling up, right? The game kind of started on this wild hot streak for Molodoi, but over time everyone's had their moments. Fallen with a couple of big spray downs on the rifle.
In a row, it's crazy.
Fangs of Furia around him, sharp as ever. And Yakinda always making these aggressive moves, keeping Pain looking over their shoulder.
I'm such a junkie for skins.
This is Furia at their best. This is Pain at their most nervous.
Someone told me like all went up in value.
VP, the hard head.
Oh, you're dead.
At the front of the pack, pushing outside, is caught off guard.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Pain given a chance, but that gun is not getting out for free. Yuri provides cover and a gamble. Pain cleared out the lobby as Keserato left. He never knew, so Pain make a rotation that Furia will not expect.
My favorite knife is like probably an M9 Emerald. I've never owned it. I'll show you in a second what I have. Oh my god.
It's the hero gun, jump shot from Fallen. And he's just keeping this entire stack down on the lower side. Fallen, a very good job of misdirecting the CTs here. The rest of his team have taken the top side of the map. They know they've got this round in the bag.
Yeah, that's why you don't run blind into a site, right? Fallen gets the info. By the time he's dead, he's called 3 players are still alive on that lower site. So
if I was a girl, I would make my alias misdirect.
He buys a few seconds to make all the difference. That mean Pain can't get out of their positions and yet again are forced to save their guns. This is a Furia who have high ambitions, higher than just
I'm going to make my daughter make that. Ella's going to have that alias.
In their debut
I'll put it in before she knows how to even make an alias.
Spirit, even made Nuke close. This is a Furia who, dare I say, could fight for a grand final here in Austin.
Dude, yeah, bad Fallen on the mini-map is wild. All right, Chow, give me a rating on my drip. Am I dripped out in-game or what? Surely I'm dripped out. Surely. No? Come on now. Oh, shit! Yo!
Yeah,
he nailed that.
Pain on their pick. This is the buy round they've been waiting for, right? They won the pistol, they lost to the Force. That took the wind out of their sails, that left them knocked
Condom
back
Head is
for
crazy. I bought him at the start of
and now they've
CS2. It was the best purchase I've made. Let me see.
This has to be the buy round.
I actually don't even know.
Turns around this entire map. If it doesn't, Furia have steamrolled them to open up this quarterfinal.
And I hate to be a pessimist, but it doesn't feel like it's going to happen, does it, Harry?
My knives, I have Old Faithful. This is the one I used when I was a pro. I unboxed a factory new slaughter, and I traded some dude for the stat track Minware, like way a long time ago. And then I got these two as well, the Doppler. And then I unboxed this like early on in CS2. I did it literally on a Discord call. It was amazing. I wish I was streaming.
That's a convincing
I was
opener.
the
Yuri
fuck
on the
out.
receiving end of it, but as DGT backs up, there's more heads to this Furia beast out in the yard. Yakinda rears his above the smokes and brings this back into a 4-on-4.
Snow's got to be careful, yeah.
I mean,
No, I do like the Karambit. I don't know. I always, when I was a player, I loved the M9s.
If Snow can get away with a multi-kill,
I still do.
maybe just
Like the Ruby and like that Ruby is so insane. But I like the Emerald the most.
And run down. Furia play with
I've never
pace.
had a knife that expensive.
Big Azera mollied off. This was the one buy round for Pain, and they can feel it getting away from them.
Bro,
This
Furia
might
have
just
looked
be a
hella
failure to
good
launch of a map for this Pain squad.
I love the experience call there for Furia, just speeding up when they spot Snow.
Wow.
He goes back into the bomb site, but that's not a better fight for him than the headshot angle. Furia know exactly where he has to be. They hunt him down. They had trades at the ready, but at no step had Furia needed that. Continually knocking down this front door of Pain, who have been saving all CT side long, and this round is no different, except Furia are chasing. Rabid to remove these rifles to make this a clinical victory in a quarterfinal with a new roster of the top of the year, and Furia are but a round away from stealing Pain's pick.
Pain's pick. What a kill. Fury are fucking shooting, man. They're looking scary.
Okay, good. Moldoy, you ain't secret, no free, bro. Fucking 20 bullets, okay? Maybe it was no, go AK.
I love that. Your in-game leader tells you to pull out the AK because he's feeling it.
Yeah, let's see why. I mean, that means it's going to be a pacey round. That's what they've teed themselves up for. Straight out in a ramp. Yuri running interference, just the one out of DGT.
Kinder lurking.
And here's the drop down into lower. Pain. Their speed of these rotates, their faith in one another tested here as they start to scramble bodies down the vents into lower. Snow fed to Furia first, and this might be the beginning of the end. Pain on their map pick, left in the balance of this 3v3 retake at lower.
An impressive game from Furia, an impressive major with no signs of stopping at the first match on the stage.
He was like, I don't want to fucking throw these nades, bro. You go die.
First major, and Yuri
2v3
sat back, relaxed, waiting, unbothered, in their lane on this P-bomb site, and Pain start to crumble.
Good timing here by Molodoi.
It's the push out. Oh, Molodoi sandwiched and big as
keep going.
The captain of Pain offering up some resistance.
Yeah, Spirit lost.
Pain, stay in this for one more round.
Yeah, 4 kills from the captain, but doesn't it just feel so late in the day for this?
Sorry if I spoiled
6 rounds more in a row.
It was an amazing
series,
I'm not gonna lie.
To even open up this map into
play.
overtime. Furious let a post-spawn slip by. But it's far from the end of the world. What it has done is given NQC and AWP on the CT side yet again.
Kind of favorites, you know, because I guess
it's nice that he at least gets to use one. Feel like it didn't even get to make an appearance in this second half. Would have been heartbreaking.
They're still fucking both crazy good teams.
So at least has a round to play with his weapon of choice here. NQZ, chance to show us what he's made of on this AW, but Fallen gonna get rid of it. There's only enough room for one Brazilian ult in the server.
Fallen is not fucking around this game. Oh my god, what a play by
KEK. That's cleared on the top side.
What a fucking 2K.
6 feet under, and 6 rounds maybe all they get as Furia waits, chomping at the bit for these smokes to fade. That will signal the end of the game. DGT last alive and not for long as Furia show up in the Austin Major with something to say, with a statement in their first map of the quarterfinal. 13-6, clean as can be, no stress as Furia steal Pain's pick.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a generational clash of Brazilian talent, but right now it's Fallen. And the old boys looking good in this major. Their debutant in Molodoi, firing on all cylinders to open up this quarterfinal. Furia now licking their lips with their map left waiting in the wings. And Ubisoft next. They can feel those semifinals are well within their grasp.
Yeah, definitely looking like the team for it right now for Pain. Just getting suffocated under the pressure, under the stage. We'll see what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm here with you, Kinder. There's some folks yelling down here. That's all right. We're going to ignore them, you Kinder. Big game right here, a huge moment. Tell me how big and how crucial that second round was there in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you break the enemies, it's better than win to whistle round, you know? And props to the coach. Sid gave the call. He's like, they're not going to play secret. Let's go secret. And we just won the round because of it.
So Pain not statistically strong over here on the next map, Anubis. You guys, on the other hand, picked into it. Does Furia close the series out here?
Would be nice, but life is not that easy, you know? Maybe something's going to happen, but we're going to try our best. I think everybody's focused today, so we're going to show our game.
Thank you very much, Kinder.
Thank you.
It literally feels like I'm watching a real sport, man. These interviews are like fucking crazy.
Well, may be right. Life isn't that easy, but didn't they damn make it look easy on
like the perfect
first
amount
map
of shit
of this
talk.
series? You'd have been forgiven for thinking that was Furia's map pick. It was actually
correct. I love
Furia very convincingly, Jacob.
So
yeah, that was a bit
goddamn
surprising.
funny.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought Pain were gonna be able to make it way
I have
more
some
competitive.
fucking
I think most of us
bangers on
had
my
Furia
phone
as
from
the
like
favorite to
those
win
days.
the series, but I predicted it to be in 3 maps. Now I am convinced that it's gonna be in 2 maps. I think Furia have played way above what I expected once more, which has kind of been the case place ever since they took on stage 3.
I think it's good to see Fury just continue like this. You know, I was a little bit worried also with the case that they made 3-0 and making their way into playoff. Maybe we just saw what that did to Spirit, right?
Like,
but
literally
now it
everyone
looks like
showed up
Fury
over
is just
here.
living up to expectation from themselves. And Molodoi, man, he just keeps delivering. You know, like the individuals inside of Fury is also just stepping up to things. And
Fucking so
it just
good.
baffles me that this team has gone from being a traditional Brazilian team to now move into the international and then just finding so much success so fast.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that sentiment. A lot of people on Twitter, a lot of the Brazilian fans right now are kind of feeling it, you know, like the giant has been woken up again. It has been 4 years where Fury have been, dare say, a laughing stock for most of us, you know. You look at Keserado, you looked at Yuri, you looked at Fallen, you thought to yourself, you're supposed to do better. Even when Art was on the lineup, you're supposed to do better, but they never did any better than we expected. Now they're blowing the expectations away. I am thoroughly impressed with everything I see from Fury, and with the way they're playing right now, you know, maybe potentially in a major semifinal in a couple of hours, it's a wild turnaround.
And a very convincing CT side to be starting off this map of Nuke. Let's take a look at round number 6.
Bro, do you guys remember this? Do you guys remember Shara?
We spoke about it, you know, does he have what it takes at this stage?
Bro, he just turned around and fell off the stage. He's so lucky he didn't get fucking really hurt. That's insane, no?
He just continues. Again, Fallen putting up the teammates right here. Good supportive flash. Molodoi comes out, hits another nasty shot. Guess who hits another one? That's going to be Molodoi. When you're playing with that much confidence, you're doing it on the biggest stage. You're supported by Fallen, throwing flashes for you. It's just super, super nice. Even gets to stick to the fuse here, win the round. So in terms of the raw impact, Peter definitely checks all the boxes. In terms of playing with confidence, definitely checks all the boxes.
I'm just super impressed with him. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. Like, when I got here to the major, and I saw also, obviously, the result that Fury had made coming into this. I was maybe looking at Molodoi as being, sure, he had like a couple of good events, but now I'm in a state where I actually feel like he's probably the best player they have inside Fury. And that's not what I expect, you know. He's still so young. He was picked up to go in and pick up what Fallen lifted off. And we know that Fallen has been a legendary opera for so long. But obviously, Fallen has been looking a little bit dire in his role. Now he's changed it up. But
dude, I would love to coach him
into this team and into the games. It's just out of this world.
I think it's big words to state when, you know, you have also Keserado on the side
I kind of
bottom fragger, by the way.
wanted to ask people, but today I knew I'd be yapping a lot about what I've been up
Let's
to
look at
and
the
stuff.
second half because, okay, Pain,
maybe tomorrow
they win
I'll
the
ask someone.
pistol. I think, maybe they can start getting momentum behind them. How do Fury respond?
I mean, they did get off with 4 rounds in the first half, gave themselves a chance, a bit of a leeway. Then they win the pistol, as you said, for 8-5. If they win this round, 8-6, Fury will be saving. It's going to be 8-7, but they can't maintain it, right? Bigosero gets caught off guard by Fallen. By the way, I'll admit it, Fallen way superior to Bigosero in this game. And then it all unfolds, and that was it. You know, Pain didn't win at any point from this moment onwards. It went down to be Fury going to 12-5, then they won a single round, and then Fury closed out the game. So for them to maybe fight their way back into the game, they had to convert right here, Peter, and they didn't. And I got to give it to Fallen, got to give it to Sid as well.
I know
we heard
Cooper
from Ikinda, the coach. Some great calling. Definitely felt like they had Pain read like a book, and they showcased that on the T-side as well.
And that is exactly what the preparation can do. You know, their coach was so confident that we're not going to play secret, so they went for that play. But the thing that actually stands out to me, sure, it was a great call, but I don't know what Bigosero is doing, you know, because we could obviously see that he's asking for help. He's finding himself on top of the silo, and Bigosero is like, he's just caught in no man's land. He's in between everything, you know. He has no cover, he has no position, there's no crossfire set up. So when he goes down, what Furia knows is that is probably the backup player for the guy that's playing somewhere inside. And then he actually misses a ton of bullets and he just gets run down. And that point when even by having Tech 9s, they've lost all the space, they have no rotation coming in, and they have nowhere to get back in the round.
You mentioned Molodoi, Peter. Let's just run some highlights from this.
Let's get it on. I just want to see more of this guy.
How do you kind of characterize him being maybe different in Orping style to Fallen? Obviously, Fallen's a veteran. He's probably a bit more established in the way he likes to play. Are there clear differences between them?
He's hitting his shots.
That's one of the things, right?
Bro, so good.
For me, Fallen has always been standing out as being this very up-close Aubrey. Like, he loved to be in kind of a situation where he felt like he had to hit no scopes and be up close all the time. Where I think is Molodoi is just, one thing he's hitting his shots more and better than Fallen. Another thing that I think he's doing well is that he's had such a great overview. Like, he got a kill on ramp and he instantly understood that, okay, I have to rotate somewhere else now. They're not going to hit me on ramp. And that is one of the things that I think he's doing so well, that he reads the game. He understands how to position himself. And he's hitting his shots, but it's also because he puts himself in so many great positions. positions.
I can see a bit of Fallen in Melodor. With the way he's playing and the way he's close combat orbing, we saw him come out of heaven, plays with an awful lot of confidence. And I agree with you, Peter, considering his experience, the fact that he's new, the fact that he barely speaks English on an English-speaking team, it sometimes maybe, at least that's the way I'm thinking, you know, maybe sometimes he's freed up by that. He doesn't have a lot of responsibilities in terms of communicating. They know that he's going to be limited, so he can just play his game and do whatever his intuition is telling him, and that intuition is one that he should trust.
And it's the way he's lapping up the stage as well, right? Obviously, we saw him making his kind of big stage debut, if you will, back at Astana, but it's a whole different ballpark, right? Dupree, you know the pressure that a major stage can bring to a player. Great to see a rookie in Molodai kind of withstanding that.
It's super great, you know, he was top frag in this series, you know, he's, as I mentioned before, I think he's the best player in Furia. And we also have to take into consideration that he is sitting on the same scene and on the stage with so many experienced players in the likes of Fallen, Kesrad, and Yuri. They've done it multiple times, you know. They've been around, you know, he's probably been looking up to, I think a lot of Orbis has been looking up to Fallen. Maybe he's not from the same region, you know, but the fact that he finds himself in a team with these people that he's been looking up to must be doing something. And I only just throw that back to how I was in Vitality when I got to play alongside, you know, Saiwu and Spinks, you know. Yeah, Saiwu is a way better player than me, but I know for a fact that Saiwu liked the fact that he was playing alongside me and Magisk on stage, because we just gave that calmness, that calm communication, but also the belief in that we could win this.
Super underrated. Jacob, you kind of already threw yourself under the proverbial bus, if you will. Do you want to right your wrongs on your Fallen statement that we had pre-match?
I think I said coming into the game that I think Big Osira is a better player and a better in-game leader than Fallen as of right now. I kind of want to stand by that statement, but I think Fallen proved otherwise in this map. He did a tremendous job, and I gotta say, I'm so impressed with Fallen picking up the rifle, picking up the anchor roll, picking up a new position, you know, doing himself such a favor by doing it as well. He freed up an AWP position, and now he's even playing well with the with the rifle himself. So yeah, I gotta stand to be corrected right here. I thought Big Osira was gonna have some more impact in this game, but Fallen, the way he's performing right now, if he can just play at 70 or 80% of what he did in this game, that's more than enough. So all the credit to this man for, I guess, reinventing himself and making sure that he found impact.
Let's just jump the occasion and say that we thought that Bad Fallen was probably killed, you know, but I like Bad Fallen. I like the way he is. You know, I think his rifling capabilities has just been out of this world. Actually, I think that Fallen has shown that stepping into a position where taking on the anchor roll, you talked about that he maybe puts himself in a position where maybe he wants to take up the coaching thing. I could see that this could go on, but because why not? I mean, the way that he's putting in things is working out for them.
I will say, you know, throughout the tournament, he hasn't been that impressive, but that's why we got to give it to him right now. Fallen so far has been really, really, really good in the playoff, and maybe that experience you're talking about for, you know, Bad Fallen, he may be back, but he's showing on the server that he still can contribute.
Hey, he's been resurrected and he's influencing all of us out here. How are we viewing Pain Gaming on the other side of the equation, considering this was their map pick coming into
I didn't see it
the series?
Sorry.
Is it over? Is it over, Dupree?
I think it's going to be tough. I am at a state like Maui. He said that Pain Gaming is, you know, they're just happy to be here. They're happy to be in the playoffs. It's a great time for them to try and get some experience and also learn something. And you could also feel that interview that Big Osira he went with, like, they're just so happy to be a part of this. They're happy to get the experiences. And, you know, they just lost their map pick, and now they go on to Furious. And I think it's for them, it's about trying to just take as much they can from this series and just try and feel the game more than what they did already, because what I saw when they played Nuke is that whenever something happened, something didn't plan out the way they wanted, they got a lot of openings, but maybe openings because Furia went in and gave them to them. So it's more about the Pain has to go in now and just try and leave behind the fact that they lost the first one, but move on and try and get the best out of it.
Well, they're going to have to do that quite quickly as we are heading things to a short break before we dive into Furia's pick. That is going to be the Temple of Anubis awaiting on the other side of this break.
I can't see shit.
I can't see shit. Do you guys hear Pim?
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Big Osira from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL has been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders, such as Apex, who used to play, you know, star roles like Connector or Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style, who's going to be jump spotting B apps every round.
I tried to play like a B on Mirage and didn't work well because mid-rounds rotations, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B spot jumping, I cannot have this read, you know. We were playing Navi. That was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Why is everyone
you want
wearing
to be in a position
sunglasses?
where you can
Just
affect the
fallen
round. You can see
meme,
the
bad
full picture.
fallen.
Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
Nice place to
As
be.
an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, city side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than city
IGL's always
side.
like T side.
What maps are you really liking right now? You know, what's working
I love
for
T side as IGL.
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And that was, oh, what the f am I doing here?
Oh shit.
We made some change and worked well for us.
Take 12. I love that move, man.
Inferno and Nubis, if you start T-side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just observes all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike, you know?
Big Sarah, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
I put myself up in the rafters. I come to see everyone here. How we doing?
What does that say? Esport betting? What is this? What does this hat say?
They've got this energy all day
Esport
long,
betting
and
expert.
That is why America is showing
That's
up
a
for the
crazy
major.
hat.
You guys, it's your first ever event. You came to the major. Where did you travel from, and why did you come to the major?
Well, we all came from Vancouver, Canada. Came down to support Team Liquid. Unfortunately, they went out, but you know what? We're here for good Counter-Strike. We're here for some good Counter-Strike.
And you're getting some good Counter-Strike. Have you enjoyed the atmosphere so far?
Dude, it's been awesome, especially having the Brazilians here now. Like, they know how to party. They know how to enjoy a good game of Counter-Strike.
Okay, Liquid's not here, but who are you cheering for?
I'm a Navi fan. I was rooting for Mouz though, so that was pretty sick. Okay. Now that Mouz game is pretty sick.
So you're with me, Navi are making the final.
I'm Navi all the way. I want Vitality to go down, 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 down. I'm for Navi the whole way.
All right, the energy's good. We're loving the vibe up here. Guys, give it to me!
I got bad news. I got bad news for that guy.
Feeling immaculate here in the Moody Center, and I'm sure the Furia vibes are feeling even better as now they just have one more map to potentially separate them from heading straight to the semi-final on Saturday. That comes down to their map pick. It's going to be Anubis, and obviously with Pain getting to choose which starting side.
Someone asked earlier if I played people in the major. I played a lot of these players, but this game, bro, this game was way longer than 8 years ago. I played Fallen in 1.6. I was looking for, I had clips in this game against them, but I can't find it. I don't know how to find it. It's obviously so long ago. This is a fucking insane round by Fallen though, 1.6. His op was so goddamn fast back then. Like, that's a crazy kill. The way he kills me is ridiculous. Kills me right there. Like, what? He fucking destroyed us this map.
You know, it's the best of both worlds.
True.
To an extent.
Can't hate on that, but I mean, honestly, like, Moses, when I'm looking at it, Furia.
Why would he give it up? It's pretty hard to op and call in CS, and I think as you get older, you probably just want to give that to some, like, youngin' that's, like, insane. Like, Moliday's fucking crazy. Reminds me of Fallen. Like, he literally reminded me of, like, Fallen from those days, how he's, like, whipping around. He almost looks high sensey at times. Like, I opt too in that time frame. I was, like, terrified of playing against Fallen. Like, this was me in a different clip when I was just looking for that clip against Fallen.
It's pretty insane.
Like, I remember in one of these train clips, Fallen is jumping across like backyard, and I just like pluck him out of the sky.
I think that it goes without saying that.
I don't even remember this clip. I'm not gonna lie.
Despite the slump that he had on Liquid, one map he always liked was Anubis. Okay, he is such a good space taker on it.
Dude, crouch hopping was so fun back then.
He's so good at it, and you know he's gonna dig his face right into that monitor.
Dude, GRT.
I love that he plays up to it with the crowd.
Yeah, get a little bit closer.
I can't find the clip against Fallen's team though. I don't know. Too old.
Give it a kiss. Give it a kiss.
That's the only way you can win a quarterfinal, buried into the monitor.
Okay, to play devil's advocate here a little bit,
Yeah,
because it
respect for
sounds
Fallen
like
for
you
giving up
guys
the
are
all.
already
I'm not gonna
writing
lie.
the script that Furia make it through
It's
to the
crazy to see him
semifinals.
reinvent himself.
Anything that Pain can do to put a stop to this, particularly considering they're
Team
starting
looks
on the
goated.
T side of things.
I think first and foremost for me, when I watch this team, I think there's certain sacrifices that I feel like Big Ezera has made to try and accommodate the new players and setting up an actually structured, fundamentally strong team.
Thanks, Tiff. I
and I kind of want to see him go away from it a little bit. I think if they want to win this match, I think you're going to need more firepower.
Not like
I want to
full
see Big
vertical,
Ezera go
but I
back to the
still-
philosophy he
yeah,
had
I
back in
still
the
play with
Copenhagen
making him
Major,
slightly
where he
tilted.
was just a one-man army, leading the team, calling the team tactics around how he wanted to play. He got to set himself up for a few nice things. Like if you get that kind of production out of Big Ezera on the rifle, maybe it can alleviate some pressure on the other guys.
I want to see Pain that is play with conviction and fast early, because I don't want them to leave Snow on some lurking position
Now, I'm
by
not like an
himself
expert
as he's
on
already
it. I'm gonna have
quaking
to
in his
learn a
boots.
lot.
Okay, I want
But
to
I've
see
seen
them
quite a
just
few
hit a
games
bomb
on it.
site incredibly quickly, force Furia to be playing a post plant. If Pain is able to find any way to
I like the
just
overall like
get
lighting
in
of the map. I like
quickly,
the layout.
then Furia
I
can't
like the
react the way that they
possibilities with
want to.
nades.
Furia's had a surprisingly good CT side on Anubis because they're so active.
And maybe some surprisingly good odds when we're looking at this series and
I think
how
having
bookies
stage
think
experience
this
is a big
one
factor in
is
this
going to
map.
be falling.
These
I've
games.
tried to, poke you a little
in
bit.
CS,
Is
yeah.
this GG? Is this two maps done, Furia cementing it?
Unfortunately, it's GG. I just don't see a way with Pain. I think you'd have to ask you something Herculean from individual players, like things that are just unreasonable to ask of individuals.
Well, let's see exactly how it is going to be falling down. It's Anubis, second map
I
of
played.
this quarterfinal.
Yeah, I've been playing
Two
Pugs.
former full Brazilian squads that went international, and right now the results are
enjoying
speaking
a
for
lot.
themselves. While Pain went for all South American, Furia moved further afield to the east, and right now they
I
are
took a
sitting a map
break
away from stealing this
for a
series
while.
and plunging straight
Like I was
into the
mentioning earlier, I was
semifinals.
like in the top
Look, for
something.
fans of nostalgia,
in,
we're one map away
top
from Fallen,
300-ish,
one of
maybe.
Counter-Strike's old
Maybe
guard,
200.
34
I don't even
years
know.
old,
But
6
then I got
years
cheated
since his
like
last spot in
2-3
the major
times in a
playoffs,
row, and I just got
almost a
mega
decade
tilted.
since he lifted the
And I was
trophy.
like, fuck this.
He's just one map away from the semi-finals in Austin.
And then I was just focusing on Val for a while. But I started playing
Austin,
again.
you've been awesome all day. It's only going to get better
Oh,
as the
nice
week
shot.
continues. Furia come in as Pain rush this B bomb site, and Yakinda in E-box ready to
Good
receive.
back out right there by Yakinder. Really smart.
He's got support on the way, not in this
Didn't pass
alone. Fallen taking this first bit of contact out through Temple, but there's a lot of sight lines open here for Furia. No util to lock this out either if you're Pain. So instead
don't
they
have a
play
smoke for
group,
main?
they play it together. 3 players back in main.
Yeah, there it is.
Leaving Snow in the site alone. That's an easy
Pistol,
pickup for
yeah,
Furia. The pistol's spamming through, catching a couple of players.
3v3.
You're reliant on spams, you're reliant on luck
fuck?
going your way. Pain coming through with even more.
2v2.
But that defuse getting held
Bro,
down.
DGT in these smokes.
Lines him up, racks him up. That's a huge 4K to open up this pistol round. They left it to chance.
Through the smoke, no second option, no other way to win the round. You just have to get them off the bomb time and time again. DGT does it dirty with 4 kills. Cool boost in the post one as well to give him a nice angle. NQZ able to snipe them off. And Pain with a pistol, an explosive one of that. The desk have set the stakes well. This is a map Furia have taken down.
No, I haven't
big
played on
dogs
stream in a second.
Beating Aurora. Once the best team in the world on this map.
My
With a
ego
huge
wouldn't
streak
allow
at
it
the
right
start
now.
of the year.
Obviously, I haven't played a lot of CS. I haven't even played a
Taking
lot of Valorant. I was watching so much.
Many teams, including the Mongols, Pain,
It's painful
have
for
no
me.
repertoire quite like Furia.
Yeah.
So they have to play the best game of Anubis
That's true, soon.
they ever have in this high-octane environment. Baited in by the opening kill, but there's a stack of 4 players in the site. DGT pinching them off, 3 kills, and he gets out.
What's he got, 7-0? Holy shit.
Nice and clean. Pain fell down on this round back in that first map.
Difference was, then it was a force. This time, full eco. Furia know that they can maximize their gun rounds here on CT Anubis. I like the decision to get guns in ASAP, and it's allowed Molodoi a glass orb. I don't know if you'll be expecting that. The big danger of a
my nades are so clunky in CS2.
There are MAC-10s in play. They're going to be running around corners, jumping around
like I actually
corners.
fucking hit him on corners all the time. Something feels weird about Subtic and throwing nades. I don't know why.
Something that NQZ struggled with in his first stage match.
I'm just not used to it fully, I guess.
Molodoi.
I actually have a lot of fucking fun playing CS. I'm not gonna lie.
Gets aggressive over towards main. And that's where Furia actually put a lot of their resources in this round. 3 players on this A main position. Leaves them on a bit of a natural timer here.
Oh, that's a risky peak. I guess he was 7-0.
Tries to play through this main smoke. The rest of Pain are teeing up right now to try and split this side of the map. That's going to leave them walking into the 3-man stack.
There's a lot.
Molodoi hears them going deep in Temple as well, so even though Furia are technically out of position, they've got all the information. Pain are walking in. Unbeknownst to them, what's lurking behind, a glass orb chasing this pack of players as they attack this B site.
Guys in B know to watch their backs. That's the big hole right now that Pain are hoping to exploit. So you won't catch any players for free. Molodoi plays his hand now. First shot misses. This guy does never seem to let those swings and misses define him.
Oh my God.
Goes back in for a little bit more. Important trade.
2v2.
Good spot for Snow. He's got both players right here in front of him. And just doing chip damage as NQZ watches on.
Good nade. Holy
He's gonna
fuck.
find Snow. NQZ smoked off. No choice but to play through it. K-Serato and Yuri to try put a stop to him. It's going to be close.
Oh my.
And Yuri's got the cover.
Oh, go get the op.
Down to the wire, but just sniped away.
Oh yeah, the pred from last map. Yeah.
Those feel like the first misses of Molodoi in this matchup, and it still doesn't come to matter. What a closer for the Brazilians on Furia. To shut that out, slow and steady, not a second to spare on the defuse. Furia staying focused and picking up that first gun round. That oh so important first buy on CT Anubis.
Whatever, you guys get 5 minutes.
Even though they have the track record, Pain do not. Starting T side.
Like if you wait it out,
is a very nice place
you have a lot of knowledge on how this is going to end.
Orb saved on, rifles back out. This bite better than the last for Pain, so Furia will bring the heat.
Great molly, holy fuck. You're cooked, bro. Oh my God, how's the guy alive?
Different shades of aggression to open up rounds. That's a wild pickup for K-Serato.
Oh, fuck, run.
Around. Not content with just the one and done.
Holy fuck.
They don't give him that straight up fight
what
he was hoping
battle.
for. K-Serato's roll gets slowed over here in mid, Fallen lurking on the other side of this smoke. And it looks like he might go unaccounted for entirely. It's aggression.
Great trade.
Through dark. That's the next bit of info for Pain. Fallen walking up in middle. This was just cleared. And he's got a will he get away in time? No. Big Azera chases
fuck around,
him
find
down.
out. A little bit of Fafo.
K-Serato warp now on the angle. K-Serato with the swing. Here's the backup. Him and Yuri
One-on-one.
play in tandem.
Swinging past this for sure.
Oh!
That's a big clutch.
And Bangs of Fury are ripped out. And an important breakaway round for Pain. They can start to put a bit of distance now between them and Furia.
Yeah, that round comes with complications for Furia. That is a high-impact round, a swing round. If you're ever looking for one.
Damn.
Breaks Furia's money to nothing, removes the AWP.
Pain has gotten a lot of smoke kills this game.
And puts them back on pistols. So Pain get a chance to run away now with a bit of a T-side, some freedom, a luxury they've not had in this matchup so far. A sigh of relief.
Hey, I learned that
if
nade.
Nothing else.
On Twitter. On Twitter, someone taught me that nade. I don't remember
Furia
who.
bring just a couple of deagles. It's a cool boost, though. Oh, Molodoi needed that. And without it, what the Fury even have to show? Pain not even getting closer, not walking into this stack. The MAC-10 will, but no better gun for the job.
Oh, it's a little nerve-wracking in these mid-fights.
Furia want him. They want him bad.
Yeah, they got Big Azera down low. They'll cross him, go looking for his teammates. And so even though mid might have felt a little awkward there for Pain, Big Azera just getting out at 1 HP.
I wouldn't say I'm done with Al completely now.
Still looking to be a clean round.
I mean,
when
I
all
had
is
an
said and
activation
done.
in Toronto that for some reason was canceled before the video was even released.
A sharp start from David Deus. That's a good
so I was
sign
planning
here
on
for Pain.
going.
It's these two
And I was
imports
also
that we
planning
haven't really
coaching
talked about in this
Oh
series
my God,
so
the
far.
whole Stu clip. That's crazy. That's a crazy drawing.
Ran out of clay, man.
Keep the blast.
And these were players brought in to uplift Pain, to make that next step, because Big Azera inside of this team, 2 challenger stages at Major, 2 legend stages at Major, being within touching distance of these playoffs. It took imports to take Pain to the next level, to push them in to that top 8.
Big fight here. Off the op.
So close, so many times. Finally, Pain are there. And they don't
Big
want to go
kill.
out with a whimper. NQZ, another famed
Clear
opener
out
onto
the mid.
Molodoy. And Pain seemed like they had more to say in
rough
this
start here.
series. We were ready for a wash.
Yeah, that was Stu in the pick.
Fallen trying his hand at some detective work. Goes looking for answers out here in middle.
They need to even things out. Pretty high risk play.
He won't see a thing. Still, it's a third player, third set of eyeballs over towards his A site, Furia. Strong here, good timing on that nade as well, just to soften them up on this push. This is about to be all in from Pain.
There we go. Tough hold for Fallen.
Sending Snow back, sure, but everyone else is grouped for this A hit.
Yeah, they ending B. No.
Bomb's going back
Nice
to join
kill.
Snow.
Holy shit.
This becomes a fake on the fly. They're going back in a B. And it's only Yuri here. Retrieved all
Nice
from Molodoy's
shot.
body. Can he put it to work? First shot lands. Yuri keeps Furia interested in this retake. The AWP keeps the pressure on.
Flash on Fallen.
Been wanting to see a bit more from NQZ in
There
this
it is, coming
quarterfinal
in.
series. This was the guy who was lights out to get Pain here. Versus a
Still even
Furia
number,
who, when they went
sorry,
international,
2v3.
their first move was to look abroad for AWPers. That would have been the time to show
Oh
us
my
what the
God,
Brazilian
no,
are.
no, no.
Instead, it's David Deus.
Not
Digging
again.
deep. That's it. Charged up by Yuri. Molly on the
Oh
bomb.
my God, he's playing
and
it so
just
well, bro.
wasting time.
Holy
There
shit.
isn't time for Yuri to win this.
Wow.
And so that is a wild clutch put up from Pain.
Wow.
This scoreline continues to widen. And a T side that's rapidly getting out of control.
Furia had everything going for them as well. They get that pick from Yuri. They get out on the B-bomb site.
That is an insane kill by Fallen.
It's crossing out. DGT getting the info on the flank that allows Davideus to position himself for that clutch. Molly on the bomb. It's just the ticket there.
Players on Pain
to
are coming
take
up
a fifth
so
round
big
on this
here.
T side. It's Furia calling pauses now. Now they're feeling the burn.
It is T-sided.
Not got the plan
very
anymore.
T-sided.
And you wonder, did Pain expect this pick? They certainly might have. A weaker map for them coming into the playoffs of a major. One that Furia have looked to play time and time again. In Astana, every single series, they were going for this map.
Dude, tomorrow's games are going to be so fucking
Clearly
fire.
trying to make it home. And we're seeing, you know, the playbook of Aurora used a little bit on this CT side. The way that they're tunneling up in the bomb sites, rarely fighting middle unless it's eco. Furia playing 3A.
They're a little bit
majority
earlier,
of these
right?
rounds, and Pain are
Be
exploiting
Vitality
it.
at 11.
Winning yet another post plant on the B bomb site. Yuri save gun, Furia, not much else. So Pain positioned to continue to run away unless Yuri has other ideas.
Okay. So push.
Furia trying to give a little less respect here, get aggressive to open up this round with the hero gun.
Issue is they've lost
This
the
has
bomb.
been such a brutal start, by the way, for Furia.
Pain now it's a rescue and recovery mission. But this whole time, they're still having to hold on to these extremities, hoping they can catch someone like Fallen right now, where they've got trapped in this corner.
Oh, shit, he lived.
Out on an island.
2v2.
Snow, in the meantime, is thin the hurt. They know they have a guy trapped over here in main. It's just KEK they can't find. And he still sits back on this bomb. DGT doesn't feel like he can hang around and wait for this kill forever.
Is Fallen going to re-go? I can't believe he didn't leave this position, just staying here static, waiting for his time to strike. KEK can't continue to play the bomb forever. There's too many angles, too many timings. He has to let Fallen off the leash. So the captain goes through the water, round the world, trying to time DGT on this flank. As he picks up the bomb, Fallen will come up the stairs. This could be a shot in the back of the head.
Timing's feeling so good for Fallen, and there's the free kill.
Fucking crazy time.
Around the world to collect it. Snow just doesn't have time. 25 seconds here. Bomb dropped over in mid. KEK still a question mark, still not known about. Snow tries to put distance between himself and this player in middle, but it's Fallen laid out in front of him. Snow's own inspiration is the one he's got to beat to get this bomb planted. And Fallen, what if he never gives him the fight? What if he never gives him the chance? And there it was, passing it by.
And that is experience. It couldn't be better shown in a round like that.
Bro, yeah, the casting is crazy good.
Pick it up. Snowman get all the kills.
What a push.
Trying to sweep back in that round, but Fallen plays him like a fiddle, dancing around the bomb site. Inspiring still to this day. And Snow, indecision, gun, bomb. He doesn't know what to do. Furia, a perfect pickup to get them back in this game. I mean, look what it's done. May have been a streak on this C-side here. 3 rounds in a row. Pain of nothing to show for it. A hero gun. But hey, Furia won this round. Why can't Pain? A weakened B-side. Timing is everything for Yakinda. That CT volley, they just don't respect it. They're going to go right through. Overwhelmed. Yakinda almost tames it.
Winnable round
2 on 3. They've got a shot.
Fallen tries to play it forward.
Fallen getting a lot of impactful kills right now.
Down with DGT and Big Azera.
He's playing
clean work made.
What's Pimp talking about, bro?
Over that B play.
Dude, I love that for Fallen. Just going through the smoke immediately, fighting down into Con. It's Pain who try and play ahead of their util. I was about to commend them for waiting for it. They didn't, and they paid that price with their life with the round.
Dude, bro, just slammed him here.
Do it out of your shoe next time, buddy.
No, the shoeies are so gross. Why are we encouraging this?
So Furia landing back on their feet, not too late on this CT side.
I mean, this next round decides whether or not Furia just get to strut back into this game like they didn't start 1-5 down on a bit of a hiatus.
I love that push.
All would be forgiven for that slow opening. Suddenly, this would be a very commanding CT half.
They're really trying to cancel out NQT in this corner every time, and Furia keep
that guy's fucking white knuckling like, please don't kill me through this
It's really causing problems here for Pain.
My God, the actual fucking util harassment is crazy.
Well, and the hunt comes in for Yuri.
Dude, even this is wild though. Like most of Pain's smokes have been used extinguishing
Molotovs
here at the start of the round.
Yeah, these are CT mollies. They're not even meant to be threatening, but they're causing a lot of commotion.
Bro, they're so active.
No util for the actual exec now.
There's a trap. It's a trap. I'm kidding. Yakinder's insane.
Back up from Fallen.
What?
One more here. It's DGT waiting.
Surely not.
Get him where it hurts.
Surely not.
And Yakinda, continuing on that aggression, has given them a way in. DGT gets to play his hand now, the one player that's known about. Big Azera is next in the feed, and slowly but surely this starts to come unraveled. Big Azera battling back into this. KEK in this clutch. Through the back line, he's quick with it, but silent on the approach, stalking his prey, push up through dark.
It's the high tree.
And Davideus is wounded.
Very low.
Serato knows the pressure is on his opponent.
No util.
There's been damage done. A bomb to play around shore. Serato is supposed to have a bit of a mental edge here.
Fast.
Meant to do his best work in these clutches. He can't seem to piece this one together, though, and time is quickly darting away from Serato.
That's not the round you expect Serato to lose, man.
That's a wild way for this one to pan out, and he just unbelieves.
You almost feel like he was given misinformation. The cautiousness of the bomb site of back plat of the pillar, anything but be main. He could have stopped that bomb. Davideus has to call it. He just has to hope he doesn't peek. 2 health, not enough to risk checking. And Serato in his own head, not a situation you see often.
Serato out there.
His own doubt
fighting them ghosts, bro.
Round.
The ghosts are fucking him up. Shit.
As yet again, a disciplined Davideus holds it down for Pain. Him and DGT having a lot of impact in this T side. Big Uzera as well. His entry's massive.
Yeah, it looked like he had bad column right there, huh?
Pain with their back against the wall are putting
it was
on a
all
fight
going
here
so
on
well for Furia, but they were scrambling all around the map.
You could be ready to write them off on at the dawn.
Where's bro cooking?
Finally, even taking a main control. That's not been free. And Serato very aggressive, all half over in this position. He continues to look to retake it here for Furia. Locking Pain out of this bomb site.
That's a cool little second layer push.
Put on a bit of a B fake.
Oh, that's a rough attempt at the opening. Big Uzera
yeah,
felt like he had a 5v4 right there.
Serato highlight reel.
Held that spread. Chill, that's a jinx.
And if they get past him, they still have Fallen left to worry about. Layers of defense available over on this A side of the map. Good timing on that nade from Serato. Now walking out though, and Furia didn't seem ready for this. Serato even dropping off now. That leaves him in the prying eyes of Pain. They'll break through this 2-man hold.
2v3.
NQZ with a plant. Davideus is worlds away from him, and so for the time being, NQZ has to just buy time.
Great molly.
Was a good molly.
Gets aggressive. His teammates now set up in main, and so NQZ dying does not mean all hope is lost.
This guy wins.
Still in this. But half the time ticked off this bomb already. Furia now know they've got to get a move on. Davideus trying to make the play that makes this a winning half for Pain. And with that incision,
oh my God.
Davideus has answered the call. That 1v3.
This guy's working fucking magic out there. Holy shit.
It's a Pain in this quarterfinal. Finally, these clutch rounds are coming up in their favor.
It's shocking enough that they made it to the stage, but it's going to be even more shocking if they steal
Pain
one of Furia's
fucking him up in
maps
these clutches.
off the back of this T side. This is an excellent start for Pain, pulling out clutches, closing difficult rounds where Furia are trading evenly. They get caught a little off guard, out of position in that one, but still in a 1v3 with no one clearing that angle. No
he played that really well
continues
on that second kill swing.
These clutches.
I really like how he swung for the second.
Molodoi not really in a position to do anything in these gun rounds either. The one attempt he's had at openers denied by
he knows that guy's up there, he
Water.
ignores that guy, wide swings this guy left.
Are they going to find a way to get this young AWP as activated as he was on Nuke?
Damn, that's a nice play.
Because right now he's being left in the sidecar.
Looks like he's had enough of riding shotgun. He goes a bit aggressive with the AWP in this round. They hear the walk up on a Yakinda, who does a lot of damage here. They're still going to get overwhelmed, and it's losing the position that's a problem to Furia. Now they constantly have to have this presence. Oh, it's part of mine just to focus some attention down towards the connector.
They're really forcing this. I feel like they're going to go way too early in this round. Pain have been bleeding it dry time after time, but they're just trying to rush through smokes with flashbangs. It's not looking great until Davideus comes up with a trade. Molodoi in the right position as his team round. Fall around him. Molodoi missed shot, and this one costs you.
Bro, this is going to be a 9-3.
That felt like Pain were overcooking, but it comes out perfect. Furia melt off the bone.
Who is my
Look,
favorite?
it's a T-sided map, right? You can expect some strong scorelines from the T's here, but still,
I want FaZe.
It's the fashion that Pain are putting these rounds on the board. It's the fact that they are in this position to run away with this first half, 9-3.
Simple, Kerrigan, Rain. I fucking love that team.
Furia might not have needed many rounds to stay
obviously,
competitive.
I kind of know
Anubis,
some people on a lot of these teams, but
so much has come up in favor of Pain, and now critically, even these clutch moments, the things they couldn't rely on back on Nuke,
take that damage from him, dude.
Going the other way.
And it's not been this heroic AWP effort like many of the maps Pain have won at this major has been.
FaZe up.
Not been NQZ consistently finding you man advantages.
FaZe up, Chad.
Pain have been doing it by committee. The two latest additions carrying the load on this T side, and now Pain want to end it in a brutal A execute where Furia do not have anything to hold it back.
Smoke out.
The only thing they have is manpower, and even that is hastily assembled. The quad push through the camera smoke into the slaughterhouse. Snow, Davideus destroy Furia on this push through. And so Pain are just 2 kills away from one hell of a recovery on this T side of Anubis. Trying to make this a series that goes the distance after all. Furia are awaiting these smokes, they wait for them to fade. But
when you watch CS games, oftentimes the main observer has like this default green crosshair that's just really easy to see. But if we watch like the replays will be the individual crosshairs.
Smokes in their way.
We'll see.
And so Furia just try and play through it. This is Pain. Looking to take us all 3 maps, and they need but a handful of rounds now on this CT half to accomplish that goal. Slowly but surely, Pain have woken up in this quarterfinal.
This world shall know.
I'm here with Austin at the Alienware booth, where tomorrow, first thing, 12 to 1, he's going to be taking on members of the audience in a 1v1, where if you beat him, you might just win one of these beautiful new Alienware 4K OLED monitors. Do you think anyone's going to beat you?
Absolutely not. Do you think I'd lose to anybody here? The only people that could beat me are playing on stage right now, so maybe you could prove me wrong.
I will say in a 1v1, there's usually not so many nades.
Oh, that's fine.
Police officer, this guy right here.
I'm not worried.
Fraudulent activity.
In the 1v1, there'll also be a meet and greet
lying
at 4
on
PM,
stream.
so be sure to come through the Alienware
This
booth.
is the one,
and
officer.
meet Austin.
Right here.
In Austin.
Austin in Austin. They're in Austin. Now we're getting weird with the verbiage. Watch it. I know he's the nade police, Johnny. That was the joke. He's gonna lock me up. No, I locked him up first. He can't lock me up when he's the one behind the bars. Never forget when Rain ate that cigarette. Hold up. Bro, never forget.
That if Astralis did not win 3-0, you would eat a cigarette, and indeed it was a 3-1 score.
If they don't win 3-0 is the fucking craziest bet ever to eat a fucking cigarette. What is this guy thinking?
You don't have to do this, man.
Well, I'm a man of my words, so what I say I gotta do, and I'm gonna eat this thing.
Seriously?
Yeah, no filter, no filter. No, it's real. It is actually real.
Come and check it out. Come
it's
here.
Actually real, bro.
Let one of your team check that it's a real cigarette. Nico, can you confirm? Can you confirm that it's a real cigarette?
Why is this on
Yeah,
you?
well, I'm just gonna take off the filter. And
Get it off. Oh, it's so gross, dude.
Oh, it's dry.
Oh my god. I can't believe he fucking ate that shit. Does Alu still have a picture of his balls on his Twitter feed? I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this guy is in this video. Bro. I was panicking because Skadoodle and Freakus would get so mad when Jordan and I are late, and we were always late. And Jordan fucking decided to make cookies. and they were too hot to take in the fucking van. The van was waiting, and they were all out there waiting
You got
for
an Air
us.
Force shuttle shot.
Look, I even have my backpack on, bro. Why we didn't put it in the refrigerator, I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking fast.
That every game of Counter-Strike is winnable.
There's literally a refrigerator with a freezer right behind
on
me.
Nuke, and here on Anubis, the go-to for Furia, Payne put up a dominant 9-round half.
I don't remember if it worked, dude.
Sorry for chaos.
Just don't stress, guys.
Sorry for
listen,
chaos.
Breathe. Don't stress. We're all right now stressing and judging each other. It's not like, yeah, the situation's fucking happened. Let's go. Next round.
I got me.
We're trying to bring the positivity. Furia need it now more than ever. Game still
good.
on.
Yeah, dude, Jordan's.
And so much weighted on this pistol.
Oh, that's only 19.
Molodoi 2 and 10. The Titan of Nuke. Submerged here on the second. And we can't say this was expected.
Hey, as we.
Can it be finished cleanly?
Started sniffing that shit out. It's actually hard to tell if it's Yuri or K-Serrado. I'm not gonna lie, on the minimap, the double glasses blonde hair on the minimap is like, I don't know which one.
I mean, if you're Payne, you feel like this is the most important pistol round you've played. If you're able to pick this up, you're right there. You're on that fast track to the finish line. If it falls against you, it's game, set, and match. And this one is still up in the air. Fallen.
All right.
Looks to make that
We
so.
might have a map.
Don't know.
Now going to go past DGT, who obscures himself in this heaven smoke. Ends up behind enemy lines. DGT, golden opportunity, but shots miss. And now for Snow and Big Azera, dropping in to a lost sight. Yuri not missing a beat. And that's a hot start in the pistol from Furia. They mean business. Yeah, and little pep talk from your Kindar, feeling like it's done some heavy lifting heading into this second half.
Yeah, and as good as you may have felt off that first half, Payne, you also know that.
Yeah, they put bad Fallen in the HUD. He's on the minimap and the HUD download.
They have the playbook. They have the comfortability on the T side of this map.
I realized it like 5 rounds in the last map. I was like, what the fuck?
That's something that's eluded Payne. A map they've avoided at all costs here at the Major. Only playing it once.
I mean, even though this has been a really good map for the Furious squad, they haven't had to pull it into their major run. And they got here so quickly and cleanly, you didn't really have to explore the depth of the Furia map pool either.
Raise these balls.
Managing to come through 3-0 has that perk.
Sorry, I tried to fight back in some kind of way.
Serato has SMGs flung his way, and he sees them as a chance to feast. Continues his reign of terror, will get dealt with eventually. The bomb's here as well. This could get a little weird. Fallen's fed another to Davideus. And this isn't the guy you want to give too much away to for free. It's his clutches that help put Payne in this position. So bested after that one. Snow only just arriving. Furia should have kept this one safe after all.
Snow on Anubis? Oh, I don't believe it.
It's still kind of strung out here. Snow's going to be able to look for fights, but now they know where he is.
Fury, just don't overcommit, right? When you get that info, tuck in, wait for your team, play off each other, so you can just stalls him. Well, this player comes out of camera, and Yuri has that cross covered. The bomb makes it in, and Snow gets found out. Furia find 5, step by step in the right direction.
Oh shit, you did find the clip. Holy fuck, dude. How did you find this?
Campaign avoid the stress from setting in.
That's crazy. You actually found the clips against Complexity.
In a game that is still too close to call.
Bit,
but if you think you can predict the winner of the major,
Fallen getting fucked.
Live prediction
oh my
game.
god. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT, just killing Fallen left and right. Yeah, I literally just took it off the screen. Unlucky.
Even now, on this walk, this little jaunt out towards the B side, still K-Serrado floating around outside of main, and he's able to confirm to the rest of Furia. Good news, guys, we did the right thing. But it's going back to fight this stack and fight this push. That might be Furia's undoing. The Pistols find a bunch of kills. Yuri, suddenly a lot more responsibility than he bargained for watching that main wrap round. Will lock it in.
Would love a bit of blocking util that would go so far in this round, but seems like Pain have called it off anyway. Actually walking back with these guns, happy with the loot they got on an eco. It sets them up later in the game, but it's also an acknowledgement
that is a lie. Close. I have literally, this is actually the truth. If someone, the first person, it can't be everyone obviously, but if anyone finds my first CS movie that I made, I will PayPal you $1,000. I have had this bounty out for like 5 years. I think it's lost. It's lost. This is the kill, I think. He's going to come. Boom, boom. Got him. I'm the GOAT, chat. What can I say? I'm the GOAT. Is this on land? I don't even remember. I felt like this was so lucky. I was like, where the fuck are they? Just whipped my crosshair. My name should have been longer. No one's ever told me that. Everyone's always been satisfied with the length of my name. What are you talking about?
Hey, we're in control. This is our match. Let's make it 3-2. Oh god, we're losing. We're throwing away our advantage.
Aggression in middle. Oh, Davideus collects 2 for free on that push through the mid smoke. And so Furia need answers elsewhere. They're going to look to the extremities, going to look
into the AWP 2v5.
Let's walk out over on B. Yuri, bomb on his back. And an AWP to beat in this head-to-head. NQZ on the line.
One more.
It's going to sail past. Second, not so lucky. Molodoi cops that. Down to 10 health.
This is stalling out now.
And looking to go nowhere quickly for this Furia squad. It might just be the save. I mean, this late in the game, you are forced to play the long game if you're Furia.
Gone.
And so they'll write this one off. Davideus and the double kill in mid, more than enough for Pain to get this round.
I mean, this is now a test of Molodoi's mental, right?
Just to give you an idea of when this video would have been from, this is my second video. It was released June 23rd, 2004. Wow, we're almost on the anniversary, chat. That's crazy. What is that? Bro, my second video is old enough to drink. It was so long ago that I don't even remember how I used Vegas Video to make it. My second video. My first one, I don't even know when I made it. I honestly don't know. Like, it was pre-YouTube, so the only way people would have had it was downloads. It would be on, like, hard drives.
Nice to see Biguzera has some stars to rely on in this map, though. As we've been saying all game long, Davideus and DGT have put on some incredible rounds as individuals. As Biguzera, captain for so long in this squad. We
My
saw
second
Copenhagen
movie can literally buy a beer in 4 days.
But here in this team, he's got stars. He's got players that have to
Yeah, like
step up.
Filefront, or what was that one, like OG?
Sometimes putting him in worse roles, worse spots.
What was the fucking site where
and on that
there'd be all the
CT
downloads
side,
for the
it can be
videos
more
back in the
punishing
day?
than ever. Where you have to trust your teammates.
No, it was a CS site with them.
Time to see if that trust is worth it.
Gears. Honestly, I never correct anyone, so I just kind of roll with it.
Out of this T side.
I feel like if I cared about that, I would be upset all the time. So I just roll with it. I don't really care.
Giving him some room to try and get involved early on his Zorb.
More important things to worry about.
But eventually Furia have to be the one making moves. Flash in a main, and Keserato, a lot of damage.
Oh, got him.
And he will just catch
That's
DGT
revenge.
on the fadeaway.
I think I got so many smoke kills.
That's a huge pickup, a 5v4.
Oh, we heard the smoke. This guy's close.
And one of the 2 standout players.
What? Fuck around, find out.
Keserato's life.
Yeah, they're surrounding this B bomb site now, though. Furia is still just going to go.
I set on getting past Snow.
2 here, rotate coming in.
All alone. Orb trying to come through to help him. NQZ flings himself out into the field, into the fray. The NQZ Orb getting aggressive is silenced.
2v2, low HP.
And this one ends up in a 2-on-2. Davideus, he's been the guy in these clutch moments, in these important swing moments. It's been there for Pain. Well, this time he's got the captain in the fight alongside him. Knocked out as he makes his play. Davideus has been asked time and time again to step up in these clutches.
Damn, well played.
Bridge too far for Davideus.
5 health, 3 kills, and Yakinder on the 3-2-1 just swings out and shuts it down. Great moment of interplay between Furia in that post plant, not letting them get isolated.
And around it's
the wrist clip was about the day I realized.
Both squads giving it their all. It's that double swing. They're really,
just get too
they're very aware of what Davideus is capable of in these clutches, and so leaving nothing to chance.
It's like, yo.
Playing it to perfection for
I care
Furia.
too much about winning.
Still as close as you can get, right?
I thought I didn't care that much about winning at that time.
After these saves, after these 1 CT rounds,
they've got
another orb, they've got another full buy. This is where it bottoms out.
I don't know.
That round matters not unless Furia follow up.
I yelled at my teammates all the time back then.
To keep the comeback alive.
That was like light work. I rarely yelled in matches unless I was super pissed. I was very pissed that day because I felt like embarrassed because we were streaming that shit. I didn't like it. People weren't locked in. They were focused on reading shit in chat.
Another chance for these orbs.
But
both of which struggling
I
here
always
on
thought,
This
like,
is also both teams with all their money on the line. This round hits like a 2-for-1 for whoever picks it up for Pain. That could be them on the finish line.
Oh my god!
That could be them
HP
right
nade.
there, ready for
Bro, caught that
Inferno
shit.
as a third.
Oh, the grenade, not another.
No way.
Oh, it's just missed.
He's
so lucky. That would have been the
dies
killing
to
blow.
2
Davideus
nades.
would have found that opening. Instead, K Serato still gets to play.
Good turn.
Only a few seconds longer. DGT gonna get that kill eventually.
You're almost forced to speed up on a B hit now. The issue is you don't have the bomb. Who's gonna get it? Molodoi crossing middle all the way back to the stairs. Furia want to go. They want to play quick.
Yeah, I would love to
knowing
play
they've lost all control of the water. And Pain have realized that. Planning out this B bomb site with 3 players. Furia, this is no easy road.
I have before.
And it's one that Molodoi will be late for on this orb.
He's even running the risk of getting pressured through main.
It's going to come at the worst time.
And they've just started getting aggressive now. That's the type of game that Molodoi is having. And he might be about to learn a very awkward lesson in this quarterfinal someday.
Oh, good trade. Wow.
And he's caught on that push.
3v4.
Perfect. His dying breath, he at least gets the bomb into dark. Linking back up with the Akindar. Yuri can't land a thing though, and Pain is so entrenched. 3 players in this B site to withstand the hit. Furia need openers. They need something to connect. Fallen tries to provide that first kill to send them in, but it's Snow farming. And Pain leveling up. B play denied. Furia's money broken.
Yeah, I did see the dunk clip.
And Pain are right there.
And you do feel like that's a map, right? With the money broken this late in the game. With the read from Pain putting 3B after that A engagement. They know Furia with no A main control can't recommit to this bomb site.
This was
They've
a
not
team,
taken middle on this T side.
The OGC
it was predictable. It was well called by Biguzera.
It was like
Pain in the right place
me,
at the right time.
Jordan, nothing.
And now
Fiflerin,
rounds from
Lurpus,
stealing Furia's
Silent.
pick.
Who else did we have?
They got destroyed
Ryan
on
played with us.
you.
He was like still grinding.
They were not in that game, but this is a different Pain pushing into middle.
It's a lot of fun. We made these jerseys for
Furia
charity.
just have to pop yet again. Their hand is forced.
And QZ, that's a collateral. They line up for him back in main, and now it just feels like it's on rails for NQZ. 4 in the round.
This is going 3. Yeah, Shroud played a little bit. You're right. He stopped playing on the game where Lurpus fucking
Someone
lost
so
it. He hit, like,
integral
the
to their
vibe.
run, making it to the playoffs here on NQZ's efforts.
Bro, these nades.
Having him enter his final form with the promise of a 3rd map looming. It's an exciting prospect. Furia, they leave it down, a back-to-back pistol rounds.
No, it wasn't OGC9.
That's how Anubis will be decided.
And Lucas. Like, they were on the original team with Silent, yeah.
Pain had one map to come to terms with the stress and pressure of playing in a major playoffs. But they rise to the occasion when Anubis rolls around right at the same time. But it feels like the nerves first get to Molodoi.
Comeback is possible on attack.
3 and 15, a shadow of himself in this game.
Good fight here.
A presence that Furia is sorely missing. But maybe Furia want more rounds still to be played.
Unlikely, but it could.
His first few pistol kills come in. It was NQZ on this AWP that stopped the last of these pistol pushes into the B site. Well, this time he's pressured all the way back. The AWP forced off the line. And Furia get this control. 3v5. Pain on the extremities. It feels like they're already saving.
Yeah, hang around for Exis perhaps. Try and keep the damage on, but they know they're not winning this round, and they certainly don't want to give away this AWP back to Molodoi. Last thing you want is him getting awoken. Although he's definitely on the wrong side of the bed on this game. Pain looking to get away with all 3 guns, and Furia
that is kind of crazy that all
4 rounds in the way.
Ryan normally
Cheeky entry in middle as Davideus comes through that smoke. But Tech9 can only take you so far. It still feels like a mission to get it to overtime, even on the T side for Furia. Pain have had the right ideas.
That is
reliable output.
I think.
On the South American editions. And 4 more chances to finish what they started.
I don't even remember what that was, but it sounds familiar. Some weird edited clip. So much weird content. Yeah, Scott's live.
Pain is still a ways away from worrying about this game.
I was
the
for a moment.
uncertainty with the first time in a major playoffs. Can't say it for certain.
Oh, I mean, Fury has just been eating grenades at the start of every round.
The early nade
up
damage
in rugs,
has been crazy.
over in stairs. Pain's standard utility has been extremely effective. Fury want to win something. They've got to take back this A main control. It's been a position they haven't harbored all
Gotta have the smoke.
Serato dances outside. Fallen takes middle on his own. And Molodoi behind him looks to set him up, perhaps with a flash. As Pain burrow into their bomb sites once again.
Serato's done really good at pushing back him in.
I feel like they've tried some aggressive rounds, so they go for something a bit safer here.
Double molly, double
molly. 4
Big
HP.
Just gets out, but is he really living? 4 HP on the captain of Pain. As the util burns him to a crisp.
The captain of Pain.
Furia will set their sights on this B play, going in to the wounded Bigazera. It's Snow and the NQZ AWP that might have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here.
Ow.
The util starts off, but it's the AWP in the kill feed. NQZ fires off for a double. Finally bested Serato. Left as that last.
Oh, he got 2.
It's Bigazera, the one that got away. Takes it over
good
the
bait
line
setup,
for
that low
Pain.
HP.
They've still got fight left in them. And this generational battle between the Brazilians will rage on.
Yeah, Furia grit their teeth through the pain. They feel it in that one. That was meant to be a go-to map, a safe lock-in for Furia after a dominant nuke, and Bigazera has more in store. These South American stars show up on the stage, put on an absolute clinic, and take us all the way. This one will be decided on Inferno. A semi-final waiting to happen, an open side of the bracket here at the Austin Major. And dare I say, Pain can't do it because they've shown they're ready for it.
Yes, here with Bigazera, how did you turn that around? Because that first map was rough.
Yeah, of course it was rough, but I mean, it's a major. We have to keep our mindset clear all the time, and we have to just keep it up.
How awesome and how difficult and how cool is it, but maybe a little bit more tense that it is this Brazilian battle.
Yeah, Brazilian battle is always like intense and these kind of things. We know we have a lot of Brazilian people here, and everyone knows about it. And yeah, let's go. Third map.
Sure do. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
I'm actually excited to hear the loser review.
We've got a bit of a topsy-turvy series as Pain bite back. They rip Furia's map pick from under their feet, and Inferno is now required to be settling the score. And I say topsy-turvy because some of the individuals that we were relying on for Furia, all but absent on this map. Some of the individuals on the other side for Pain, though, firing on all cylinders, Maui.
I think it's rather fitting that we spend so much time hyping up the imports for Furia. Molodoy, Yakindar, and now it's actually the imports for Pain that get the job done. Davide is from Chile, DGT from Uruguay. I feel like both of those guys deserve so much credit, almost all of the credit, for how well that first half went for the Pain side.
There's a couple things. I think it's unfortunate.
That is an insane sign.
After it felt like, you know,
bro.
First half, we're like, okay, no questions about
bro, how are they sneaking these things in here?
But also, I think Pain going from map 1 to map 2 looks completely different.
Right next to I love my wife and son.
I think they got caught up in the emotion of the moment, of the excitement of being on stage, the
There's
intensity
two
of the
types
crowd.
of fans in this world,
They
no?
seemed like a little bit scattered on Nuke, like they were kind of moving too fast, not communicating
those two
before
signs
making
are next to
decisions.
each other.
They seem much more composed here on Anubis. This felt like a completely different team.
Now, Maui, I'm going to maybe put you under the microscope here, put you under a bit of pressure. You've coined, you know, Davide, the Chilean Elige. What are you calling DGT on the other side of things?
The Uruguayan Rops. I feel like in terms
Rops is his go-to.
I know, yeah. Any late round good extremity
yeah.
player, I've just been doing that. But DGT has been just such a big upgrade. And I feel like it also needs to not go understated that this is his first time, as far as I'm aware, speaking Portuguese on a lineup. And I know some people, if they're not super familiar with the language,
Which one is my choice?
Super easy.
Stop.
NQZ himself said in an interview, the first time he went from a Portuguese-speaking team to a Spanish-speaking team, he didn't know what one of his teammates ever was saying. Like, he never understood the entire time he was on 9Z what one of his teammates said.
I mean, we asked them when they qualified to the playoffs, like, what's the language barrier like? Like, yeah, we don't understand what he says. Like, we just can't, like, they actually just said it just as of a week ago as well, that there's that language barrier still in there. So that's obviously going to throw a bunch of things into the mix as well when you get into an environment like this.
Turns out CS is just the universal language, gentlemen. Maybe we should dive into some of those clutch moments, because we had plenty of them coming out from Davides, and I believe Mahone has a particular one to be breaking down.
Yes, that's right. Davides is clutch at the B site. So this is the clutch that we're talking about here. So this 1v3 situation where he's able to find this one kill, then gets a quick transfer onto Yakinder before finishing off the round with a 1v1 against Yuri. So there's a little bit more beyond the surface here. So first, let's break down his thought process. This is kind of the idea of what I want to talk about here. So we're going to start here at the 3v4 situation. Now, Davides, as soon as the bomb gets down, he goes here towards this E-box side. Now, when he goes here towards this E-box side, this is crucial information, because as soon as he doesn't see anybody here, he now knows there's a good chance that the retake is probably coming from the CT side. Now, two things happen here. NQZ, he finds a kill onto Fallen coming from CT, and then DGT gets killed from Yakinder from the flank. This allows Davides to come back here knowing that with this information, the retake is likely coming from the CT side, and there's one player coming from the B main side. Now, the next thing that happens here is that as Davides is coming here behind this pillar, he ducks his head just slightly to that flash. It's a small detail, but this tells him two things. First, it tells him how close Yakinder roughly is. He's probably likely somewhat close to the B main entrance. Sorry for my bad mouse movement. And the second thing is that the players coming from the CT side are likely to swing. So off this flash, you can see he's very ready. He goes for the swing, he finds that first kill. Now notice here that he doesn't try to finish that second kill. And the reason why he doesn't try to finish that second kill is because he has Yakinder on his left side, but also because Yuri, he actually misses his shot. Yuri misses his shot, and that allows him the timing to actually readjust onto Yakinder. And not only does he go for the readjustment, notice that he actually moves behind the pillar so that by the time Yuri goes back, he's covered and he won't actually be seen. That allows Davides to get the transfer onto Yakinder and be hidden by Yuri. Once he gets that kill, now he's just in a 1v1 with the bomb down very low, throws a Molotov onto the bomb, and now he's in a situation where essentially he just needs to stay alive as long as possible. He ends up dying, but he ends up getting the round. You see from Yuri's point of view here, as he's trying to creep up, he only sees a slight shoulder. Does a little bit of damage, but not enough to take him down. And once he gets that kill, he already knows that it's not possible for him to win the round. So this big clutch from Davides really kick-started the Pain
the Pain comeback, and that's why they were able to eventually win this map.
I'm loving these breakdowns from the Mahone zone, not least because he highlights so many of those minute details, which just make clutches like this even more impressive for Davideus to be pulling off.
Yeah, and probably a lot of them are just like intuitive. Like when you talk about like not finishing off this kill, not going for the repeak, or just ducking your head, like that's all just happening without you even really thinking whatsoever. You know, I mentioned coming into this, I don't see a way for Pain to win the second map without a Herculean individual effort. That's unreasonable to ask of anyone. Davideus just gave you that. Yep. He gave it to you like 4 or 5 times in that first half.
I mean, it was unbelievable. I feel like seeing Davideus' progress from Red Canids last season, where he was just kind of benched himself or just kind of moved away from it, into now winning not even that one clutch that Mahone showed us. He won another one earlier in the half, and he also ended the half with a clutch around the pillar as well. Like, he also won a clutch where KEK didn't even shoot him one time. He didn't even tap the bomb. Like, there were so many great moments for Davideus here, and I feel like he's definitely gone under the radar because Pain has had such a turbulent season, but once you get to see him in a more stable situation, a roster where all the pieces are fleshed out even more, like, this is what he's capable of, and it is so impressive. But also, again, like, Chile, like, name one other player from this country. Name one other player from Chile.
He's all
You can't.
He's all we've got, man. He's it.
Wasso Peak?
But that's
who is that?
Not the Chilean Elite. That's who it's not now.
It's not.
Did I tell you guys a story of how Big Uzera told me that Davideus ended up on the team? It was from an Uber journey when they were going to an event on separate teams, and they just happened to be on the same flight, landing, I believe it was in Rio. They got an Uber together, and Big Uzera was like, yo, Davideus, you ever thought about joining Pain? And he was like, yeah, bet actually, after this tournament.
Thank God.
I'll join you guys.
Awesome. Thank God, okay? Because he has been more than a suitable replacement for Lux. DGT has been more than a suitable replacement for Kawes. And Pain, for my money, like Furia, they went international, they got some pieces. They actually kind of shot up with that one. But I'm so glad that Pain are just so hungry to make those kinds of moves, because we see so many Brazilian teams that they keep trying to fiddle with what they've got in that country, and it's really difficult. They have extremely high buyouts, so just get some other guys from LATAM. Even if the language barrier is there at first, you can break through it eventually, and we see right now with Pain that even though DGT probably understands half of what's going on with his roster, doesn't matter because he still frags.
And honestly, it's just good to see too for Pain, considering the season they've had and kind of the difficulty of actually getting this lineup working, and then actually having it click at the biggest event of the year is awesome. And it almost brings us full circle to the conversations we would have in stage 1, stage 2. This team needs a confidence win. This team, if they get that one win, you never know where it's going to propel them. Well, now you've just gotten a huge win on a stage if you're Pain. And all bets are off now. Like, it goes up in the air of what's this third map going to deliver, because now Pain have the confidence and the faith that they can actually do this on the biggest stage.
Yeah, the hunger certainly paying off for Pain Gaming. But for the flip side, that leaves Furia in quite an uncomfortable position, particularly in those clutch moments. So let's hear how they reacted in this mic'd up moment.
Take it. I hold the man. Careful camera. He needs to be camera. I hold the man.
Relax, guys.
Pillar, guys.
Fucking relax, guys. Please. We're in a clutch fucking situation. We understand. I'm asking a question. If we kill the mid player.
Playing good. Just need to finish that up. Sorry for chaos.
Just don't stress, guys. Guys, listen, just breathe. Don't stress. We're all right now stressing and judging each other. It's not like, the situation's fucking happening. Let's go. Next round.
I got me.
Yeah, some understandable frustrations, I guess, coming out of your kingdom. Maybe some miscoms going down. And I can understand that because, when you lose that many clutches, that's got to hurt you a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. But also, let's not forget that as good as this Furia team has played, they're still a very new roster together. There's going to be these complications and these issues, and a lot of them they're figuring out on the fly as they're happening. So that's Yakinder just kind of being like, let's have the comms now. Let's have this communication. Right now, we've lost this round. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again. He's trying to get everyone back into just calming quickly, because as you can hear from that clip, it's like everyone at some point in that round probably missed something they could have said. Some piece of information didn't get passed along. And Yakinder knows you actually have to have all that if you want to win the series.
I mean, it's going to happen when you have an international lineup coming together, of course, too. Obviously, Furia are switching languages. You know, KEK has said himself that switching to English has actually made some of the communication easier. I'm sure in that moment, it unfortunately wasn't.
Well, either way, we are going the full distance in our second quarterfinal here at the BlastTV Austin Major. The score will be settled as we move on to the grounds of Inferno to find out whether Furia or Pain will earn a spot in the semifinals.
Welcome, everybody. We're sitting down with Furia to eat some of the finest smoked meats that Texas has to offer. And also ask them a few questions. It's time for BBQ&A.
Scepter on my coward,
this
please.
cornbread. Awesome.
So
yeah. I mean, shit, major playoffs. How good does that feel?
It's incredible for me. Yeah, for me it feels amazing too. 2.5 years without playoffs, right?
I made 4 out of 6. This is like breathing, you know?
Expectation?
No, honestly, I'm joking, but I honestly believe we can win the event.
I mean, it's such a risk, right? When you consider the history of Furia and you consider the org, your fan base, like the expectations on it. When you make that decision to go international, how much of a weight is it off of you guys just to be like, yeah, look, see, there's a reason.
I'm like literally
So going international is a desire that one of the CEOs had, and we've had some problems with buyouts and all that in Brazil. At some point, the board realized that if we kept our options just restricted to Brazil, we would be limiting ourselves. But that was a conversation that happened, I don't know, more than 1 year ago. We got to a point that we had to make changes.
I still think it's so random that it somehow got to my name.
That's what I'm curious. Who reached out to you?
Somebody reached out to my agent.
So the agent reached out to us, actually.
Oh, that's a good agent.
MVP,
That's a
MVP
good
agent.
I mean, you say, how did they get to my name? But bro, when you guys signed Molodoy, I watch a fair chunk of, you know, tier 2, tier 3, go down, do the ECL broadcast, things like that. Molodoy popped up and I was like, Molodoy, have I ever watched this guy play a game? Like, where did they find this kid? Did you know about him?
No, never. Usually I hear about CIS players, but I've not known his name or whatever.
Oh, big marmite, bro.
Dude, get in there, get in there. Don't be shy. We got chicken, we got sausage. Whatever it is that's in the sausage, it's good.
Dude, that looks so amazing.
So that's the thing, when we brought Molodoy in, we knew that he spoke 0 English. And that's so funny because our CEO, he said, guys, I don't care. If needed, you guys learn Russian. I don't care, just bring him in. He's the one who sparkles the crazy changes and the crazy things, you know?
I'm curious, I mean, having made it to the playoffs, having come through, smoked this stage, what's the feeling like in terms of how far you could take it, the crowd, the atmosphere coming into that arena?
Yeah, it's just about getting to the arena. We need to understand that it's a different environment. Mentally, it's challenging sometimes for the players, but we need to overcome it and play our game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the last question is just like, is there one team that you want to play in front of a crowd?
Yeah, Vitality. So if we lose to Vitality and they win the major, we can say that like, oh, we lost to the winners. Like, instantly, like I'm trolling right now.
But to be honest, if Mouz go through, we have a unclosed finish with him because of the Real playoffs.
We got some fun rivalries potentially coming through. Either way, I mean, thanks for the chat, guys. Thanks for the meal.
Barbecue and A.
That's perfect.
Oh, fuck, I see it.
It comes down to one more map to determine the fates of our South American squads. Either Pain or Furia will cement themselves a spot in the semifinals of the BlastTV
for some reason, the donies don't show on my Twitch.
They need to be getting Inferno over the line, which is kind of an interesting position for Pain in particular to find themselves in, Jake.
Yeah,
they prioritized going for Inferno instead of Dust 2. When we saw the video, to me, that was a little bit surprising. We saw Pain play against Furia at this very tournament on Dust 2, a game that Pain won. But we also established that it was probably a little bit more lucky than it was anything else. At least Pain himself felt that they probably shouldn't have won the game, and Furia probably felt they should have won the game. So I find it very interesting, Peter, that Pain, when it matters the most, decided to go away from Dust 2, a map they've been testing and playing already, but picked Inferno instead.
Yeah, well, Inferno is a map that both teams have played quite recently, and you know, it's a map that both teams are sitting at a 33% win rating, so it's not like one of the teams is like a huge favorite coming to this one. I think we're looking at a map that can get very messy, and the thing that I took away from looking at Pain coming
I always go to this place called
and the way they played, they just looked so much more freed up, you know, and I talked about them coming into the map that they need to just be happy to be here and maybe just zone in and feel the game instead of maybe thinking too much about the result. So I think that was a good approach for them. I think they started to play off each other, they got to win a lot of clutches, they got some opening kills, and they just simply had a way better game plan.
That clutch factor from Davideus, that was something special to bore witness to on that second map of Anubis. Furia going to be starting on the CT side of things on this Inferno. How does that set up both the offense and the defense in your eyes, Jacob?
Well, it's a bit of a no-brainer. Molodoy just had a horrible showing on Anubis, you know. He was great on map number 1, he's been great so far this tournament, but on map number 2, he was nowhere to be found. This is a real test for a kid like that.
I'm a little worried right now about this map 3.
It's the first time you're playing in such a big stage, it's the first time you're in a major
quarterfinal. You've been firing on all cylinders.
This
is the
huge
first time
underdog
we've
in that prediction.
Face some bit of adversity. You know, how is he going to come out on Inferno?
Holy
we know
fuck.
it's not the most up-heavy map in the map pool, but it is a map, especially on the CT side, that allows you to be aggressive. I hope Molotov can shake it off so we can see the best version of Furia.
That requires character. It requires character to just bounce back. It requires a true professional to show your colors, even if you had a bad game. That's one thing that Device always told me, so that's something that I've hung on to. I think it's at a case now where if Pain can go out and pressure Furia, get them stressed out, you could feel the stress inside of Furia and Anubis, the way that they approach, you know. And if it goes a distance, I think there's a case that Furia might run off with it because they have the experience, whereas the inexperience of Pain closing out the games might be a factor coming into this one.
One thing though, when it comes to Inferno, that's something I've been paying attention to throughout the entire year.
Please.
Pain and the T-sides, they love to play slow pace. They love to poke a little bit on Banana in the beginning, drag out the tempo of the round, and then go into a late execute towards either bomb side. I'm curious to see if Furia is going to contest that, if they want to take Banana control deep all the way down and sort of pressure Pain to play their hand a little bit earlier, or if they're going to sit back on the bomb side and wait for the executes. We know Big Ozera, he loves to pressure the opponents by playing slow pace Counter-Strike on the T side of Inferno. And in a major, at a playoff, it requires a lot of composure to do that, especially when the timer is running down. Can he play that version of Counter-Strike when the pressure's...
Please, I beg you, chat, do not spoil. I will let you guys in. I started watching a TV show last night with Jennifer. We watched the first episode. I can't wait to watch the second one after the stream. 3-body problem. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. That shit was fucking crazy.
I got worried when I saw some of the communication issues that they had inside the game, and things get a little bit hectic, and then that is where they find themselves on the back foot. So if Pain can come out and pressure Furia, then they can take it all the way. I think there's a case that they can actually win this one.
I think we're going to have a close game. I think we have two teams who are hard to dissect from each other. I think we have two teams who have shown so far they can play good Counter-Strike. And I also do think we have a Pain right now that is showing to us that they are family, they are team. You could see the celebration after winning that map. All of them came together, all of them were celebrating, all of them were hyping, whereas I do feel Furia, it's still a bit of a mix, you know, with Europeans coming into the lineup, not quite the same vibe I'm getting. So I think we're going to get a close game. I still have Furia winning, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be super tense.
Well, you actually predicted that this would go to 3 maps, Jacob, and for once you are actually right. I'm curious to see what the odds are predicting, because yeah, it was pretty handedly in the favor of Furia. Not so much a one-sided affair now, but still siding with kind of the more experience of Fallen. But either way, we need to get this quarterfinal to that third and final decider. It's Inferno.
Pain persists through Anubis. They do the improbable by taking a map away from Furia, and now this series is up in the air. It can go anywhere on Inferno. We've been talking about experience reigning true, especially on a major playoff stage, but Furia just crumbled on their go-to map, and now we go the distance to see if Pain can go all the way.
All right, Austin, it's been a big day of these opening games at the Major. There's one map left. It's the third and final map of Inferno. Winner of this, going to the semi-finals. It's all or nothing. So Austin, let it hear you get loud!
Bro is just chilling. Drop those crazy hype.
Thursday night brawl here as Furia run down middle. They're bringing the ferocity to this pistol, and 3 kills in an instant should cement Furia in this first round.
Damn.
Just as you like.
Wow, okay, Fallen.
It's a bit of a middle finger after Anubis.
It's hard to hear me over
Coming to the pistol and dominate them like that. Aggression to open up this third and final map from Furia.
Yeah, that's not well done. That's bloody raw.
I won't gaslight you like that. Great shot.
I think we'll see some more of that even on gun rounds for Furia. Yakinda not afraid of getting aggressive down the banana.
You're trying to farm.
Pain stepped up to the
it ain't
mark
much,
on Anubis. No doubt
but it's
about
honest
it.
work, chat. MP9ing the fuck out of everyone.
But you don't win a series in one map.
Just one. I told you he's gonna farm.
And Furia keep their focus. Eyes tuned
to
this T side as they look to ruffle these Pain feathers. Pushing and prodding and cleaning house on this anti-eco.
I love how aggressive Furia plays.
I think also, you know, with it still being early days, it's worth explaining just kind of the nature of
you can't
how
hear
an
me.
Inferno game, especially when it's this
I'm
impactful,
muted?
is likely to play out, right? You're going to have these kind of slower,
I'm actually muted?
creeping rounds out of the
Are you
T
trolling me?
side, where any little mistake, any unforced error, any missed timing can cost you everything. And so curious to see the kind of pace that
All right, I'm banning everyone. I'm literally banning everyone.
They want to be the ones dictating the fights, playing for the map control, or are
Ban
they
you
going
all.
to give Pain the room for these slow openers, mid-round Counter-Strike?
I know Yakinda. I know he's not going to give away much room. The question is whether that's a successful move.
Next 10 people that type get banned.
Here for Furia. Towards the end of Liquid, Yakinda was a problem in this position. But reinvigorated, reunited.
Oh my god, he's so close. They don't expect this shit. Oh my god. What's up, bitch?
And he says it early. Right down on logs. At the dawn of this round, Yakinda and Fallen push Pain out of position. And a statement to start this third map that you get nothing for free in this game. We are
Yakinda's like, wait,
for
they
you.
smoked our bottom B. Let's just
That's
do
a
it.
look I love to see for Furia.
The worst.
I mean, no one from Fury is fighting for top mid.
Does that... Wait, did that MP9's name, was it Stain on Yo Bitch? Huh?
They've been given some room to work with, and this is enticing.
Bro, name tags are diabolical, by the way.
Space for free. Now they slip past. Serato over on long.
Some of the shit people have crafted with the stickers, by the way, is
World
insane.
starts to open up a little bit for Pain. They're going to regroup and look for this split out through the apartments and short. Fury is still very split up in this round, so
That's
hit
the one.
play, these two players here in this crossfire have got to withstand it.
Oh, no smoke to put this out.
Fury
Low.
burnt out Molodoy after a quiet second.
Damn,
round.
nice
This would
2K.
be one hell of a time.
Beautiful hold.
Recovery, Molodoy.
Holy.
Map 3 sequence to start things off. It's all him. He's under the spotlight. He's under
Fake
the
Howl.
microscope, but he makes it look easy. That's a huge
Timu Howl.
pickup.
Yeah, just for to be an individual, to feel like you've had your impact, you've gotten back in the game, you've won your team around, that can carry through. Very nice to see Molodoy start strong, because we've seen both sides of the coin, and one of them ain't pretty. Furia 3-0. Statement start here on the
Dude, the
CT
crowd
side,
tomorrow
and they
is
look
going to be
continue
insane.
where they
I
left
just
off,
know
right
it.
back down Banana. Yakinda with a little bit more.
Vitality, FaZe, Mongols, like this is going to be
They know
insane.
they can punish this. That has to be a goal in these gun rounds, but will they get bogged down in it?
Tomorrow will seriously be fucking
sits at
cinema. I
the
cannot
base of
wait.
Banana. Fallen baits for him. Ready to drop util at a moment's notice.
I didn't think the crowd would look like this on
Waiting
Thursday.
to pounce.
It's going to be insane tomorrow.
Fallen taking
Fallen's been
contact,
so good.
trying to send them upstream into Yakinda.
Fallen heard Pimp talking shit.
This one's going nowhere,
You know, as aggressive a player as Yakindar is, he's not overplayed his hand at all on this aggro down through Banana. They're still just really hoping that Fallen's bait sends them gunning right in
wow.
into the waiting gun of Yakindar.
No one to
got
give
two
it
right
up.
there.
That's the key. Fallen
Nice.
does. Experience range true. Drops
Fallen
a flash and
7-0,
gets
3
out
HP
of there.
though. Ooh.
BGT, nice try. Not
Wait,
meant
that
to
hit him for
be.
a
It's
2
covered
to
by
1?
the rotation.
What?
And Furia just flowing right now, looking very strong on the CT side. Even when it goes wrong for Yakinda, Fallen carries the boats. And Furia lock in this 4-0 lead.
That is true. Yeah. Today is a holiday. That's a good point. I still think
This
of Friday,
is, as you
though.
said, absolutely a map where one mistiming or one over peak, one player staying around in a position too long, not knowing when to fall back, can cost you everything. Gavin Deas plays ahead of the Molotov this time. He gets in Banana,
Bro,
and he
this
gets put
banana
down.
control.
Yakinda.
Pain is just
what
not ready
year
for
is
this
it?
speed control. Oh, pulse pop. Oh my god, he's rotating. Oh my God, what a shot. He was like 1 second too late.
Snow up next. He's got 2 players crossing down into the pit, just staring up into the apartments, ready for his arrival. Damn. Snow never even gets to play.
Snow got melted.
Brutal. And now you got a T-side AWP. What are you going to do with it? I can tell you. It's a 4-letter word.
Ban myself.
Back to spawn, Payne. Seeing a very exciting look out of Furia to kick off this game, though, aren't we? Fearless. Mid-rush and the pistol. Bottom banana taken near every round.
I mean, we had that little sound clip from Yakindar talking to the rest of Furia back on Anubis, where he kind of said, like, guys, you know, we're blaming each other a lot right now. There's a lot of tension. Let's all calm down. And I think, you know, not only does that show the type of player Yakindar is, someone who tries to, you know, uplift the team and take note of these things.
Bro's
but
just
also,
hanging out.
There's a sign of a bigger symptom, a more worrying symptom, and that's that Furia were nervous very early on in Anubis, right? And you can kind of feel it now in the gameplay, how it's looking, that they've broke free of those shackles. There's no more nerves on this CT side anymore. Molodoy already finding, you can argue, more impact than he did in that second map.
Bitch.
And this one's only just started. Now there's something to consider.
I'll sign that. I'll sign that right now. Bring me the papers.
Fucking ear in my end.
An exciting look out of Furia and a puzzle Payne will have to solve.
You're
fucking
did
to give them credit. That speed up towards the apartments, realizing it was triple B. Molodoy just got there just in time and nailed his headshot.
This is what I have to say to you. Hold up.
Payne, take a
crank the
breather.
volume.
Try and solve this problem before it's too late.
Shut the fuck up!
But I will note that both these teams,
this is such a
while
banger,
they've had
dude.
their struggles on Inferno, the one place that has been good to them
It's
has
actually
been the
such a
T-side.
banger.
Seeing that reflected in the stats across all rosters right now, but especially in these squads.
Shut the fuck up!
He's so serious. He's so serious.
Safe to say, expectations still lie in Payne to do something.
I
in this
love that
half.
clip, dude. He's dead serious. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Like, he's being so
Like you were
serious.
finally playing your brand of Counter-Strike on Anubis, right? Like everything was hitting. NQZ finding an openness on his orb. Davideus in clutches. Payne finally had everything going right, but if all that was just to get to this third.
All the way.
And then fall flat on their face at the starting gun. That's a rough way for it to go.
NQZ doesn't bite on that fake flash. He wants to force the kill his way.
I just think Fury have done a really good job of causing a variety of problems early on. You still have this kind of question of Yakindar and his aggression down Banana. What are him and Fallen doing on this side of the map? And that's something that Payne kind of have to keep exploring as the game goes on. They can't just concede this whole portion. But now, though, it's allowed Fallen to play here alone. He's been dropped to extra util. There aren't really players to punish on a smoke push, so they're just waiting for this util to fade.
The Payne read this, that it's one player right now, because this stack is getting aggressive. It's going to force the play. Oh, they don't spot anything. There was still a player out middle in the cubby, Snow. No one's seen him. The bomb comes back. Furia overthink. They start to rotate.
It's not even an overthink, though, right? Like, they went and cleared mid as far as they're concerned. Payne aren't out. They didn't spot Snow in the corner, like you said.
Crowd doing it with
timing on the NQZ AWP, and that's given Payne this golden window. Once again,
what a fucking shot!
Is Molodoy here to take them all away? That AWP set up in the site has a crossfire with K Serato, and it's quite the crossfire indeed. K Serato still going. Mouz down
the 3Ks from the pit.
Pole position maintained for Furia.
Wow. Oh, this pit's going to be a problem. I can already tell.
Pit's a problem. Banana's a problem. Bro, the whole map's a fucking problem.
Two huge firepower pieces to stop Payne at the door. And that's as Molodoy finds an awkward timing. That should have just been the early entry for him anyway. It doesn't even come through. It's not needed.
Bro, it's disgusting.
Serato, closed casket as Furia. Flawless game right now. Are they going to bring more pace?
I This is Furia constantly trying to keep Pain guessing. They don't know what type of round they're going to run into. And they never seem to learn till it's too late. Yakindar, aggression down through mid.
They can't keep getting caught off by this. I mean, one thing for it to happen to Banana, but Yakindar running down to bench and catching 2 players looking the wrong way. These mistakes are unforgivable. This is a fearless Furia showing up on the stage. A team you could...
They're not trying to pull rotates or anything. I mean, they can't get control of shit.
Maybe riding off a little bit after that last map.
It's hard to pull rotates when they can't get banana control.
But now it's Pain, deer in headlights, trying to pop out into pits.
Fury, good position for him. Just striking on that first player out through the apartments. Gets the info on the rest of them.
There's actually a hope here.
Bomb spotted as well on the push out.
Even a 2-on-3.
Fury don't jump the gun on this.
Pain don't realize how much room they have. It's buying time for these rotates.
Yeah, bro,
this has meant the Fury get to rotate in quietly. Pain have no info, nothing to play around here. NQZ is trying to make a move, and it's a move that will define this round, but you don't know if it's right or wrong yet. That's the nature of this rap.
It feels
like he's hit this timing, though. Spots them on the backstab. NQZ right there. Round.
Great transfer.
And this could be how Pain finally break through. On the shoulders of a ballsy push of NQZ back through the apartments.
Give it a go, kid.
Molodoy missed shot. And that might just seal his fate. Backing out of the round. He hung around for a moment.
Great timing on that flank. Good
when
play.
It didn't come through, there's no point overstaying your welcome if you're Molodoy. Pain to get their first round in round 7. And it's off the back of that NQZ flank.
They need this round too.
Yeah. Not on the AWP, but on the rifle.
Fury are probably feeling like they're not going to make that play. They don't have the players to do it, to dedicate a man to wrap background apartments. Perfect timing. Considering that's the round, Yakindar starts with a double amid. It's a bit of a disaster for Furia, who over-rotate on that B-bomb site. But in the quiet, making the wrong move.
Fallen is fallen.
And Pain pounce on it.
But Snow can't last for very long on Inferno.
Not a huge worry yet here for Furia. They've got money, they've got rounds. Pain just trying to break the momentum. Made flash to clear Banana. They don't know who's close. They don't know where Yakindar is. That's the worry. Molodoy on the smoke break. It's not even him. It's all Yakindar, baby.
Why are they trying to shit bottom B?
10-2 on the Latvian.
They're just like allowing themselves to get fucking
driving this one home for Furia. Both hands on the wheel. 10-2 for Yakindar.
They've been clearing hard.
It's Orb here even then just to back him up.
Oh my.
Yakindar doesn't need the help. He's operating.
Dude, he is feeling it. Holy fuck.
Them what rigor mortis feels like.
No.
And Pain is
he wants this gun.
Right now,
oh my god, he got it. What a fucking thief.
Bomb's a long way away. Even if DGT found success there, the round would only just be beginning. For Snow, his round might end where it all began, out here on the T-ramp, on his lonesome. The bodies of his teammates all around him. He knows this one is too far gone. There's no heroic part left to play.
I feel like if Pain don't get 3 ASAP, it's so over.
Swing.
They minimum need 3.
To swell for Furia.
I mean, they're still playing loose as well.
Where's Liquid when does UC
play?
Why is everyone just talking
There's
shit?
Opportunities here for Pain when they feel like a statue right now. Furia.
Bro, he's just standing still, crouched straight to the smoke. Regardless, though, well played by Yakindar the way he swung into that.
Crazy moves in this CT side, and seemingly everything pays off. 7-1 domination. Pain with it once more, just a hero gun.
Early Molly mid, they're feeling out. They have full banana control.
I don't think Furia will expect this. Pop through the smoke. Molodoy moving back. He hears a flash. Needs the cover. Big Zera finds that entry kill.
Molodoy up next, going to try and get this reposition off into the pit. It's a crazy move, and it leaves him in the firing line of Big Zera. They know about Yuri up here in the apartments, but knowing's only half the battle. There's a whole separate war being waged for Yuri. fighting on this island, this little avenue in the back line of Pain.
He's looking for the lurk, but the lurk is playing it very slow here. I'm not sure if Yuri's going to clear this position.
Is he ready for this? Back turned. NQZ, or DGT rather, with another one of these late lurks in the apartments, trying to decide the outcome of the round. Yakindar dispatched to deal with him. Will get past DGT in the back.
Can't walk this, can you? 14 and 2. I just want to see him run, go for the fences, swing for it.
Fallen first to cross, but it's Yakindar out of the apartments, plucked from the round. Fallen never given the chance to clutch this.
7-2. There's hope.
So Pain trying to open the runway back up right at the tail end of this half. Still have some serious ground to cover, but the first few steps taken in the right direction. Another breakthrough over towards this A site.
Do I play CS anymore? I started playing CS a bit when it came out.
It's definitely turning into a loose game of CS here.
I was first playing Premier. I was like top 200, 300, somewhere up there. And I got cheated. I played quite a bit. And then I stopped for a while. I started playing it like maybe like a week and a half ago. I didn't really enjoy it. I always have enjoyed it. It's just usually when I'm into one of these games on like an esport level, I find it very difficult to split my time.
He truly believes it. A major trophy is not unrealistic, according to Yakindar.
Oh, nice shot.
The proof is in the pudding. Picked by that all. Follow-up is quick.
Okay, this is the pace. This is like actually the shift in the game.
Bomb is going to be late, and that one kill out of Yuri, you wonder if that's going to entice Furia. That bomb is going to be very, very late, only just now getting picked up.
Oh, God.
Snow late in from the spawn.
This is weird.
Don't throw this one away.
Haven't started moving bodies over yet. It's only KEK here. Smokes.
Oh my God.
They're interested.
Holy fuck.
This was the round in which Pain had already done enough.
David is still 35. He's going to flash through his 3, 2. Here it is. Oh my God. This is round. Oh my God.
Pain, they felt like this was theirs. Like this comeback was starting to come to fruition.
Shot.
And now it's left hanging in the
nice shot.
That's what NQZ is to earn it. 3 kills deep on this orb. And just KEK left to find. The guy that got the whole comeback rolling. Got this whole clutch attempt going.
Oh
but
my
they're just
God.
jiggling. They're
Oh
not
my
making it
God.
easy for KEK.
Bro, KEK and saving in the clutch. This bro's cursed.
Pain, with a shimmy and a jiggle, get onto a third.
Holy fuck, those jiggles.
Unbelievable way to close out that round. Great shots for NQZ.
Jesus Christ.
Wild. It is just enough. It keeps Pain in that post plant. KEK cannot scale. And even though Pain almost throw away their best opportunity in the map, they do not. And that's what matters. 3 on this D side, looking for 5. Breaking through this money is a whole other conversation. But one that we may enter as Furia have a difficult
That was insane discipline. Neither of them commit. They're on the same fucking wavelength.
Maybe tempted just due to how
sharing
wild this game is feeling
the
right now.
one neuron
Thinking
of
they
Jiggle
can win
P.
any situation, and how could I blame them? Almost picking up a 3v5 in the post plant.
What a fucking turnaround.
Saved or buying an M4 and playing for that last of the half.
Yeah, this is actually such a fucking turnaround.
And those stars of the show for Pain, where are they now? David Deus, DGT, near silent in this third and most important map.
And that was NQZ trying to flex on the AWP. That nice sequence of the last round still fresh in his mind as he went for the mid-peak.
They're going B. They gave up Banana. Surely they know something weird's going on. They got Banana too easy here.
He was the guy on those openers that we talked about, the Des mentioned coming into this series. 49 and 17 in opening kill attempts in this major run.
I mean, okay, there's like a potential real like gut punch of a round looming for Pain. They've lost NQZ on that early swing. But in this round for Furia, it's just the AWP and that one saved gun on KEK. They take all the pace out of the round now, hoping that in this 4v5, they can find the gap, they can find the hole,
and
they can keep closing this game up. This is giving time for Molodoy to reposition on the AWP.
Fallen there. Fallen's reading this. He's rotating off.
Fallen even embarking on an early rotate away from that B site.
That's good.
Just to be that much closer.
Is it Poland?
There is still this M4 to play into the round a little bit later. KEK has a kit as well.
Poland doesn't know what to do.
So if this gets at all close,
oh shit,
Furia can give this a go.
Going B.
Wrap through spawn. That's going to leave them going into the 3-man stack. And Fallen has this early warning out in the spawn. He will get dealt with, accomplishing nothing. But it's this boost up at the back of the site that could cause big problems for Pain Gaming. Damage done. DGT in the meantime.
Oh my god, we're fucking each other. What are we doing?
The objective any easier. Thankfully, it gets a bit claustrophobic and awkward at the back of this B site.
That fight didn't feel clean, but I feel like Furia had to take it. If they drop that bomb in spawn with 20 seconds, they win the round. It doesn't matter. They just win the round immediately. Instead, they get caught in the smoke, blocking each other, allowing Pain to trade their way in.
What's Molodoi doing?
That's actually pretty high.
He's scared of a
pretty
lurker.
Aggressive movement.
He's not here to win the round. No way with no kit. Hoping Pain throw it away. But been spotted now, got to back out, and DGT speeds up on the flank, knowing this exit will have ramifications. Will have cause for concern. Furia need this AWP. And it is anything but guaranteed.
Just gets around the corner in time. They think they have him trapped in the library, so Molodoi gonna get out with his AWP in tow. But it's Pain right now, starting to get you believing in a bit of a comeback here. That's 3 rounds in a row.
It's just the pace that Furia set into this game. They're still feeling very confident, and a 5-round T-half is under par here, really, for Pain. It's not enough.
What the fuck?
Furia shoot for 8 in this final buy. They've been very reserved with their economy in this series.
These early battles for Banana.
7-5 will not feel good with the 7-1 start.
Well, they're going to go back to it in the final round
very quick
of this first half. They instantly
this
get this
They're not
top
ready for
Banana
this pace,
control.
I don't think.
They apply a lot of pressure from it as well. No one in the sight for Furia. Pain, they throw in a Hail Mary. They've naded open this top smoke, trying to play through it. Yakinda
Bro, oh my god, he got off.
Hey, Serato making the exact same play, exact same position.
Oh, they're cutting.
Pain taper off. They don't go through, not yet. They let their AWP take the line. NQZ leaves them in the driver's seat, 4-on-2, to recover this half and have something to go off of from their T side.
Gotta admire the leading of Bigazera to keep Pain in this game. They don't panic, they don't freak out. They're closing these awkward, claustrophobic situations. Simply done.
Yeah, that didn't look like that.
No. This should be over.
Kind of, but no.
Over the top.
Oh, this move is gonna fucking crush them.
Timing for it. If you're Furia, as they get pushed back, and this is Pain stepping up for a 5th round on this T side, despite a dominant lead for Furia.
7-1 in their favor, and yeah, now
7-1 to 7-5 with that tech buy.
Well and truly back into the swing of things. Yuri spotted out on this spawn push, allowed to fish for the first, but goes no further, and Molodoi simply doesn't have the time nor the manpower to win this. Pain stick the landing on this turnaround right at the tail end, the 11th hour of this first half. They give themselves some breathing room. Pain have given themselves a chance.
Wow. How did that happen?
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olofmeister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olofmeister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb.
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids.
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to fly. Dude, it's the perfect play.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment.
It was actually
There are
insane.
no pyramids. There is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime.
Facts.
And from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally,
Bro, that arena
would
was
we remember
insane.
Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico.
That's crazy.
So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them. He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he
No, it does kind of look like him.
Perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate. It's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth, so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K
What's up, bitch?
in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale.
9?
And a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Excuse me? They hate us because we're American, huh? They hate us because we're free. That must be. Bro, that arena was crazy. That arena was fucking insane.
What's up, bitch?
Like, I was in the arena I worked the desk for that event, the Cloud9 2018 Major, and also the VCT EG win in LA. They're very similar, like an NA team winning on home soil, but dude, the acoustics in Boston and like the vibe was
1-7 down on this third and final map of Inferno. Pain have been able to stumble back to their feet. They've scraped by with 5 rounds. Now moving on to the CT half.
Misfits.
In this generational clash.
We didn't make the playoff stage though. We went like 2 and 3 and lost to Avant-Garde.
That looked to different fields internationally to bulk out their rosters, now competing for that last remaining spot in the semi-final.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was
moving over to the T
side. I'm not gonna lie.
They were largely the ones setting the pace, the tone of those rounds in the first half.
Timing here.
And they go on to the attacking half. Let's see if that keeps up.
It's a bit of a fake towards B right now. Furia
hit him for 1, get fucked.
It's apartments where the bomb is. Pain playing a gamble themselves. Double pit limits vision.
I don't know, that Boston arena wasn't like as big as some of these other arenas. Like, it didn't have like
Fate can only do so much.
It didn't have as big of a crowd.
Davideus in position. They check the CT spawn. There's no one coming in. This double pit setup has to hold strong, and nothing comes through from it. Yakinda, brutal entries, 17 and 6. You talk about these international imports. Yakinda is the first one that comes to mind. He has been rocking on Inferno.
Damn, you sold the top.
And that is a knockout blow on a
You actually sold the top.
Force a save for Pain.
Or I'm sorry, no, you didn't sell the top. You sold right before the top. The top was obviously the 2018. You fucking panic sold paper hands.
Even though Molodoy kind of the one who gets a lot of the limelight in terms of his addition to this Furia team, and I guess the ceiling that it's looking like this guy might be capable of.
Yeah.
For Yakinda, he's your proven pair of hands. He's the one who holds his promise that if you can unlock it and get him back to the level you know he's capable of, you could be onto a winner.
He also adds more than just individual ability, even though he is playing very well right now with a 3KD. We heard him in the voice console. Anubis trying to calm his team down.
Yeah.
He brings experience. He brings a vocal mindset, something that I'm sure Fallen makes a lot of use of on this team, especially with Fallen stuck in anchor positions on CT. Yakinda is mobile. We saw on Nuke, for example, how mobile he gets. Oh, he's always in the right place. Ramp outside, supporting Heaven. Assisting Furia every step of the way, in and outside of the server. What a recovery for Yakinda after a sour note towards the end of his time on Liquid.
Bro literally looks like he's sleeping on his monitor. I swear to God, I've seen Jordan sleep on his monitor exactly like Yakindar plays CS.
He wants to go
head
further
on the
than
monitor
Shanghai.
like that. I'll walk into the boot camp, bro, sleeping like that.
Furia shoot for the stars.
How the fuck does he do that?
Full stack.
3 of them out on the short side. And no one from Fury has spotted this yet.
Double Molly's top
the
banana.
Triple stack caused some weirdness in this round.
Could get weird. Could get weird. Could get weird.
Furia round in the corner first as Yakindar. He springs the trap. In come Pain.
Wait.
Yuri trying to wrestle back control over this top mid area. Keeps it even in the 3-on-3.
Honestly, still sketchy.
Moment of pause for Furia. Chance to reconsider. And a chance they won't opt for.
Going into the 2.
Double down on this push out into the top of mid. They're sticking to their guns, looking to follow through on the A play.
Bro,
Snow gets that smoke out to try and stall them, but Furia going up and over through into this bomb site, whether Pain like it or not. They just want to find that second player. Snow clearly baiting for someone, something. DGT springs the trap, and 2 kills come through for Pain, making this a reality. That force buy lands, and Snow makes it happen. Furia far from out of the woods.
No, and in a couple of these moments, there's been a surprising amount of doubt on display from K Serato. Lacked the conviction in the clutch attempt in the first half. Saw him look to save his gun in round 12. Barely play into the retake here. Kind of the first man in to look to come round the smokes. Hesitant for the longest time, waiting to see if anything's offered from Pain. Ends up dropping in to a rough crossfire that's set up between them in the site.
You understand what he's doing, right? He's trying to force out that second player, but they're not making a move. He has to go in and die and allow his team to set him up for trades. Sometimes you just need that one guy runs in and accepts their fate.
I'm probably going to end up sticking to CS. I didn't get perms, and yeah, my activation in Toronto.
Fury stalled out on shorts.
Randomly
and money comes to a close. It's just Tech 9 armor in this one.
I think it's an important time to remind you all that this was 7-1 in Furia's favor.
Oh, no. Yeah, Pistol reignited the spark, but then snuffed out pretty quickly.
I was saying it earlier. It was just like very disappointing how things were handled, truthfully.
Licked fingertips for Pain. Furia have to reignite in this round with something explosive.
I don't think they're ready for this lane pop.
This could be it. Look at the positions on the minimap. Pain are not ready.
Dude.
No, this
okay,
is
no, they're shifting. It's okay. It's okay. They're
his most impactful round on Inferno yet.
They're fine.
He's got a lot of responsibilities here, but he's opened up successfully onto Yakinda. A little further afield out through short. Davideus continues, and NQZ through the back line looks to tear it all away. Just Molodoy, but hold your horses. Those 2 kills he's picked up. In a net Molodoy, a bomb plant. He's in with a chance here.
Got a gun.
It's the type of round where you know you can make your impression. You can leave your mark at a major.
21.
In a round like this, Molodoy, a lot of damage.
Wow, what a solo swing. Holy shit.
Get a handle on both those players still up against him.
Yeah, if he had one more bullet in that first mag, he would have got that kill. Made it a 1v1, had an option whether or not he wants to take that final fight so soon. He felt the pressure to equalize and Pain close it up. That was Pain 1 player on the bomb site to 4 in an instant. That rotate timing came in right as they needed it.
And look, man, when we were thinking about Anubis, it might have been the kind of the non-Brazilian components, the imports in this Pain squad that were doing a lot of the heavy lifting, right? DGT, Davideus both played a phenomenal game. It was NQZ from the Brazilian side of things that was looking lights out. Well, here, it does feel like it's the Brazilians making the biggest difference for Pain. NQZ's started to get real fired up on this orb.
Oh,
there he is,
what
involved
a shot,
again to find Yakindar down through middle.
I don't know why I'm worried though, because Fury have been super safe with their buys all series long, even opting for eco on CT side.
Dude. What the fuck is this econ?
Buy so they can get 4 rifles in the next round, not have to play with MP9s. This is the first time they've made a risky decision. They forced back-to-back rounds because they got 3 kills in a bomb plant. Sure, They have a rifle on Molotov. They have pistols.
Why does Fallen have shades?
It's
Bad
still
Fallen.
a risky play.
It's the whole meme.
And if they lose Pain even up,
on the fucking
have to
minimap
take
is
one more
crazy.
eco. That's the cost of doing business. That's not the kind of buy we've been seeing for Furia. Are they feeling the burden right now? Right or wrong doesn't cut it. The results will tell the story. Fast through this beast smoke, 5v3. Pain are poised to win it all.
Snow will get overran, but he's got teammates
Pain
here
are
to
getting
help
all
him.
the right kills right
Flashes
now.
raining over from the spawn. It's sure up Big
Well
Azera's
played by Big Azera to
defense.
fall off that. Double up.
Aren't found, but it's going to get run at. Yuri,
Ooh, wait.
not long for this world as he's been whittled
Doable,
down
3-on-2.
low. And he will get finished off.
Right.
It's another Molotov clutch attempt. And once more, it won't even come close. Pain have tied up this game from 7-1 down. They lose the pistol in this second half. They've won every round since then. They are earning this comeback. They are fighting tooth and nail for it.
Unbelievable resilience,
remember,
and it's
Chad,
not even the first
Brazilian
time we
barbecue
saw it from
no matter
Pain.
what.
Remember that group stage, remember stage 3.
No matter
0-2
what, we're
on
getting
day
Brazilian
1
barbecue.
off of BO1's. Pain had to battle
I'm kidding.
to get to the
I wish
playoffs
we
of this
were.
major.
I wish
Only
we were
Spirit
getting
and
Brazilian
G2,
barbecue.
3 BO3s in a row to make it into their first major playoffs.
Brazilian
All
barbecue was
5
crazy.
debut on this major stage, and they are not wasting the opportunity. This game has changed drastically. No longer the Yakinda show,
Wait.
but Pain Station. And Furia battered and bruised by again. They leave a little bit for later.
I gotta get my
Another
emotes
gun,
on
another chance.
Twitch. I don't know why, but sometimes when I don't stream for a second, my emotes go away.
But can Furia find their focus once again?
Where is it? Fuck. I can't find it. What sponsor are they called? It has to be like a crypto sponsor, right? Or like some kind of gambling. It has to be. I don't
The nature
know.
of how this guy likes to play, he's going to find himself at the front of the pack, looking to open with this rifle. And there it is, lost first at the long side.
This is so
juggled
cool, bro.
back to
Why is
Yuri
Furia falling
as now
apart?
becomes a gladiator
7-1
game
to
for
this.
Furia. They'll be passing this gun around, hoping that anyone can be that hero to bring them back into this round.
Okay.
Molotov has added some intrigue, but with just K-Serato left standing, a nervous string of clutches under his belt already.
Bro's doing tricks.
As he runs back in mid, he gets whittled down even lower. And K-Serato now trapped in this box over towards Boiler. He's feeling the pressure, feeling the burden of having to be the one to come up with solutions to these impossible problems that Pain are providing. 3 players sitting
I
on
gotta
this
get this
bomb,
Kane's order, chat.
not moving an inch.
Y'all thought I was
Smoke in
joking?
his way. There is no easy path forward for K-Serato.
It's over.
And another lame duck of a round as he's just left till the clock expires.
It's got to
Only this time it's different.
Surely we
results
don't
at
have
the end
2
of this,
series
right?
in a
It's no
row
longer a healthy
where a team wins on the
bank of
enemy
rounds
map
for
pick
Furia to fall back
and then
on.
crumble.
This is K-Serato
Surely
not
not.
trying in that 1v3 that concedes the lead to Pain.
Yeah, he's waiting for mistakes,
Speaking
and
of language
mistakes
of
that Pain
gods,
are not
true.
making right now. This is a flawless comeback
Cowbells.
from Pain
Need more
since the
cowbells.
pistol. Looking to go to a semi-final further than anyone would ever expect this roster. Maybe even themselves.
What's the go-to no
I
caffeine
want Furia to
drink,
take
chat?
the pace out of it. They've been buying, right? They've been on Tech 9s
Barks
most of
root
this
beer,
T side. These rounds have been
Sprite,
poppy,
Fanta
they've been
orange,
flashy, they've been fast. There's been no
Spicy fruit punch
mid-rounding.
lemonade.
There's been no chance to execute the B-bomb site when you've bled the util. You are living and dying on these early skirmishes, and they're all coming up for Pain. NQZ
White
has
monster.
not had a massive series today, but in this
That might
early
have a
round,
little caffeine in
he's
it.
hit when it matters. Pain with a
Kane's something
round
is good. I don't
advantage.
think I've ever had it before.
Would you believe it when they were 7-1 down?
I'm gonna go with it. Normally I would get like Barks root beer, I
Kinder
think.
was 18-6, 4 deaths straight.
Although
But he
Sprite
can't be
with some
expected
chicken
to do
does
it all
sound hella
here.
good too.
Furia need to dig deep.
It's a massive round, by the way.
The thing that feels so rough for Furia, right? It's not,
Fallen putting pressure on
your gamble piece of your Kindar struggling to deliver. It's not Young Gun Molodoy crumbling under the nerves.
He called off the rotate. He said don't rotate.
In new roles, new responsibilities, struggling. No, it's KEK, the firepower piece of Furia. The guy who's made this organization his home for years now with intent to stick around. Never looked to go international in the past because he wanted his first major trophy to be with Brazilians for Brazil. And it's him who has struggled to get any purchase in this third and final map.
30 seconds.
Oh, that's the one he missed. I can't believe it.
That's a golden opportunity. This guy's not been missing much, and he won the second time around. DGT and Davideus line up a double. This is starting to come unraveled as Pain are building.
Here for barbecue.
And they're running towards that finish line.
And again, a perfect call for Pain. They give it up entirely. They play back in the bomb sites. They hold their util. They know that after these fast Tech 9 pops, Furia will slow it down.
I feel like
they give them enough rope to hang themselves. A 20-second pop.
Can they fucking bounce back out of this shit?
Into that AWP. And
dude, their one round this half was pistol, right? They were up 7-1. Their one round this half was fucking pistol. That is dire.
Their grip loosened. NQZ, a no-scope connects, and the nade finishes the job.
Moments like that, you think you've seen enough.
I ain't gonna lie, if this type of comeback was happening on me and I heard that cowbell on comms, I'm losing it. I'm fucking mentally out of it.
Strokes of luck going their way.
Chat, be honest. You're tilted as fuck if you hear that. Ding, 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 ding. I'm fucking triggered.
Colossal failure from Furia.
I'm freaking the fuck out.
Grace. A 7-1 lead and one round since that point.
You wouldn't be thinking about it? Bro, it would be on your teammates' comms.
Gonna try and bail themselves
Every time
out
they would calm, you would hear it. You would have no choice.
That's one hell of an entry out of Molodoy.
Wait. Okay, they know the other guy's coughing. Oh my god. Oh my god, he swung so wide. Do they know? Now they know.
Snow.
Oh my god, don't overcommit, Yuri. Don't overcommit.
This is a high pressure moment.
Oh my god.
Your heart is racing.
Oh, what a swing, dude. Damn, what a play. Bro, ripped his side.
Gets up on his feet.
Sheesh.
This guy working. So that his inspiration become his rivals. And he just clutched up against them, leaving his team now rounds away from the semi-finals.
Holy fuck, that hit for 91. Oh my.
Fallen's been to nearly as many majors as Snow has had birthdays.
What?
Right
no
now,
way.
It doesn't matter. It's not just experience.
What a line.
It's passion, it's persistence.
4 majors and birthdays is crazy.
It's X Factor, Pain have got it. They've showed up. 10 out of the last 11 rounds in this game have been Pain's.
Dude, I think I did see that pick of Snow and Fallen. Yeah. I mean, Fallen is a goddamn legend in that scene. So if you came up in Brazil at all, like, that's just bound to happen.
Is this how Furia fall?
Bro, they're going out with a whimper right now if this is how they lose. Oh, what a play, dude. Flash peek through that shit.
This game started with Furia. No holes barred aggression.
And they show you Kinder just how it's done. He did it all first half.
Kinder had 18.
He has not had a kill
18
in 7 rounds.
Oh, there we go, yeah. I felt like he hasn't had a kill in forever. I didn't know the stat. Thank you so much. This guy, like, read my mind.
And in a matchup of, two Brazilian cores going head-to-head, it will have to be the Brazilians on Furia that bail them out. KEK on this push in.
What a shot.
First to fall, Snow. Surely not another multi-kill round on his path to the semis. Molodoy made it past, but not for long.
8-12
and a reblock in at top banana. Things go from bad to worse for Furia.
The wheels have just fallen off the wagon. They are tumbling here in Texas.
Bro.
Not a shooter in sight for Furia. Not a close round to talk about. Not a chance. As Pain do not just the improbable, they're about to do the impossible.
You can just feel the fucking...
4 chances.
You can feel the hopelessness right now when you look at Furia.
First major stage appearance.
They feel it. What a play.
And they are making the most of this moment.
They're really taking it in. They're savoring everything on this run-up.
I am so impressed by they bounce back after map 1.
Towards the finish line. A damn near flawless game played by Pain to get them to
Huge
this
clutches
point
on map 2.
7-1 down.
This is like beyond impressive to come back from 7-1. Losing second at pistol.
With Davideus and DGT, the 2 freshest faces in the Pain jersey, keeping them alive in this quarterfinal long enough for a map 3. And then NQZ got activated. Snow's had his moments.
2 more here still,
Slowly
though.
but surely, Pain have come alive. They're gonna have to do this round without their captain. Big Azera dead first. Burnt out at the top of Banana. Will he get to sit back with a smile on his face? Because throughout this whole thing, he's felt like his team have had his back.
That is sick craft.
Not like in Majors gone by, where Big Azera was the sole plane on which Pain's success was defined. DGT, just good for the first, and Furia live to fight another day.
Good.
They'll break through the A-hole.
Look at the money
they
there,
battle back into this.
They have they won't ever break the
They
recon.
want one more round on this stage at least.
That's like the hardest part about CT. The money's like out of control.
A sigh of relief. Both in-game leaders gone, and Fallen's carries him through.
Wait, what? Did I say something or did he say something? Well, I don't even know what the fuck you guys are on about.
In a sea of success for Pain.
No, I'm not done with that. No.
Ample opportunity to finish what they've started. And to do this, after the way that Nuke went, Furia walloped Pain on Pain's pick. Pain responded on Anubis. Shocking victory in a map that Furia have beaten some of the best Anubis teams in the world on, Mongols and Aurora. Not only do they do it there, they come through.
That's a sick shot. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty sick.
Here on Inferno. And now they sit in
yeah, it's just like a really, it's a slippery slope. The CT econ is like very slippery. So they're basically making sure they can just keep getting buys in. Playing it safe. The likelihood of winning that round on that retake is very low in Counter-Strike.
Like this one decides everything. Semi-finals on the line. And Furia looking for a late in the day comeback. They want to try and do this in OT. Pain felt a big burden. They lost Big Azera to open up that last round. Well, this time, no such missteps. Instead, it's big nade damage on a Furia.
Yeah, Utah has been so solid in this series for Pain right there.
Right back at you, dude. Holy fuck.
Absolutely crippling.
God damn, some of these nades have been good.
Here on this B-bomb site, Furia avoid the stack. They go into the quiet site. They go
what mouse am I using these days? What is it? Pulsar mouse.
So reliable. He needs to be once again.
Oh shit.
Spots one on the jiggle. NQZ, the star of Pain, makes that first incision. And now they've got Big Azera.
None pit kind of weird though. None pit kind of weird. We'll see.
Second by second, Furia's task gets made that much harder, that much more unlikely, that much more impossible.
Oh my god, he adjusted anyway.
Pain are withstanding this. Pain are right there. Fallen has delivered a grain of hope, but it's small, it's fleeting. Yuri trying to battle back into this.
No way.
Can they stick the landing on this turnaround?
Sure.
DGT suddenly finds himself the sole survivor. Will he be the one to deliver glory to Pain?
Hide in the smokes.
Or are there still more rounds left to play? Fallen thinks so.
Dude.
Furia run it back. The job is not done yet.
Yeah, the professor lectures again. Furia stay in it.
Do you believe?
Round, 3 kills and a clutch for Fallen It's better late
Do you
than
believe?
never. Before the ring of that final bell.
We believe.
Fallen will keep his team in it.
We waited all day for this.
This will be a crushing loss, no matter who takes it here. As this game tightens up all the way.
I mean, this is the ultimate test for Pain, them being the ones in pole position, right?
My God.
For the last few rounds, they felt like this
that
job
was such a fucking sketchy ass round.
One big play, one shutdown away from being in the semi-finals, and their dreams
becoming
a
HP at the
reality.
end.
But now that thought, that idea is being tested. They're being pushed to their limits all over again.
All right, Econ, you can see why they saved those guns. Because if they hypothetically lost those guns and then lost this round, they would have a shit buy for last.
For the final time tonight.
So they actually managed their Econ perfectly.
Here on this CT side, Furia have dodged them pretty well. Is it just a matter of time before Pain gets the right read yet again? Big Azera's had good stacks on CT side across this series. But Nubis was a great example, reading on the fly, solving that Furia problem on their T side.
The nades are like very important, especially on CT, because these guys won't die to a one-shot headshot to these M4s. So any kind of chip damage like this is super important.
They had the ult boosted, holding for that exact move. But they dismantle it right as Big Azera moved in.
Obviously, he also fucking killed him.
They don't want to take the risk of retaking this space manually. They just let Util do the talking. Furia signal on this A-bomb site. Lots of nades coming in. Pain don't know what to believe. They just have to put on their feet, stick to their guns, and hit their shots as Furia come in on long.
GT mollied out, but it goes unpunished. 35 seconds.
Not rotating. Three
That's
here.
right, as Furia looks to take control over long.
We got it. Oh, what a kill. 2 on A, 2 on A.
20 seconds.
Fallen's wrapping our library, they're reading it. Oh my God, they're going A.
Pain, one kill from their AWP in the right place.
No. Hit.
They're running at it.
Holy shit, 10, 9. They got the plant. No way, they're saving. Cinema.
Never give up.
Holy fuck.
Every round of regulation is elation to Furia, who fell dead in the water.
Bro, this is absolute cinema, this game.
And
there's no
Furia
way.
Still here with something to say. Chance of overtime. And one more buy for Pain.
What is
to
this?
Achieve their dreams, or it could all be snuffed away.
This gets run back in OT.
1, 2.
Live to fight another
They're
day.
good.
Suddenly, there is no clear favorite.
No break through the A-hole is crazy. I did not hear that.
They would have had to get here with their backs against the wall the entire way. And so that leaves Pain in an uncomfortable
Bro, he
position.
did that on purpose. He had to have done that on purpose.
And I want to say it again because Yakinda, who was a monster in this map, he was 18-6, Harry. He's 18-15. He hasn't
Quantum
had a kill
Bellator
in 9
fire,
rounds.
that's
It's
what
not
they're
mattered. Fury have pulled this all the way back. If he can show up here in this final round of reg, he can make it a reality.
It's the time for Pain. They might not have another opportunity like this one.
It's your best bet. Another strong grenade. Limits Yakinda in this round.
Yakinda's still in 18 kills. Holy shit.
Jersey.
Even through the comeback, he hasn't gotten one shot.
Under the wings of Fallen.
Oh.
YouTube videos.
Wait. No!
Now with a chance to snatch the semi-finals from him. It's Big Azera, the captain of Pain, that's opened this. Guy who spent years trying to build a major contending roster. Always deeper runs than you would expect out of the Brazilians, but never with a chance to make it to the silverware. Well, he's the one to kickstart this, 5v4. Pain, sit back.
Oh my God, I'm like nervous shaking my leg right now. I'm like bouncing it.
Fallen on the creep up through the apartments.
It's awful. No way, you got the...
Right in to this crossfire.
2-on-3 winnable. Big fight, big fight, big fight. Oh no! 2-on-2. You got to be kidding me right now.
To find your way into this 2v3.
Molodoi in the post palm with an AWP. He's got a
Surely
full belt
not.
as well.
Oh my god, he's holding lane and they're both coming lane. It's a fucking movie out here.
Any chance on this retake day round the corner.
It's a movie, bro.
Molodoi making magic happen as Furia come back from a
Double
lost
pick.
map into overtime.
No! Oh my god! Yo, what? No way, man.
We go the distance and then some.
There's no way.
10 deaths in a row for Yakinda.
10 deaths in a row. 10 in a row.
This quarterfinal.
His team is keeping a minute, bro. He needs to get his mental back, though.
Furia have fighting
Take a deep
them
breath.
still.
Holy fuck. What a... How?
In the round that decides whether or not you go to overtime.
He had no choice.
I can't even believe it. I cannot believe it.
Short from Snow. The two rookies clashing. And Molodoi coming out ahead.
I can't believe Fallen got that kill. Bro, that seemed like such a death.
Were those the best chances they were ever going to have?
Oh, it does feel like it, doesn't it? Ample opportunity, multiple rounds of match points.
Not much damage there.
4 in a row for Furia. 5v4s, the lot.
Wow, you would... I mean, momentum right now is on fucking Furia's side.
Pain
I cannot believe it.
The only appropriate word.
Bro, it was 7-1, and their 8th round was on second at pistol, and then it was 12-8. And they won 4 straight against Max Econ to get to OT. How? Honestly, how? Yakinda didn't get a single kill throughout that whole comeback, I don't think.
QZ not one to shy away from a challenge.
Definitely 10 straight.
Hangs around in top middle.
Oh god, he's aware.
Deterred by the util.
No.
Yakinda caught all on his lonesome, and there's NQZ playing in tandem. Now with the clear in top mid, it's a decisive advantage taken for Pain here.
That is true. How many times has this
seems to be the way that elusive 13th they couldn't find multiple times over.
Wow.
Clean opening out of Yuri.
Whoa, Fallen!
Doesn't look like it. He'll tear through them, just Keserato.
Too low.
This ain't happening.
No shot.
We'll have a bomb plant guaranteed. There's no one who can deny that. Boom. But there's the nade. And so Pain, there's that 13th round they were looking for, just a little too late in the night.
It's often the case, right? The team that
why is it always
can't close in regulation will pick up that first round. It's the relief of pressure on Furia after earning this overtime. But this job is not done. There are no more maps to fall back on.
I just stop.
The next few rounds decide everything.
You can take the player off of liquid, but you can't take the liquid out of the player.
I don't want to put it on just one player, especially not the entry on the T side of Inferno when you're eating
I'll join in
banana
for a
nades.
second.
That is 11 rounds in a row without a kill from
Collectively.
Yakinda. He was the carry in this game. His absence is noted.
Fuck.
DGT, aggressive
Bro.
And more opening deaths for Yakinda from bad to worse.
God.
Pain play with some fire in their hearts to open up this CT side in OT. They bring aggression in spades. Kesera only just now landing
Still
a punish,
winnable, but they're gonna need this next kill.
3v4 still.
2-2 split.
Pain.
Oh, nice shot.
Gets rid of Snow.
No counter util. You know this guy's out of the site right now. There ain't no way this motherfucker's in there.
This B site.
It's come through the sponsor? No.
Suddenly, felt like a foregone conclusion on this round. That early 5v3 is left hanging in the balance, and no one knows.
Nuts op shot, by
quite
the way.
like Pain know the difference that one round
God,
can
no
make.
util for this. Nade.
They've got to do everything they can to hold on to this one.
Fucking hell, that hurt.
Util in onto Big Azera, softens him up.
Oh,
and they're ready with the clear, but still missed shot from Molodoi. Big Azera gets to keep the pressure on. There's still no bomb plant for Furia.
NQZ calling for something. Is he going to go through?
Oh shit.
This duo of Yuri and Keserato.
Oh my god, bro. Just fell from the skies.
Silently creeping in on perfect timing.
And that's not even a bomb plant. That is Furia in the bin. 2 rounds in a row on the CT side. The smoke fades as Pain get to the bomb site and everyone fights. Furia now back to a bare bones buy. Galil's and no AWP. And hoping once again for an unlikely comeback.
They need this last so bad. One time out on Pain.
Pain couldn't close in regulation, but this one is looking different. Playing some very aggressive openers.
I think the other thing that's just been nice to see is you talk about like the pressure that gets relieved when you hit overtime. You've been feeling that from Pain's POV more than anything else,
yeah,
right?
12 rounds, no kills. Given how he started, that's kind of crazy, huh?
Haven't had to worry about in a long time.
He's still 18 and 18. That's the wildest part.
And so Pain are looking to go flawless.
12 rounds, no kills, still tied for the top right on his team.
Leaving themselves with 3 opportunities
that's wild,
to get this quarterfinal over and done with.
They've had more and done less, so I won't count my chickens.
Oh yeah, true, right. The timeout's reset. Forgot. Push that up. 4 on A.
Furia stage in middle, but Pain
Good read.
are all here. And Snow is kicking up dust on this B bomb site, trying to distract Furia from the B site. And QZ Molly Dow has to make a call. He plays on the edge of it. It doesn't quite spread to his position.
Oh, you're
He's still got a chance to take one shot.
Yeah, this guy hasn't missed these.
Disappearing is Furia in
Good
middle. They walk into this crossfire. They get turned to mulch. Compost, Fallen can't follow up. It's NQZ, a 3-piece to find a flawless half.
NQZ has been so fucking good. 28
usually when it's
kills.
K-Serato left up in clutch moments, you're willing to extend him the benefit of the doubt. You're willing to say, don't count him out
18
of
and
this.
6 to 18, 19
He's not been
now.
a force to be reckoned with in these clutches for Furia. They've often felt a little tame. And there's still so much util to burn through here on the Pain side. They can take pace out of this. They don't need to. Not with NQZ. Hot hands on the mid-control. A flawless half in overtime from Pain.
Chat.
An unlikely candidate
I
trying
fear.
to fire up the crowd. It's Snow.
Yeah,
it's
this guy's
over
loving
right
it every
now.
step of the way. He had something to say in those group stage
They're
games.
farming watch hours.
Classic catchphrase. Shouting down his opponents.
It ain't much.
But
it's honest work script in these
biggest
games.
match of his career, soaking in the moment.
Ain't no one clap like that ever. What is that clap?
They've been
Stage clap.
with 4
Paid actor.
semi-final points. This time they have 3. This time they have to land.
Taco clip.
And they hit this OT. Something changed about how Pain were playing. It stopped looking so fearful.
Your Kinder
There's
get.
fire in their hearts
Bro,
now.
they are fucking your Kinder
And that is a
up.
quick double opener. Big Azera with a blinder up through Banana.
I've just never seen it before. 18 and 6 to 18 and 20. 14 deaths without a single kill for Yakinda. It's just been
Hugo
the worst
just
way to lose.
giving him literally his 15th death in a row right now on the cast.
The most painful round
14 in a row in the server,
Everything
1
went
from the
wrong.
caster to put a cherry on top.
And now they
Holy
have to
fuck.
sit back in it and accept their fate. 3v4. It's Pain's game to play. It's Big Uzera's decision. Dead. He leads his troops to the run of a lifetime, to a major semi-final, to success beyond their wildest dreams, and Furia just have to wait. Hoping, praying, these kills come to them.
They got the 2 on A.
Gonna be Molodoy and Yuri in the hot seat.
Does he hit this?
Molodoy,
Holy shit, bro.
Sleeping at the wheel.
3v1.
Yuri and K-Serato, it was these two coming into this year. They signed the
Both.
contract extensions with Furia. They locked
1 on
themselves
3.
in for that much longer.
Wow.
And this would be the time to show us why, but it's just K-Serato left. Other side of the map in what feels like a done quarterfinal. Pain to pull off
GG.
coming into this as underdogs versus a fiery and informed Furia that ran flawlessly through stage 3 to get here. It's their first time on a stage this big, this important, and they rise to the occasion. There is fire in their hearts. The torch has been passed, ripped the semi-finals.
Unbelievable resilience from Pain across this series, from getting absolutely blown out of Nuke to going into overtime on the third map and closing it against a team with years of experience on their individuals. Pain have done it into a semi-final. No pain, no gain. Furia are eliminated.
It's not just how far they've gone, it's not just making the semis, it's who they have to beat to get here. Fallen as the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, getting taken down by that next generation Brazilian captain, Bigazera, on the other side, someone who's been trying to get this Pain roster working for years now. Snow taken to the stage, the highest pressure environment he's had to play in, like a duck to water. There's a lot to be excited about with this Pain squad, now pulling up and closing this game out in OT from a 7-1 deficit.
Yeah, Bigazera led 2 teams to the Challenger stage, 2 different teams to the Legend stage. He leads this new international Brazilian South American mix all the way to the semi-finals of this major. It is a mission, a feat accomplished by the captain of this squad.
Bigazera, you're in the semifinals of the goddamn major. How did you do that?
I don't know. We are just playing and going through. I don't know. No explanations.
No explanation, but you must have said something to your guys when you lost those match points. I thought it might have broken you. What did you say to them?
I think I just said, guys, it's just rounds and rounds. Just keep the calm down and use the nades well. I think it was the most problem in those rounds.
What does it mean to you that you did this amazing result versus an on-form Furia, a Brazilian rival, a Fallen on the other side?
Crazy win.
I mean, he's a legend in Brazil. I respect him a lot. I don't know what will be the Counter-Strike in Brazil without him and another players also.
You gotta respect him.
Of course, when I go to play against him, we have to keep the respect out of the server, right? If you take the respect inside the server, probably we're gonna lose. So I respect him a lot. I love him as a person, as a player. But of course, we have to keep our mindsets like, no, on this way.
Respect.
We get it. In the game, it's all about that game you're playing. You've had such a long journey with Pain. You also recently re-signed. Are you happy that you can give back to those fans, those Brazilian fans, but also fans of you that have been following you for so long? Because it took you a very long time to get here.
Yeah, a long time.
The trophy's apparently
always
77
to get
pounds.
Better and going through. This time we went to playoffs and semi-final, right? Let's see.
Just like that. Finally, this does mean that you're carrying on the Brazilian hope on your shoulders. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Quem bem em português? Galera, o Brasil agora está com a gente. Vamos tentar ao máximo, vamos dar de tudo para levar isso aqui para casa. Fechou? Esquece, tamo junto, #GoPain.
Bro, I've become fans of some of these teams I watched today. I'm not gonna lie, this guy's legit.
Well, man, I was about to make a segue there, but it's just so hard, Gabriel. These situations with you've been through a lot in your career. 22 years, I think, is what the internet tells you. 22 years in the server, is that right?
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, more than 22 years, I think. Yeah, just even though we lost the game today, I'm happy that another Brazilian team is going to go to the semifinals. I think they played well, and they won 2 maps against us, so I think they deserve to be in the semifinals. And yeah, it's tough defeat, but I'm happy that another Brazilian team will be in the semis at least.
Yeah, and that's awesome. Tell me a little bit about the team too, because we're hearing good tidings over there. We're talking about Sid. We're talking about all the fixings that make Furia what they are today. Can you tell us about that today?
I think today we played a very good first map. Went everything our way. We're playing strong. When we went to Anubis is a map pick that sometimes you gotta start on the CT side, and if you don't win those situations, you're not gonna have much room of error when you go T side, and I think we had like 3 or 4 legit good CT rounds to win, and they were able to clutch some rounds in. They got like 2-1 or 3-1, something like that, and those rounds ended up costing us on the second map. And Inferno, I think we're ahead of a super strong start. They were able to adapt well on the last part of the first T half, And the same happened to us because we're able to come back on a 8-12 deficit too. And we came to the overtime. I think they had the balls to go for some aggressive plays. They're playing strong, and we make some small mistakes that cost us.
Yeah, and plus a little bit of their utility, just seemingly always finding you guys. That probably didn't help over on Anubis, right?
Yeah, they were playing super well with the utility too, and I think overall they played a good game. I think match was pretty even, and in the end they got the better of us.
And I think in this moment for Furia, you know, it's a tough loss. It's an L that has to be taken. So is there anything you want to say to the Furia fans? There's a slew of people waiting for you right now, right around us. So go ahead.
Yeah, for all the fans here in the stadium, amazing to be playing another major in the United States. I got my first major here, so I'm always happy to be in the US.
The people like you with play a lot of. You mean like Ancient Anubis and shit?
I mean, it was a Brazilian show in the end.
Yeah, the people like you with love playing Ancient Anubis.
From now on, we're going to be
Unfortunately for me.
Major home, and I think the Brazilian community is long time waiting for another big trophy like that. Maybe Pain can do it. Let's bring some major magic. And for everyone at home, just would like to thanks for every support from family, from my wife who is here, my brothers, my mom.
Amazing sportsmanship today in these loser interviews. Even in the winner interviews, they're like humble while staying confident. I'm very impressed by like the PR training on these players.
You're a heartbreaking way for things to be ending for Fallen and the whole Furia organization.
It's obviously
but
devastating as
side,
fuck to
talk
lose
about
these games.
tenacity, talk about resilience, talk about fortitude for
And they
the
are getting
side
interviewed
of Pain.
right
we
after.
do have NQZ joining us up here on the desk. First of all, huge congratulations. That was a crazy third and final map. Can you just tell me the emotional roller coaster you must have been experiencing there?
I'm speechless.
He's like, I don't even know what to say.
Inferno started for us. I thought everything was going to go wrong for us. But we managed to bounce back on CT after we won the force buy. Everything clicked for us,
yeah,
so I'm really happy, I'm really proud of the boys, and I kind of had a deja vu, you know, when we went to OT, because Virtus Pro, it almost happened the same way, but now we were resilient, and I'm really proud of everyone.
How was it coming, like from starting on Nuke, you know, you guys seem to be a little bit disconnected. There was a lot of mistakes, and it felt like you guys were playing maybe with a lot of nerves. I mean, it's the first time you guys make a major playoff, so of course it should be nerves, but what changed for you coming into Nuke? It looked like you played more free. Did you have a talk in between the games? So what was said to actually free you up a little bit more?
Yeah, we actually had a big talk during the matches because
I would say Kerrigan might be the longest running pro.
And whenever we got the advantage on the rounds, we were just throwing at the trash, so we just thought, guys, we need to be intelligent, we need to talk with each other and listen to each other, most importantly. So yeah.
NQC, you won against Furia. Obviously, we spoke about it already. Legends like Fallen, Quesarado, etc. Domestically, a big matchup. You now find yourself in a semi-final, and you have a realistic shot at making the grand final at a major. I know it's a big question for you to maybe soak that in right now, but how crazy it is to be standing right here, you know, being potentially one game away from a major final.
I actually can't believe yet. Whenever we won the match, I looked at David and he was like, bro, we are top 4 in the major. So I'm really happy, but we're going to take one day at a time.
Of course, that's a crazy moment of realization.
Finals, but I'm not going to think too much about it because we still have the semifinals to play. And whoever comes next is going to be a really tough match, especially if it's FaZe, because I saw the crowd today and they were absolutely crazy. So yeah, of course I want to reach the grand finals, but let's take it for the semifinals first.
I mean, look at Kerrigan's career. Ready for this?
This is the deepest that you've ever made it a major, that your
2025,
team has ever made it
right?
a major as well. Can you just tell me kind of the expectations you had of walking out on that stage versus the reality of actually having to do it as a team? Did it kind of live up to the
expectations? Played in a couple tournaments.
No,
2005.
If I told you that we were expecting to be here, of course we wanted, but
these are like big events. Code 5 Germany. Like this is.
So whenever we got back to Brazil,
I'm like spectating this.
To come back, but we know Brazil
like looking up to him.
So
I'm spectating this, looking up to him.
I'm really happy. I'm speechless, and
a young Sean.
You know what, NQZ, I'll leave you with one more opportunity just to say anything to the people supporting you at home. Obviously, they're going to be cheering on for you in the semi-finals as well. Anything you'd like to say to them?
Galera, queria agradecer demais. Where do I look?
Where do I look?
Galera, queria agradecer demais quem torceu. Foi uma partida assim incrível. Eu acho que logicamente que ninguém queria perder nessa partida, logicamente que ninguém queria ver nenhum time brasileiro indo embora, mas estou muito feliz que a gente venceu. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que acompanhou, que torceu pela gente. E estamos vivos, amanhã tem mais, e se Deus quiser vai continuar tendo nesses próximos dias. Então é isso. Amo muito todos vocês. Go Pen hoje sempre.
Massive congratulations, man. Really appreciate you taking the time to join us up here. I know it's super late, so we'll let you get on your way. Celebrate with your team and, yeah, prepare for that semi-final. Thank you very much. Huge result coming out of Pain Gaming here. And yeah, managing to take down Furia in the fashion that they did. The fact that they started 7-1 down, pushed it back, then Furia take it to OT, like, that's just some crazy mental resilience coming.
That is a crazy game of Counter-Strike. We spoke about it, the domestic matchup between Pain Gaming, between Furia. I want to give credit to Furia for making that comeback on Inferno as well. I thought it was over when Pain got up to 12-8. You know, they were dominating on their CT side, and then something, you know, happened within the Furia camp. They were able to get it back in together, and then, as he said, showing resilience in overtime. You go up against the experienced players like Yuri, Kesarado, Fallen. You perhaps, you know, sit back with a feeling where you had 4 match points, you couldn't get it done, and then they still look like by far the best team in overtime, Peter. That was very impressive by Pain.
To be honest, I honestly think that Pain wanted more than Furia. And that is just sometimes what it comes down to. You know, they've never made a major player before. Now they found themselves playing this one, and they've got over the hump of the nervousness of Nuke, you know. All of a sudden, they were just enjoying. You know, you can see how much it meant to them, first of all, when they won, but also when they won the important rounds. That was one of the rounds where Furia, they came back from a 4v2 where they're about to be eliminated, and they were just like, yeah, let's just knuckle each other. Like, it just means more to Pain in that department. I think it was great to see Pain. You know, I always love a good underdog story, and I think that the Pain has overcome this thing and now have seen and put themselves inside of.
I keep saying about it. I didn't get perms too. I don't think.
Such a thoroughly deserved spot there.
I was originally planning on going.
When we're looking at Furia, it kind of dawned on me during that interview, during the exit interview with Tracer, courtesy of Fallen as well. The fact that he won his first ever major here on US soil. Like, talk about a kind of. I mean, obviously it's not a full circle moment because he's not lifting the trophy here, right? But the fact that he gets back in a major playoffs after such a long time. I think it was back at IAM Katowice that he made a semi-final last. The fact that we did get to see them performing on stage, obviously gut-wrenching the way they're exiting though.
You can say what you want about Fallen, you can think what you want about Fallen in current day and age of Counter-Strike, but the fact is he's been playing Counter-Strike at this level for more than 22 years. The longevity of his career, the fact that he's still relevant, the fact that he got into the major playoff once more, Peter, it's amazing. Fallen is a legend of the game, and regardless of whether you rate him highly or not right now in this moment, you can't take away from the fact that he's still a player with a lot of impact in the world of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, sadly the last time that we will get to see Fallen and Co gracing the stage here in Austin, so let's get a few further exit thoughts, courtesy of Yukenda and Banks.
Furia fought until the very end on this impressive run they were having here at the Austin Major, but Pain cut them short here. And Yukenda, I know right now it's going to sting, so thank you for coming to give me your time, but just talk to me what it felt like on these last final few rounds, that last half where they were making this comeback into the game, because it felt like you had them when you get them to overtime, you've got the experience on your side as well, but then they change up, they start throwing those aggressive plays at you, and it seemed to catch you guys off guard.
Yeah, honestly, I played like shit on T-side. I feel like I was getting caught a lot, and it was just hard to finish rounds because our Inferno is not necessarily the best, and I feel like sometimes we were missing some key utility that we needed to finish up the round. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we kind of fell to the pressure a little bit on Anubis and on Inferno. It was a cool from 12 to, from 12-10 to 12-12, but we just couldn't keep it going.
You're being harsh on yourself here, but you also got to give yourself some credit for the first half where you were absolutely lights out, bringing so many of those key rounds across, right? I know right now it's going to sting, but looking at your performance overall across the major, coming back into form, you got to say, like, that's been pretty good.
Well, it's only been one event, you know. Of course, I would want this to be all the time, but only time is going to tell, you know, so.
I want to come back to Anubis a little bit as well, because obviously it's your pick. You managed to beat them on Nuke. It was fantastic. Was there some change up from them? Was it not expected from them, this Anubis coming in?
No, I think we just lost all the clutches. We lost the 1v3, 1v3.
Yeah, it was the clutches.
We couldn't get it going on CT side, and then on T side, one bad call where Davideus killed us two people on mid, and when you lost a 9-3, you don't really have space for mistakes, and when Davideus gets 2 entry kills like that, it's really hard to continue the game. And yeah.
Let's try and focus on some of the positives. The major run for you guys when you've got a rookie in Molodoi making his journey like this. A lot of players switching language as well for the first time as well. Are you seeing more positives right now, even with this loss that comes in at the major?
of course, there's more positives. Right now, in the moment, I'm only thinking about the negative. But after some time, you know, it's going to be okay.
Excellent interview,
of course,
man.
this is our 3rd event.
That's incredible. He's in such a hard spot with this interview.
Making quarterfinals. Of course, we could have beaten Payne, but congratulations to Payne for reaching semifinals. But yeah, maybe this is not the end for Furia.
I definitely don't think it's the end for Furia, but it is on paper, right? The end of your stint in Furia. It was up until the major. Do we know, are we getting a decision? You stay in? Because you're looking damn good in this jersey.
Honestly, I'm still in the Payne game right now. You know, I haven't talked about it or thought about it during this event. And of course now the event for us has finished, and now it's going to be time for talking and discussing and thinking about it. So
it's a very fucking strong answer for him right there.
Made it pretty clear he wanted you though, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You're not giving me anything on it. Lastly, you got a hell of a lot of support out there from the crowd as well. Anything you want to say just finally to all the fans that are supporting and cheering for you guys and watching you on this journey?
Same.
Yeah, it's been a hard year, and I'm glad that people witnessed and were happy about the return. And yeah, I'm gonna try to keep up the form and try grinding, and maybe in Furia, maybe in some other team, we're gonna see. But I'm happy to be back, and I'm happy to be playing in arenas, and it's definitely a cool experience.
It feels like you're back home. You're looking damn good. Whichever team you land up on, we'll be happy to see you frag out like this and do this.
That's
it's
a
tough
great
when you have a loss
interview by
like
Pence,
this.
man.
One thing for sure, he is back in some way.
He made him
actually
talk positively by the end.
Yeah, obviously gut-wrenching.
That is so difficult.
Going out in this fashion. I can't help but take away from those Jikinda words, though, that it was just an achievement in itself for them to make it to this stage of a major. Obviously, it's gonna sting in a moment like this, but having a little bit of time to reflect.
My Canes was delivered. Unfortunately, it was delivered to the wrong house, chat.
Furia,
so
right?
I have to go get this fucking Canes before someone takes it. I'm being dead ass. That's what Jennifer came and knocked on the door to tell me that. I'm so devastated, actually.
Heading into the
I gotta go get that shit before it's gone. Right now, she's like, look, it was delivered here. That's why she came and knocked on the door. So I gotta go fucking get my food. I don't even know where it's at.
It's an interesting lineup.
It's fucking down the block somewhere.
The same circling over the
Fuck,
same players
I'm gonna be so mad if that shit's gone. I'm gonna be so mad.
We saw glimpses of how Fury can play. We saw how they could.
I will see you guys tomorrow. Though tomorrow the games start an hour earlier.
It's another Brazilian team. Let's just be honest. You know, it's always tough to lose against a regional team.
Honestly, the games tomorrow are insane.
And they were the favorite.
Crowd favorite type games.
As I said before, it just looked
FaZe
from the outside
Mongols
that the way
was the second game, first game.
The way they developed throughout the series, they just seem to wanting so much, and that's just something that's
Navi Vitality to kick it off.
Well, let's take a look
FaZe
at the
Mongols
updated
after.
bracket to see exactly how the land is laying.
That arena's
gonna
be crazy, dude.
Have indeed been wrapped up here in Austin. Of course, 2 more quarterfinals are going to be gracing your
I'm actually
tomorrow.
stoked.
But for as of now,
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Find themselves on the opposite side of the bracket.
I'll try to find someone to watch with too.
Their opponents tomorrow, as we can take a look at the schedule.
Maybe Ryan or something.
Friday's games too. We're going to be.
Oh shit! The No Majors Club. I'd be so down.
That's going to be a very special one, Peter.
I'm going to be very excited to see how Vitality, you know, transitions to playing the arena. They come into this tournament with 6 tournament wins, so you know they're just all in fire, and you know, they are the ones to be taking down. They're the main favorite for this tournament. So if Vitality shows up tomorrow, then there's